Chapter 100041. I seem to be not suffering from schizophrenia, but rather have traversed through dimensions. Lin Si concluded after meticulously examining every corner of his cell 3 times. The events unfolded just minutes earlier. His attending physician suspected he was exhibiting signs of schizophrenia and increased the intensity of his electroconvulsive therapy. In the midst of the treatment, he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this windowless, doorless room measuring only a few square meters. He noticed the electronic plaque on the wall displaying 000041, which was not his hospital bed number, and his hospital gown had transformed into prison garb. He also discovered a hidden drawer embedded in the wall, containing 7 vials. His mind retained almost none of the original memories, save for a grasp of language and text. The tadpole-like inscription at the bottom of the vials gradually became decipherable under his prolonged gaze, serving as critical evidence for his conclusion. Special nutrient. Solution for faming C prison. Serial number 2763991. And a black emblem featuring 3 interlocking rings. I have been confined in a hospital for nearly a decade due to a misperception of pain, yet I have never exhibited symptoms of hallucination. Traversing dimensions is indeed a reality. Lin Si added another premise to his conclusion. He lifted his garment for a brief glance. His body remained familiar. Even the position of the scar on his abdomen had not changed, a remnant of being stabbed several times by a patient enamored with kitchen knives. Taking a deep breath, Lin Si surveyed his surroundings once more. A prison? Why does it appear this way? This world seemed vastly different from his original one. The cell was empty. Only a few scattered sheets of paper, a pencil, and a crudely made, eyeless blue and white striped doll lay on his right. Lin Si picked up the doll, which was the length of his finger. It seems to be fashioned from the fabric of trousers. He set the doll beside him, comparing it to the mutilated right pant leg. What purpose does a doll serve? To alleviate the monotony of prison life. In the cold light, he flipped over a blank sheet and discovered writing on the second page. The words were crooked, the strokes varying in depth, resembling the simplistic scrawl of a child. Before death arrives, I must first sacrifice my own life. A chill, akin to a needle pricking, coursed through his fingers, causing Lin Si to shudder and nearly discard the paper. He quickly tightened his grip, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, the air becoming stifling once more, the eyeless doll seemingly gazing at him, rendering the scene bizarre in an instant. After several deep breaths, everything returned to normal. It is merely an illusion born from my heightened mental tension. Lin Si reassured himself, scrutinizing the words on the paper again. Whether a last testament or a curse before death, he could not tell. He shook his head devoid of memories from before the traversal. He was merely groping through darkness, feeling his way across a river of stones. What crime led to his imprisonment? Was it a fixed-term sentence or a death penalty? What does the current world resemble? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Si's gaze fell upon the doll, pondering a crucial question. He habitually considered matters to their worst possible conclusions. The doll's right skirt hem was unevenly flipped up. Lin Si reached out to smooth it down, lift it, then smooth it again. Could it possibly require another shock? Sigh. I've already mentioned that I've merely been experiencing insomnia and vivid dreams lately, yet Dr. When insists I'm on the verge of schizophrenia, resulting in this dimensional shift. At that moment, his fingers, which had been resting on the doll, ceased their movements. Speaking of dreams, surely the traversal cannot solely be attributed to the electroshock. Otherwise, the patients in our ward would be forming mahjong tables in their cells. It must be due to my peculiar dreams. As a longtime patient, aside from issues with pain perception, he also harbored some ordinary mental quirks. Neurasthenia, mild mania, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, slight cleanliness obsessions. Insomnia and vivid dreams had recently surfaced as a new affliction. For about half a month, he had been dreaming each night. The dreams were chaotic yet oddly cohesive. Each time, he found himself wandering in dimness, surrounded by various faceless figures, their forms hazy. He had even attempted to speak within the dream. However, the dreamscape felt beyond his control. The figures could not perceive him, would not engage with him, nor reveal their faces at his behest. Could it be those peculiar dreams? If I sleep now, I might just uncover the key to my traversal. Lin Si felt a surge of hope. The blue glow of the digital plaque cast a cold, technological ambience around him. Yet Lin Si's heart burned with eagerness. If he simply slept, he could ascertain the truth. Like a scene from a horror film. Is it merely an illusion? Lin Si's lips twitched. A physical reaction to his intense anxiety, he stared disbelievingly at the doll for a prolonged moment in the confined space. Only the sound of his softened breaths could be heard. The doll did not vanish again, suddenly appearing to silently convey that no ghostly tale was unfolding. Lin Si relaxed his taut shoulders, but still pushed the doll into the corner. After some contemplation, he felt uneasy. He took a pencil and poked the doll. Having confirmed that no suspicious red liquid leaked from the doll, nor did it grow a pair of eyes, Lin Si settled into the farthest corner from the doll, finally free from panic. He pressed a concealed switch on the wall, plunging the cell into darkness. Lin Si inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. The symptoms of insomnia did not dissipate. For an extended period, he existed in a state of hazy consciousness, neither fully awake nor completely asleep. He could not help but ponder. Could it truly be the dreams that caused this? If the dreams have traversed into this realm, might they have transformed in some way? As his thoughts drifted further away, amidst the deep fog, Lin Si became aware that he had begun to dream. The indistinct streets were a familiar sight from his dreams, endless and boundless. He walked forward, uncertain of how long he had traveled. The fog thinned slightly, accumulating at waist height, revealing figures at last. Scattered across the fog-laden streets stood various individuals. Except for himself, all others remained motionless, like statues. Same old story. Lin Si frowned, unable to conceal his disappointment. Observing the lifeless scene, he refused to give up and called out a few times, tapping this one and that one, disturbing the statues without any change. As he turned to seek any alterations in the other end of the fog, a sudden sound of crumbling fragments echoed behind him. Crack! Crack point! One of the shadowy figures came to life, extending a hand towards him amidst the lifelessness. The shadowy figure expanded, transforming into a swirl of black mist that engulfed him entirely. Chapter 2: The Priest. Ashmita Group, District 11. Within a humble church, Chen Weiyong found himself perpetually drowsy today after distributing free food in the morning. He retreated into the confessional for a brief rest. He had a peculiar dream. The dream was shrouded in thick fog, accompanied by a distant, indistinct voice calling out to him. He walked toward the source of the voice, but found himself in an endless expanse, discovering nothing before abruptly waking. Disjointed and lacking context, he awoke feeling somewhat dazed. Could this be a portent of misfortune? Chen Weiyong murmured, quickly making the sign of the cross over his chest. May the prophet bless me. Wiping away the cold sweat that had mysteriously appeared on his forehead, Chen Weiyong stepped unsteadily out of the confessional. As his vision cleared, Lin Si realized he was suspended in a void, surrounded by darkness. Only a square of light akin to a movie screen illuminated the space ahead, where images were being projected. Before him stood an exquisitely carved wooden door, adorned with a warning notice. Point 1. Do not sleep in the confessional. 2. Do not spit indiscriminately. 3. Do not discriminate against genetic modifiers. 4. Treat others kindly, for all beings are equal. Lin Si was still pondering the implications of the warning when the scene suddenly shook, and he heard a young man's voice emanating from the image. Could this be an omen of misfortune? Immediately, the same voice echoed in his surroundings. May the prophet bless us. What is this space? What is this scene before me? What am I meant to do now? Lin Si was engulfed in a haze of questions. As the scene elevated, he kept his lips tightly pressed, maintaining silence as he observed the unfolding events. The image transformed into a long shot. Lin Si found himself in the main perspective, watching a pair of hands push the wooden door open, entering a corridor. Creak, creak. The sound of footsteps echoed against the wooden floor. Traveling through the corridor, the scene paused at a mirror by the entrance, shifting to focus on the reflection. In the mirror appeared a young man, tall and slender, with shoulder-length hair casually tied back, clad in a gray waistcoat and a matching cloak that cascaded above his ankles. His face was strikingly handsome, and his eyes shone brightly. Lin Si was certain that this was an unfamiliar face. Is this the priest? He pondered uncertainly, recognizing the attire only from films. The priest in the mirror adjusted his cloak, concealing a tear on the side of his coat, and smiled contentedly as the scene continued to unfold beyond the door. The priest's actions synchronized perfectly with the display, and a thought pierced through Lin Si's bewilderment. Am I witnessing everything through the priest's eyes? Was the space he occupied akin to the abode of a narrative's guiding sage? Was the priest situated in a world beyond the prison walls? The priest seemed oblivious to his presence. Lin Si calmly analyzed the situation. With the priest in the light and himself in the shadows, the balance of power instilled a sense of calm within him. Within the dim light, the view broadened, revealing a street. A light rain fell. Nearby, the roadside was littered with refuse and uncollected garbage. A woman with golden hair and a mechanical arm, dressed in a short skirt, passed by with an umbrella in hand. Motorcycles roared past, reflecting off the puddles that formed on the street. Across the way, towering buildings stood in a row, their neon signs flickering brilliantly in the dreary rain. Filth, technology, and beauty coexisted harmoniously within the same frame. This is the world I currently inhabit. Lin Si nodded softly. The scene retreated slightly, distancing itself from the unkempt refuse. Father, a bright voice rang out, prompting the scene to shift left. A little girl in a nun's habit, with red curls cascading beside her face, trotted into view. The priest bore a typical Eastern appearance, while the young nun resembled a Westerner, yet they conversed in the same tongue. Father, a lady wishes to exchange some food with us. The little nun exclaimed, her urgency evident as she bounded into the frame. The priest's voice, tinged with amusement, responded, Alice, although the church allocates a certain amount of free food for us to distribute each morning, we cannot assist. Everyone, Alice furrowed her brow, her dark green eyes glistening with a pleading light as she clasped her hands in front of her and swayed gently, imploring, Father Chun, I know you are the kindest person in the world. You surely cannot bear to see a mother starve with her child. Can you? Lin Si heard a sigh from the depths of the space. Yet in the picture, Chun Wuyong smiled as he inquired, all right, what does she intend to offer us in exchange for food? In the next moment, Chun Wuyong's resigned mutter echoed in the space. If what she brings isn't utterly useless, then I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give her some food. Lin Si suddenly grasped the situation. The sounds within the scene were audible to Chun Wuyong, and he could also hear the priest's inner thoughts, which manifested as the voices in the space. What a genuinely benevolent priest. Lin Si, who considered himself lacking in kindness, had always held respect for the virtuous. Alice's face brightened with a smile, her dimples appearing as she joyfully turned to wave. The scene shifted slightly to the left. It was then that Lin Si noticed a middle-aged woman, dressed in a tattered leather jacket and a grimy coat, crouched by the roadside. Upon seeing little Alice wave, she hurriedly rubbed her hands together and stood up, a sheepish smile gracing her face, marred by a prosthetic eye. Mrs. Maggie, our priest has agreed to exchange some food with you, Alice exclaimed excitedly. The middle-aged woman rushed over, eagerly bowing and nodding towards Chun Wuyong. Father, you truly are a good man. Observing the woman's face in the scene, Lin Si frowned, sensing something amiss. The glimmer in her eyes was too shrewd. From his experience, such individuals, even when pitiful, invariably harbored contemptible traits. Yet Chun Wuyong seemed entirely unaware of the shrewdness in the woman's gaze, not even voicing an internal critique, maintaining his gentle tone. Mrs. Maggie, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Mrs. Maggie, clearly prepared, had already opened her jacket, retrieving a book encased in a plastic bag from her leather pocket, as Chun Wuyong inquired. Take a look, I have nothing of value left at home. I heard this is an artifact from the dark historical period. You may exchange it for some food. Mrs. Maggie implored, carefully extending the plastic bag. Chun Wuyong hesitated before reaching out, questioning. Madam, you should be aware, right? The texts from the dark historical period are indecipherable to us. Even historians can comprehend only a scant portion, relying on conjecture and deduction. Thus, artifacts from that era hold no value for us. Lin Si gazed at the book in Mrs. Maggie's hands, purportedly worthless and unreadable by anyone. To his astonishment, he recognized the characters emblazoned on the cover familiar, square-shaped, and evolving from pictographs. Simplified Chinese characters. Chapter 3. My arrival in a moment of disarray. Lin Si found himself engulfed in confusion. He questioned whether what he perceived was merely a reflection of the experiences of a priest from his original world. Yet, the mention of the dark historical period jolted him back to the reality that he was indeed in a completely foreign realm. Was there a clandestine connection between the world he hailed from and this current one? The familiar words stirred within him a cascade of conjectures. With an indescribable complexity of emotions, Lin Si gazed upon the title inscribed on the aged, yellowed tome. Guide to Cultivating Exotic Flora. I know. Yet, I have nothing to offer you. I am fine, but my daughter is still so young. She is on the brink of starvation. It is my inadequacy that fails to provide for her. Mrs. Maggie lamented, tears streaming down her face as she bowed her head in sorrow. The scene evoked a deep sense of compassion. Among those present, Sister Alice felt a surge of empathy, immediately placing a comforting hand on Mrs. Maggie's shoulder. Whispering words of solace, Chun Wuyong, internally moved, reflected, what a pitiable yet noble mother she is. Let us proceed with the exchange. After all, saving a life is paramount. Moments later, Chun Wuyong's voice resonated once more. Madam, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. While I am unable to decipher the text from the dark historical period, I have a profound interest in collecting antiquities and would gladly barter with you. Mrs. Maggie's eyes widened in surprise, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude towards the center of the screen. Chun Wuyong smiled, assuring her it was unnecessary, and instructed Sister Alice to retrieve 2 loaves of bread. All the while, Lin Si maintained a detached gaze upon the wretched woman. As Mrs. Maggie received the 2 substantial loaves, she turned and dashed away, ravenously devouring half of her bounty en route. Sister Alice sighed. She truly appears to be famished. The screen quivered slightly, likely indicating Chun Wuyong's affirmative nod. Just moments ago, he had professed to Mrs. Maggie his fondness for antiquities. Yet now he stared at the ancient book in his hands, troubled. The air was filled with his repeated sighs. Chun Wuyong's inquisitive flipping of the pages was evident. At that moment, Lin Si was struck by a revelation regarding the purpose of this space. He could choose to remain silent, allowing Chun Wuyong to remain oblivious to his presence while he surreptitiously observed the world outside through Chun Wuyong's eyes. Alternatively, he could engage in dialogue with Chun Wuyong, leveraging the opportunity to extract the information he desired. Seizing the initiative would provide a sense of security, and Lin Si promptly opted for the latter. As Chun Wuyong sighed one final time and opened the desk drawer to stow the ancient book away, Lin Si lowered his voice slightly and suddenly spoke. I can tell you what is written in the book. What? Chun Wuyong leapt in surprise, scanning the confines of his modest 10-square-meter lounge, yet finding no one to whom the voice could belong. A chill ran down his spine. It was bizarre and surreal. Gradually, he realized that the raspy voice had echoed within his mind. It was simply unbelievable. Chun Wuyong gasped in astonishment. Frozen in place, he fell into a prolonged silence before cautiously inquiring, Hello? May I ask who you are? What is your purpose? How are you communicating with me? Lin Si noted Chun Wuyong's evident trepidation and reverence, recognizing that he had successfully taken the first step towards seizing control. Maintaining an aura of mystery would be a sagacious strategy to inspire awe in the other party. He selected a conservative response, his pronunciation slightly awkward as he began to employ this new language. You may consider me a system, one that only you can hear. Are you suggesting that you're an AI? Lin Si replied, Indeed. It is confirmed. This is a world untouched by the taint of systematic misinformation. Following this revelation, Chun Wuyong's inner monologue reverberated throughout the space. Absolutely impossible. AI cannot possess such extraordinary abilities. He must be an exceptionally powerful awakener. Wait, did he just claim to comprehend the text from the dark historical period? Could he be an awakener who existed during that time? How could that be? Yet, isn't this world inherently composed of the unknown? Is he fabricating a lie to conceal his identity? As Chun Wuyong pondered his own identity, Lin Si perceived fluctuations in his awe. This was a promising development. He also noted the unfamiliar term, awakeners. As Lin Si's words settled, Chun Wuyong startled, his hands flailing as he braced against the chair, nearly toppling over. You can hear my thoughts? He exclaimed, Such a miraculous ability was surely beyond his prior encounters. The notion of a wandering spirit was mere humility. If he had indeed survived for an extended period, describing himself as a wandering spirit was not without merit. Remembering that his innermost thoughts could be perceived, Chen Weiyong hastily quelled the spiraling train of thought. This is only the second extraordinary experience since I became an awakener. I am indeed fascinated by the dark historical period. More accurately, everyone is immensely intrigued. Yet none can decipher the antiquities from that era. Sir, can you truly assist me? Lin Si chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, of course. Chapter 4. A Guide to Cultivating Alien Flora. Chen Weiyong exhaled deeply, refraining from speaking aloud and instead attempting to converse within his mind. I understand that in this world, nothing comes without a price, sir. Are you seeking to exchange something for me? His demeanor exuded a sense of optimism. It was evident that Chen Weiyong possessed a profound kindness, yet he was taken aback by the other's remarkable trust, so readily extended to a seemingly random specter. Though he was not the most reliable companion, Chen Weiyong found himself with no alternative. Pondering thoughtfully, he nodded without delving further into his thoughts, smoothing the creases of the ancient tome before him, and curiously inquired, Sir, what exactly is recorded in this book? The Guide to Cultivating Alien Flora. Lin Si replied succinctly, deliberately withholding further elaboration. The title echoed with ominous significance. It appeared the expert's conjectures held merit. Alien flora had indeed existed during the dark epochs of history. This tome served as irrefutable evidence. Chen Weiyong regarded it as a treasure, gently caressing its cover. Alien flora? Lin Si silently noted yet another addition to his repository of knowledge. Should Chen Weiyong divulge the contents of the ancient book to others, their belief would be uncertain. Yet would not materially affect him. This consideration alleviated much of his apprehension. After a considerable pause, Chen Weiyong fixated on the 8 characters emblazoned on the cover, seemingly endeavoring to engrave their form into his memory. After thoroughly digesting the title, he finally opened the ancient book, politely asking, Sir, what does the book generally record? Having endured the passage of time, the pages were yellowed, the printed text faded, and the corners stained with unknown substances. Lin Si swiftly scanned the contents of the first page. Chapter 5. My willingness to help the kind-hearted priest, naturally, would not overlook the opportunity to assist those in need. He gently tapped his chest twice and said, Sir, may I earnestly request your assistance in translating the contents of this ancient text? I am willing to offer anything you require in exchange. It was merely a matter of convenience. The complete control of the situation brought a subtle smile to Lin Si's face, and he refrained from hastily proposing a trade. Sir, you are truly a selfless and benevolent individual. It is my honor to receive your help. Chen Weiyong earnestly bowed towards the front. He did not rush to turn the pages, but instead caressed the characters on the page and curiously inquired, Sir, was there truly no organization during the dark historical period? I had assumed that the current 7 major conglomerates had some lineage. Otherwise, how could they possess such vast resources and technologies? Nations, organizations, bases. I can grasp the concepts of organizations and bases with my limited knowledge, but what constitutes a nation? Did churches not exist during the dark historical period? Fortunately, the information provided in the front matter was sufficient for him to draw a rough conclusion. He deliberately lowered his voice, sighed, and continued. A nation is an independent power over a specific territory, with a populace shares a common ethnicity and language. There are, of course, a few nations where ethnicities are not uniform, leading to conflicts, but that is a matter for another time. Churches and religious beliefs have certainly existed from ancient times to the present, but they were never powerful enough to rival nations. Chen Weiyong listened attentively. The tone of the gentleman seemed to carry a sense of nostalgia. He was indeed a figure from the dark historical period, possibly a sage. Recalling the fact that his inner thoughts could be heard, Chen Weiyong abruptly halted his reflections. He was still unaccustomed to having someone able to hear his innermost thoughts. Fortunately, this enigmatic gentleman was gentle and kind-hearted, not holding against him the fact that he had been speculating about his identity. Feeling slightly embarrassed, yet unable to resist the urge to ask, Chen Weiyong ventured, It sounds quite similar to the current 7 major conglomerates. Although our language and script have been unified, and there must be some differences in institutional composition, the various churches are now receiving attention because the vast majority of people are unaware of the existence of awakeners. Yet the churches must hold the means to awaken within their ranks, correct? The number of awakeners during the dark historical period must have far surpassed the present, which is why the churches could not hold significant weight in the global landscape. Sir, what transpired to cause such monumental changes in the world? Disaster. Chen Weiyong pondered, repeating the word disaster to himself. Lin Si remained silent, also contemplating the 7 major conglomerates and the awakeners. At that moment, a thick fog began to envelop the surrounding space, and he sensed a tendency for the space to dissipate. His connection to the space remained, but the time he could sustain, it was nearing its limit. He could still initiate the next link. Well, our time is short today. Please turn the pages of the book, and I will see if you need to prepare for some translation work. Lin Si decisively interjected. Chen Weiyong was instantly pulled from his exploration of the lost history and flipped through the pages. Each page featured simple illustrations of plants. Lin Si glanced over them and instructed, "You need to identify the plants illustrated in the book and correspond them with the current plants. Next time, I will undertake the translation." Chen Weiyong nodded eagerly, jotting down notes as the images flickered rapidly. "I will do it well. You can rest assured." He understood that this marked the conclusion of their conversation and felt regretful that time was too brief, leaving him with numerous unanswered questions, unsure of when the next opportunity would arise. Hearing Chen Weiyong's thoughts, Lin Si smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. The next time will not be far off." Reminded of this kind-hearted first contact in the space, Lin Si recalled the scene of Lady Magi hastily devouring the bread after receiving it, and, concerned for Chen Weiyong's safety, uncertain if he could find the next contact, decided to offer a caution before severing the connection. "Father, be wary of those who seek to exploit your goodwill. Sometimes, an act of kindness can yield not gratitude, but danger." In the next moment, the fog completely enveloped Lin Si, only to recede like a tide. He felt a breeze sweep past his ear, and after the darkness faded, a faint blue glow returned. The first thing he beheld was the number 000041. He lay in the same position as when he fell asleep, unaware of how much time had elapsed. It turned out that the true purpose of dreams did not exist in the original world. I could only repeatedly enter, but could not grasp the method. It only became evident after traversing through. I still do not know how this power has attached itself to me. Lin Si sat up, rubbing his stiff neck. The next attempt would require greater caution. This world was not merely a technologically advanced cyber-like realm. It also harbored supernatural abilities, and mysterious events likely occurred frequently. He needed to exercise care to avoid triggering dangerous, mysterious incidents that could lead him into irreparable predicaments. Fortunately, establishing a connection to the space was worthwhile. He had connected with those outside the prison, gained preliminary insights into this world, and even glimpsed the exterior of the prison. During the next connection, he would assist Chen Weiyong with translation and seek to understand the nature of the awakeners. He also wondered where exactly Chen Weiyong was, and how far he was from the prison. Lin Si stared at the number plate, momentarily lost in thought, only to find the situation somewhat amusing. Unexpectedly, I have traversed realms without acquiring a system, and instead must pretend to be a system for others. Ashmita Group, District 11. A suspected sage who has lived since the dark historical period. After sitting in thought for a while, he suddenly straightened up, his eyes gleaming with excitement, a smile playing upon his lips. Opening the personal communicator on his wrist, the projection illuminated, and he typed the title guide to cultivating extraterrestrial plants in a new document. I need to search the internet for some illustrations of extraterrestrial plants. It won't be easy to find the actual specimens in the wasteland. Chen Weiyong began his search. Relevant entries appeared, and Chen Weiyong selected one with images. A prompt box popped up on the projection. "Sorry, your account balance is insufficient to view the current webpage." Chapter 6, A New Day. Chen Weiyong slapped his forehead and, clutching an ancient tome, departed from the lounge. He traversed a series of corridors, illuminated by the kaleidoscopic light filtering through stained glass, until he arrived at the makeshift shelter in the backyard where the bishop was tending to children, covering them with blankets. "Bishop, May I borrow your account? Chun Wuyong whispered, wishing not to disturb the slumbering children inside. The silver-haired bishop sluggishly beckoned him over, his eyelids drooping as he spoke. Come closer and see the condition of this child. Navigating through the rows of single beds, half of which were occupied by frail children, Chun Wuyong crouched beside the bishop. As Chun Wuyong gently touched the child's forehead, the bishop, with his eyes cast downwards, appeared on the verge of dozing off, slowly recounted. She was cast out from prison, and we found her. She has been suffering from a high fever ever since. You know, children born in prison are often frail and sickly, and she is particularly severe. Ordinary medical supplies cannot cure her, and we cannot afford the exorbitant product from the Conley Group, even at our poorest branch. It's all right, Bishop, I know what to do. As soon as the words left his lips, a soft, white light emanated from Chun Wuyong's palm, gently resting on the child's forehead. He swept his hand steadily above the child's body. The bishop slightly lifted his eyelids. The child's furrowed brow relaxed, her complexion brightened, and her breathing became steady. Chun Wuyong closed his palm, and the luminous glow dissipated. With a pallid countenance, Chun Wuyong, undeterred by the task at hand, reminded, Bishop, your account, of course. The bishop removed his communicator and handed it to him, cautioning, do not browse paid websites every day. My account is insufficient for your needs. Is there anything left on the internet that can be accessed for free? Chun Wuyong retorted with a cough. Noticing the ancient tome in Chun Wuyong's hand, the bishop, for once, exhibited curiosity and inquired, what are you seeking this time? The meanings of text from the dark historical period? Believe me, the results you'll obtain will merely be the fabrications of online experts. It is a sheer waste of your balance. After aligning the two communicators to switch accounts and having the bishop scan his iris for verification, Chun Wuyong, still coughing, spoke with barely contained excitement. No, Bishop. This time it's different. I have had an extraordinary encounter. A sage, possibly existing since the dark historical period, will assist me in translating ancient texts. I merely require some preparatory work. Without lifting his eyelids, the bishop calmly queried, Child, my priest, have you been under excessive stress lately, perhaps affecting your mental state? I have told you, District 11 is as it appears. You cannot change anything, so do not invite trouble upon yourself. Moreover, if there truly exists a being that has survived from the dark historical period to the present, it can no longer be deemed a sage. More accurately, it has transcended humanity and become a deity. In our contemporary world, deities have long ceased to exist, as if he had not heard the bishop's final words. Chun Wuyong, momentarily stunned, began to murmur thoughtfully, deities, God's goodness. How did I not think of this? The bishop could no longer restrain himself and cast a glance at Chun Wuyong. Watching Chun Wuyong's unsteady and hurried departure, as he remembered to close the door, the bishop's lips twitched momentarily, followed by a resigned sigh. In the enveloping darkness, Lin Si gradually succumbed to sleep. After what felt like an eternity, he finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, he was oblivious to the time. The digital display remained unchanged, and the doll with a pencil inserted stayed dutifully in the corner. The only alteration was the discovery of an additional vial of nutrient solution in the drawer, bringing the total to 8. Each day, a vial is provided to the inmates through the drawer, sufficient for 1 day. Thus, 7 days without food would yield precisely 7 unopened vials of nutrient solution. Lin Si began to surmise the events transpiring within this cell. Devoid of awareness of external changes, confined within a cramped space, one's perception of time could easily descend into madness, merely based on the quantity of nutrient solution. Those who designed such a prison had truly sinister intentions. Lin Si rubbed the back of his neck, for the first time yearning for the soft hospital bed. He felt hungry now, his tolerance for fresh food heightened. Tap! Upon opening a vial of nutrient solution, he noted its lack of odor. It resembled diluted milk, which he consumed in a single gulp. The sensation of fullness blossoming within his stomach. Beyond satiating his hunger, the thirst that had plagued his mouth and throat from lack of moisture dissipated. While replenishing his nutrients, he also restored hydration to his body. Sitting upright, Lin Si began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. First, he needed to ascertain whether he had been sentenced to death. A suspended sentence, life imprisonment, or a fixed term. However, if he remained in this cell daily, with the only interaction with the guards being the daily provision of a vial of nutrient solution, gathering information would be an insurmountable challenge. He needed to create opportunities actively, let alone understanding the awakened ones and the mysterious world. Every step was fraught with difficulty, holding the 2 sheets of paper left in the cell. Lin Si suddenly realized the doll was crafted from his prison uniform, and the paper and pen could only have been sent in from outside the cell, indicating that inmates might make small requests to the guards or have opportunities to interact with the outside world. Thud, thud. Lin Si instantly turned his attention, leaning closer. This was the first time he had heard a sound other than his own breathing and heartbeat within the cell. Thud, thud. Footsteps traversed from left to right, finally halting outside the wall. Lin Si was momentarily taken aback. Had they stopped right in front of him? In the next moment, a crack appeared in the wall before him, slowly parting in 2. Chapter 7. Day of Prayer. Lin Si was taken aback to find that the wall with drawers was actually a sliding door. Standing outside was a tall man in a gray uniform, his brow furrowed beneath the brim of his hat, his thick eyebrows casting shadows over his eyes. For a moment, Lin Si was at a loss. The man held a translucent board, his gaze fixed intently upon it. The number 000041 was displayed, prisoner identification. Lin Si rose to his feet, managing to meet the towering man's gaze only with difficulty. The guard's scrutinizing eyes swept over him. Then he tapped the translucent board and declared, "Form a line." Having often been made to stand in line at the hospital, Lin Si was accustomed to the command and silently positioned himself behind the imposing figure. Before him stretched a corridor, its metallic floor resembling iron, the walls echoing the same material. On either side of the corridor, heavy iron doors swung open, revealing the drawers he had seen from the inside. They stood at one end of the corridor, the final cell awaiting them. The corridor extended to the left, where 2 other guards donned in similar uniforms stood watch. Ishmida, Lin Si silently repeated in his mind. They were prison guards associated with Ishmida, presumably part of a conglomerate. He wondered if they belonged to one of the 7 major groups mentioned by Chun Wuyong. Without lingering on his surroundings, he resolved to behave as a compliant prisoner. 000173. The cell door swung open as the stout guard continued to call names. The next in line was an elderly man with a limp, his left pant leg rolled up to his thigh, empty and flapping. His half-white hair was tied back, and he moved with a plastic cane, standing upright on one leg. The old man's sharp eyes lingered on Lin Si for a moment before he joined the line behind him. Why are they all staring at me? Lin Si sensed the peculiar pause from the 2 men, feeling an indistinct gaze upon him from behind. Another unresolved mystery loomed over him. He did not understand the purpose of forming a line, yet inquiring of the guards was clearly unwise. Resigned, he steeled himself to face any eventualities. The stout guard called forth each prisoner from their cells, and one by one, they fell silent, forming a line behind him. They traversed the corridor and descended a flight of stairs. The lower level mirrored the upper, the line of prisoners growing longer. This orderly procession continued down 2 flights of stairs, eventually emerging into a spacious hall. The previously quiet line transformed, as if shackles had been released, with whispers turning into a cacophony of chatter as prisoners meandered into the hall. At last, it was the day of prayer. Lin Si suspected that remaining confined for another day would drive him to madness. This was a meticulous control of their mental state, a weekly release designed to keep them teetering on the brink of insanity. Akin to training a dog. 2 inmates ambled past him, their shoulders brushing, their voices unrestrained. Yet the stout guard remained unfazed, clutching the translucent board, turning to seek out the other 2 guards at the staircase. The day of prayer? A weekly release? 4 heavily secured entrances surrounded the hall, where guards stood vigil at the periphery, monitoring the prisoners' movements. Inside the hall were long tables where inmates seated themselves at will, occasionally erupting in playful banter, which the guards merely observed without intervention. "What are you standing around for?" A robust voice called out from beside him. Lin Si turned to meet the deep blue eyes of the limping elder. "Why are you still standing here?" Indeed, lingering idly was no longer an option. Lin Si moved to take a seat directly across from the old man. The elder, seemingly a potential conversational partner, did not once direct his gaze toward Lin Si after he sat. The absence of eye contact suggested a lack of interest in communication. Disappointed, Lin Si discreetly observed his fellow inmates. Among them were individuals with hair of every hue, some sporting glittering gold teeth, others with hollowed eyes. A veritable assembly of eccentric characters. He noted that those with physical disabilities appeared in their natural state, including the old man, who bore no prosthetics. One could attribute a single case to financial constraints, but the uniformity suggested a prison policy. Were all prosthetics forcibly removed upon incarceration? Lin Si pondered. Before long, as the influx of new prisoners ceased, a gentle tune began to emanate from the loudspeakers. The previously raucous hall fell silent in an instant. What might transpire? Lin Si instinctively straightened in his seat. Following the music, a soft yet mechanical female voice began to speak. Faith is the salvation within each heart, regardless of past transgressions. One can be reborn through faith. Welcome to the day of prayer. Ding! With the chime, all 4 doors swung open, admitting individuals clad in varied garments, priests in robes, Taoist robes, and even a white-patterned robe Lin Si had never encountered, alongside figures draped in black veils akin to witches. We welcome the emissaries of diverse beliefs, who selflessly come to share their teachings. Inmates, please take your seats at the left side of the long table. Choose your desired path to salvation, and commence your day of prayer. At the announcement, the inmates dutifully rose, jostling one another as they made their way to the left side of the long table. Lin Si was struck by the realization of what the day of prayer truly entailed. Complying with the flow, he stood and navigated through the throng, ultimately squeezing into the last available space beside the limping elder. The emissaries congregated, selecting vacant seats. Directly opposite Lin Si sat 5 individuals in robes. Notably, 4 of them bore golden hair and azure eyes, evoking an unexpected sense of familiarity within him. Chapter 8. The Mutual Aid Society. As Lin Si beheld the familiar, simplified Chinese characters through the eyes of Chen Wuyong, an uncontainable excitement surged within him. His gaze lingered on the 5 individuals clad in Taoist robes. Noticing his attention, one of the Taoists, distinguished by a long beard and the only one among the group with an Eastern visage, turned to him and smiled warmly, invitingly asking, "Young friend, are you interested in our Wu-Wei society? Would you care to learn more? I perceive a certain affinity between you and our practitioners." Lin Si was momentarily taken aback, almost uttering the foolish question, "What is the Wu-Wei society?" Fortunately, he quickly recovered, refraining from voicing such a naive inquiry. Chen Wuyong had mentioned that the current status of various societies was quite elevated, and possessing basic knowledge about prominent congregations should be considered common knowledge. The similarly garbed figures before him belonged to an unfamiliar Wu-Wei society, highlighting for Lin Si, for the first time, the stark realization that he had entered an alien realm. Overwhelmed by complex emotions, he politely declined the invitation of the bearded practitioner, saying, "No, thank you. I wish to explore a bit." The long-bearded Taoist was not disheartened. He simply nodded with a smile and turned to invite another inmate, who was seated nearby and awkwardly attempting to press down a protruding false tooth. "Young friend, I sense an affinity between you and our Wu-Wei society. Would you be interested in learning more?" Refusing to further witness the promotional gathering, Lin Si surveyed his surroundings. Each congregation exhibited a different attitude towards the prayer day. The Wu-Wei society actively engaged with attendees, while a few robed individuals began reciting scriptures. Others remained seated, waiting for individuals to approach them. Contrary to his expectations, although a significant portion of the inmates treated prayer day as a time for leisure, chatting and laughing, or quietly exchanging items, there remained a smaller group who earnestly approached the evangelist for inquiries and prayers. The influence of religious belief was far more profound than he had anticipated. After a brief observation, he focused on the priests in their long robes, aiming to glean more information about the church to which Chen Wuyong belonged, thereby avoiding misunderstandings in future interactions. After all, if those donned in Taoist robes had become part of the Wu-Wei society, it was evident that the church to which the priests belonged was also not the one he recognized. The priest's long table was situated near the northern entrance. And as Lin Si stood up, he politely inquired of the elderly man with a limp, "I'm going to take a look around. Would you care to join me?" He recalled the elderly man's peculiar scrutiny of him, which suggested familiarity with inmate number 00041, yet he sensed no malice, merely a lack of relevant memories. Opting for a safe approach, he chose to exhibit a moderate familiarity. Tap, tap, tap. The elderly man lightly struck the bench with his plastic cane. "No, I will not," he replied without looking up. Lin Si nodded, receiving the anticipated response. Before the priest sat a dozen inmates, displaying sincere expressions, while one priest, accompanied by several inmates, entered the adjacent room under the watchful gaze of a guard. The priest's table was the most sought after in the entire hall. He approached and took an available seat. Beside him, an inmate was lamenting, "Father, I truly regret stabbing someone to death during the robbery. Will the Savior truly forgive me?" The priest, wearing a benevolent smile, replied, "My child, everyone makes mistakes. From the moment you confess, the Lord has already forgiven you." On the table lay several pamphlets, and Lin Si casually picked one up. At its center was an image of the Savior in a white robe with outstretched arms, below which were the elegantly inscribed words "Mutual Aid Society." Flipping it over, he found a bold slogan, "Everyone helps each other. The Savior does good." Beneath, 2 lines of smaller text read, "Everyone deserves redemption. The Mutual Aid Society does not require believers. As long as you acknowledge the principle of mutual aid, you shall receive the Lord's protection. What you do for others, others will do for you." While the concept appeared benevolent, Lin Si had always believed that excessively pure and one-sided ideologies carried an insidious undertone of brainwashing. "Hello, may I assist you in any way?" A priest suddenly took a seat across from him, inquiring with a gentle tone. Lin Si gestured toward the pamphlet he had just examined, having prepared an opening line. "I would like to understand more. Do not feel anxious. We welcome anyone interested in learning about the Mutual Aid Society," the priest replied with a warm smile. This priest had long gray hair and an ageless visage devoid of wrinkles, with pale golden eyes reminiscent of warm sunlight, adorned with gold earrings. The pamphlet was hastily produced and lacks detail. "Feel free to ask me any questions you might have," the priest said, lifting a pamphlet and glancing over its content. As he raised his hand, the voluminous sleeves of his robe slipped down, revealing a mechanical hand. Lin Si's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. This was undoubtedly the most exquisitely crafted prosthetic limb he had ever seen. It must not have been inexpensive. It seemed not every priest was as impoverished as Chun Wuyo. Lin Si's understanding of the Mutual Aid Society deepened. What does it mean that the society does not require believers? This was the one statement from the pamphlet that eluded his comprehension. Wasn't the purpose of evangelism to attract more followers? Just like the inmate beside him who, after tearfully grasping the priest's hand, followed him into the small room that had already received several inmates. He was there to receive baptism and become an official believer. Noticing Lin Si's gaze, the gray-haired priest explained, "According to my Lord's teachings, whether one becomes a believer is a personal choice. As long as one believes in mutual aid, even without becoming a believer, one will still receive the protection of my Lord and our Mutual Aid Society." Receive the protection of the Mutual Aid Society? Lin Si straightened, feeling he could begin to grasp the implications of this statement. Are those within the prison also afforded such protection? He inquired. Certainly, everyone is equal. One should not be judged differently merely for having made mistakes. The gray-haired priest nodded with a smile, straightforwardly adding, Chapter 9, a gentle nudge to ascertain whether one has truly become a believer. The most straightforward method is to determine if one has accepted baptism. The priest with gray hair gestured toward a small room with his eyes. The path to leaving the prison suddenly lay before Lin Si. This raises the question, among the inmates diligently observing the day of prayer, how many genuinely seek faith, and how many are merely pursuing the bright path to freedom from incarceration? However, it is evident that traversing this path is no simple feat otherwise. A significant portion would not be idly passing time during their recreation. Recognition? How can one attain it? Lin Si humbly sought guidance. The moment the divine oracle manifests upon you, it signifies that the Lord has acknowledged you, replied the gray-haired priest, placing his hand over his heart, his expression growing solemn. The bishop possesses the ability to discern the oracle, yet the divine manifestations are exceedingly rare, leading some fervent believers to actively pursue these revelations, sometimes at the cost of their very lives. Can the oracle be actively pursued? Lin Si inquired, taken aback. He had previously assumed that the oracle was an abstract concept. The Lord chooses those who possess a divine connection and simultaneously provides each individual with a means to encounter him, the gray-haired priest patiently explained. He coughed lightly, his face suddenly taking on an unhealthy pallor. Many assert that the path to encountering him is, in fact, non-existent, and that one must resort to sacrifice to gain extraordinary powers. Yet, what we witness are merely corpses or pitiful souls left with lifelong disabilities. Thus, awaiting the descent of the oracle is indeed the most prudent course of action. So, it is, Lin Si reflected thoughtfully. However, his contemplation was not regarding the oracle, but rather the familiar phrases of the gray-haired priest, which reminded him of what Chen Wuyong had said about the awakened ones. Many believe that awakened ones do not exist. Translating the gray-haired priest's words, becoming an awakened one signifies the revelation of the oracle and the attainment of recognition. There are two paths to becoming an awakened one. One is to wait for a natural awakening, and the other necessitates sacrifice, which often leads to death or severe injury. Similarly, the probability of success for both methods is exceedingly low. The requirement to become an awakened one in order to leave the prison through the Mutual Aid Society is indeed a daunting condition. What constitutes a sacrifice? Lin Si focused on the crux of the matter. The gray-haired priest gazed deeply into his eyes, seemingly penetrating his thoughts. Yet his tone remained gentle. Sacrifice originates from your own body, potentially involving limbs, human consciousness, health, reproductive abilities, various fundamental functions that your body possesses. Self-harm or self-mutilation are the most commonly employed methods. Therefore, I never endorse such brutal and absurd practices akin to urban legends. Indeed, it is exceedingly extreme. No wonder it results in either death or disability. I still value life highly, Lin Si admitted. A faint smile appeared in the priest's golden eyes as he slightly nodded. As long as you sincerely adhere to the principle of mutual assistance, the Lord will surely see you. However, there is an additional limitation to consider. Please elaborate. Lin Si replied attentively. We can only assist inmates with finite sentences in leaving the prison. As you know, since the abolition of the death penalty, those still sentenced to life imprisonment have committed exceedingly heinous crimes. His gentle voice bore a hint of resignation, revealing a compassionate side. The group is not comprised of believers and does not entirely endorse the principles of our mutual aid society. They have granted us respect, yet they steadfastly maintain their boundaries. Those sentenced to life must live and die within the prison walls. The good news is that there is no death penalty in this world. The bad news is that he remains uncertain if he belongs to the unfortunate souls sentenced to life imprisonment. Lin Si released a weighty concern from his heart. Devoid of urgency, he could now tread carefully with each step. I comprehend the virtue of mutual assistance. It undoubtedly has the potential to foster an ideal society. Lin Si pondered his words, adopting an expression of interest. The gray-haired priest beamed with satisfaction at his successful persuasion. Your ability to think this way signifies that you have taken the first step toward receiving the Lord's blessing. He retrieved a book from a bag resting on the bench. This book, The Journey of Salvation, is a gift for you. Due to regulations forbidding the gifting of any electronic, mechanical, or metallic items to inmates, we could only produce a paper edition. However, the content remains intact, allowing you to grasp the essence of this classic belonging to our mutual aid society. I hope you find inspiration within its pages. Next time on prayer day, we can exchange insights. The priest placed the book on the table and gently pushed it toward him. Thank you. Lin Si accepted it without hesitation. With a book in hand, he now had something to occupy his time within the confines of his cell. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Lickett Woodrow. The priest Lickett Woodrow extended his hand. Lin Si was still uncertain if he retained his name or if using a number would be more prudent to avoid the awkwardness of the priest discovering a mismatch between his name and number. I look forward to sharing reflections after reading. I too eagerly await that moment. Lin Si realized that their conversation had reached its conclusion. He stood with the journey of salvation in hand and politely nodded his farewell to Likic. Farewell, farewell, may the prophet bless you. The prophet and the savior are both titles they use for the Lord. With this speculation in mind, Lin Si turned and stepped away from the bench. Behind him stood a long-waiting inmate, who eagerly took the spot he had just vacated. The long bench on the left side of the long table was nearly full, and as Lin Si walked, he searched for an available seat. Suddenly, a foot extended from the right, precisely positioned where his next step would land. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to sidestep, avoiding a fall. Without pausing, Lin Si continued forward. "Hey, 041, rang out a voice behind him, laced with mockery. The direct call of his number caused him to halt and turn around. The man calling out to him leaned back against the long table, appearing to be in his 20s, extremely thin, with a skeletal frame supporting a large head and green hair. A ghostly face tattoo adorned his right arm. He was the very individual who had attempted to trip Lin Si moments before, now sizing him up with an unsettling familiarity. Lin Si could not help but furrow his brow. Then he heard the large-headed man, with a slightly puzzled and high-pitched voice, inquire, "How are you still alive?" Chapter 10. Emotional stabilizers. A group of individuals surrounding the large-headed man burst into a synchronized fit of derisive laughter. Alive? Indeed, he was alive. It dawned on Lin Si that the earlier scrutiny from the burly prison guard and the limping old man stemmed from their astonishment that he still drew breath. However, the gaze of the large-headed man now bore a hint of malice. What transpired that led everyone to believe I should have perished? The 7 untouched vials of nutrient solution hinted at underlying issues. Lin Si analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor. The mockery from the large-headed man's entourage failed to stir his emotions. Having spent his youth within the confines of a mental institution, he had encountered a plethora of villains and lunatics. Once their laughter subsided, and noticing his lack of reaction, Lin Si calmly addressed them. "As you can see, I am indeed alive and well." Every seat was occupied except for the space beside the limping old man, which retained a solitary gap on the bench, accommodating a plastic cane. "Madisitere?" Lin Si politely inquired. The old man, clutching a cigarette of uncertain origin, lifted his gaze momentarily to regard him before looking down again, silently moving his cane aside. "Thank you." Lin Si squeezed into the vacant spot and placed the Savior's Journey on the table, glancing occasionally at the cigarette in the old man's grasp. It was evident that a clandestine smuggling network existed within the prison, facilitating the illicit trade of external commodities. An encounter with such could prove advantageous. Albeit he had not a single coin to his name, Lin Si bitterly mocked himself internally. "What are you staring at?" The old man, leisurely twirling the cigarette between his fingers without turning his head, suddenly posed the question. Such keen perceptiveness. Lin Si was taken aback momentarily, his mind racing as he replied, "I was pondering what one would do if there was only a cigarette and no lighter. I do not smoke." At last, the old man turned to face him, his sea-blue eyes capable of consuming all emotions. Before Lin Si could speak again, the old man bit off a piece of the cigarette, chewing it slowly, the deep creases of his face shifting as he savored it. "Lin Si, well, he indeed does not smoke, nor does he require a lighter." Just as he presumed their exchange had reached its conclusion, the reticent old man unexpectedly expressed interest and inquired, "Are you considering joining the church?" They both glanced at the book on the table, The Savior's Journey. "I am merely curious to learn more. I have yet to make any commitments." Lin Si offered a cautious response. The old man's lips curled slightly as he emitted a disdainful snort through his nostrils. "Ha! A mutual aid society. And what of it?" Lin Si inquired, following his curiosity. As he opened The Savior's Journey and read the first page, he discovered this classic of the Mutual Aid Society depicted the tale of the Savior walking among mortals. The once raucous hall fell into a quieter state. Lifting his gaze from the book, he noticed the preachers concluding their discussions, rising to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. A mechanical female voice began to announce, "It is time for the day of prayer. I trust everyone has gained much today. Thank you to all the selfless missionaries who have come." The missionaries, in response to the mechanical voice, made their way to the entrance they had arrived from. departing in a composed and orderly fashion. The main doors closed automatically. Ding! The mechanical voice cast a layer of chilling detachment over the once lively hall. All inmates are to proceed to the medical room for their weekly allocation of emotional stabilizers under the supervision of the prison guards. No fighting, no destruction of communal property, no assaults on prison guards or staff. The prison guards approached the long table and began calling names. 0000372, 0000025, 001-827, 00041, 000-173. Lin Si, book in hand, rose alongside the limping old man and stepped into the familiar queue behind the burly guard. The large-headed man and his companions were also in the same line, casting fleeting glances at Lin Si as he passed. He kept his gaze forward and stood at the rear of the line with the old man. Once the 7 lines were formed, each managed by a distinct guard, the remaining guards dispersed to monitor the situation. The announcement, having outlined several prohibitions, was nearing its conclusion. What are emotional stabilizers? The theme of the weekly release day varies. Life within the prison seemed to be gradually becoming more enriching. Observing that the burly guard remained silent and continued on his path, the inmates instinctively followed his lead, advancing toward the door directly in front of them. Each line remained silent. Upon reaching the door, the burly guard tapped on a translucent panel in his hand, causing the electronic door to open, allowing the group to enter. Once inside, Lin Si discovered a hidden world beyond the door. The metallic walls were partitioned by the electronic door, while this side was adorned with walls as white as plastic. Immaculate and devoid of dust, the scent of disinfectant permeating the air. They stood at an intersection, facing 2 paths. The line turned left, and Lin Si could not resist casting a glance down the right corridor. The departing missionaries had also exited through this grand door. We were headed left to the medical room, while the other path led out of the prison. As they walked to the end of the corridor, it again split into left and right. This time, both corridors were lined with rooms, all with doors firmly shut. Storage rooms, maintenance rooms, surveillance rooms. He observed the electronic signs on the doors as the line began to slow, and he promptly halted his steps. Although invisible, he could surmise that the door in front of the burly guard bore the sign for the medical room. Groups of 10 entered the medical room. The burly guard stood outside, while one group collected their emotional stabilizers, allowing the next group to proceed inside. Chapter 11. Weakness. The first group of 10 individuals entered the infirmary, commencing from the front of the queue. Each group took approximately 5 minutes. As there were no clocks visible throughout the prison, he gradually cultivated the habit of mentally counting seconds, allowing him to gauge time and providing a sense of security. The progress of the line was steady. The prisoners exiting the infirmary clutched small vials the size of a thumb. They resembled nutritional supplements. Yet the liquid inside was a pale blue, and the base bore triangular symbol pierced by vertical lines, rather than the black emblem of 3 intersecting circles. With his growing knowledge, he began to infer that the nutritional supplements, the guards' uniforms, and the emotional stabilizers bore marks indicative of their respective affiliations. Now, I have come into contact with 3 groups. After about 20 minutes, it was finally their turn, 10 individuals. Aside from him and the elderly man with a limp, the group included a large-headed man and 2 other prisoners resembling conjoined twins. Those who had received their emotional stabilizers either squatted or stood along the corridor, while the robust guards maintained their positions at the infirmary entrance. As he navigated through the crowd, Lin Si was surprised to find the interior of the infirmary far more spacious than he had anticipated. The walls were pure white, devoid of windows, and there were no tables or chairs. Opposite the entrance hung 5 screens in a row, and near the door stood a silver metal box with a vending machine-style dispensing outlet below it. There were no doctors or nurses present. The first 5 individuals stepped up to the screens, and, as others lined up behind each, Lin Si approached and positioned himself behind the last person. The screens illuminated, emitting a green line of light that swept over each person from head to toe. Standing close, Lin Si could clearly discern the information displayed on the screen. ID 001872. Name Xiong Shan Chun. Mental state good. Quantity of emotional stabilizers dispensed 1. Is it truly possible to assess one's mental state merely through scanning? Despite the advancements in technology, this method seems rather perfunctory and unreliable, Lin Si mused. As the green light passed over him, he sensed a slight temperature shift. Subsequently, the screen revealed the results. ID 000041. Name Lin Si. Mental state abnormal. Quantity of emotional stabilizers dispensed 3. Lin Si. How is it that I find myself transported directly into a prison, yet I have not exhibited any emotional breakdowns and have consistently demonstrated stability? Why then am I deemed to have an abnormal mental state? Now, he felt even more convinced that this method of assessment was indeed superficial and untrustworthy. However, there was a glimmer of good news amidst this. My name remains Lin Si. This added a layer of belonging that lightened his spirits considerably. Stepping back from the scanning zone, he turned to see that those who had completed their checks were not hurrying to leave the infirmary. The elderly man beside him glanced at Lin Si's results, stealing a few extra looks. A clattering sound drew his attention. The dispensing outlet had activated. 12 pink, transparent vials descended, and a prisoner waiting by the door seized one and exited. 12 vials, 9 individuals each taking one, plus his own 3, just enough. Lin Si followed the elderly man with a limp, observing as the prisoners ahead collected their emotional stabilizers sequentially. The large-headed man was among them, separated only by the elderly man. When it was the large-headed man's turn, 5 emotional stabilizers remained in the dispensing outlet. He took one, straightened up, and in the next moment, seemingly recalling something, bent down and grabbed 2 more before striding out. The large-headed man had deliberately taken 2 emotional stabilizers that belonged to him. Lin Si frowned. The robust guard at the door observed clearly, but did not intervene. The elderly man, momentarily stunned, picked up his own vial and exited the infirmary. Only 1 emotional stabilizer remained in the outlet. Lin Si approached, hesitating before speaking. Officer, I am entitled to 3 emotional stabilizers, yet 2 were taken from me. It appeared the quantity of stabilizers was related to one's mental state. Though he did not believe his mental condition to be abnormal, he felt it unjust that his rightful possessions were being taken without explanation. The guard's thick brows knitted together in impatience as he replied, "That is not my responsibility. Hurry up and step aside. There's a line behind you." In the corridor, prisoners exhibited indifference or curiosity, while the elderly man maintained a stoic expression and the large-headed man wore a mocking grin. The guards enforced the prison's regulations, yet simultaneously tolerated many behaviors that skirted the rules. The large-headed man was acutely aware of this, knowing the guards would not take action against him. Lin Si grasped the situation and chose not to persist. I understand. He took the last remaining emotional stabilizer and exited the infirmary, ignoring the derisive snickers from several individuals. Lin Si quietly leaned against the wall. The prisoners, having undergone this same process more than once, listened attentively to instructions. A significant number remained queued, while the robust guard moved aside, lighting a cigarette and savoring it alone. Whispers began to circulate among the prisoners, and the atmosphere lightened slightly. The elderly man limped past another prisoner to reach Lin Si's side, leaning against the wall as well. "I thought you had changed," he said, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Weakness. Within a month of your arrival, your displayed fragility is evident to all." The elderly man spoke candidly, his words sharp. "This is why Luther and the others have been finding amusement at your expense, constantly taking your emotional stabilizers. In this prison, solitude can drive a person mad. To avoid the stigma of emotional abuse, the groups dispense emotional stabilizers regularly. Though their effects are minimal, they offer just enough support to last about 7 days. You have not dared to resist, and without stabilizers, I feared you would succumb to your own torment before the 7 days elapsed." The elderly man appeared weary, gradually sliding down the wall. "Yet you're still alive. I thought you had endured that you're thou chapter 12. Request me, perhaps inmate 000041 had attempted something." But the outcome was evidently futile. It sounded like irony, yet he understood that the limping elder was offering a caution. Earlier, when he observed the large-headed man discreetly taking 2 additional doses of the mood stabilizers, he comprehended that the limping elder chose not to intervene. Even he himself had cautiously gauged the guard's disposition before speaking. In this prison, for an inmate to offer a word of warning was indeed a benevolent act. Simultaneously, the limping elder imparted a piece of valuable information. Having been in the prison for less than a month, he was unfamiliar with many matters, which is why the limping elder stressed the significance of the mood stabilizers. Without the camaraderie of old cellmates, it was only natural to inquire about the many unknowns. Reflecting on this, Lin Si smiled and remarked, "Sometimes, weakness is merely a means to endure daily life. Although my eyes have aged, I can still discern between genuine weakness and feigned frailty." The limping elder snorted, closed his eyes, adopting a familiar posture that signaled his disinterest in further conversation. The large-headed man and the two individuals beside him continued their banter. At that moment, the large-headed man, Luther, suddenly straightened up and mumbled that he needed to use the restroom, hastily making his way to the burly guard who was smoking nearby. After exchanging a few words, the guard waved him towards the depths of the corridor. Curiously, he had not observed any facilities or items in the cell for addressing urgent needs. It seemed that consuming nutrient fluids significantly diminished physiological requirements post-digestion, compounded by the fact that inmate 00041 had been on a hunger strike since yesterday, leaving him with no urge to relieve himself. The once-a-week outdoor time could not possibly coincide with a day for the inmates to address their urgent needs, could it? As he watched Luther disappear down the corridor, Lin Si seized the opportunity to inquire of the seasoned elder beside him. What reasons typically lead to punishment for inmates? The limping elder opened his eyes, revealing a flash of sharpness in his azure gaze. Without feigning ignorance or questioning Lin Si's sudden interest in punishment, he answered succinctly, "What about your cigarettes?" Lin Si probed cautiously. "If it goes unnoticed, it has not occurred," the limping elder replied, his mouth corners twitching into a faint, emotionless smile. "Is the punishment severe?" Lin Si pondered and continued his questioning. "So many?" he exclaimed, astonished. 30%. Isolated, it may not seem severe, but when calculated, it translates to 1 out of every 5 inmates facing death, a horrifying mortality rate. "Have you not considered why your number precedes mine?" the limping elder countered. "New inmates inherit the numbers and cells of deceased inmates," he answered in a calm, detached manner. "Only with a sufficient number of deaths can space be made for newcomers. The previous occupant of your cell may have, in their agony and despair, taken their own life." The words hung in the air like a ghost story heard on a summer night, sending a chill down Lin Si's arm. What a coincidence that the number I have inherited sounds just like my name, 04, Lin Si. The atmosphere thickened with an inexplicable tension as the limping elder's lips parted momentarily before he spoke in a peculiar tone. "I thought the term fate seemed rather inappropriate to describe inheriting the number of a deceased inmate." Lin Si shrugged, unperturbed. "Perhaps so. Thank you for your insights. They are quite helpful. What do you intend to do?" the limping elder asked directly. At that moment, Luther had completely vanished from sight. Lin Si placed the mood stabilizers into the pocket of his prison attire, holding his book, The Salvation Journey, and nodded slightly to the limping elder. "I need to relieve myself. I wish to use the restroom." He straightened the slightly wrinkled hem of his shirt and stepped into the path cleared by the inmates, moving unobstructed until he reached the burly guard. "Officer, I need to use the restroom." The guard responded with a barely perceptible nod, granting permission casually. "Thank you." Lin Si maintained his politeness. Turning, he followed the path that Luther had taken, the electronic sign on the door guiding him to avoid any misdirection. After passing 6 rooms, he arrived at the restroom near the end of the corridor, marked by an electronic sign indicating its purpose. The restroom bore little difference from what he was accustomed to. Upon entering, he could hear the sound of rushing water. The only closed stall door belonged to Luther, who had arrived there before him. Rather than choosing an empty stall, he leaned against the sink, patiently waiting. As the sound of running water ceased, the occupant of the stall hummed an off-key tune, pushing open the door while still pulling up his pants, only to freeze upon seeing Lin Si. "Luther," Lin Si called out, using the name he had just learned. Luther resumed his off-key humming, appearing indifferent to Lin Si as he reached for the faucet, activating the water with a wave of his hand. As he spoke, his eyebrows danced, a grin ever present, I can share with you, but you just need to. Bang. Luther placed his hands on the edge of the sink, struggling desperately to lift his head. With one hand firmly gripping the back of Luther's yellow hair, Lin Si pressed down harder, silently listening to the gurgling sounds of Luther's struggle against drowning. Chapter 13. I took a fall, though the strength of my current physique is not particularly robust. It is more than sufficient to deal with a lanky individual like the green-haired one. With all my might, I pinned down the large-headed Luther, and his struggles send splashes of water everywhere. I tilt my head aside to avoid the spray, while my other hand, having set down the book, reaches into Luther's prison guard pocket and retrieves 3 stabilizers. One of them belongs to Luther, yet I do not hesitate to pocket them all. Having grown somewhat acquainted with the prison's unwritten rules, I realize that as long as I operate within these confines, I can maintain a low profile and ensure my safety. This is a principle I learned during my time in the psychiatric hospital. Luther, with his oversized head, is likely part of a faction within the prison, and he possesses ample experience in navigating such circumstances. Strength proves more advantageous than weakness. I have no desire to be a target of amusement in the future. This is another of my objectives. Gurgle, gurgle. As the sounds of Luther's near drowning diminish and his struggles weaken, I grasp his protruding neck and lift him up. As he loses consciousness, the water ceases to flow. The moment he is exposed to air, Luther emits a choking gasp, his airways reopening as he desperately inhales, releasing a series of heart-wrenching coughs. With bloodshot eyes, the large-headed Luther gazes at me in a mixture of shock and anger. "How dare you cough, cough? I will make you cough, cough." Luther stammers, unable to articulate a complete thought. Is this a threat? He is not unfamiliar with the experience of torment and being tormented, having learned from the deranged patients and the not entirely scientific methods of the doctors and nurses at the mental facility. Adaptation, resistance, and counteraction have been my means of survival and growth thus far. The scar on my abdomen stands as a testament to my past. It was inflicted by a fellow patient, schizophrenic, who mistook me for the killer of his parents and, in a fit of madness, stabbed himself with a kitchen knife he had pilfered. After repeated encounters, I lift the large-headed Luther once more. He no longer resists, and, as I release him, he collapses to the ground like a rag doll. Luther, panting heavily, gasps for air. Leaning slightly forward, I ensure that he can meet my gaze directly, and with a polite smile, I say, "I hope we can coexist peacefully from now on, shall we?" Coughing like a drowned dog, Luther opens his mouth only to be met with more coughs, his face a blend of fear and subtle defiance. He ultimately chooses silence, clenching his jaw defiantly. Does he possess some semblance of spirit? Or perhaps a formidable ally? I narrow my eyes, allowing my smile to fade. Wherever there are people, the emergence of power dynamics is inevitable. Observing the shifting expressions on Luther's face, I notice his fear intensifying as he braces himself against the ground, attempting to crawl away. Thud, thud. My concentration is suddenly disrupted by the sound of my own heartbeat, the coughing, the whir of the ventilation, the sound of water droplets hitting the floor all recede in an instant. Hud, hud, hud. The pounding in my ears grows louder, and I abruptly realize that this heartbeat does not belong to me, but to the large-headed Luther. Why has Luther's heartbeat become so distinct, as if it were resonating right beside me? I cannot help but fixate on the area where his heart resides. In an instant, I awaken from my reverie. The sound of his heartbeat fades, and the ambient noise envelopes me once more. Before I can grasp the situation, Luther's convulsions cease, his expression of anguish softening as he breaks into a cold sweat, clutching his chest in desperation. The defiance in his eyes vanishes, replaced by sheer terror. "Please, don't kill me. I never intended to take your life." I am perplexed by this strange response, masking my curiosity. I straighten myself and refrain from further engaging with Luther's desperate pleas. Sometimes, silence can breed a deeper apprehension. My clothing bears some of the splashed water from Luther's struggles, yet I pay it no mind. The prison maintains a constant temperature, and I do not feel cold. Upon returning to my designated spot in the line, I notice an increase in the number of prisoners waiting in the corridor, with the inspections proceeding as usual. What have you done? The inquiry shifts from what do you intend to do to what have you accomplished? Indeed, the limping old man casts a suspicious glance. The green-haired one's hair clings damply to his scalp, his attire soaked from collar to hem, a swollen lump on his forehead, and his pallor a ghostly white. His lips are tinged with a purplish hue as he stumbles, momentarily losing his balance. He nearly collides with a burly guard, who, frowning, steps aside and impatiently asks, "What happened to you?" The surrounding prisoners observe Luther's disheveled state. While two others who are nearly conjoined at the hip with Luther can hardly contain their impulse to inquire further. If one is not discovered, then nothing has transpired. Luther is acutely aware of the prison's unspoken rules. As long as violations do not occur beneath the watchful eyes of the guards, they remain indifferent. As for the stabilizers I have taken, there is no need to mention them, for I have already validated their existence in front of many witnesses. I take pleasure in seeing Luther conform to my expectations, choosing to endure the humiliation of concealing the events that transpired in the restroom. Indeed, a lie so palpable that anyone could discern it, yet the burly guard merely nods. "All right, return to your ranks." All others have noted the fleeting glances Luther casts towards me, and being the only one who ventured to the restroom, I find myself the subject of various reactions: astonishment, curiosity, intrigue, indifference, each gaze occasionally landing on me. Chapter 14. The experiment. Only the large-headed Luther dared not look at him again. So, I ended up in prison due to theft. This aligns perfectly with the imagined hierarchy of discrimination within prison walls. Surely, theft cannot warrant a life sentence? Lin Si felt a sense of relief as he absorbed this unexpectedly good news. "It seems you must be more cautious in the future," the limping old man suddenly interjected. There appeared to be a hint of amusement in the old man's tone, and Lin Si was somewhat taken aback. Turning his head to confirm that no schadenfreude marred the old man's expression. "Cautious of what? The small group?" Lin Si retorted, abandoning his pretense of innocence. "The term small group is indeed an apt description," the limping old man quipped with a sardonic smile. "You must understand, within this small group, there are many hardened criminals. They hold grudges and cherish notions of brotherhood." The old man was cautioning him about potential retaliatory actions to come, and Lin Si graciously accepted this goodwill. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful." The weekly meeting with fellow inmates effectively serves as a protective measure for those who find themselves in such circumstances. By not isolating oneself, substantial retaliatory actions are difficult to enact. I now suspect that my eyesight may indeed be failing. The old man lamented before returning to his usual stoic demeanor. Having spoken more than usual, a faint weariness appeared on his face, and he pressed his lips together, the wrinkles at the corners deepening as he fell silent once more. As the old man took his first step, he stumbled slightly, and Lin Si, quick to react, steadied him. Gaining his balance, the old man swiftly withdrew his arm from Lin Si's grasp, and though he walked with a limp, he soon regained his composure. What a tenacious old fellow. Lin Si couldn't help but chuckle, trailing behind the limping elder, not allowing the darkness to linger too long. He flicked on the switch on the wall, retrieved 4 vials of emotional stabilizers, consumed one, and then took out the nutrient solution from the drawer. He placed it alongside the remaining stabilizers next to the pencil and paper, marking his self-designated bedside area. Even with his emotions stabilized, taking precautions remained essential. With a sigh, the stabilizer began to take effect. Whether it was psychological or genuine efficacy, all his emotions transformed into a profound sense of relaxation, granting him an unprecedented clarity of thought. A question, momentarily suppressed, resurfaced. What was that extraordinary state he experienced in the restroom? Why did Luther suddenly feel such anguish, losing even his last vestige of resolve? Sitting on the ground, with the Savior's journey resting on his knees, Lin Si picked up a pen and jotted down the numbers 1, 2, 3. He refrained from elaborating further, but this simple act helped him organize his thoughts. That state was remarkably akin to a person entering a profound focus. Since entering prison, he had experienced 2 episodes of intense concentration. The first occurred upon his arrival, fixated on opening his eyes and hearing his own heartbeat. The second involved contemplating the last words of inmate 000041, followed by the doll vanishing momentarily beneath his eyelids, only to reappear. Heartbeat. Disappearance. The keywords interconnected in his mind, and the pen abruptly halted on the paper, creating a dot. At that moment, Luther clutched his chest in pain. Was it because his heart, like the doll at that moment, was on the verge of vanishing? A chilling hypothesis, yet one that adhered closely to logical reasoning. After the doll had vanished once, he had suspected the cell was haunted, even fabricating tales of a cyber Annabelle doll, only to realize that the ghost might very well be himself. This hypothesis required validation. Exhaling once more, Lin Si endeavored to cast aside distractions and focus entirely on the doll in his hands. Entering a state of concentration typically necessitates a gradual process, which is not simple. Yet, perhaps due to the effects of the stabilizer, in mere moments, he felt all the subtle ambient noises fade away, and his heartbeat grew increasingly distinct. Thump, thump. Lin Si sensed it. Through his focused entry, the state he found himself in became even more enigmatic. Words could scarcely encapsulate it. The doll he gazed upon no longer seemed merely a doll, but rather an integral part of a wondrous whole. He never imagined he would conceive such an abstract notion. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his hand as the doll vanished without warning. There was no need for sleight of hand to distract the observer. He watched in disbelief as the doll disappeared. Having prepared himself psychologically, combined with the stabilizer's effects, he merely registered the thought of the doll's disappearance, and all emotions had yet to surge forth, allowing him to remain in a state of concentration. Where did the doll go after vanishing? His mind raced, a flurry of thoughts flashing through. The stabilizer could no longer contain him. All emotions surged to his throat, coalescing into a single exclamation of disbelief. Breaking free from the state of concentration, he hastily looked down, only to find the spot where the Savior's journey had rested on his knee now bore a hole punctured by the pencil, revealing the doll. The speculation had been validated. However, the situation was not one of mere disappearance, but rather transmutation. Lin Si arrived at a more precise term. What had just transpired undoubtedly fell within the realm of supernatural abilities, and the current world has a clear definition for such powers: awakening abilities. Am I an awakened one? Have I already become an awakened one? Lin Si gazed in astonishment at the Savior's journey in his hands, digesting this entirely unforeseen conclusion. Chapter 15. The hardships of life and the deceit of the world. After taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to calm himself down. He needed to reevaluate the concept of an awakener. If 000041 had originally been an awakener, feigning weakness before other inmates, it would not have led to a situation where he ultimately pushed himself to death. The weakness was genuine, and 000041's demise was indeed real. This suggests that the awakening ability was bestowed only after death. How could this be? Lin Si suddenly had a revelation and picked up the paper inscribed with the last words. Before death descends, I must first sacrifice my life. Sacrifice, sacrifice. Yes, sacrifice. He slapped his forehead. Initially, he viewed the last words merely as the desperate musings of a person unwilling to be killed by external forces, opting instead for self-destruction. However, it now seemed that the term sacrifice held a profound significance. Father Likic had mentioned that to become an awakener, one could sacrifice their limbs, human consciousness, health, reproductive capacity, and so forth. It was unclear how 000041 learned of the sacrificial method. In any case, 000041 had made a sacrifice in despair, hoping to become an awakener. It remains unknown what exactly 000041 chose to sacrifice, but unfortunately, the outcome was failure, and 000041 lost his life. Not entirely a failure, Lin Si murmured softly. It cannot be said to be a complete failure. His crossing over brought about a new life. The failed outcome was altered, and he awakened as an awakener. The truth is likely as I have speculated. After untangling the sequence of events, Lin Si instinctively touched his body. Phew, fortunately, nothing was amiss. Since what he sacrificed was not a physically visible part, could it be his reproductive capacity or aspects of human consciousness that are intangible? Or perhaps something not mentioned by Father Likic? Yet, I currently face no hindrance in my actions, feeling no pain. Regardless of what was sacrificed, it has not impeded my normal life, Lin Si thought with a slight sense of relief. Moreover, a significant dilemma had thus been resolved. Not only did he gain insight into the Awakener, but he also directly became one, fulfilling one of the most challenging conditions for leaving prison through the Mutual Aid Association. All he needed was to read the Savior's journey, to embellish his experience of becoming an Awakener, perhaps by dreaming of the Savior who still walked the earth. Awakening to become an Awakener himself. He believed that those engaged in the mystic arts would be quite inclined to believe such tales. When the next prayer day arrived, he could effortlessly share this story with Father Lickik. Finding an outlet, Lin Si felt his spirits lift, and for the first time, he regarded the faceless doll with a sense of endearment. Next, I must practice diligently to master the awakening ability. For me, it is undoubtedly the most formidable layer of security. Yes, I can also consult Chen Wuyong to see if he possesses any information regarding my awakening ability. Lin Si swiftly mapped out his forthcoming plans. The long night stretched on. Unable to discern the passage of time, he practiced persistently until fatigue compelled him to sleep. After repeated practice, he could now enter a focused state at will. After approximately 5 attempts, he began to feel a mental fatigue. After 10 instances of entering this focused state, his mind grew. Heaved Chapter 16 Flowers in the Rain. Chen Wuyong let out an awkward chuckle. My legs have gone numb. No worries, please continue. The brief interlude was fleeting, and once Chen Wuyong settled back down, the bishop resumed his monotonous sermon, lulling the audience into a state of drowsiness. Chen Wuyong raised a hand to shield his forehead, concealing the excitement etched upon his face. Internally reasoning, prayer and preaching are mere formalities. The attitude bears little significance. As long as I persist in doing good and aiding others, the Savior will surely recognize the steadfastness of my faith. After listening to the bishop's judgments regarding the divine, Chen Wuyong cautiously altered his address for the mysterious gentleman, fearing it might be perceived as disrespectful. Indeed, formality can sometimes be inconsequential. Lin Si commented, devoid of emotion, having gained some understanding of the Mutual Aid Society's tenets. Chen Wuyong's demeanor aligned with Lickok's description of the society's inclusivity. It is truly splendid that you share this sentiment. Chen Wuyong exhaled lightly. Father Chen Wuyong was, without a doubt, a kind-hearted man, utterly unguarded, and for reasons unknown, his reverence for me deepened. The notion of sharing the same perspective as you is indeed an honor. Lin Si smiled silently, pleased to witness Chen Wuyong's mental state evolve in the direction he had envisioned. Chen Wuyong inhaled gently, striving to maintain his composure and politeness despite his fervent excitement, mentally addressing his earlier lapse. It is evident that you are indeed eagerly anticipating. For a competent benefactor, it would only be fitting to be at one's beck and call. Yet, I am merely an impostor confined to my own prison life, and bound by the limitations of energy connectivity. I must devise a plausible explanation for my absence. Lin Si pondered and chose a statement that was both inscrutable and in keeping with his persona. I require rest most of the time. There is no need for you to summon me constantly. When the necessity arises, I shall appear of my own accord. Naturally, the determination of necessity rests solely with oneself. Chen Wuyong was momentarily taken aback, only to feel it was quite reasonable. If the gentleman truly had existed since the dark epochs of history, traversing the eons, he would undoubtedly require more slumber. This merely served as further validation of his hypothesis. Having spoken, Chen Wuyong could no longer contain the anticipation that had built throughout the day, and he added, Sir, I have completed half of the task you entrusted me regarding the identification of alien flora. Thankfully, your prior guidance allowed me to realize that the contemporary alien plants exhibit numerous discrepancies in appearance from the illustrations in the texts, necessitating careful discernment to match them accurately. Your knowledge is truly profound. In truth, I possess no such knowledge. I merely feared errors in translation due to discrepancies. Lin Si replied, his expression unwavering. To accomplish half of the identification in such a brief time is commendable. Chen Wuyong chuckled sheepishly. After all, it is I who is imposing upon you moreover. Engaging in matters of interest invigorates me. even if it means sacrificing my night's rest. By tomorrow, I should be able to complete the entire correspondence of the book. Indeed, there is no need for such diligence. Lin Si slowly straightened. Once the prayers conclude, we shall commence. Excellent. That is truly splendid. Chen Wuyong internally rejoiced, brimming with anticipation. For the next several minutes, Lin Si listened to Chen Wuyong's thoughts shift from "Are you there?" to "Why is the bishop not yet finished?" As the bishop concluded with the phrase, "Mutual aid among all, salvation through good deeds," Chen Wuyong sprang to his feet, pressing one hand against his chest alongside the little nun, Alice. Mutual aid among all, salvation through good deeds. Upon finishing the prayer, Chen Wuyong turned to leave. "Father Chen Wuyong," the bishop suddenly called out in a low voice. Sister Alice shot Chen Wuyong a gleeful smile, winked, and scampered out of the prayer hall. Chen Wuyong sighed silently, dejectedly approaching the bishop. Lin Si observed a twitch at the corner of the bishop's mouth before he spoke in that sleep-inducing tone. "It is not about the account. Another child has fallen ill today. I need you to take a look." "Oh, is that so? Then let us hurry and check in the back." Chen Wuyong exhaled with relief, urging him onward. Closing the tome titled "The Journey of Salvation," the bishop turned slowly, and Chen Wuyong instinctively supported his arm. As they quietly traversed the corridor, the bishop suddenly remarked, "You seem somewhat distracted today." Lin Si questioned whether he had heard Chen Wuyong's heart skip a beat. The bishop, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, tilted his head, his half-open gaze sweeping over Chen Wuyong's face, the screen portraying the bishop's visage in clear detail. It appeared that the members of this congregation were not particularly affluent. Lin Si was struck by the mechanical hand of Father Lecoq. Beneath the drooping eyelids lay a murky eye that seemed to peer into the depths of his soul. Yet, after a brief moment, the bishop turned away, continuing his slow advance without further inquiry, simply stating, "Ah." Chen Wuyong slapped his forehead, his countenance darkening. He had been so preoccupied with the guide to cultivating alien flora that he had completely forgotten about his work. "Sir," Chen Wuyong called out internally, laden with remorse. "I sincerely apologize. I still have some tasks to complete. The translation must be postponed by a few hours. At most 3 hours. That is of no consequence." Lin Si reassured him amiably. "In truth, I am more inclined to learn about the world outside through your eyes than to focus on the translation." He relaxed, indulging in the beauty of the flower beds in the backyard. Beyond the walls of the courtyard loomed towering buildings, and under the gloomy sky, fishhawk-like planes circled overhead, while the vibrant red flowers punctuated the drizzly atmosphere with their vivid hues. Chapter 17. The Method of Sacrifice After Traversing a Modest Courtyard. He pushed open the small door of what appeared to be a makeshift shelter. As the screen advanced, he beheld the children mentioned by the bishop. Not just one, but several. Half of the single beds were occupied by little ones. Were they adopting children? Regardless of whether the tenets of the Mutual Aid Society constituted a form of extreme indoctrination, the impoverished followers of this branch were indeed resolutely adhering to their beliefs. Chen Wuyong proceeded to the innermost part of the shelter and gently patted the head of the child. "How are you feeling today?" he inquired tenderly. "I am completely healthy now, Father," the child replied with a sweet smile. "Is that so? Let me check," Chen Wuyong responded. The child stood up on the bed and willingly opened his arms, allowing Chen Wuyong to examine any part of his body. "Has the father also studied medicine?" Lin Si observed with keen interest, noting that Chen Wuyong was touching the child's neck, shoulders, arms, and abdomen, seemingly without any specific intent. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Could it be that Chen Wuyong truly possessed medical skills? Then, he witnessed a luminous glow emanating from Chen Wuyong's palm, and as it moved, the child's face gradually flushed with color. Lin Si was taken aback, realizing that Chen Wuyong's abilities were not medical, but rather a form of awakening power. It appeared to be a healing ability. "Indeed, this child is in excellent health," Chen Wuyong announced after his examination. Subsequently, the bishop guided Chen Wuyong to another bed where a child lay, clearly in a more dire condition, with a flushed face, high fever, and continuous shivering. In the misty gaze that had just begun to clear, the child murmured, "Mama, your mother is still in prison, serving a life sentence. You will likely never see her again," Poor child. Prison? Lin Si seized upon the key term. To avoid disturbing the child, Chun Wuyong hastily exited the shelter and, once outside, was seized by a fit of deep, wrenching coughs. Although unseen, Lin Si could well imagine the pallor of Chun Wuyong's countenance at that moment. The bishop ambled slowly, approaching Chun Wuyong only after his most violent coughing had subsided to mere intermittent wheezing. "You cannot rely solely on your own strength," he remarked. "It's all right, Bishop," Chun Wuyong replied, his tone still light-hearted despite the coughing. "Medical supplies are prohibitively expensive. We cannot afford them. My abilities are free, efficient, and inexhaustible. The frail and ailing are those who, in their awakening, have sacrificed their health to the Savior. It is a state that cannot be altered. You need not worry for me. A day of rest is all that I require." Is a sacrifice directly offered to the Savior, the deity of the Mutual Aid Society? Lin Si pondered skeptically. As devout adherents, they were staunch theists and likely envisioned the abstract notion of sacrifice as a concrete entity. The Savior undoubtedly served as an exquisite manifestation of that concept. The bishop replied in a flat tone, "Am I not aware of the matters concerning the prophet's path?" Chun Wuyong felt a twinge of embarrassment, nearly forgetting that the bishop was also an awakened individual of the first tier of the prophet's path. How intriguing, two individuals of the same awakening path within the same branch. Or perhaps, all the awakened within the Mutual Aid Society derive their powers from sacrifices made along the prophet's path? Chun Wuyong had mentioned that religion held the key to the methods of awakening and sacrifice. Perhaps different religions possess distinct pathways? Does the method of sacrifice pertaining to the prophet's path belong solely to the Mutual Aid Society? Bishop, what I mean is that an oracle has yet to manifest in Alice. It may never appear, Chun Wuyong elucidated. You are advanced in years, and coupled with the ailments resulting from your sacrifices, there exists a high likelihood of unforeseen consequences after using your abilities. Allow me to take charge. I'm still in my prime and can save many more. The branch was not extensive, and following the perspective of the screen, he had nearly surveyed every corner. Aside from the elderly, the young, and Chun Wuyong, he had encountered no other followers. From Chun Wuyong's words, a bleak reality became evident. There were only 3 of them within the entire branch. The bishop remained silent for a moment before stating simply, "Go help Alice. I will stay inside to care for the children." Bishop Chun Wuyong stood still for a long while, suddenly voicing in his heart, "Sir, do the awakened from the dark historical period also require sacrifices? If you ask me, who shall I inquire?" Lin Si's thoughts raced, retorting, "How was the method of sacrifice for awakening discovered?" In recollection, Chun Wuyong let out a soft exclamation, bitterly smiling as he replied, "I was remiss. For in my concern for the bishop's health, I nearly forgot this story I had heard on the very first day of my awakening. The method of sacrifice, passed down from someone who lived through the dark historical period, was undoubtedly in practice during that time." Chapter 18. Greed to worship relics? Indeed, awakening transcends mere sacrifice. Lin Si remained silent, embodying an enigmatic presence. Chun Wuyong, feeling he had posed a foolish question, worried that his image in the eyes of his mentor might diminish. Thus, he resolved to contemplate his inquiries more carefully in the future. However, recalling that his mentor could perceive his innermost thoughts, he quickly abandoned this notion. Chun Wuyong's gloom dissipated swiftly. He wiped the rain from his brow, and, when he spoke again, his tone had regained its buoyancy. "Sir, I shall expedite my tasks. Once we reach the confessional, we can commence our translations. The confessional will be devoid of penitence." Sensing a connection with the space around him, Lin Si graciously remarked, "We have ample time." Touched, Chun Wuyong pressed his hand to his chest and exclaimed, "You are truly a humble and extraordinarily capable elder. Perhaps only someone of your stature deserves to be called a sage. A venerable one, Lin Si." Chun Wuyong seemed to have already conjured a flawless image of him, and he was certainly willing to accept it. As the perspective shifted to follow Chun Wuyong outside the branch church, Sister Alice was already managing the distribution of food, having dispensed half of the provisions. A long line of ragged individuals formed along the street, many adorned with dyed hair and tattoos, clad in worn leather, jackets, and hoodies, along with rusty, stiff prosthetics, elements that diverge from his preconceived notions of beggars. Yet, these were indeed symbols of a high-tech, low-living society. They were distributing the coarsest of bread, a small piece per person, barely sufficient to stave off starvation. Even so, Sister Alice approached Chen Wuyong and whispered, "Today, I only brought half the amount of bread from yesterday, enough to feed 100 people. If we distribute as before, we shall have nothing left for ourselves. Is there no money left this month?" Chen Wuyong inquired, astonished. The bishop said, "There is none. I suspect the archbishop of the Ashmita group's regional church wishes to reduce funding. After all, Ashmita has little regard for religion. They merely aim to construct more prisons, profiting from the incarceration of individuals from around the globe under various pretexts. How despicable, the city of prisons." Today, Sister Alice's grievances multiplied due to the financial woes. Her lips pursed in discontent. The archbishop wishes to withdraw from Ashmita, yet he cannot impose such hardship on the branch church. "Father, without subsidies, how can we continue to distribute food for free?" Ashmita? Lin Si nearly yearned to leap through the screen, grasping Sister Alice's arm to inquire about the city of prisons. Yet, he was uncertain of the expanse of the Ashmita group region, which felt akin to that of a nation. Within the same region, they could be separated by thousands of miles. The thought of receiving prisoners from every corner of the world. Could it be that all prisons were housed there, thus earning the title of the city of prisons? Upon hearing this, Chen Wuyong gently patted Sister Alice's head, reassuring her, "Alice, the purpose of distributing food is to do good and save souls. Even without the edicts of the archbishop, we ought to proceed in this manner." His gentle tone successfully lifted Sister Alice's spirits. She lightly clapped her mouth, muttering, "I let my emotions get the better of me. My apologies, I shouldn't have spoken so." Chen Wuyong listened quietly, and when Sister Alice had vented her frustration, he smiled and said, "It's all right. I understand you were merely concerned for me and the bishop, and perhaps acted too hastily. If we lack sufficient provisions, let us reduce the quantity distributed. Less is acceptable, but none would be unacceptable. Aiding even one person is a step forward." "I understand." Sister Alice nodded earnestly, her smile returning. The two continued to distribute bread, with each person receiving but a single piece. Lin Si spotted a familiar face in the line, Madame Maggie. She was fortunate, managing to secure a small portion before the bread ran out. The sight of Madame Maggie reminded Chen Wuyong of yesterday's conversation, leading him to curiously ask, "Sir, when you departed last time, why did you suddenly mention that sometimes food brings not gratitude, but danger? I find myself pondering your words often lately, yet I cannot discern your intended warning." Having spoken, Chen Wuyong nodded to himself, affirming his own thoughts. Acts of kindness certainly leave their mark. Lin Si did not entirely counter Chen Wuyong's assertion. He merely offered a gentle reminder that greed is a treacherous entity. Committing wrongful deeds is often far less arduous than performing good. At times, humanity opts for the simpler route to survival. Take Madame Maggie, for instance, a mother desperate to save her daughter. Upon receiving the bread, her first instinct was to fill her own belly. Lin Si harbored doubts about the existence of the daughter she spoke of, suspecting it to be a ruse to exploit Chen Wuyong's goodwill. And such individuals are often insatiably greedy. Lin Si observed the screen linger on Madame Maggie for an extra moment. Then, he heard Chen Wuyong mumble, "That shouldn't be the case. Those who could be good mothers are inherently kind-hearted." Lin Si remained silent. He had no desire to alter Chen Wuyong's perspective. He simply needed to utilize him and wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Moreover, as a figure of inscrutable wisdom, it was prudent for him to offer measured reminders, sharing only half of his insights to maintain an air of mystery. The rest, he left for Chen Wuyong to navigate on his own. The distribution of food continued. They completed the task in half the expected time. The remaining individuals in line who had not yet received bread erupted into a chorus of complaints. Chen Wuyong diligently explained the financial predicament. While their grievances remained unassuaged, they had no choice but to disperse. "Father, Madame Maggie has directly produced a plastic bag from her pocket, which she had prepared in advance. May I exchange it for an additional piece of bread today?" Madame Maggie's expression was a blend of smiles and bitterness as she added, "My daughter is ill and has nothing to eat. I fear I fear she may lack the strength to endure her suffering. Chapter 19. Truly pitiful Chen Weiyong and the young nun Alice paused in their tracks at the words of Madame Maggie. Indeed, it had come to pass. Only Lin Si appeared unfazed, shifting comfortably in his seat, intrigued to see what further pitiable gestures Madame Maggie would display. This time, Chen Weiyong remained silent, and it was Alice who stepped forward, bashfully declining. Madame Maggie, we truly have no surplus food today. We cannot exchange with you, I'm sorry. A look of shock flickered across Madame Maggie's face, quickly replaced by tears streaming from her eye socket, which held a prosthetic. She lamented, I understand. I know you too have your hardships. I should not impose further. I only think of my daughter. Her father is a scoundrel, imprisoned, leaving me alone to care for a sick child. I find myself utterly helpless. The woman covered her face and began to sob quietly. You're the kindest people I have ever met. I know I should not trouble you anymore. It's all right. I can seek work. If all else fails, I might try my luck with Varotis. Thank you for your generosity yesterday in sharing a piece of bread. Madame Maggie bowed deeply to the two of them. As Madame Maggie wept, Lin Si observed the expressions of pity, conflict, and hesitation that crossed Alice's face. She gently touched Chen Weiyong's arm and whispered, What is Varotis? It's a nearby gang involved in human trafficking. They say their most lucrative business is providing comfort services to wealthy inmates. You know, some prisons are not as strictly managed. As long as you pay the guards, you can obtain anything. Varotis has a good rapport with the prison guards. Alice's mouth fell open in shock, her worldview shaken. Lin Si, too, was taken aback. Wait, are you saying such services exist in prisons? However, Chen Weiyong had mentioned that some prisons were indeed loosely managed, and the one he was familiar with, Faming Prison, happened to be overly strict. Aside from designated outdoor time, inmates were not even allowed to see each other, let alone witness guards escorting well-covered women into the prison to visit inmates. After a moment of silent contemplation, Alice finally closed her mouth and frowned at Madame Maggie, exclaiming, No, Madame Maggie, you cannot take such a job. You have a child. Madame Maggie pleaded, but for the sake of my child, I have no choice. The group will not hire people like us, but the gang, despite its sordid dealings, allows anyone to earn money there. The harsh reality weighed heavily on Lin Si, watching as Alice's face twisted into a grimace. Just then, he heard Chen Weiyong let out a sigh, and, in the next moment, he unexpectedly heard him finally address Madame Maggie. All right, we can exchange food for you one last time. You might consider seeking work cleaning up for the group. They have no restrictions on hiring, as long as you are willing to endure hardship. Madame Maggie quickly lifted her tear-streaked face, exclaiming, I am willing. I would gladly endure hardship. Thank you. You are truly the kindest people I have ever met. She raised her hands, presenting a plastic bag to Chen Weiyong. Inside the bag lay a half-used bar of soap, utterly useless compared to the ancient book she had offered in exchange for food last time. Chen Weiyong couldn't help but recall a recent remark from his mentor. Greed is a terrible thing. He gazed at the soap for a moment and reassured himself. It's all right. Madame Maggie has promised this will be the last time, and she will surely strive to find work afterward. After accepting the plastic bag, Chen Weiyong instructed Alice to fetch a piece of bread. When she returned, however, she held not mere bread, but a beautifully packaged cake. This is for you. I bought it with my allowance. I couldn't bring myself to eat it, and there's no need to disturb the bread we all still need, Alice said, reluctantly offering the cake to Madame Maggie. Pausing for a moment, she added with a smile, I believe your daughter will be delighted, and her health will improve quickly. Without hesitation, Madame Maggie accepted the cake, cradling it in her arms and showering them with gratitude. Just then, two young individuals passed by and noticed Madame Maggie, suddenly raising their arms and calling out, Winston, Maggie, is that you? The scene shifted to focus on the two who had spoken. One wore a sleeveless, studded leather jacket, tattoos adorning his exposed skin, while the other had his hood pulled up, his face adorned with rings, leaving no area untouched, not even his eyelids or lips. Madame Maggie shrank back, remaining silent. The young man in the sleeveless jacket stepped back, placing his hand on his chest, the hem of his jacket revealing a gun at his waist. He smiled at Chen Weiyong, saying, Mutual assistance, blessings of the prophet, priest, farewell, blessings of the prophet. He echoed. Once the trio had moved on, Alice couldn't contain her curiosity, asking, Priest, do you know them? Chen Weiyong shook his head. I do not know them. But I recognize they are associated with Varotis. The floral tattoo on his arm is the gang's insignia. Gangs worldwide often design unique symbols. Alice expressed her surprise and curiosity unabashedly. Varotis? Madame Maggie wouldn't be in danger, would she? They seem familiar with her, and her demeanor doesn't suggest fear. Chen Weiyong analyzed uncertainly. Alice sighed. Madame Maggie is truly unfortunate. She can't be constantly paying them for protection. Chapter 20. The Velvet Flower Sister Alice turned her thoughts towards the issues within her church. I have heard that all gangs collect protection fees. Have we ever been charged? She inquired. No, Chen Weiyong replied assuredly. We have never been charged. We are a mutual aid society. They would not impose fees on the church. Not everyone favors groups. Yet those with faith are found everywhere. Having addressed Alice's concerns, Chen Weiyong reminded her to distribute flyers and turned to enter the inner chamber, anxiously pondering. Sir, are you still there? He was indeed present, unexpectedly acquiring valuable information. It would be even better if Chen Weiyong could guide him specifically to the location of the faming Si prison within this city of incarceration. Upon closing the door, Chen Weiyong finally took a seat, exhaling deeply. All is prepared, he declared, opening to the first page. As Lin Si wondered how he would record the translation, he observed Chen Weiyong removing his wristwatch, activating the screen, which projected various functions. The device revealed communication, web browsing, accounts, shopping, mutual aid society accounts, and exclusive purchases from the Shengmin Group. It turned out to be a more advanced mobile phone rather than merely a watch, much to Lin Si's surprise. 11. Split-screen display. Chen Weiyong instructed swiftly. All right, the left and right screens are now set up. The AI within the watch emitted a gentle, mechanical voice, akin to the announcements heard in prison. Lin Si quickly recognized that a uniform AI system was in use across all locations. It was understandable to employ the same system within the Ishmael Group's territory. Lin Si observed the projection, divided into two equally sized screens. The left displayed the alien organism compendium from his saved documents, while the right showcased a blank document for the guide to cultivating alien flora. The content on both screens was soon fully projected. The left featured vibrant plant photographs juxtaposed with hand-drawn sketches from a book, while the right remained empty. The AI continued to kindly inquire. It seems you wish to input text. Would you like me to activate real-time voice input? Chen Weiyong chuckled resignedly. No need. I will input it manually. He ought to have remained in the confessional for 2 hours. Although he often dallied, he preferred not to appear too overt in his idleness. Very well. A keyboard has been provided for you. As the mechanical voice concluded, the watch projected a transparent keyboard at a suitable height for typing. Throughout the process, Lin Si couldn't help but covet the device. It wasn't merely the plethora of high-tech features that set it apart from the phones he had encountered. It was the unparalleled access to information about the world. Reflecting on his awakening abilities, Lin Si contemplated whether he could exchange an item in this space for the watch. But he lacked anything suitable for such a swap, unless he resorted to removing his clothing. He resolved to experiment with materializing an object before sleeping next time or bringing something from the cell to attempt the exchange. Sir, can you discern the content on the screen? Chen Weiyong cautiously inquired, uncertain of how the enigmatic figure existed. I can clearly see the thoughtful comparison images you have created. Lin Si complimented. The first photo corresponded to the initial alien plant depicted on the first page of the book. The hand-drawn illustration was rather simplistic, merely outlining elongated leaves, a straight stem, and clustered flowers. In the modern photograph, the leaves and stem appeared unchanged, yet the flowers had developed into 2 layers, with a shorter, finer stem growing within the center of each bloom, from which another cluster of flowers emerged, blue and purple, both strange and beautiful. Lin Si gazed at the page, translating the name he had known throughout his life in simplified Chinese. Velvet butterfly flower, identified as the contemporary B, 1823. The compendium indicated that current plants lacked unique names, merely assigned numerical designations. Realizing the translation had begun, Chen Weiyong hastily tapped the keyboard. The projected keyboard emitted no sound. Only Lin Si's steady voice resonated in his ear. continuing at a measured pace to ensure Chen Wuyong could keep up, even repeating when necessary. Chen Wuyong's excitement was palpable as he typed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. With each sentence Lin Si translated, Chen Wuyong's heart echoed with exhilaration. So this is how it is. They all have names. Velvet Butterfly Flower was a splendid name, far more melodious than B. 1823. The neurotoxin, coupled with its stimulating properties, indicated that the velvet butterfly flower produced neuropeptides, presenting both beneficial and adverse effects on humans. How reasonable. The cultivation guide was astoundingly detailed. It exemplified ancient wisdom and the spirit of inquiry. Grateful for encountering the Sir, he mused that without his guidance, no one could access the wisdom of the ancients. Was it destined that, under the Sir's guidance, he would wield ancient knowledge to save humanity? Was this his extraordinary adventure? Lin Si. Chapter 21. The puppet, the protagonist, has adeptly rationalized the emergence and purpose of the golden finger through automatic mental supplementation. Overcome with excitement, Chen Wuyong temporarily forgets that his inner thoughts can be heard, and he feigns ignorance of the priest's sudden, whimsical outburst. The translation work spanned 2 hours. Although it is a guidebook, each exotic plant mentioned is a marvel he has never encountered before, rendering the translation process quite delightful for him. The energy for spatial connection is depleting. It is best to conclude today's translation here. Chen Wuyong immediately rose respectfully, placing a hand on his chest and bowing toward the empty space ahead, exclaiming, "Thank you. It has truly been a bother." Then, Chen Wuyong shifted the topic. "Sir, I am considering that once this translation is published, it requires authorship. You are, in fact, the true translator. I merely organized and recorded it as the writer. I wish to position you as the first author. What should I call you? How may I credit you?" Chen Wuyong added silently, "I have long felt a lack of proper address for you, which seems disrespectful. How you credit me is entirely at your discretion," Lin Si replied, genuinely indifferent to the notion of being the first author, though he certainly required a formal appellation. Otherwise, when he connects with a new protagonist in the future, would he introduce himself as "Just call me Grandpa"? After a moment of contemplation, an image of the doll from the cell inexplicably surfaced in his mind. One of the first objects he encountered upon his arrival, it was also through this doll that he validated his awakening ability. Lin Si softened his voice and stated plainly, "Puppet." "Puppet?" Chen Wuyong echoed, confirming, "Are you referring to a puppet, sir? Mr. Puppet?" Lin Si opened his eyes. In the darkness, only the digital sign 000041 emitted a cold blue glow. The city's clamor faded in an instant, leaving the cell in silence, punctuated only by the sound of his own breath. He did not rush to sit up, but instead replayed the vast amount of information gained from this connection in his mind. Amidst, the city of prisons. Yet, I may not be a native of Amidst, as there are countless prisons here, housing criminals from all corners of the globe. Gently pressing his hand against his temple, Lin Si realized that the energy required for spatial connections might be related to mental strength. Previously, he held only a vague understanding of mental power, but today, after practicing his awakening ability, he gained a precise concept. He could enter a focused state 10 times before experiencing adverse reactions. The symptoms of these negative reactions mirrored those experienced after disconnecting, leading him to conclude that both consume mental energy. Moreover, he discovered another issue. According to Chen Wuyong, sacrifices necessitate the aid of external objects. For instance, a method of awakening sacrifice known to the Mutual Aid Society, which Chen Wuyong employed for healing, required the veneration of a sacred object during the sacrifice. Even without knowing what the sacred object is, it is clear that it is an indispensable step. Thus, when 000041 performed the sacrifice, he must have also venerated something akin to a sacred object. After contemplating all the items within the cell, the only suspect object he could identify was the doll fashioned from the prison uniform by 000041. Initially thought to be a mere pastime for 000041, it now appeared that everything bore a deeper significance. However, given the preciousness of the awakening sacrifice method, those in power, such as the church, would undoubtedly keep such methods confidential and refrain from disclosing them casually. From where did 000041 acquire this sacrificial method? Many mysteries remain unresolved, yet he is not in a hurry. Once all matters have a clear objective, achieving that goal becomes merely a matter of time, which instills a sense of security within him. Allowing his thoughts to settle, he began to nurture a sense of sleepiness. Although being in the dream space does not deplete his energy and his body is at rest, today he has expended considerable mental effort, necessitating genuine rest for his nerves. Everything can wait until I awaken. Ashmita Group, District 11. In the confessional room, Chun Woo-young stood for a long while, waving his hand in front of him and muttering, "That miss just now must not have been my imagination. Truly, Mr. Puppet is remarkable." His gaze fell to the now overflowing document titled Guide to Exotic Plant Cultivation, and he could not help but exclaim once again, "It is truly astounding." For the next 6 days, although Lin Si remained in the cell, he filled each day with extraordinary activities. On the first day, upon awakening, Lin Si consumed a vial of nutrient solution and repeatedly practiced utilizing his awakening ability, discovering that any object placed upon him could be used for exchange. After attempting to exchange an item set aside, he succeeded, though it consumed more energy and required a longer focus period. However, through consistent practice, he could enhance his skill. When the throbbing at his temple began anew, he ceased his practice and turned to read the Savior's Journey. He finished the first volume, which foretold the impending deluge heralded by the Savior, who rescued a self-sufficient community in the wasteland and gained the title of prophet, preparing to lead the survivors in search of a new homeland. As a classic of the Mutual Aid Society, the Savior's Journey reads like a novel, complete with elements of dramatic confrontation and pretense, undoubtedly embellished by later authors. Nonetheless, engaging with classics is beneficial. At the very least, he now understands why the followers of the Mutual Aid Society refer to the Savior as a prophet. Before sleeping at night, he attempted unsuccessfully to bring objects into the dream space and failed to visualize them as well. He assisted Chun Woo-young with translations, and Mrs. Magi reappeared, brazenly exchanging an old garment for a piece of bread from Chun Woo-young. On the second, third, and fourth days, the routine remained unchanged, with even Mrs. Magi's appearances becoming a fixed occurrence. Chapter 22. Life in Prison. It was not until the 5th day that any changes began to manifest. Firstly, his awakening ability had progressed. He could now successfully swap items with just a thought, with remarkable speed and almost undetectable finesse. The time it took to exchange items nearby had also diminished, from 3 seconds to merely 1. The frequency of his abilities' use had increased to 12 times, and the sharp pain in his mind after consumption had lessened significantly. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. However, his reading of the Savior's Journey had been delayed, as the duration of his connections had lengthened. Consequently, apart from the time spent honing his awakening ability, he forced himself to sleep, entering the dream space. He preferred to observe the world outside through Chun Woo-young's eyes rather than remain confined in his cell. Of course, he did not converse with Chun Woo-young throughout the entirety of his connection. For half of each day, he simply observed in silence. On this day, Chun Woo-young had ventured to a household to perform an exorcism, as the matron had claimed her daughter was possessed. He remained quietly watching throughout the entire process, unaware that Mr. Puppet had not taken a break. Along the way, Lin Si realized that the towering buildings he had seen at the church constituted the entire residential area. After traversing a street, he unexpectedly spotted 2 massive prisons. Passing by the back entrance of one prison, he noticed a throng of street vendors outside, along with a few young men sporting tattoos of flowers associated with the Robotic gang, conversing with a prison guard while sharing cigarettes in a surprisingly harmonious manner. Lin Si finally caught a glimpse of the iceberg's tip that was the prison city. Regrettably, neither of the prisons was the faming Sea prison where he was incarcerated. At the same time, he observed supercars whizzing by overhead, with holographic advertisements enticing customers, and robots peddling wares along the streets. The rain continued to fall incessantly, and the sky remained perpetually overcast. As for the household where Chun Woo-young had conducted the exorcism, he ultimately diagnosed the condition as mechanical psychosis. He explained to the matron that it stemmed from the child's congenital illness. The family had replaced her spine with a mechanical one that exceeded the limits her young body could endure, resulting in mechanical psychosis. This ailment often afflicted those who underwent extensive replacements of mechanical limbs. Currently, no treatment had been discovered. Though Chen Wuyong no longer had to worry about how to perform an exorcism, he was equally powerless against mechanical psychosis. His healing abilities were ineffective in addressing mental issues. This was something Lin Si gleaned from Chen Wuyong's inner thoughts. Unfortunately, opportunities to venture outside were rare. More often than not, Chen Wuyong remained at the church and its immediate vicinity, where, aside from his daily tasks and awaiting Lin Si's appearances for translation, he also began to study the language of the dark historical period in comparison to his translations. Progress was slow. The two completely different writing systems posed a significant challenge for Chen Wuyong to grasp the structure of the characters. Moreover, he was not translating word for word, which hindered true learning and left him merely satisfying his curiosity. By the sixth day, a remarkable event occurred. He successfully brought the Savior's Journey into the dream space. Originally, Lin Si had been reading the Savior's Journey to aid his slumber, unaware of when he had drifted off. Upon awakening from the dream space, the Savior's Journey lay comfortably atop his face. What did this mean? His deliberate attempts to bring items into the space had failed, and he had nearly given up. Yet unexpectedly, the object he unintentionally placed upon himself had appeared in the dream space. What was the reason for this success? Was it to be unintentional? Or must the item align with a certain scenario? For instance, waking up with the book on his face was due to the book being there before sleep. More experiments were necessary to ascertain this. Intrigued, Lin Si decided to keep this discovery to himself for the time being and directed his attention to the bread before Chen Wuyong. Despite his attempts to maintain a regular schedule, the absence of visible time caused his sleep and wakefulness to be unpredictable. Thus, the timing of his connections with Chen Wuyong was also erratic. On this particular occasion, he connected while Chen Wuyong was distributing free bread with Sister Alice. Although success was not guaranteed, the expression on Chen Wuyong's face upon witnessing the Savior's Journey suddenly appear would surely be amusing. Lin Si mused. After numerous practice sessions, he could now enter a state of focus within a second. Thump, thump. The familiar sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears, accompanied by the amplifying voices from a screen. He sensed that the piece of bread he had been observing had moved. Lin Si's focus abruptly loosened, and he began gasping for air, a piercing pain surging through his mind, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He could still hear Chen Wuyong muttering, Did I just see the bread disappear for a moment? Am I seeing things? Sister Alice mercilessly interjected, Father, you've been sleeping too little lately. You don't even know what you've been doing up at night. Your electricity bill has gone up. It's normal to see things. Chen Wuyong chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to respond. Lin Si laughed too, but his laughter was one of joy. Though it lasted only a second, he felt it. The exchange could indeed happen. The failure was due to his insufficient strength to sustain it, leading to an unprecedented level of pain from the sudden depletion of energy. He quickly analyzed the cause and effect. Since the exchange could be successful, this base could wield far greater potential than he had initially envisioned. Success would undoubtedly require extensive practice, yet time was the one resource he had in abundance. While in the dream space, his body rested, meaning he had nearly doubled his secret time for learning and improvement. He chuckled to himself, reflecting on how he had previously languished in a mental institution, only to become industrious after his transition. The moment the bread vanished, Chen Wuyong attributed it to mere hallucination. I can't keep staying up late to organize translations. I must ensure I get enough rest, he reflected deeply. Mrs. Maggie had returned once more. Although Chen Wuyong repeatedly told himself it would be the last time, when Mrs. Maggie wept and pleaded, he found himself softening and giving her a piece of bread from his own savings. After once again bidding her farewell with gratitude, he noticed her walking away with two young men from the Robotic gang around the corner. Was Mrs. Maggie already working with them? Chen Wuyong sighed inwardly, concerned. If people were not driven to the brink, how could they make such poor choices? Chapter 23 Self-Defense. A low, gentle voice suddenly resonated in Chen Wuyong's ear. He was already well acquainted with this sound, and it brought him not surprise, but delight. Mr. Puppet, you have arrived. Chun Weong pressed a hand to his chest and bowed respectfully to the unseen, mysterious figure. After a brief pause, he responded to Mr. Puppet's earlier inquiry, self-defense? Are you referring to sealed objects? It is said that the organization has amassed a great many sealed items with their substantial financial resources, but I have yet to witness them, so I cannot vouch for their authenticity. Lin Si provided a clear direction and continued to inquire, what about ordinary self-defense weapons? Chun Weong was momentarily taken aback. None. We spend our days in the church, surrounded by believers. We hardly have any need for weapons. Moreover, we are equipped with the organization's alarm system, which automatically alerts us in the event of an intrusion. Although the organization's Joint Defense Department requires a fee for dispatching assistance, it should suffice. Dispatching requires a fee. Truly, this is a world where asset privatization has been thoroughly realized. Lin Si remarked with a hint of profundity. Noticing that Mrs. Magi and the associates of Arotis were drawing increasingly closer and frequently appearing near the church, Lin Si felt compelled to caution Chun Weong. There is no need for Varotis's people to consistently seek out Mrs. Magi near the church, is there? His sensitivity to malice heightened. When anomalous occurrences transpired repeatedly, it invariably signified a concealed grand conspiracy. Chun Weong's innate kindness was precisely what Lin Si sought, for those with lower defenses could be more easily manipulated. However, he did not wish for Chun Weong's benevolence to be exploited by others. It was not feasible to explain every minute detail of Chun Weong's intuitions and speculations. Issuing direct instructions would be the conduct befitting a wise and gentle elder. Your surroundings are not secure, he succinctly added as a reminder. The screen trembled slightly, a reaction to Chun Weong's startled response to Mr. Puppet's abrupt conclusion. Numerous thoughts flitted through Chun Weong's mind, yet he discerned that Mr. Puppet appeared disinclined to elaborate further. He decided to suppress his wandering thoughts and refrain from impolite inquiries. I understand, Chun Weong replied after a moment of contemplation. He resumed his translation work as usual, and after completing the comparative illustrations, Lin Si voluntarily ended their connection. Let us conclude for today. Tomorrow is the day of release, the family visitation day, when I shall meet the family of 000041. What concerns me more, however, is the small group mentioned by the limping elder, led by the large-headed Luther. Retaliation and establishing authority are both possibilities, and troubles are unavoidable. Naturally, he hoped for an opportunity to assert himself. He did not wish to form a gang within the prison. He merely desired a semblance of stability in his life, a stable environment to study the Savior's journey, practice awakening his abilities, and by the next prayer day, gain Father Lickik's approval to recount the tale of his unexpected awakening before finally departing from the prison. No one wishes to remain imprisoned, especially when the means of escape lies before him. Thus, he resolved to prepare for tomorrow, with the foremost priority being to preserve his mental energy from being entirely depleted by the connection. I will continue to complete the latter half of the comparative illustrations. Chun Weong stated, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your assistance. As he gazed at the now overflowing document of guide to cultivating alien plants, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within him. This will undoubtedly save many, especially in the wasteland. How fortunate it is to encounter Mr. Puppet. Chun Weong couldn't help but recall Mr. Puppet's earlier admonition. Is there truly danger surrounding me? His brow furrowed in rare concern. The warm yellow light enveloped him. Alice had decided to further reduce everyone's daily expenses, deeming the organization's electricity bill exorbitant, thus replacing most lighting with candles. The glow of the candles was dim, yet sufficiently warm. Although the church was a sanctuary under the prophet's protection, Chun Weong pondered secretly. Yet that was precisely what Mr. Puppet had warned him about. Nodding to himself, he concluded, it seems I must venture to the black market, to be cautious. After glancing at his private account balance, he felt a pang of regret. Lin Si enjoyed a remarkably peaceful slumber. He was awakened by the sound of footsteps outside. The hard soles of boots on the metallic floor could only belong to prison guards within these walls. Indeed, my sense of time is in disarray. I have awoken just before the family visitation day. Lin Si rubbed his stiff neck and sat up. In the future, when I make contact with smugglers, I must prioritize purchasing a pillow for myself, he resolved inwardly. After consuming a nutrient drink, the cell door swung open. Without the need for the burly guard to call names, Lin Si instinctively joined the queue behind him. The guard paused momentarily before continuing with the roll call. 000041. He tapped the translucent panel and proceeded to the cell directly opposite. Throughout the journey, Lin Si observed the burly guard, more precisely, the items he carried. Apart from the panel in his hands, there appeared to be nothing else. The entire prison was controlled by advanced technology, thus the guards bore no keys to the cells. All authority resided in the panel held by the guard. If one were to covertly substitute the guard's panel, it would undoubtedly trigger a massive search throughout the prison. Lin Si mused idly, not genuinely intending to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Chapter 24. Unseen, be cautious today. The old man with a limp stood behind him, his furrowed brow deepening with concern. The group led by Luther will certainly make a move today. After speaking, the old man inclined his head slightly and, with the aid of his cane, passed by him. As the old man settled at a nearby long table, Lin Si took a step forward, only to be jostled by someone speeding past, colliding with his shoulder and causing him to stagger. He halted and turned his head, locking eyes with a man who wore a provocative expression. This individual was one of Luther's companions, a robust young man in his early 20s, with a conspicuous patch of bare skin on his forehead, revealing a dark crimson scab. He flashed a sinister grin, exposing a mouthful of decayed teeth. Lin Si soon spotted Luther himself, positioned just behind the man with a foul smile. Their eyes met, and Lin Si instinctively shrank his shoulders and lowered his head. He observed as they made their way to a central long table where a particularly noticeable group had already gathered. Their prominence was not due to their varied appearances, but rather their camaraderie, as they huddled closely together, prompting those around them to distance themselves quietly. Luther and his companions approached this group, exchanging words, and a heavily tattooed man, seated in the middle, raised his hand to slap Luther's face playfully before glancing in Lin Si's direction. Others nearby followed suit, casting their gazes toward him. It appeared that this was indeed Luther's faction. Lin Si bore no thoughts of contempt, despite being an awakened individual. He recognized that the sheer number of adversaries far outweighed him. The guards were present, and while they might indulge in minor provocations, they would not dare to escalate matters. He needed to remain as inconspicuous as possible, particularly outside the guard's line of sight. As Lin Si took a seat next to the old man, he noticed an increase in the scrutiny directed at him. Some individuals would steal glances after whispering to their companions, who would then surreptitiously assess him. It seemed that word had spread throughout the prison about a nameless underling who had dared to provoke the wrong crowd, and calamity awaited him. The old man with the limp spoke suddenly, referring to the boisterous group that had ceased to regard Lin Si, now engaged in laughter and chatter. They are known as the Raiders, he elucidated. Raiders? Lin Si inquired, puzzled. The old man paused, finally meeting Lin Si's gaze. Aren't you from the Ashmida group's territory? Lin Si shrugged. I couldn't tell you. I don't even know which faction I originally belonged to, let alone comprehend the 7 major factions fully. But aren't all prisoners in Ashmida's facilities from various parts of the world? The old man in Chapter 25. Family Visiting Day, the notion that unseen occurrences are tantamount to non-existence resonates as an undeniable truth within the confines of prison life. Recently, he had adeptly employed this principle, gaining profound insight. Lin Si adjusted his posture slightly and remarked earnestly, "It appears I must exercise greater caution in my defenses." The silence was ephemeral, soon disrupted by the melodious strains of the broadcast music. The hall gradually descended into tranquility. Today's music bore a more cheerful tone, seemingly in harmony with the day's theme. Those separated from their homes would yearn for their families. Children unable to return would miss their parents. Those seeking redemption would crave a warm refuge. Welcome to Family Visiting Day. A mechanical voice cordially announced the commencement. The guard stood steadfast against the walls. Ding! The electronic doors swung open, with guards stationed on either side of each entrance. Compared to the previous prayer day, there was an air of heightened vigilance among the officers. Unlike the prayer day, however, No relatives emerged from the open doors. The broadcast continued. Called inmates may enter the designated rooms to meet with their visiting relatives, with the duration of the meeting not exceeding 15 minutes. During the visit, inmates are prohibited from direct contact with their relatives, but may receive pre-approved items brought in by them. For privacy protection, the entire process will be recorded, and guards will not be present. Please enjoy your warm moments with your loved ones. Privacy protection, yet the entire process will be recorded? Lin Si internally scoffed at this so-called customized privacy safeguard. After the broadcast concluded, the supervising guards moved to long tables and began to call names. 002814 A1, 000019 A2, 000471 B4. 18 inmates were called, and those designated rose to proceed to their respective rooms. 6 doors opened, allowing 3 inmates to enter each room. One of these rooms was familiar to Lin Si, having noted it during prayer day as a place where new members of the mutual aid group were ceremonially welcomed. The rooms were periodically remodeled based on varying themes. Lin Si observed discreetly. After the 18 inmates entered, the guards withdrew from the tables, returning to their positions against the walls. During this time, someone exited early, taking no additional items, and apathetically seated themselves in an empty spot. This individual clearly maintained a tenuous connection with their family. Lin Si swiftly concluded. The wait was tedious. Inmates engaged in idle chatter to alleviate the monotony. Yet the elderly man beside him displayed no interest in conversation. He occasionally glanced towards the group of assailants. One among them had been summoned for a visit. While the others sat together, smoking and chatting, the guards turning a blind eye. During the waiting period, some queued for emotional stabilizers, while others, like the large-headed Luther, requested to use the restroom. If any of them happened to be assigned to the same room during the family visits, it could present an opportunity. However, given the uncertainty surrounding the room's layout, hasty conclusions were unwise. Yet, they currently showed no signs of action, seemingly prepared to wait until the family visiting day concluded to collect their emotional stabilizers. What would they do? The passive waiting felt disconcerting. Lin Si buried his hands in his pockets and felt the empty tube of the nutritional supplement he had consumed throughout the week. Should the need arise, he must be prepared with items for exchange. These tubes were not made of glass, but rather a material akin to plastic, soft yet brittle upon breaking. This was likely a safety measure to prevent inmates from using shattered fragments for harm. After all, the nutritional supplement was labeled as exclusive to Faming Prison. Lin Si rotated the tube in his hands, striving to maintain a calm mindset. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp sound erupted from one of the rooms, the overhead lights flickering to a crimson hue. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes drawn to the scene. 2 guards rushed into the room, the doors swinging shut, obscuring the events within. Had that been gunfire? Lin Si belatedly processed the reality. All prior impressions of gunfire stemmed from films and games. Hearing it firsthand, coupled with its dissimilarity to depictions on screen, momentarily stunned him. How could there be gunfire in a room? Lin Si furrowed his brow. Before long, the door reopened. 2 guards emerged, one dragging a bloodied individual while the other escorted another occupant. The man being dragged was drenched in blood, his face battered, with gaping wounds oozing crimson. Clad in prison garb, he was the inmate scheduled for a family meeting, now a victim of the gunfire. The other individual was a young man sporting a mohawk, his face smeared with blood, a menacing glare in his eyes, while the guard escorting him brandished a small silver handgun. As they approached the main door, whispers filled the hall. Is he dead? Surely he must be. Was he silenced by hired hands? Perhaps. I don't recognize him. I know him. He was involved in the robbery. Maybe he knew something he shouldn't have. That gun seemed powerful. It completely ruined his face. Must be modified. Brother, I know someone who sells modified firearms. Interested after UG API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 26. Silence. Each room bore its own corresponding number. Lin Si entered, 3 accompanied by 2 other inmates. Neither of them were seated at the same table as the marauders, and aside from casting a few extra glances his way, they displayed no unusual behavior. At least, during this meeting, the likelihood of them acting against me was entirely absent. Lin Si surveyed the interior of the room. The entrance led into a space roughly the size of a cell. There were 3 doors ahead, to the left and to the right, all currently ajar, revealing a simple table that divided the 2 sides, with individuals seated across from one another, both men and women. The chairs on Lin Si's side remained unoccupied. Concealed doors were likely designed into the walls of the room. If the entrance we had come through was the sole access point, it was puzzling that no one else was visible in the lobby. Standing at the entrance, Lin Si hesitated before stepping inside. Once the 2 other inmates had entered the rooms ahead and to the right, shutting the doors behind them, he smiled and proceeded into the left room. Lacking the original memories of 000041, he had no choice but to use this method to ascertain which room housed his relatives. Inside sat a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. They were dressed neatly, though their attire bore signs of age. The woman had black hair and eyes, notably uncolored and devoid of any extravagant fashion, sitting gracefully with her hands resting on her knees. The man, with his legs crossed, possessed striking features that would have been handsome were it not for the pallor of his skin. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and he rested his arms across his chest, revealing bare skin adorned with tattoos, his demeanor impatient as he glanced about. After closing the door, Lin Si took a seat. His gaze steadily traversed the faces of the 2, lingering equally on both. Who then were these 2? Lin Si realized that his mind offered no signs of revival upon encountering them. Their silence compelled him to cautiously initiate conversation. "How have you been lately?" he inquired, considering small talk a prudent choice. The man began to shake his leg, remaining silent. The dark-haired woman, after scrutinizing him thoroughly, attempted a smile that appeared too stiff, ultimately abandoning it to nod and reply, "We're all right, quite all right, in fact." After a brief pause, she countered, "And you?" "I have heard that life in prison is less than pleasant." Once their pleasantries were exchanged, silence enveloped the room, as if neither could fathom what more to say. Finally, the dark-haired woman broke the stillness, seemingly recalling something important. She picked up a cloth bag resting by her feet and placed it on the table, speaking softly. "We brought you some things, although you may not find them useful. We hope you can manage to fare a little better here." They brought something? It appeared they were not distant relatives after all. Lin Si's smile grew more sincere, and just as he was about to express his gratitude, he heard the man scoff. Turning to look, he found a man staring at the empty white wall, scoffing again but saying nothing further, a mocking smile lingering on his lips. There was no one else present. The man's disdain could only be directed at him. Lin Si pondered. "Don't take it to heart," the woman suddenly comforted him. "Your father has always been like this. You know him well enough not to pay him any mind." Lin Si was taken aback. So this was his father, and the woman his mother? He scrutinized the woman anew, recognizing only the similarities in her black hair and eyes. It seemed that 00041's family ties were not particularly strong. His smile faded somewhat. He held little interest in familial relationships, focusing instead on the contents of the bag. The bag was pure white, simply emblazoned with the logo of the Ishmael group, featuring hands cradling blossoming flowers. The prison prohibited inmates' families from bringing their own bags or containers. Everything permitted through the gates had undoubtedly been inspected. He mused about how previous visitors had managed to conceal firearms. "Let's see what I have brought." The dark-haired woman noted Lin Si's gaze and began to pull out items from the bag one by one. "Here are 2 new prison uniforms. You can alternate wearing them now. I was unaware that prison attire needed to be purchased separately, so I did not prepare these in advance. And this is an air pillow. I only learned about the lack of amenities in your prison when I received the notice for family visitation. I had never heard of this prison before. It seems to be newly constructed. With confidential Chapter 27. Prevention is better than cure. It was not that one could possess nothing within the confines of the cell, but rather that the individual had entered the prison unprepared, leading to an emptiness within his quarters. The dark-haired woman had been quite attentive, bringing along everything she could think of, including the pillow she had mentally rehearsed numerous times. After she had introduced all the items, a silence enveloped the room for a few seconds, as if she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Eventually, She spoke again. I am sorry, but your father and I can offer you little more. We can only assist with small matters. The man beside her let out a dismissive scoff, and after his laughter subsided, he mockingly added, he should have died long ago. Being granted a chance to survive is already a mercy. Whatever he does is of no concern to me. I want TB back next time. If you wish to come, do so on your own. The dark-haired woman furrowed her brow and called out softly, Ellen. The man shrugged indifferently, but ultimately fell silent. His cold words did not dampen Lin Si's spirits. Instead, he pondered over the peculiarities embedded in the man's remarks. The notion that a father could utter such a venomous curse upon his son, he should have died long ago, was a profound revelation. What transpired prior? As Lin Si contemplated, he picked up the palm-sized, uninflated air pillow from the table and spoke calmly. It's all right, mother. I'm pleased you could visit and brought so many things. He gestured for her to hand him the bag. The dark-haired woman hesitated for a moment before pushing the bag towards him, biting her lip, and hesitantly remarked, You seem somewhat different than before. Silence lingered for a few seconds. She leaned back gently against her chair and continued, You speak very little, and even in our presence. You appear timid. What she initially intended to express was perhaps weakness. Lin Si sighed. People inevitably change, especially in such a place. He had no recollection of the past. Changes in his personality could not be concealed from those close to him, so it was better to offer a fitting explanation for his transformation. Indeed, the dark-haired woman managed a stiff smile, her dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. I know your current life must be challenging. He hastened to pack the items, quickly finishing the task. The dark-haired woman remained silent, her eyes moist. While the man's legs shook with increasing frequency, impatience etched across his face. Lin Si stood up with the bag in hand and proactively said. The dark-haired woman wiped her eyes and nodded in silence. He exited the room with the bag. Phew, he exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. I still do not know how to interact with my family, but fortunately, they are not overly enthusiastic. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. As Lin Si walked outside, he could hear the sounds of joy and tears from the mother and child in the adjacent room. Upon leaving room A3, the laughter and chatter in the lobby swiftly drowned out the tender cries within. Ashmita Group, District 11, Daffodil Street. The sky had darkened, neon lights illuminating the city. Chun Weong tightened his robe, quickening his pace under the watchful eyes that seemed to linger. The sight of a priest in the black market was indeed a rarity. Chun Weong felt a twinge of regret. He should have donned a more practical outfit before venturing out. While contemplating, he pressed the newly purchased handgun concealed beneath his robe. He pulled out the black-cased pistol and a magazine, placing them on the table. Phew, Chun Weong could hear his own heavy breathing. The F229 model handgun was the cheapest he could find in the black market, costing over 6,000 currency units, along with a spare magazine of 10 rounds. Totaling nearly 7,000 currency units, an amount nearly draining his entire savings. The monthly subsidy received by their branch church was merely 2,000 currency units. He suspected the arms dealer had taken advantage of his ignorance, perhaps swindling him out of a bit of money. Weapons, indeed, are luxuries beyond the reach of the impoverished. Chun Weong caressed the cold surface of the gun, still astonished by the extravagant price. This was his first encounter with a real firearm. He unloaded the bullets and, following the dealer's instructions, disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger. However, without bullets, he soon grew bored after posing in various stances as if firing. I suppose this counts as having learned to shoot. Chun Weong affirmed his learning ability. He set the gun down, reloaded the magazine, and tucked it securely into his waist, concealed beneath his robe and cloak, rendering it invisible from the outside. Satisfied, he sat at the table. Before him lay the candle Alice had prepared, its warm yellow glow gradually enveloping him in tranquility. He wondered if he would ever truly need it. Chun Weong unconsciously placed his hand on the gun at his waist, his thoughts drifting. However, the puppeteer was right. Prevention is better than cure. The puppeteer could not possibly be mistaken. The mere thought of the puppeteer instilled within him a sense of trust. Rubbing his temples, recalling the disorienting events of the day, Chun Weong murmured to himself, "Perhaps I should retire early tonight." Through the window, He could see that Alice's room had already extinguished its lights. The bishop and the children had also settled down for a restful night. Although the church was not entirely tranquil, with sounds of motorcycles racing down the street, the shattering of bottles by vagrants, and the raucous shouts of a nearby altercation, Shen Weiyong felt an immense calm within. The church, separated by only a wall, felt like a sanctuary apart from the chaos. Rising, he extinguished the candle, a faint smile gracing his lips as he approached the bed, hesitating whether to take the gun with him to sleep. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound and a muffled thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. The church was so quiet that he noticed it immediately. Alice in the bishop's room remained still, clearly in deep slumber. It seemed to originate from the direction of the backyard. Shen Weiyong turned his head, peering through the window, but shadows obscured his view, rendering everything indistinct. Just as he turned back, the puppeteer's warning echoed in his mind, causing him to halt in his tracks, his heart racing unexpectedly. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand against the gun at his waist, softening his steps to move silently as he opened the door. For men's prison lobby. The visiting day for relatives continued. "Excuse me, have you seen the elderly man sitting here? He is missing a leg and using a cane, so he should be quite noticeable," he politely inquired of the inmate seated across from him. Chapter 28. Is this seat taken? The seated prisoners on either side had changed. A common occurrence in the hall where laughter and banter echoed, and individuals often stepped away to retrieve their discreetly procured items, leaving their spots for others. Lin Si noted that the two prisoners beside him had huddled together, whispering, seemingly indifferent to his presence. With no other choice, he settled down, placing his bag on the adjacent empty seat. The old man with a limp was unlikely to encounter any trouble. He was astute and had always maintained a low profile. Lin Si cast a casual glance around the hall, but failed to spot any familiar faces, his curiosity regarding the old man's whereabouts quickly waning. As another group of prisoners entered the room, he found himself bored, idly rummaging through the contents of his bag to pass the time. For him, this act of sifting through items held a certain charm. Each object was intriguing. Even the modestly packaged dental powder adorned with a solid black hammer insignia piqued his interest. He soon discovered that all the daily necessities within the bag bore the same small black hammer emblem. The Pioneer Group. Lin Si noticed the fine print beneath the insignia. Beyond that, no other items bore any insignia, indicating they were not products of the group. Within the Ashmita Group's domain, he had only seen their emblem on the prison guards, with none of the items originating from Ashmita. It appeared that the 7 major groups monopolized certain sectors. Was Ashmita specifically focused on prison construction? Lin Si pondered, recalling the moniker city of prisons. However, mere prisons could not elevate Ashmita to one of the 7 capital giants. They must possess other ventures. At that moment, a shadow fell across him. "Is this seat taken?" rasped a voice, as if scorched by fire. "No, not at all," he replied, already rising to vacate the spot. A leg swung over the bench as the man settled in, his muscular yet lean arm resting on the table, his body slightly leaning forward, his head tilted. Lin Si met the man's direct gaze. Tattoos enveloped the man's entire head, his brown eyes barely discernible amidst the blue ink. Yet his stare was impossible to overlook. He propped an arm against his chin and asked, 000041? The tattooed man regarded him with newfound scrutiny. "You seem quite different from what I've heard." Lin Si smiled, recognizing that this was not the first time he had encountered such a statement today. The heavily tattooed man was evidently not one to engage in idle chatter. Lin Si had a vivid impression of him, the man seated among the marauders, the leader. The prisoners who had previously encircled the tattooed man approached, and those nearby instinctively made room. A man with a large scar on his head sat beside Lin Si, flashing a sinister grin that revealed a mouthful of decayed teeth. It seemed my earlier deductions were not misguided. They had indeed chosen a moment for family visits, not at the outset, but after I concluded mine. Lin Si subtly shifted the bag containing his personal items closer to the table. The guards glanced over several times, but showed no inclination to intervene, their attention waning as long as no incident arose. Lin Si had gained a better understanding of the guards' code of conduct. "I haven't heard much," the tattooed man resumed. for I have little interest in the minor characters of this prison. I only sought to learn a bit about you after hearing about your dealings with Luther. The man straightened slightly, raising a hand to beckon the large-headed Luther, who hurried over, allowing the man's hand to rest on his shoulder. I heard Luther say you might possess some sorcery? Luther bowed his head, avoiding the man's gaze and the eyes of his leader. The sudden discomfort in his heart was misconstrued as witchcraft. Lin Si quickly grasped the situation, maintaining a slight tilt of his head to avoid exposing his back. Shaking his head, I do not practice sorcery. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? While speaking, Lin Si remained vigilant. At the very least, neither of the men beside him bore any bulges at their waists, indicating they were not concealing firearms or similarly sized weapons. The tattooed man smirked and patted Luther's shoulder. Of course not. This world is ruled by firearms. Luther is simply too timid. He must have been frightened, causing his heart to race, mistaking it for sorcery. I have already educated him. Ignorance cannot excuse a lack of belief in science. Luther's head drooped even lower, remaining silent. Suddenly, the man leaned forward again, the scent of tobacco wafting over Lin Si's face as he inquired. But one thing perplexes me. How is it that you frightened my little brother so much that his heart raced? Aren't you merely a hapless fool caught stealing from the group? A pitiful wretch who knelt and begged for mercy on your first day here? The last remark was directed at Luther. If memory serves, he indeed had knelt, but the assumption that he was imprisoned for theft was merely conjecture. Given his demeanor, he likely lacked the audacity to engage in anything beyond petty theft. Perhaps he hesitated further, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Lin Si before quickly looking away, as though recalling the events that transpired in the restroom, adding the word perhaps as an afterthought. The tattooed man shrugged, dismissing Luther's words, and turned his attention back to Lin Si. In any case, after meeting you, I realize some misconceptions may need to be revised. You remain calm and unafraid of me. I believe I must reconsider my original decision. Chapter 29. Taking action. Lin Si had initially resolved to remain silent. However, after the man finished speaking, he closed his mouth and fixated his gaze upon him, rhythmically tapping his fingers on Luther's shoulder. He was awaiting my inquiry. Lin Si regained his composure and followed the man's lead, asking, "What is your current decision?" The heavily tattooed man furrowed his brow slightly, displaying dissatisfaction. "You should have asked me what my original decision was." "What was your original decision?" Lin Si feigned submission. His demeanor indeed elicited a faint smile from the tattooed man, who nodded slightly and remarked, "I initially intended to kill you." As anticipated by the limping elder, Lin Si was not surprised. "However, I have changed my mind. You are an intriguing individual, and I appreciate intriguing individuals." Lin Si's lips twitched, momentarily uncertain of how to respond to this sudden twist. They wouldn't actually harm me? The raiders approached with a fierce demeanor, yet it seemed merely a show of force. Amidst his swirling thoughts, the tattooed man gestured to Luther, smiling. "Come now, you two shake hands and make amends. From now on, we are all friends. In prison, we must not engage in the cutthroat competition of the outside world. Rather, we need unity." The turn of events was utterly unexpected, yet upon reflection, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Killing him would establish dominance for the raiders, while befriending him, a less aggressive assertion of power, would also serve to quell any provocations. It was simply unforeseen, particularly by the limping elder, that the raiders would opt for such a gentle approach. Luther, with his large head, extended his hand under the watchful gaze of the tattooed man, his palm trembling momentarily before retracting and reopening. "I acknowledge my previous actions. Let us coexist amicably." As he uttered the phrase, "coexist amicably," Luther's words became muddled, almost indecipherable. He was no violent offender. If a more peaceful resolution could be reached, he would certainly not refuse. Lin Si grasped his hand briefly before releasing it. For some inexplicable reason, Luther's palm was drenched in cold sweat, a clammy sensation lingering on his skin. Immediately after the handshake, Luther took 2 steps back, his head bowed low. Observing Luther's reaction, Lin Si felt a sense of unease, not due to Luther's fear of him, but rather the unusual ease with which the situation had unfolded. No one voiced dissent. Luther displayed no surprise, and the man seated beside him did not exhibit the hostility he had shown upon entering the hall. A profound silence enveloped the room, as if the tattooed man had not merely changed his mind at the last moment, but had intended to broker peace from the very beginning. Clap! The man, still facing him sideways, clapped his hands together, laughing heartily. Well then, the matter is resolved. Let's not linger on unnecessary words. The tattooed man rose, and the other raiders promptly followed suit. The sounds of chairs scraping and heavy footsteps echoed, the rustle of fabric creating a peculiar stillness around the long table. Perhaps I should also rise. Lin Si pondered for a moment, ultimately opting only to turn, leaning against the table and politely facing the man before him. We shall have many opportunities to meet again. Farewell. The tattooed man performed an awkward semblance of a gentleman's bow. Farewell. At this moment, Lin Si's previously tense shoulders began to relax. Although there were still inconsistencies, he could not remain perpetually on edge. Once they departed, he could finally unwind. Just then, Lin Si sensed someone approaching from the side, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. It was a man with a mouthful of rotten teeth. He had been beside him, but had now moved even closer, nearly pressing against Lin Si's arm, the scent of stale sweat wafting from him. Lin Si wrinkled his nose slightly, and in an instant, the man raised his hand and covered Lin Si's mouth. The mingled odors of sweat and tobacco surged into Lin Si's nostrils, suffocating him. The man's grip was forceful, causing Lin Si's body to involuntarily lean back, held firmly in place. One of his arms was wrenched behind him, the pressure nearly fracturing it. Before him, the standing raiders formed a wall of bodies, obscuring the view of the guards. Following the tattooed man's lead, one of the closest raiders had now reached Lin Si's side. Cold sweat instantly soaked Lin Si's back. They had never intended to make amends. The subtle disquiet he had sensed earlier allowed him to quickly grasp what was unfolding. The gentle conversation and the earlier gesture of departure were mere tactics to lower his guard. As long as they remained unseen, a ringing echoed in his ears, reminiscent of the limping elder's warning. The raiders had created a blind spot with their bodies, and he was ensnared within it. The man with the rotten teeth was the first to restrain him, preventing any cries for help. Before the guards could arrive, they had countless options at their disposal. The man, clad in a wrinkled prison uniform, allowed a folding knife to slide from his sleeve. Click! The sharp blade sprang forth. He moved closer, seemingly just passing by, yet his hanging hand, along with the knife, was now aimed directly at Lin Si's chest. They intended to murder him in plain view of everyone. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, possibly due Chapter 30. Defiance, a dull thud echoed. It wasn't the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. Instead, a man's hand struck Lin Si's chest. The man paused, a look of bewilderment on his face as he opened his hand. The folding knife that had been in his grasp moments before had vanished, replaced by an empty nutrient solution bottle. The individual standing behind Lin Si witnessed the scene clearly and was equally perplexed. "Where's the knife?" he blurted out. The man wore a blank expression. Everyone's attention was momentarily captivated by this bizarre occurrence. Lin Si, with the only hand not restrained, reached into his pocket, gripped the folding knife, and suddenly thrust it backward with a fierce, retaliatory stab. He wasn't sure what he had pierced, but he heard the sickening squelch of the blade sinking into flesh. The warm, slick sensation of blood on his hand nearly caused him to lose his grip. But he tightened his hold and continued his relentless assault. One stab, two stabs, three stabs, a relentless barrage. Damn! A pained grunt echoed from behind him. Realizing what was happening, the assailant released Lin Si's mouth, using his free hand to seize the hand that relentlessly plunged the knife into him. His wrist was seized and twisted violently upward. Lin Si felt no pain, but his nerves reacted, causing his hand to instinctively relax, and the folding knife clattered to the floor. Damn it! The man with the rotten teeth hissed, wincing in pain. He glanced down at his bloodied lower right abdomen, his lips contorting in agony. "You actually concealed a knife on your person?" He spat through clenched teeth. Then, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Well, you're disarmed now." The man in the prison uniform, standing nearby, spoke hesitantly, his voice trembling slightly. The man with the rotten teeth frowned, turning to him. The man swallowed hard, saying uncertainly, "That looked like my knife you just pulled out? How could the knife that had been in his hand just moments ago suddenly appear in someone else's pocket?" The man with the rotten teeth smirked, about to retort, when he sensed the person seated on the chair before him slowly turning around. Because one arm was still firmly held, Lin Si's turn was labored. Nevertheless, he persisted, his gaze fixed on a man behind him. Meeting Lin Si's eyes, the man paused for a moment. Then he noticed Lin Si's gaze shift downward, settling on his chest. What? Before the thought could fully form in his mind, a sharp, constricting sensation seized the area where his heart was located. His body convulsed uncontrollably, followed by an overwhelming pain and a chilling coldness that emanated from within. The man opened his mouth, but his throat was choked by rising fluid, preventing him from uttering a sound. Thud! His eyes glazed over, and the man collapsed backward onto the floor. The inmates who had been seated on the benches all rose to their feet, creating a clamorous atmosphere in the hall. As he fell, the dead man dragged Lin Si backward, causing him to quickly brace himself against the bench to avoid falling. The hand that had been gripping his arm lost its strength and slid off. While flexing his stiff wrist, he reached down and retrieved the folding knife from the floor. "I require a weapon." His breaths grew heavy and labored, but he maintained his focus. It was like the first time he had inadvertently entered that state, causing the rag doll to vanish and reappear in an instant. He made the other man's heart disappear and reappear, but human hearts are not like rag dolls. Once vanished, the reappearance of the heart meant it had detached from the blood vessels, ceased beating, and caused a massive hemorrhage within the chest cavity. Death was instantaneous. This meant that the number of times he could use his ability had doubled from 12 to 24. "I require sufficient energy to use this ability." Lin Si raised his eyes, scanning the vacuum that had formed around him. The temperature seemed to rise as the predators eyed him warily. "What are you doing?" A guard's voice echoed from outside. The standing inmates blocked both sides, while others at the long tables rose to their feet, crowding together to see what was happening in the midst of the throng, obscuring the view from the guards at the edge of the crowd. The guard's voice snapped the predators out of their stupor caused by their companion's sudden demise. "Seize him!" someone roared. But Lin Si was the first to act. His gaze swept over each predator, pausing rhythmically and deliberately. It was as if he were keeping time. 1, 2, 3. Each person he scanned suddenly clutched their chest, convulsed, their facial muscles contorted in agony, and collapsed, blood trickling from their mouths. Thud! Thud! The heavy thuds of bodies hitting the floor echoed one after another. Someone crashed into a bench. Screech! The grating sound of the bench scraping across the floor sent shivers down the spine. The heavy stench of blood permeated the air, mingling with the odors of sweat and tobacco, making one's stomach churn. Someone cursed as they lunged forward, stomping on Lin Si's abdomen and grinding their heel into him. His pain perception was distorted, and Lin Si didn't react. He only tasted the bitter, acidic fluid rising in his throat. Seeing Lin Si's expressionless face, the inmate paused, almost thinking he hadn't applied enough force. But Lin Si remained focused. After nearly displacing another predator's heart, he raised his hand and plunged the folding knife into the inmate's calf. He then used his strength, taking advantage of the inmate's pain and instability to flip him over, straddle him, and repeatedly stab the folding knife in his abdomen, chest, and the side of his neck. As arterial blood splattered onto his face, he didn't flinch. He felt the warmth on his skin, and half his vision was obscured by a crimson haze. Blood flowed into his trachea, causing the inmate to clutch his neck, his mouth agape as blood gurgled and bubbled from his nose and mouth. Within seconds, his eyes glazed over, his expression frozen on his face, and he died instantly. Low gasps rippled through the crowd, but not because of the inmate's death. While Lin Si was occupied with the inmate on the ground, the other predators had gained a brief respite, which they used to swarm him. "Damn it, this kid's got some kind of trick. Don't hold back," someone yelled. The scene was too chaotic. Two men seized the opportunity while Lin Si was focused on the inmate on the ground, leaving his back exposed. One grabbed him around the waist, while the other seized his hand, effectively restraining him and snatching the folding knife. At the same time, a predator with two scars slashing across his face, wielding a sharpened toothbrush, viciously plunged it into Lin Si's abdomen, pressing his body close and twisting his shoulder to deliver multiple stabs. Chapter 31. The Fiend, a honed toothbrush for all its sharpening, is no match for the keenness of a blade. To pierce flesh, the scarred man spared no force. After repeatedly stabbing at Lin Si's abdomen, he began to breathe heavily, sensing the viscous blood dripping from his palm to the floor. Drawing back slightly, the scarred man paused, perplexed. He seemed not to have heard 000041's cries of pain, not even a groan. As the thought flashed through his mind, the scarred man lifted his gaze in astonishment, meeting Lin Si's unwavering eyes, which had never seemed to leave him. Lin Si's face bore no trace of suffering, only a direct stare. A shiver ran down the scarred man's spine, and a strange dread washed over him, instinctively causing him to recoil. However, in the next instant, a convulsive pain erupted in his chest. He clutched at his chest in terror, as if trying to grasp something, but could only crumple the prison garb in vain. His face turned ashen, and with a look of horror, he collapsed backward. Bang! Two marauders, still gripping Lin Si, witnessed another comrade fall dead for no apparent reason, and they cursed in low voices, a mix of anger and fear. "He can't last much longer," one of them growled. A blade from each would end Lin Si in mere seconds. Lin Si knew he couldn't endure much longer either. He had already used the half-displacement ability 6 times. Although his mental strength was still sufficient, his focus was becoming unstable due to the overwhelming environment, and he was losing blood. The absence of pain didn't negate the existence of wounds. In an injured state, a distorted sense of pain was not an advantage, but a liability. Pain served as a warning, and without it, he would be oblivious when death arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Si turned, focusing on one of the hands gripping him. Thud! Ah! A scream echoed as the hand that had been clamped on his arm vanished in a thin air, the cut clean, like a faucet gushing blood. Regaining his mobility, he instantaneously displaced a small knife from the hand of a marauder who was closest to him and lunging toward him. Extracting the knife from the prison guard pocket and discarding the still wailing prisoner's hand, Lin Si's gaze swept across the faces of the men before him with unwavering focus. Each clutched at their chest, faces ashen, blood trickling from their mouths, and collapsed to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The exclamations around him grew louder, and the guards seemed to be shouting something, but Lin Si could no longer hear. All that filled his ears was the relentless pounding of his heart. Luth retreated, his legs trembling, his face pale. He saw 000041 kick to the ground, stabbed several times amidst the chaos. 000041's face slammed against the metal floor. In the next moment, 000041 turned his head, his expression unchanged. Then, the prisoners standing near him began to fall one after another. One of the prisoners, about to attack 000041, was suddenly struck by death, his corpse collapsing onto 000041. The blood that the prisoner spat out splattered on 000041's face, neck, and chest. He pushed the corpse away, sat up, his prison garb completely soaked in blood, indistinguishable from his own. But 000041's expression remained unchanged. He slowly rose to his feet, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. He was like a cornered beast, but for the moment, no prisoner dared to approach. The guards outside were shouting, "Get out of the way! What are you all doing here? Make way! What's happening inside?" No one moved. The man with a head full of tattoos did not leave. He stood to the side with a somber expression. Everyone observed his face, while also glancing at 000041 at the center. "Fiend! He's a fiend!" Luth muttered in terror, stumbling backward. He could see clearly that everyone who tried to approach 000041 died, inexplicably. Lin Si didn't know what he looked like now. His face was covered in so much blood that his vision was blurring, but he couldn't even spare the time to wipe it away. His right leg felt stiff when he moved it, probably injured when he was kicked down, but because he couldn't feel the pain, he could only try to move it to make sure he could stand. Speaking of which, the stinging pain in his brain caused by the mental exertion was the only pain he could clearly feel, perhaps because it was not a real pain, but a non-physical one. He realized his mind was becoming active, a sign that he was losing focus. To regain focus in a short time, he would have to forcibly expend mental energy, which would definitely bring severe side effects. He had been practicing in quiet conditions and underestimated the impact of a chaotic environment. The number of times he could use his ability had been almost halved. Lin Si smiled wryly, raising his vigilance. I'll have to rely on the knife I displaced for now. They were wary now, but not ready to give up. Receiving some signal, they gripped their knives. Toothbrushes and pieces of thin steel pipes torn from somewhere, glaring at Lin Si with ill intent, ready to pounce. Lin Si shook his head, sensing his body temperature dropping, and made the first move. The stinging in his brain brought a wave of dizziness. Bang! The closest man fell to the ground. He himself staggered unavoidably. As if a start button had been pressed, the remaining marauders lunged at him. He almost instinctively dragged his body, closing in on the nearest man, grabbing the man's knife with one hand, and stabbing the man in the abdomen and neck without hesitation. A knife coming from the side had just pierced his waist when he pushed away the bleeding prisoner, sidestepping to let the blade plunge into the neck of the prisoner on his left. At the same time, the pain in his brain doubled. He didn't feel pain, but rather a certainty that he was still alive. A marauder who was one person away from him collapsed with cardiac arrest before he could even get close. Bang, bang. Huff, huff. Heavy breathing echoed in his ears as the last marauder who had been attacking him fell to the ground. The hall was eerily silent. He tried to move his fingers. The knife slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He realized that his fingers were swollen and showing signs of fracture, and he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Chapter 32. Testimony in the end. I was the sole survivor. Lin Si couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. However, he soon abandoned the thought as he felt a sharp pain in his side, his muscles stiffening from an unseen wound. At that moment, a familiar voice cut through the tension from outside the circle formed by the inmates, infused with an anger that was foreign to him. Everyone step aside. It was more effective than anything the guard could say. The inmates, who had previously remained motionless, hesitated for a moment before gradually parting, creating a narrow passage for one to pass through. He limped, each step deliberate, and turned just in time to see the old man with a limp entering the corridor, leaning on his cane, followed by several guards. The guards were still attempting to maintain order. What are you doing standing on the table? Get down. What's so interesting? Do you want to be locked up for life? The guards' commands finally began to take effect, causing the inmates surrounding them to disperse, though their gazes remained fixed on him. Lin Si's attention was on the old man. The elderly figure held a position of significance among the inmates, evident in how they willingly cleared a path for him. He had long sensed that there was always space around the old man. Those nearby would rather squeeze together than intrude upon his cane. He had contemplated leveraging the old man's influence to alleviate his own troubles. Regrettably, the old man had shown no intention of intervening on his behalf, merely offering insights into the prison's internal dynamics. Lin Si understood the coldness of human hearts, feeling a twinge of regret. However, at that moment, he slightly tilted his head, scrutinizing the old man's expression. Anger, worry, surprise, relief. When their eyes met, the old man's emotions were vividly apparent. He genuinely wanted to save me. Lin Si grasped this realization, straightening his posture and, after a moment's thought, decided to convey his acknowledgement. He wiped the blood from his face and nodded slightly at the old man. The old man paused, witnessing the scene revealed by the inmates parting, his eyelids twitching. More than a dozen corpses lay sprawled around Lin Si, some on the ground and others draped over the long table, with a few bodies even dismembered, severed hands resting in pools of blood, while only Lin Si remained standing, blood cascading down him. A robust guard stepped back. Avoid Chapter 33 irrefutable facts. The prison guard, Joel, tugged at the corner of his mouth, rendering his expression inscrutable, akin to an emotionless automaton, and uttered, "What is unseen is what has not occurred." Lin Si silently repeated this truth, essential for survival within the confines of the prison. The limping old man was undoubtedly aware of this as well, yet he sought to make one more attempt. Meeting the old man's gaze, Joel strained to manipulate his facial muscles, offering a semblance of smile. Uncertain of how it appeared to the old man, or if he could discern the faint curve of his lips. The old man hesitated momentarily, his lips pressed tightly together, hands resting firmly on his cane, choosing silence. Satisfied with the silence of 000173, Joel nodded approvingly, activating a translucent panel to announce, "Both parties have received punishment." However, the disparity in the severity of the punishment was glaringly evident. As for solitary confinement, Lin Si recalled that the old man had previously mentioned the exceedingly high mortality rate within the prison when illustrating his point. A dawning realization struck him. Solitary confinement was a grave punishment, one that could very well lead to his demise. His fingers twitched involuntarily, though it remained merely a possibility. Moments ago, he had been besieged. Had he not retaliated, death would have been inevitable. Upon hearing the outcome of the punishment, he felt little emotional upheaval. As long as he survived, he could navigate each situation as it arose. Lin Si let out a slow sigh of relief in his mind, observing Thompson, adorned with tattoos, sporting a smug grin upon hearing Joel's decree. Despite the loss of 11 lives, a calamity beyond Thompson's expectations, the final outcome had, after all, unfolded in the manner he had desired. He had initially planned to eliminate 000041 on the spot, a mere 2 stabs that would not raise much alarm. By the time the guards discovered 000041's lifeless form, without having witnessed the act firsthand, they would be unable to apprehend them, and 000041's death would stir no waves. By the following day, his body would be discarded from the prison, forgotten by all. Alas, 000041 appeared to wield some malevolent sorcery, having summoned 11 brothers, all of whom perished at his hands, leaving 000041 as the sole survivor. At that moment, an inexplicable chill enveloped Thompson as he turned, unexpectedly locking eyes with 000041. "BL, please have a seat." With approximately 80 to 90 more inmate lists to process before visitation hours conclude, since not every prisoner can successfully contact a relative, there's ample time for me to administer some rudimentary first aid, preventing you from succumbing to exsanguination before even reaching the solitary confinement. "Thank you," expressed with genuine gratitude. The elderly layman's assistance was undeniably substantial. He attempted to move his leg, only to find that he couldn't lift it. Noticing his struggle, the lame old man, supporting himself with his crutch, extended a hand to assist him onto a bench. "I'll fetch some hemostatic medication. Can you endure?" the lame old man inquired. The most grievous wound was located on his right abdomen. The marauders appear to have targeted his initial injury, seizing every opportunity to thrust at his right flank. Although he felt no physical pain, he could see the blood-soaked prison garb, and he was merely using one hand to apply pressure. "I am all right. I won't faint for blood loss just yet," replied, shaking his head. He experienced no dizziness, thanks to the incessant throbbing within his mind. The lame old man said nothing more and hobbled away. Watch him approach a long table and converse with an inmate clad in 3 prison uniforms. His palm couldn't adequately staunch the bleeding. He glanced around. The cloth bag that had been on the long table had been knocked to the ground during the earlier commotion and lay in a pool of blood that hadn't been cleaned up. He bent over to retrieve it. The inmate who had been sitting beside him suddenly rose and walked away. Hesitating for a moment, he hooked the bloodstained bag and straightened up. He noticed the inmate who had abruptly stood up had moved 3 meters away, huddled with other prisoners, and sat down again. It wasn't just this inmate. All the prisoners at his table were silently distancing themselves from him. Directly across, on both sides, with him at the center, the prisoners were leaving the surrounding area vacant, preferring to crowd together or stand, surreptitiously scrutinizing him. When he looked their way, they would quickly avert their gazes, their curiosity tinged with apprehension and fear. In the later years of the asylum, similar scenarios would unfold wherever he went. A peculiar sense of familiarity and warmth welled up within, improving his mood slightly as he placed the bag on the table. The blood had inevitably seeped into the bag, staining most of its contents. He wondered if the prison had a communal laundry facility. He felt the need for a bath himself, extracted 2 towels and pressed them firmly against the wound on his right abdomen. The towels proved more effective than his hand, slowing the blood flow. The prison guard acted as if he hadn't noticed anything, even gallantly yielding the way for the lame old man as he passed by. This is originally for injection, providing immediate hemostasis. But needles are too problematic to bring into the prison. You'll have to ingest it, which will likely diminish its efficacy, but it's better than nothing. Standing beside, the lame old man introduced the item in his hand in a steady, rapid tone. The syringe contained a pale blue liquid. The spot where the needle should have been was sealed with a crude, yellowish piece of rubber that clashed with the syringe's clear material. A triangular symbol bisected by a vertical line was etched on the side of the syringe, identical to the symbol on the mood stabilizers. A conglomerate that specializes in medical supplies? Speculated, following the train of thought he had developed about the prison city. He took the syringe, vertically peeled off the rubber, sealing the needle opening, and squeezed the pale blue liquid into his mouth. A faint, bitter taste, with a citrusy tang lingering, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Within seconds, he felt a faint itching sensation in his abdomen, back, and lower legs. Removing the blood-soaked towel and lifting his tattered prison uniform, he could see that the bleeding had completely stopped. The wound was still ghastly, but there were signs of healing, with fresh flesh growing. If it were injected, the wound would already be healing. Absorption through the stomach isn't as effective as direct absorption into the bloodstream. The healing will depend on your inherent regenerative capabilities. The lame old man seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the drug's effects. He sat down next to, "Do you have any fractures? This won't help with those. You'll have to find a way to immobilize them yourself to prevent the bones from setting improperly." However, was already quite pleased with the results. "Thank you. This is already a great help to me." Touched the wound on his abdomen. "This hemostatic agent must be quite costly. I'll find a way to repay you." Although he currently possessed no valuables, let alone money, the lame old man propped his crutch in front of him, resting his hands on top. "Compared to the money I spend on fireworks, this is nothing. But if you insist on returning something of equal value, I wouldn't object." Fell silent, refraining from inquiring about the exact price of the hemostatic agent. Seeing that its condition had improved significantly, the lame old man suddenly spoke. "Solitary confinement is not a place one can easily emerge from alive. In this prison, the most severe punishment I've witnessed is solitary confinement." The lame old man nodded. "No one emerges from solitary confinement alive. Or rather, a small number of inmates survive the duration of their confinement, but they invariably take their own lives shortly after being released." The lame old man paused, then emphasized, "In my time here, I have never seen an inmate survive after being subjected to solitary confinement." He recalled the smile had given him earlier. Ponder, then asked earnestly, What exactly is in solitary confinement?" The lame old man didn't beat around the bush. His voice was deep and gravelly, his half-white, curly hair tied back like that of a weathered old sea captain. Chapter 35. The time prison. With a soft click, the door to the room creaked open, and yet another group of inmates entered for their family visitation. The hall was devoid of its earlier clamor. The echoes of the brutal struggle that had transpired lingered, particularly in the vicinity of a long table where Lin Si sat, rendering the voices of the inmates nearly inaudible. The clear voice of a limping elder resonated in Lin Si's ear. "Some say that the solitary confinement cell is, in fact, a laboratory, much like the facility we find ourselves in, Van Siming Prison, which is also known as the Time Prison." "Time Prison?" Lin Si echoed this peculiar appellation. "These notions were imparted to me by a former cellmate, a man of profound knowledge and a scientist. Regrettably, he met his end in solitary confinement." The elder continued. "The psychological torment. He had previously sensed that this prison was designed to inflict suffering upon the inmates, while simultaneously offering a modicum of compassion. I have heard inmates lament that the prison aims to keep their mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. What a remarkable individual. It's truly a pity." Upon hearing this, the limping elder remained indifferent, stating there is no need for pity. His emotional instability drove him to madness, attacking the guards. Given his condition at the time, death was merely a matter of time. What a kind yet simultaneously detached old man. Lin Si wisely chose silence, allowing the elder to continue his narrative. The notion that solitary confinement is also an experiment was something he had once shared with me. After laying the groundwork, the limping elder finally delved into the core of the matter. Lin Si adjusted his posture, signaling that he was attentively listening. The elder cast a glance at him and cautioned, "You have lost a considerable amount of blood, and your body temperature remains low. You should don a couple more layers." Once Lin Si donned 2 blood-stained prison uniforms from the bag without complaint, the elder resumed, "With each phrase I utter, I shall tap my finger upon my cane. I can somewhat envision the conditions within the solitary confinement cell." Lin Si had also gained a deeper understanding of the current technological advancements in society. The elder placed a hand upon his injured leg, applying gentle pressure as he remarked, "Humanity often overestimates its capacity for mental endurance. In truth, under high pressure, coupled with incessant stimuli, the brink of collapse is alarmingly close." This statement served as a reminder to himself. Lin Si accepted it without resistance, responding, "I can relate profoundly to that. I shall proceed with caution." He recounted how many patients in psychiatric hospitals were initially sane, but, due to various circumstances, became genuine patients after a brief stay. He had witnessed far too many instances of mental fragility. Suddenly, the limping elder chuckled softly, saying, "You are indeed cautious. Until today, I had not perceived you as someone capable of such decisive lethality." Seemingly wary of Lin Si misunderstanding his words, the elder added before Lin Si could speak, "Of course, feigning weakness is a remarkably astute survival strategy. I did not intend any mockery." Lin Si chuckled in response, the hemostatic agent taking effect as he regained control over his facial muscles, naturally accepting the change in his character. After all, no one can foresee how events will unfold. I never intended to court trouble. I had thought I could await my release in peace. It is hard to imagine. You truly ended up in prison for theft? The limping elder expressed genuine curiosity for the first time. More or less, in summary, it was an act that harmed the interests of the conglomerate. He had now grasped that it was not a state institution passing judgment upon them, but rather the conglomerate's joint defense department. A web of intricacies that was easy to fathom, along with the multitude of serious crimes that were branded as damaging group interests. Permit me to introduce myself formally. Pullman Solomon, incarcerated for 65 years due to gang affiliations and the disruption of corporate interests. I have served 3 years thus far. I am Lin Si, without any particularly noteworthy past. Pullman, to be candid, this sudden formal introduction feels more akin to a farewell. Chapter 36 Farewell. Pullman regarded him with a meaningful glance, refraining from responding to his words. Did they all believe that he could not possibly emerge alive from the confinement cell? Or that even if he did, he would soon devolve into a madman destined for self-destruction? The smile on Lin Si's face faded slightly, his injured palm unconsciously clenching and relaxing. No matter what befell me, I must persevere. Thompson had narrowly escaped this time, but that did not mean I would let him off the hook. Very well, Pullman stood upright, his posture impeccable. I have relayed all that I can think of. While you still have time before your confinement begins, you need to make further preparations. As long as the confinement has not commenced, you may present any reasonable requests. Do not squander this opportunity. Lin Si rose to his feet, tugging disdainfully at his prison garb. What I desire most right now is a shower. After spending 7 days in the confinement cell, I fear I will be thoroughly soaked in my own odor, and neglecting to cleanse myself might lead to inflammation upon my return. He had endured the pungent amalgamation of sweat and blood on his body for far too long. Pullman nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Si suddenly realized that Pullman was also considering the necessity of requesting to bring 7 days' worth of nutritional liquid into the confinement cell. Although the mortality rate in confinement was nearly 100%, the rules ostensibly did not aim to ensure the prisoner's demise. Hence, they would not refuse your request for nutritional liquid. Of course, should you forget to apply for it, the guards would not take it upon themselves to deliver it to the confinement cell. Before sending a guard to assist Lin Si in cleaning his bloodied attire and retrieving the nutritional liquid, he solemnly advised, do not entertain thoughts of escaping confinement. It is futile and will only exacerbate your punishment. Engage only in what is permitted. Having spoken, Joel instructed the limping old man Pullman to remain in the lobby, signaling for Lin Si to follow a guard to the main exit. Lin Si donned the cloth bag, hoping that entering through the gate unaccompanied by other inmates would afford him a moment of peace. The guard assigned by Joel bore a round face, appearing to be in his early 20s, with an overly amiable demeanor. Yet, the young guard maintained a stern expression, striving to project an air of authority while keeping a vigilant gaze upon Lin Si, as if fearing that a moment's inattention would allow him to escape. He seemed far less experienced than Joel. Perhaps he could extract some information. Lin Si raised a smile, attempting to appear congenial as he initiated conversation. "You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Are you a newly appointed guard at the prison?" The young guard merely stared at him in silence. Lin Si continued, "I am yet to learn where the confinement cell is located. Could you perhaps provide me with directions?" The young guard remained mute, adopting an unyielding demeanor and even stepping aside as if to distance himself. Lin Si was at a loss as to when he had become so intimidating. Abandoning further attempts at conversation, the young guard led him to the corridor where he had received the emotional stabilizers 7 days prior. At the far end, directly across from the restroom, lay the communal shower. The room was empty. Upon entering, Lin Si meticulously cleansed his body of the bloods. Chapter 37. The solitary confinement prison guard Joel casually pointed to a fellow officer and instructed, "You will oversee the queue I was responsible for. Escort them to receive their emotional stabilizers." He then personally led Lin Si toward the open electronic gate. As he entered, the previously tranquil hall behind him erupted into a cacophony, voices rising in a tumultuous uproar. The guard shouted to maintain order. "Silence. Everyone be quiet. What are you doing on the table? Do you wish to kill 11 people and end up in solitary confinement?" As they ventured deeper into the corridor, the noise from the hall gradually faded until it was entirely inaudible. Guard Joel guided him not to the left but to the right corridor. Upon entering, there were only 2 passages. He had speculated during the last prayer day that the left side was for the guards' offices and rest areas, while the other side must lead to the prison's entrance and exit for outsiders. To his surprise, solitary confinement was situated in the direction of the prison's gate. Lin Si discreetly observed his surroundings as they walked. The corridor was devoid of rooms, illuminated by a cold white light. Although the prison maintained a constant temperature, he felt a chill enveloping him, as if influenced by the stark illumination. They turned left 3 times without encountering any junctions or rooms, and he did not see the grand exit he had imagined. When the first door appeared on the wall, Guard Joel finally halted. Lin Si glanced deeper into the corridor. The electronic sign read, "Solitary Confinement." Guard Joel tapped on the translucent panel in his hand. A couple of soft beeps followed, and the door to solitary confinement swung open automatically. This door lacked a key. Its mechanism could only be controlled by the panel wielded by the guard. Had they even anticipated the possibility of a prisoner finding a way to escape solitary confinement? Lin Si felt a contradiction. The prison was overly meticulous in some aspects, yet exhibited a troubling leniency in others. Guard Joel stood beside the door, facing Lin Si, and stated, "The timer has been set. In 7 days, the door will open automatically, and I will come to escort you out." Standing at the threshold, he could discern the basic layout of the solitary confinement area through the light seeping in from the corridor. It was slightly larger than a cell, but lacked windows, resembling a larger box. The walls were not white, but rather a deep, soft material akin to that of a cell. There was a single bed, the facilities better than those of a cell, allowing him to avoid sleeping directly on the floor. Beyond that, no other amenities or items were visible. Based on his observations, the solitary confinement space contained nothing particularly frightening, let alone anything that could drive a person to madness. Some advanced technology, if it indeed existed, might be concealed within the walls, only sensed but not seen. Lin Si pondered as he stepped into the confinement area. Guard Joel glanced at the cloth bag in his hand, took a step back, and solemnly remarked, "I hope these 7 days will allow you to reflect on your mistakes and serve your sentence with greater seriousness. In the future?" Lin Si mused sarcastically, as he uttered the same words to every prisoner who succumbed after being confined. The door before him closed steadily, plunging the surroundings into a pitch-black void. Reaching out to feel along the wall beside the door, he soon encountered the familiar slight protrusions from the cell. Pressing down with some force, dim orange-yellow light illuminated the confinement area, dispelling the darkness. The current lighting bore a resemblance to that of cell, Lin Si quipped, drawing from his preconceived notions from another world. He did not sit down immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and meticulously explored the confinement area. In the upper corner of the right wall, he felt a faint breeze. This must be the air vent. He took out 2 freshly washed prison uniforms and laid them beneath the vent. Regardless of location, one should never neglect the quality of life. Even during his time in the psychiatric hospital, he had strived to make his environment as comfortable as possible. Lying on the bed, which only had a thin mattress, he placed a cloth bag against the wall and attempted to sleep. The mental strain from this session was greater than any previous practice. He wondered if it would leave any lingering effects. As his thoughts settled, Lin Si quickly realized he had drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself enveloped in a mist of dreams. This time, however, the dreamscape was peculiar, absent of streets or vague human figures. The mist gathered softly at his feet, rippling gently as he moved, only to slowly coalesce once more. The surroundings were dim, illuminated by orange-yellow light, akin to that of the confinement area. Had something altered within the dream realm? Lin Si mused as he cautiously advanced in the direction he faced. Before long, a sudden sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him, prompting him to sit up abruptly, eyes wide open, realizing he was still on the single bed in solitary confinement. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he felt slightly disoriented. Was my mental strength inadequate to sustain the dream space, causing it to expel me? The thought struck him as fitting, akin to a user being disconnected from a server. I never intended to enter the dream space at this moment. I merely wished to sleep, Lin Si lamented with a wry smile, lying back down in an attempt to enter a normal sleep. Yet again, the symptoms of insomnia began to manifest. No matter how he endeavored to quiet his mind, sleep eluded him. Previously, his insomnia stemmed from the dream space not being activated. Now, however, it likely arose from the fact that he had just flirted with death, taking the lives of 11 individuals. While he had experienced self-preservation in the psychiatric hospital, he had never before killed so many at once. His body was fatigued, yet his mind remained in a state of heightened alertness. He rationalized his current state, opting not to force sleep, but instead to rest his eyes. The silence in solitary confinement was profound. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a series of faint footsteps echoed through the confinement area. He immediately took notice, opening his eyes and turning to the door. The footsteps drew closer from the direction he had come, but with no other rooms in sight. Could someone be approaching solitary confinement? As if responding to his thoughts, the footsteps abruptly ceased outside the door to the confinement area. Chapter 38. Participation Agreement. Who could possibly arrive at the solitary confinement cell at this moment? A prison guard? No. Joel had established the time for the confinement to end, and it was clear he would not return within the 7-day period. 7 days were meant for him to fend for himself. A prisoner? Even less likely. Could it be a family member who inadvertently wandered into the corridor leading to the isolation cell? Yet, with guards assigned to escort individuals, such an occurrence seemed improbable. None of these speculations appeared reasonable. Lin Si sat up, fixating on the door. Beep. The sound of the door opening echoed, and it swung open automatically. A guard stood outside, glancing at Lin Si on the bed before swiftly surveying the room. He turned to the outside and remarked, "All clear." The prisoner appears to be in a stable mental state. To Lin Si's surprise, it was indeed a guard. He scrutinized the guard outside. Why had another guard come to the isolation cell shortly after Joel's departure? Moreover, it seemed there were others waiting outside. Yet, he had only heard a single set of footsteps moments ago. He watched as the guard stepped aside, allowing a man and a woman to enter the isolation cell. The man was clad in a suit, his short hair slicked back with mousse. His eyes were narrow and elongated, and he wore glasses, carrying a silver briefcase. The woman had long black hair and donned a tailored skirt suit. Her complexion was pale, with a beauty mark on her nose. Both bore East Asian features, prompting Lin Si to observe them more closely. He specifically noted their footwear. Both wore shoe covers, and no sound accompanied their entrance into the confinement cell. No wonder I thought there was only one person earlier. The woman, maintaining a polite smile, nodded at the guard and spoke in a gentle tone, "Thank you for your assistance." The guard stepped outside, and the door began to close slowly. Lin Si straightened, lifting his gaze to the man and woman who stood 2 steps away from his bed, the man slightly trailing behind the woman. "Hello, 000041. Lin Si," the woman said, preserving her smile as she extended her hand. "My surname is Li, and I come from the Conley Group. You may call me Professor Li. This is my assistant, Mr. Young." The mention of the Conley Group and Professor Li confirmed part of Pullman's speculations. Indeed, the Conley Group had a collaboration with Ishmida, and the professor's appearance inevitably evoked thoughts of experimentation. However, Pullman's conjecture had suggested that some high-tech apparatus was installed in the confinement cell, without indicating that a professor would directly appear before him. Nevertheless, individuals who entered the confinement cell either met a grim fate or suffered mental deterioration shortly after exiting. Making Pullman Chapter 39, Pullman-Solomon. The Pullman-Solomon file is rather straightforward. Photographs, identification numbers, names. Other details have been redacted. Due to the presence of numerous personal details within the file, I am unable to share it with you, Professor Li explained, noting Lin Si's momentary pause and focus. During family visits, the broadcast emphasized the importance of privacy protection, yet surveillance persisted throughout the entire process. Lin Si chose not to comment, instead fixating on the photographs within the file. The images appeared to have been taken upon entering the prison. They were uniformly formatted, with close-up angles that clearly displayed the subject's facial features. As he flipped through several photographs, he did not recognize any familiar faces among the inmates. Having recently entered the prison, he had limited interactions with the other prisoners, making it difficult to ascertain whether they were still alive. His pace quickened as he browsed, until suddenly, a particular file caused him to halt. ID 000173. Name Pullman-Solomon. The large headshot of the limping elderly man occupied the upper right corner of the file, and the man's fierce gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, locking onto him. "Do you know him?" The abrupt cessation of Lin Si's movements was quite evident, as Professor Li pointed to Pullman's photograph on the display. "This man, Pullman, has left a profound impression on me. He was the most compliant subject we had worked with among all the prisoners, closely adhering to the formal standards for experimentation. Regrettably, he still fell short by one data point. He had requested to undergo another testing session, but for safety reasons, I had to decline. For him, this could be the only opportunity to leave the prison alive, as his sentence is exceedingly long, 60 years. Lin Si mentally echoed this last detail. For him, the prospect of leaving prison held no allure beyond the basic instinct for survival. Yet, if Pullman were to have such an opportunity, he believed that those with ambition and courage would certainly seize the chance. Pullman had never mentioned participating in the experiment. All he relayed came from a friend he claimed had already perished. Who then is the one lying? Lin Si struggled to divert his gaze from the photo before him and opened another subfolder containing store videos. Each video was labeled with an ID and name, and he quickly located the one marked 000173 Pullman-Solomon. Without hesitation, he clicked on it, and the first scene revealed the elderly man sitting on a bed. Pullman's hair was tied back, bearing a striking resemblance to his current appearance. The most notable difference was the downward tilt of his lips, his brows furrowed, exuding a direct and hostile demeanor, starkly contrasting with his present, albeit taciturn, disposition. One would expect a man serving a 60-year sentence for a serious crime to appear as he did. Lin Si mused. As the video played, Pullman sat before an open box, connected to a white apparatus with 4 electrode patches affixed to his temples and chest. "You simply need to relax and close your eyes." Professor Li's soothing voice resonated within the video. Pullman remained seated, occasionally twitching as if experiencing a dream where one's legs involuntarily move. Professor Li and assistant Yang intermittently recorded data on the screen. This was the extent of the content until Professor Li pressed a switch on the device, prompting Pullman to open his eyes, at which point the video concluded. Throughout his viewing, Professor Li refrained from urging him to hasten, only speaking up once Lin Si had finished. As you can see, the entire experimental process posed no danger. He remained safe until the end, exhibiting no negative reactions. "Our experiments aim to collect data, not to take lives," and, consequently, we ensure the parameters are the safest possible. Professor Li's assertion held truth. Pullman appeared entirely secure in the footage, merely connected to the 4 electrode patches. Pullman had indeed participated in the experiment, concealing this information from him. And yet he had survived, despite claiming that all who entered the isolation chamber had perished. Lin Si felt no anger at the deception. Rather, he was engulfed in perplexity. What was Pullman's motive for lying to him? Every deliberate action by a person should be driven by an underlying purpose, whether it be a clear intention or a subconscious motive. As a doctor at the institution had once taught him, seemingly reading his thoughts, Professor Li's smile deepened, 2 small dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth, rendering her demeanor even more gentle. It is not difficult to comprehend. Inmates who are aware of the existence of the experiment and have failed during testing may fabricate tales of horror about it. Their own failures breed a desire to prevent others from succeeding, a fundamental aspect of human jealousy. With the passage of time, as prisoners are cycled in and out, the truth becomes obscured. Even those who survive the isolation chamber are no longer known, while others are left only with terrifying rumors passed down through word of mouth. Pullman's deceit stemmed from a desire to dissuade him from participating in the experiment, portraying the isolation chamber as a site of terror. That seemed plausible. However, the reactions of other inmates, such as Thompson, indicated that they believed they would perish within the isolation chamber. Had they truly succumbed to the rumors? Moreover, there was one crucial aspect that remained inexplicable and illogical. Lin Si surveyed the room before his gaze settled on the silver briefcase that Assistant Yang had been holding. If the experiment is indeed as safe as you claim, and the terms of the agreement are so enticing for the sake of obtaining data, you could easily conduct an open recruitment within the prison. After all, you have a contract with Ashmida. I am certain many inmates would be willing to participate. So why do you only seek out those confined to the isolation chamber for experimentation? The implication was clear. The experiment could not possibly be as safe as Professor Li had asserted. What were they attempting to conceal by narrowing the scope to the isolation chamber, even at the cost of delaying their data collection? The dimples at the corners of Professor Li's mouth vanished, her eyes glinting with scrutiny. I had believed my explanation to be sufficiently airtight, yet your responses seemed to diverge from the records in the file. Professor Li lowered her hands, allowing them to rest naturally at her sides, her tone devoid of irritation at being challenged. It appears we may need to activate the contingency plan. Upon hearing the mention of a contingency plan, alarms blared in Lin Si's mind. He instinctively bent low and lunged to the side, but Assistant Yang, who had remained like an invisible specter behind Professor Li, had already produced a spray canister. It was not that Assistant Yang acted faster. Rather, the moment he pressed the nozzle, the compressed gas erupted, leaving Lin Si with no means to evade. A faint, sweet scent filled the air, and his body succumbed to weakness in an instant. Thud! He collapsed onto the bed. Yet his consciousness remained alert. Chapter 40 Holographic Consciousness. The disconnection of nerves and muscles rendered him incapable of even twitching a facial expression. A sharp pain throbbed within his mind, obstructing his ability to focus. Helplessly, he watched as Professor Li covered his mouth and nose, slightly bending forward towards him, the strands of his cascading hair exuding a faint fragrance. The contingency plan was initiated and the experimental test commenced. The woman with fair skin and dark hair arched her eyes reassuringly, stating that once the experiment began, the agreement would automatically take effect. She stepped aside, and Assistant Yang, holding a case, waved to disperse the lingering gas before placing the lockbox beside him and opening it. With a click, he tilted his head, resting on the bed, unable to see the contents of the box, but feeling the cold touch of its side against his face. Assistant Yang turned him over effortlessly, his seemingly frail body, accustomed to the confines of the laboratory, showing no signs of strain, even in his breathing. Subsequently, 4 electrode patches were affixed to his temples, and as his prison attire was pulled aside, another 2 were placed on either side of his chest. Just as he had seen in the video, Lin Si felt akin to a fish at the mercy of its captors. Were it not for the instinct to survive, having exhausted his mental fortitude, he could have easily dispatched 2 more individuals. After all, The guard could not harm him, but could merely extend his confinement. Inmates subjected to solitary confinement likely shared similar plights. A brutal struggle within the prison drained their physical strength, leading them to the isolation chamber. Refusal to participate in the experimental test would result in the activation of the contingency plan. At that moment, they lost 90% of their ability to resist, making them exceedingly easy to control. This may well be one of the primary reasons Professor Lee chose to conduct experiments exclusively within the confines of the isolation room. As thoughts raced through his mind, Assistant Yang began calibrating the instruments within the lockbox. Beep, beep. The sounds of the machinery echoed intermittently. In truth, our experimental test is quite straightforward, Professor Lee began, placing his hands down. You simply need to relax and close your eyes. Once the experiment commences, you will enter a space designed specifically from your profile, much like the currently popular holographic virtual games, where you will encounter almost lifelike imagery, and all sensory perceptions will mimic those of a real environment. Professor Lee emphasized, you must remember one crucial point, no matter how real it may seem. Everything you see is virtual. The fact that the experimental test was to proceed seemed inescapable. Lin Si swiftly adjusted his mindset, diligently memorizing each of Professor Lee's words, gradually discerning the peculiarity in his speech. These phrases had not appeared in the video of the experiments conducted by Pullman. If holographic technology was employed for the experiment, was it not intended to make participants feel as though they were experiencing reality? Why then emphasize the need to distinguish between reality and the virtual? Unable to voice his thoughts or inquiries, he could only observe as Assistant Yang fine-tuned the apparatus, rising to signal Professor Lee to approach the device. Although the environment you will enter is programmed from your data to reflect your greatest fears, you will remain entirely safe since it is all virtual. Professor Lee continued to elucidate the experiment's protocol. I will be able to see what you see through the apparatus, and we can communicate. Rest assured, it will be akin to entering a game. You merely need to remain in the constructed virtual scene for a full day, during which there will be companionship and conversation. And then the experiment will conclude. Is that not simple? So, just relax as much as possible. We only require data from your physical responses. It sounded remarkably simple and safe. Yet, during the Pullman experiment, no communication had occurred. The actual events of the experiment would likely deviate from Professor Lee's instructions, and therein lay the danger. Lin Si heightened his vigilance. All right, let us begin. Having completed the explanation of the protocol, Professor Lee announced, pressing the switch on the device. Beep beep. The electrodes attached to his body emitted a faint current, inducing a tingling sensation, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. Upon opening them, no, he should not have opened his eyes. The entire virtual scene manifested directly within his mind. He beheld a white corridor, inhaling the familiar scent of disinfectant, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, interspersed with screams and laughter. A soothing, magnetic male voice resonated nearby. Si, from now on, you will reside in the ward on this floor. Everyone here is quite pleasant. You must all get along well. Turning his head, he saw the figure in a white coat, raising his gaze to finally meet the man's face. An unremarkable visage, yet profoundly familiar. Dr. One, Lin Si murmured involuntarily. Dr. One was indeed his attending physician upon entering the psychiatric hospital. This height seemed somewhat abnormal. He lowered his head to see his body reduced to more than half its size, raising a hand to discover it bore a youthful delicacy. My most dreaded scenario? But the data obtained by Professor Lee's team should have been 000041. Why then did the constructed scene evoke memories so intimately known to him? Lin Si pondered silently, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Dr. One before him. In reality, his body was immobile, yet in this holographic projection, he regained his freedom. It felt astonishingly real. That was his immediate impression. The side of his face, marked by late-night acne, unshaven stubble, mismatched buttons, and frayed cuffs. Dr. One had never been one to concern himself with appearances. Si, why do you keep staring at me? It's quite unsettling. As though you were gazing at a mannequin, Dr. One quipped half-jokingly. The acute awareness from his memories was undeniable. Lin Si had no intention of engaging with this virtual manifestation of Dr. One. He merely offered a perfunctory, sorry. Dr. Wen shrugged indifferently. Come along. I'll show you to your ward. He guided Lin Si through the corridor that was all too familiar from his memories when suddenly Professor Li's voice echoed in his ears. 000041. Can you hear me? The tone was far colder in the holographic consciousness than in reality. He had initially intended to remain silent. Yet when Professor Li called out 000041 for the second time, he reluctantly replied with a non-committal mem. Chapter 41. Mushrooms cannot perform photosynthesis in this realm of consciousness. One hears what one wishes to hear. Professor Li, as if possessing the gift of telepathy, addressed the doubts swirling in his mind. However, his tones soon turned grave. There seems to be an issue with our experiment. Within the data we have gathered, there is no record of such a hospital. The environment resembles one, yet it diverges in certain aspects, and there is no Dr. Wen nor any patients present. This is a mistake on your part, and it is incumbent upon you to rectify it. Professor Li maintained his serious demeanor, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation despite the gravity of his words. Yet you appear to know him. You called out to Dr. Wen upon seeing him. The nameplate on the man's chest read, Wen Hehua, attending physician. Lin Si responded with calm composure. A moment of silence enveloped them. Your observations are indeed astute. Professor Li's voice softened, imbued with a hint of mirth. It appears there has been an unforeseen error in our data programming, resulting in a scene beyond our control. Therefore, any occurrence here is possible. However, remember the paramount and singular principle of this experiment. Everything you see, no matter how real it may appear, is merely a simulation. Your experimental methodology is quite lax, Lin Si stated candidly. Professor Li showed no sign of annoyance. Lin Si refrained from continuing the conversation as Dr. Wen had already brought him to a halt outside a patient room. This will be your ward, and you have a roommate. Dr. Wen did not rush to open the door, but instead introduced, considering your young age, we have specifically chosen a gentle and amiable patient as your roommate. His condition merely leads him to believe he is a mushroom. I trust you will get along splendidly. Is this truly my most dreaded scenario? How could I have been oblivious to it? Lin Si found himself enveloped in deep suspicion regarding Professor Li's experiment. He pushed open the door. The ward was immaculate, containing 2 hospital beds and a private bathroom. The window was ajar, and on the bed by the window sat a tall, robust man in a patient gown, hugging his knees and swaying gently, seemingly oblivious to the commotion at the doorway. He is engaging in photosynthesis, Dr. Wen explained with a light chuckle. Mushrooms cannot perform photosynthesis, Lin Si interjected, momentarily lost in thought, recalling that Dr. Wen had previously stated the same. Indeed, I had no idea such a thing existed, Dr. Wen murmured, perplexed. My biological knowledge is evidently lacking. This is crucial information. I must remind him. Dr. Wen, a man of action, immediately called out to the patient on the bed. Ho Dang, do not rush into photosynthesis just yet. I have something of utmost importance to discuss regarding your healthy growth. Lin Si observed the sturdy back of Ho Dang, reflecting on how he had been too young at that time to recognize the fear, anxiety, and hostility in Ho Dang's eyes, believing instead in Dr. Wen's assurances of his future roommate's friendliness. It was as if he had seen a familiar face, not the round-shaped visage from his memories, but rather a head resembling that of mushroom, not in hairstyle, but a genuine mushroom growing beneath the short hair. Lin Si inhaled sharply, instinctively taking a step back. Ho Dang's mushroom-like head bore the hue of human skin, with a forehead that arched into a dome, beneath which were eyes devoid of a nose. The entire head resembling fungal tissue with a fissure that should correspond to the mouth. Yet, Dr. Wen remained oblivious to any abnormalities. Earnestly conversing with Ho Dang, I only learned today that mushrooms cannot perform photosynthesis. This may very well be the reason for your stunted growth. In Lin Si's recollection, Dr. Wen had said this to encourage Ho Dang to eat more in the future. But witnessing a living mushroom-headed figure transformed those words into a serious discussion on nurturing a mushroom head. Lin Si felt as if he had become a statue, rooted in place, motionless. He struggled to quell his racing heart, his gaze fixed intently on Ho Dang, and managed to stammer, transforming one's memories into a monster? Lin Si sensed something amiss. The patient before him bore a mushroom head, a true mushroom. Mushroom? From the readings on the instruments, everything in the room appeared normal, devoid of any creature with a mushroom head. Professor Li's calm voice rang clearly in his ears. What I see, they cannot perceive. Lin Si retreated further, stopping only when he nearly collided with the door of the adjacent ward. Are you certain your instruments reflect real-time data? Lin Si was unwilling to believe that the mushroom head atop Ho Dang was a mere figment of his imagination. Before he could engage further with Professor Li, Doctor, when turned, looking at him with confusion. What's wrong, Xiao Si? Why did you suddenly dart over there? Come, let me introduce you to your future roommate. Doctor. Wen's unexpected movement mirrored a behavior from Lin Si's memories. Simultaneously, Ho Dang, squatting on the bed, turned his gaze toward Lin Si. The eyes, void of color, bore into him with a heightened sense of fear and hostility, even more intense than he remembered. Chapter 42. The doll observing his actions, Doctor. When approached him with a mixture of confusion and concern, inquiring sharply, Xiao Si, what is troubling you? Are you unwell, or have you witnessed something alarming? Do not be frightened. Share it with me, and I shall assist you. Lin Si continued to retreat, unperturbed, until he inadvertently stepped upon something soft, causing him to halt abruptly. A piercing, shrill scream emanated from below his feet. He quickly lifted his foot and glanced down, discovering a doll lying prone on the ground. The doll, adorned in a delicate gown, bore the weight of his step, its soft arms straining against the floor as it struggled to rise. The doll had come to life? Lin Si's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Child, my child. Suddenly, a plump middle-aged woman burst forth from an adjacent room. Mama, Mama. The doll wailed loudly from the ground. He nimbly sidestepped to avoid being collided with by the approaching woman. It was then that he recalled the doll's familiar visage. It was the very same doll that the deranged mother, mourning her lost child, cradled daily in her arms. Yet in his memory, the doll had never animated nor emitted such a ghastly cry. The woman, filled with maternal anguish, scooped up the doll and anxiously consoled. Dear child, do not cry. Mama is here. Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Tell Mama. The sight of the wailing doll and the distressed mother formed an eerie tableau. And as the woman spoke, her gaze shifted, filled with venomous resentment towards Lin Si. It is you. You nearly caused my child's demise. The middle-aged woman hissed through clenched teeth. The commotion in the corridor drew the attention of more patients, who peered out from their rooms. Dr. Wen continued to press forward, stating, Xiao Si, look what happens when you act recklessly. Accidents easily occur. Do not run. Stop and let us converse. How could he possibly halt? He noticed more patients with grotesque appearances, prompting him to turn and flee. In his ears, Professor Li's voice resonated once more, 000041. What transpired? Why did you suddenly flee? There are severe fluctuations in your data. What did you see? All we observed was you stepping on a doll, followed by a patient rushing out, while others merely watched. You must calm down. Have you forgotten the experimental protocols I have consistently emphasized? Everything you behold is virtual, not real. There is no need for such fear. Is it conceivable that even the assurances of absolute safety in this virtual consciousness are erroneous? An accident could occur here, endangering both mind and body, rendering him indistinguishable from the deceased. Thus, Professor Li repeatedly stressed the virtual nature to keep him from lowering his guard. Continuing the dialogue with Professor Li would only squander time and disrupt his thoughts. The priority now was to devise a means of extricating himself from the virtual realm. Reaching the end of the corridor, he followed the route etched in his memory, pushing open the emergency exit and swiftly descending the stairs. The resonant thuds of his footsteps echoed. The holographic virtual space was accessed through consciousness, implying that any significant stimulus could awaken his awareness, allowing him to break free from the virtual environment. Lin Si moved with deliberate steadiness, his thoughts racing within his mind. Halt. Your condition is exceedingly unstable. I fear that if you persist, something dire may occur. Professor Li commanded sternly, each word laden with authority. Thud. His footsteps ceased. He could hear Professor Lee exhale deeply, her tone imbued with a hint of relief. "Phew. Have you regained your composure? I knew you were the most likely individual I have encountered to meet the formal experimental criteria." "Wait, what are you doing?" Professor Lee sensed a shift, her voice suddenly laced with confusion and anxiety. Thud, thud. He had entered a state of focus, initially intending only to elevate the pain within his mind to stimulate awareness. He unexpectedly achieved a focus state. It appeared that mental fortitude could indeed be harnessed. Yet, the pain in his head reached a near unbearable threshold. In an instant, he felt weightless, and Lin Si opened his eyes wide. Before him lay not the hospital's emergency exit, but a cold, metallic vault and two astonished faces. Professor Lee blinked her beautiful dark eyes, still unaware of the unfolding events. "How did you suddenly disengage from the virtual consciousness?" However, her words were cut short, her mouth hanging open in shock, as her gentle voice was abruptly replaced by a strangled sound. Huff, huff. Her stunning black pupils contracted in terror as she clutched her throat, then descended to grasp her chest tightly. Her body convulsed in pain twice before she collapsed forward. Thud, thud. The dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated simultaneously with the fall of her assistant, Yang, who had been recording experimental data on a projected screen. The focus state had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have remained immobilized, still under the control of Professor Lee and her assistant, destined to be forcibly re-entered into the virtual consciousness once more. The optimal course of action was to eliminate them through a partial substitution. Lin Si attempted to move his body, discovering he had regained control over his fingers. It appeared that the spray used by Yang had been effective but brief, or perhaps considerable time had elapsed. After all, Professor Lee had never divulged the ratio of time flow within the virtual consciousness compared to reality. After lying still for a while, he continuously tried to move his body. Finally, using his bent arm for support, he propped himself up and gained a clear view of the instruments within the vault. The pure white case housed several buttons, devoid of labels, yet prominently featured a red-painted button that he deduced to be the switch previously pressed by Professor Lee. Above the button were two screens. One displayed experimental data, with several colored lines fluctuating slightly, all lacking any indication of their significance. This must be what they had been monitoring. Lin Si turned his gaze to the other screen. The image displayed a flurry of doctors and nurses in the hospital corridor, all actively searching for the suddenly vanished patient. Chapter 43. Ominous, even after disengaging from the virtual consciousness, the events within it continued to unfold. This entire experiment is increasingly perplexing. Lin Si reached up and peeled off the electrode patches from his temples. The initial attempt faltered, his hand weakened and unresponsive. After shaking it, his hand finally regained dexterity, successfully removing all 4 electrode patches. Just then, seemingly alerted by the sound of a heavy object hitting the floor and the ensuing silence, a guard outside the confinement room inquired, "Professor Lee, Assistant Yang, is everything all right in there?" In the next instant, before Lin Si could even react, the door hissed open automatically. The guard's gaze immediately fell upon Professor Lee and Assistant Yang, sprawled on the floor, with blood pooling beneath them. Momentarily stunned, the guard swiftly reached for his sidearm. But Lin Si was quicker. Activating partial displacement in less than half a second, the guard collapsed in agony. Quickly mirroring the corpses on the floor, his face contorted and blood seeping from every orifice, utterly lifeless. The guard's body lay between the corridor and the confinement room, obstructing the door. Detecting that the door had been ajar for too long, it attempted to close automatically, but was thwarted by the corpse, emitting a persistent alert. Beep, 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 huff. Lin Si gasped, his forehead slick with perspiration. After barely managing another use of partial displacement, he involuntarily snapped out of his focused state. Allowing himself a moment to adjust to the throbbing in his head, he finally lifted his gaze, allowing his vision, blurred by pain, to refocus. Having killed 2 researchers from Ishmaida and a guard, the regulations I violated now extend far beyond mere confinement. Lin Si mused. He sat for a moment, then shakily rose to his feet. Remain here and await discovery by other guards, meekly accepting punishment? Or escape? But where could he flee? The main gate should be nearby. He had no idea how many guards were in this prison, but for now, it seemed their numbers were sparse. This work building was mostly deserted, with the guards primarily occupied with supervising the prisoners, not stationed nearby. Once he regained some mental fortitude, he might actually have a chance to escape the prison, but he was utterly ignorant of the situation outside and faced numerous subsequent problems. As he plotted, his gaze drifted to the projection screen. Now ask you from Professor Li's fall. The screen was a mosaic of pixels, which, according to Professor Li's earlier explanation, indicated restricted access. He refrained from touching the sleek, form-fitting watch on Professor Li's wrist, which appeared far more advanced than Chen Wuyong's, leaving aside whether he could even use it. If the watch had a program that triggered an alarm upon unauthorized contact, he'd be inviting trouble. Instead, he pried the spray canister from Assistant Yang's grasp. This is what made me instantly lose control of my body. Lin Si turned the canister, which read, Pepper Spray, internal experimental version, not for sale. Below was the triangular logo of the Conley Group. Has pepper spray evolved to such an extreme degree? He wondered. It certainly is a formidable self-defense item. He clutched the spray tightly. Then, he approached the guard's body, squatting down to examine the area on his waist that the guard had instinctively reached for. Lifting the uniform, he found not a gun, as he had expected, but a small walkie-talkie. So, he wasn't trying to attack me, but to alert the other guards, Lin Si realized. He released the uniform and pushed himself up, using his knees for support. Standing at the doorway, he cautiously peered left and right. The corridor stretched into the distance on both sides, bathed in cold, white light with no sign of life. The right led back the way he had come, so he decisively headed in the opposite direction. I could try to find a main gate first, he thought, proceeding cautiously. He continued forward, encountering no intersections. Only left turns at the end of each corridor. After 2 left turns, he paused, looking around. Since leaving the confinement room, he had seen no other rooms, and no main gate, not even the gate through which he had entered. It was as if he was in an endless corridor. This is all too strange. Lin Si retreated a few steps, then abruptly turned and hurried back the way he had come. Unexpectedly, he hadn't gone far before things changed. In the distance, he heard footsteps and voices. He's no longer in the confinement room. He escaped. He can only run that way. Lin Si stopped, suppressing even his breathing, his instincts urging him to seek cover, pressing himself against the wall. Soon, the footsteps grew increasingly erratic and were rapidly approaching. There was nowhere to hide. If he were captured and subjected to further experiments, he couldn't guarantee that he would emerge unscathed from the next escape from virtual consciousness. He would either go mad or die in the experiment. A powerful impulse surged within him, forcing him to turn once more and run towards the seemingly endless corridor. He's right ahead. The voices, though different, and the relentless footsteps behind him made it clear that this was not a replay of events. Someone had genuinely emerged from the seemingly endless corridor, determined to capture him. Listening to his own increasingly labored breathing, Lin Si gradually slowed his pace until he stopped completely. I see him. Catch him. Be careful. There's something uncanny about him. He stood in the middle of the corridor as several guards, each wielding a baton, emerged from the corner ahead, approaching him warily. But until he was forced to the ground with his hands cuffed behind his back, he offered no resistance. Chapter 44. Layer upon layer as the guards firmly restrained him, placing handcuffs around his wrists and removing the spray from his grip, they remained vigilant. Thankfully, he appeared to be injured. They couldn't afford to relax. They must first limit his movements to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Regrettably, they were instructed not to render him unconscious. Listening to the guards, Lin Si felt the pulsing of blood vessels in his ears, accompanied by a ringing that drowned out his thoughts. Something was amiss. Since the arrival of Professor Li and Assistant Yang, an inexplicable strangeness had permeated the entire situation. Just moments ago, 2 groups of people had inexplicably surrounded him. When Professor Li introduced the concept of virtual consciousness, he likened it to the currently popular holographic virtual games. What if, upon entering the virtual consciousness, he had failed to extricate himself and instead delved deeper into another virtual scenario? Layer upon layer, the professor and Assistant Yang he had killed were illusions. The corridors he had traversed were mere constructs, thus rendering any search for an exit futile. Even the guards might be mere projections, refreshing their presence in certain locations like game NPCs. Beep, beep. At this moment, the guards were escorting him towards the isolation chamber, where two men in suits had appeared, reminiscent of the attire worn by Professor Li and Assistant Yang. The bodies of the deceased guards lay unremoved on the ground, obstructing the doorway and causing the incessant beeping to persist. The sound, once dismissed, now incessantly irritated his nerves. Why did the alert from the isolation chamber resemble the notification sound from the instruments Professor Li had brought? Could it be that this sound did not emanate from the door or the visible devices? Instead, it might originate from an unseen apparatus, reportedly hidden within the room? Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Si was drenched in cold sweat, yet his thoughts remained remarkably composed. The guards cleared the bodies from the entrance, ushering him into the isolation chamber and tossing him onto the bed, before resuming the task of removing the bodies of Professor Li and Assistant Yang. The two suited men gazed mournfully at their deceased colleague, expressing their sorrow. It's truly unfortunate. Professor Li was an exceptionally gifted scientist. I relished collaborating with her, never anticipating such a tragic turn of events. Moreover, the program was designed with remarkable intelligence, establishing layers of virtual consciousness. Even if an inmate fortuitously discerned the flaws within, escape would be impossible, and they would likely remain convinced that yet another layer of virtual consciousness was indeed reality. No wonder the inmates entering the isolation chamber either perished or descended into madness. Once driven insane, escape from death became inevitable. Those who had succumbed to madness likely viewed reality as yet another layer of virtual consciousness after their confinement. The thought of escaping virtual consciousness surfaced in Lin Si's mind for the second time, this time more fervently and resolutely than before. He did not wish to overestimate his psychological resilience, believing he could maintain clarity while ensnared within virtual consciousness. However, it was evident that the methods to stimulate his nerves had proven ineffective. As he steadied his emotions, he observed the two suited men approach him at the bed after the isolation chamber was tidied. I reviewed the data records they left behind. His performance is rather unsatisfactory, with erratic emotional fluctuations, and there remain unresolved issues within the programming data. The likelihood of meeting the formal experimental standards is quite slim. We need not waste time on him, one remarked, removing the professor's watch and scrutinizing the data on the screen. The other, however, held a differing opinion. I believe this is primarily due to the subject's resistance, causing significant instability in the data. Yet, his response and adaptability have surpassed those observed in previous tests. I remain optimistic about his potential. The man perusing the experimental data shrugged and scoffed. What if he continues to resist? The experimental data will only remain capricious, losing its research value. Who knows how long it would take for him to willingly commence the experiment? In truth, the man expressing optimism for Lin Si's participation hesitated, uncertain, and finally spoke. I sense that he doesn't seem as resistant now. Lin Si lay still on the bed, not struggling at all. Instead, he closed his eyes, embracing a profound tranquility. The two men exchanged glances, staring at him in silence for a prolonged moment. After a while, they whispered each other, "What is he doing?" "It seems he is sleeping. Just a short while ago, he was involved in violence and escape. How could he suddenly adopt such a nonchalant demeanor and start to sleep? I don't know. Can someone really fall asleep under such circumstances?" Lin Si was genuinely attempting to sleep. Virtual consciousness was ultimately a technology that affected one's awareness. Yet, the depth of his entrapment was overwhelming. Forcibly entering a state of focus, accompanied by a stinging sensation, did not facilitate his escape from virtual consciousness. However, entering a dream state would signify a complete dissociation from a virtual environment, effectively liberating his consciousness. To drift into slumber amidst a cacophony was a formidable challenge. He endeavored to silence the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, allowing his consciousness to submerge into the darkness, focusing solely on the void. His awareness gradually blurred, caught in a liminal space between wakefulness and sleep. He could faintly hear the conversation between the two men and feel the electrodes reattached to his temples. Chapter 45. Liberation Before Long. He heard the voice of Dr. Wen echoing in his ears. Shao Si, what were you running for? Look at you now. You've broken your leg and will have to lie in bed for over half a month. The moment he fell into complete darkness was merely fleeting, without any sense of awareness. It was only when light stimulated his senses that he vaguely opened his eyes. The sterile scent of disinfectant was absent, replaced by a faint whiff of dust. There were no sounds of voices or footsteps. The surroundings were profoundly quiet. The monotonous walls had vanished, and a fog-draped street materialized before him. He had successfully entered the realm of dreams. With a sigh of relief, Lin Si relaxed his mind and plopped down onto the ground, finding the mist enveloping him to be incredibly comforting. Reflecting on the entire experience, he suddenly recalled that when he first entered the confinement room and attempted to sleep, he had indeed entered a similar dreamlike state, but it consisted solely of mist, devoid of streets and statues. He had not lingered there for long before awakening. At that time, he believed it was due to his insufficient mental strength, which had led to his expulsion from the dream realm. However, in retrospect, it was highly probable that this was the moment he began to sink into virtual consciousness, with the dream space protecting his awareness, caught in a tug-of-war between two opposing forces, causing his consciousness to remain suspended in a state akin to a middle platform. The mist seemed to serve as a safeguard for his awareness. Regrettably, he had been unaware of what was happening then. It should not have been the dream realm expelling him, but rather, he had ultimately been drawn into virtual consciousness. After analyzing the entire sequence of events, the last remnants of his anxiety dissipated. He shook his head, and even the sharp pain in his mind dulled significantly. It appeared that even the awakening abilities used within virtual consciousness were illusory, lacking any genuine occurrence, thus resulting in no real stimulation. In the real world, his mental strength was recovering normally. Fortunately, he was now safe, and as long as he remained within the dream space, his safety would be assured. Lin Si collected his thoughts and stood up, feeling the weight in his clothing pocket. Surprised, he reached in and pulled out an empty nutrient tube that had been left behind. The other empty tubes had been exchanged for knives from the marauders, as most had been partially swapped or directly used as weapons, leaving one spare tube. The guards had been lax, failing to search him thoroughly, allowing this empty tube to remain forgotten in his pocket. Once again, he found himself amidst familiar street scenes, weaving between statues. He halted only upon encountering the statue of Chun Wuyong. Huh? Lin Si observed the statue with curiosity. Since the moment he first connected, the statue had appeared lifelike. Standing tall in a flowing black robe, with its head bowed, exuding far more presence than the excessively kind-hearted real Chun Wuyong. However, now, the statue's posture had changed. It partially obscured its face, sorrow etched upon its features, with remarkably realistic tears glistening beneath its eyes, emanating an aura of profound sadness. Chun Wuyong was undeniably an exceptional connection. His excessive kindness and low defenses had rendered him utterly trusting and respectful towards Lin Si, the puppet master. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to lose this connection. He placed a hand on the statue, which shattered into mist, enveloping him instantly. In the Amidst Mutual Aid Society's District 10 branch church, within a rudimentary shelter, only a flickering candle provided illumination, casting light on a small corner. In that dim light sat the bishop, his eyelids drooping, arms outstretched, with a few children huddled beneath his embrace, shivering as if they could only find a semblance of safety in his presence. Chun Wuyong coughed, a painful tug at his lips causing him to wince. Even without a mirror, he could surmise that his left cheek bore bruises and was bleeding. Nevertheless, Chun Wuyong stepped forward, shielding the trio from the darkness. Everyone! Chun Wuyong raised his hands, making a calming gesture, his tone gentle. Let us discuss matters peacefully. There is no need for hostility. Upon connecting with Chun Wuyong, Lin Si's first sight was this very scene. The glow of neon lights flickered through the surroundings, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the three figures confronting the priest in the night. A man stood nearby, his face adorned with circular tattoos, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon hearing Chen Wuyong's words, he merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Valotis, those two young men from the Valotis gang. Mrs. Magi frequently visited the church to trade food, and they were often seen in her company. As expected, in the corner of the screen, Lin Si spotted the third figure, Mrs. Magi, still clad in her tattered coat. The woman, her face adorned with a forced smile, wrung her hands awkwardly and said, "Father, we mean no harm. There's no need for everyone to be so tense." Lin Si hardly ever heard Chen Wuyong scoff internally, the warmth in his tone diminishing considerably. When I was preparing to sleep last night, I suddenly noticed someone stealthily scaling the wall, and upon discovering it was a familiar face, I wanted to see what they were up to, only to end up getting beaten. It's hard not to wonder what your late-night visit might entail. Chen Wuyong scanned the young man's knife warily. He succinctly laid out the events leading up to the confrontation. Sneaking in at midnight could not bode well. Lin Si internally admired Chen Wuyong's vigilance. He had initially thought that upon encountering someone sneaking over the wall, Chen Wuyong would assume they sought to pray at night, even inviting them inside. Then, he heard Chen Wuyong muttering to himself, "Thank goodness I've been heeding the puppet master's advice lately. Otherwise, I might have thought a follower was trying to avoid disturbing us by climbing in through the wall." Puppet Master, Lin Si. Chapter 46. Intrusion. He suppressed the urge to rub his temples. However, since Chen Wuyong had heeded his earlier warning, he wondered if the man had made any preparations in advance. The screen only captured Chen Wuyong's perspective, leaving him oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Wuyong was contemplating the pistol concealed at his waist. They were all familiar faces, particularly with Madame Maggie, with whom he had shared a notably cordial relationship. Madame Maggie was a pitiable soul. Perhaps she had her reasons. While they might harbor intentions that required discretion, it did not necessarily lead to the necessity of brandishing his firearm. This was precisely why, upon recognizing the three individuals that had intruded, he had opted to stow his gun away. Upon perceiving Chen Wuyong's internal musings, Lin Si momentarily paused, then sighed silently. At least he was aware of the need for self-defense, which was a form of progress. Lin Si, shifting his perspective, felt a sense of relief. "So let us converse," Chen Wuyong said, clasping his hands within his sleeves and standing a bit straighter. "What brings you here at this late hour? Issues that can be resolved amicably are not issues at all," he emphasized inwardly. The two young visitors remained silent, their gazes lingering on the children accompanying the bishop. They sought a child. "Father, you know they are all unfortunate souls, oppressed even within their gangs. They had received orders to locate a child from a rival gang. This child had been imprisoned, holding crucial information. She had been pregnant at the time, giving birth to a child she intended to raise discreetly in prison. However, her efforts were in vain. The guards discovered her secret and expelled her. It was later revealed that you had taken her in." Madame Maggie hesitated, her gaze drifting, unable to meet Chen Wuyong's eyes, then lowered her head, hoping to exploit his compassion. Lin Si swiftly analyzed Madame Maggie's words and reached a conclusion. Time and again, she had approached Chen Wuyong, bartering for bread, each time offering something more worthless than before. This did not evoke guilt in Madame Maggie. Rather, it revealed that her limits could be infinitely lowered through his kindness, which she sought to exploit at this juncture. There is nothing new under the sun. Lin Si felt neither surprise nor anger. He had encountered too many such individuals. Thus, he believed only in intentions, not in hearts. They had not acted on a whim. Indeed, it was likely that Madame Maggie had been surveying the situation from the very beginning, gauging the internal dynamics of the church. Lin Si observed the woman's expressionless face with no discernible flaws, calmly analyzing the situation. As he had anticipated, upon hearing Madame Maggie's words, Chen Wuyong felt an immediate pang of sympathy. We are all victims, oppressed by our circumstances, joining gangs merely for survival, only to face further exploitation. Alas, however, while Chen Wuyong harbored compassion, he also possessed a line that could not be crossed. The bishop had remained silent, yet his demeanor and stance indicated that he would not surrender the child to them. Chen Wuyong, though troubled, remained resolute. "I'm sorry, but I cannot hand the child over to you. I have learned of certain gang matters, Using a child as leverage ensures a dire outcome for that child. While they may not be killed immediately, they could suffer grievous harm, such as losing a finger. If all goes well, the child may survive, but if not, they would simply be discarded, left to perish. The child is innocent. I cannot gamble their life on uncertain outcomes. Madame Maggie raised her gaze, quickly gesturing to explain. Father, you misunderstand. They would never do such a thing. They are also helpless and would not harm a child. Chen Wuyong questioned in confusion. Observing the momentary stiffness in Madame Maggie's expression, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Lin Si chuckled with interest. Although Chen Wuyong was generally gullible, he demonstrated quick wit when it came to his bottom line. Lin Si had no intention of intervening just yet. Chen Wuyong still had his gun, and Madame Maggie and her companions might not hold the upper hand. Moreover, any interference on his part would only serve to insert his voice. Ultimately, Chen Wuyong needed to confront this himself. It might not prove useful, given that Chen Wuyong remained convinced that the situation had not escalated to the point of needing to draw his firearm, and revealing his inability to act would only diminish the puppet master's prestige. Nevertheless, he contemplated attempting a spatial exchange, which, if successful, could yield quite an intriguing outcome. As he pondered the likelihood of success in this endeavor, the atmosphere inside the shelter grew increasingly tense. Winston, stop wasting time. Just grab the child and let us leave. The young man, clad in a sleeveless leather jacket, impatiently waved the knife in his hand, sharply interrupting the dialogue. Madame Maggie, also known as Winston, quickly reassured the knife-wielding youth. Jerry, don't be rash. Trust me, the father will understand our plight. He merely pities the child, believing we would never harm them. Everything can be resolved peacefully. However, it was evident that Maggie could no longer rein in the volatile young man. Jerry twirled his knife, exchanging a knowing glance with his companion. Simply CA, Chapter 47. Mutual assistance. Jerry scoffed derisively, raising his hand to seize the child cradled in the bishop's arms. The shrill and pitiful screams of the children pierced the air. However, Jerry's mocking smile quickly faltered. The bishop had raised his hand, gripping Jerry's vine-tattooed wrist with surprising strength. Jerry was taken aback, pulling forcefully to free himself, but to no avail. The bishop remained as steadfast as a mountain, his body only swaying slightly in response to the young man's strength, offering Jerry no opportunity for escape. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The bishop, who looked close to eternal slumber, possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. Lin Si, slightly taken aback, reevaluated the bishop. Chen Wuyong had mentioned that the bishop, like him, was an awakened prophet with healing abilities. The bishop's strength must stem from his exceptional physical condition. Equally astonished was Jerry, whose wrist was firmly held. Yet, after his initial surprise, a surge of anger washed over him, darkening his expression. Damn it, old man, are you seeking death? Jerry cursed, thrusting the knife in his other hand straight at the bishop. At that moment, Chen Wuyong, anticipating the impending altercation, lunged forward, colliding with Jerry and forcefully shoving him aside. Jerry's knife missed its mark, and he staggered several steps, nearly tumbling to the ground, barely managing to brace himself against the wall in a most undignified manner. The bishop's timely release also contributed to the commotion. Chen Wuyong, however, was not spared. He received a sharp kick to the side, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bile as he fell to the ground. Thud! Rutherford, with his hood drawn over his head, withdrew his foot and cast a condescending glance at Chen Wuyong. Father, do not obstruct. His words dripped with a near-cold indifference, the term father laced with derision rather than respect. After speaking, Rutherford strode toward the bishop, one hand resting on his waist. In that instant, the fallen Chen Wuyong seized one of Rutherford's legs, causing Rutherford to halt momentarily, struggling to extricate himself. In the stillness of the church, the sound of Chen Wuyong's priestly robe scraping against the ground echoed sharply as Rutherford attempted to shake him off. TSK. Rutherford delivered 2 powerful kicks to Chen Wuyong, but failed to dislodge him. Meanwhile, Jerry found himself back in front of the bishop. But with Chen Wuyong clinging to Rutherford's leg, the viewpoint was constantly shifting, preventing Lin Si from discerning the events unfolding on the bishop's side. All that could be heard were the frightened screams of the children and Jerry's curses. Lin Si rubbed his temples, feeling a headache creeping in, having begun to frequently repeat this gesture as he focused intently, which exacerbated his discomfort. He had already shattered the empty nutrient tube, clutching the unmarked shards in his hand, preparing to replace the knife in Jerry's possession. If Chen Wuyong still hesitated to draw his gun, for the safety of his primary connection, Lin Si had begun to fixate on Jerry's knife, sensing a tightening connection between himself and the object. He intuited that with a mere thought, the knife would materialize in his grasp. This newfound clarity perhaps stemmed from the 11 souls he had claimed in the prison hall, enhancing his ability to wield his powers with precision. Regrettably, the unforeseen turn of events had deprived him of much of his visibility. The screen displayed only Rutherford's leg and the neon lights reflected on the ground. Yet, a question lingered. Why? Why did Chen Wuyong refrain from drawing his gun, even in the face of evident malice? Clinging to Rutherford's leg would not alter the situation. As Lin Si maintained his focus, he found Chen Wuyong's actions perplexing. It seemed he realized that merely grasping the leg would not suffice. With great effort, Chen Wuyong managed to articulate, "Violence cannot resolve issues. Disputes will only be endless." His words came out in a stutter, interrupted by Rutherford's relentless kicks and attempts to free himself. Lin Si fell silent, exhaling softly. He understood why Chen Wuyong had yet to draw his gun. Chen Wuyong's words resonated with genuine conviction. Mutual assistance was his unwavering belief. Rutherford paused, momentarily taken aback by Chen Wuyong's declaration, his kicking ceasing. Chen Wuyong seized the opportunity to catch his breath, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could it be that his words had stirred a glimmer of compassion within Rutherford? Chen Wuyong slowly raised his head, meeting Rutherford's gaze from below. Before he could utter another word, a sudden, sharp scream from the doorway shattered the tension, interrupting all actions and emotions. Chen Wuyong turned to look. The screen revealed the petite figure of Sister Alice, who had appeared at the door. Clad in a soft white nightgown, she pushed open the shed door, the neon signs across the street forming a backdrop, their light illuminating her smooth calves. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, her dark green eyes wide with surprise, fear, and concern. Alice must have been awakened by the commotion in the shed and had come to investigate. Just as this thought crossed Chen Wuyong's mind, Rutherford reacted. "Winston, seize her!" he bellowed. Winston and Mrs. Maggie, who had been near the shed's entrance, swiftly moved. Chapter 48. "Father, forgive me." Rutherford straightened up, raising his gun, aimed at Sister Alice, who was under the control of Lady Maggie. "Hand over the child, or I will shoot her." A blatant threat, even a mockery, for Rutherford could easily pull the trigger and eliminate everyone present. Lin Si saw through Rutherford's intentions at a glance. No one expected him to suddenly draw a handgun. In the face of modern firearms, the previous scuffle seemed trivial and insignificant. Lady Maggie, while restraining Sister Alice, wore a troubled expression and earnestly implored Chen Wuyong. "Father, I know you and Alice, the bishop, are all good people. I truly do not wish for you to be harmed. If you simply hand over the child to us, everything will be resolved and they will no longer disturb you. That child has nothing to do with you, does she?" Chen Wuyong glanced at the bishop beside him. The bishop remained with the children, who had ceased their screams. When fear reaches its peak, even silence reigns. The bishop cradled the swaddled child, one of his hands bleeding from where he had caught Jerry's knife, the blood seeping from his palm. Jerry, panting, had begun to regard the bishop with trepidation, inching closer to his companions. Yet, despite this, the bishop made no move to attack. Clearly, both he and Chen Wuyong shared the same sentiment. Mutual assistance was the best way to resolve the situation. The bishop met Chen Wuyong's gaze, clasped his hands at his side, and looked down at the child in his arms. Sighing softly, the bishop, "Father," Chen Wuyong murmured, his tone laced with desperation. An innocent child, and the equally innocent Alice. How should he choose? With the gun in Rutherford's hand, the balance of power tilted overwhelmingly in his favor. He had lost even the opportunity to draw his own weapon. Choices we can only choose. Chen Wuyong's mind was in turmoil. The bishop urged the children to step aside, rising with the swaddled child in his arms, addressing Rutherford. "I will go with you. I, along with this child, will suffice for you to complete your task, correct? The bishop sought to ensure the child's safety himself. Chen Wuyong instantly understood the bishop's intent. As he relaxed his grip, Rutherford finally managed to withdraw his leg, stepping back 2 paces, holding the gun steadily, and shrugged indifferently. Casting a glance at the now motionless Chen Wuyong on the ground, Rutherford's smile was nothing short of scornful. The bishop extended a hand to help Chen Wuyong up. In Chen Wuyong's increasingly blurred vision, the bishop dusted off his robe and calmly advised. Rutherford suddenly exhibited remarkable patience, adjusting his arm to point the gun at Chen Wuyong, eagerly watching them finish their exchange before speaking. "Let us go, Bishop. Farewell, Father." Just then, with a smile, Rutherford prepared to withdraw with his gun when, in plain sight of all, it inexplicably vanished from his hands. Rutherford felt a sudden lightness, staring blankly at his hand, seemingly sensing something. He opened his palm to find a shard resembling glass had mysteriously appeared. Chen Wuyong was taken aback, and then he heard a deep, calm, and profoundly familiar voice by his ear. "Father, draw your weapon." Bang, bang, bang. It was the voice of Mr. Puppet. Almost instinctively, he reached to his side, drawing the silver handgun concealed beneath his cloak, executing the practiced motion from his bedroom, disengaging the safety, and aiming at Rutherford. Chen Wuyong needed an opportunity to draw his weapon, and under Rutherford's watchful gaze, he could not afford to make any suspicious movements. Thus, he created that opportunity for himself. Lin Si gripped the switched handgun tightly, observing the screen where Rutherford's expression shifted from shock to confusion and dread upon seeing Chen Wuyong. "What have you done?" Rutherford's voice trembled. The scene of the handgun vanishing was reminiscent of a horror story, casting a more sinister shadow upon the figure of the priest clad in black robes. The bishop quickly retreated, unable to suppress his astonishment as he looked at Chen Wuyong. "Mr. Puppet, was it you? Did you make Rutherford's gun disappear, helping us turn the tide?" The enigmatic and powerful Mr. Puppet certainly would not take credit at this moment. Lin Si smiled slightly, lowering his voice to a calm timbre. "Father, sometimes choices are not given by others, but rather created by oneself. To choose between Sister Alice and the innocent child still in swaddling? This was the choice defined by Rutherford. Yet in truth, Chen Wuyong had a third option, to eliminate Rutherford and his companions, thus ensuring the safety of both Alice and the child. If not for maintaining a grand and lofty image, he would not hesitate to extract Rutherford's heart. Would Chen Wuyong understand this principle? Lin Si couldn't help but feel curious. At his words, Chen Wuyong paused, comprehending his meaning, hesitation flickering in his eyes, his arm unconsciously lowering, the gun's muzzle shifting away from Rutherford's forehead. Noticing the change in Chen Wuyong's expression and the movement of his arm, Rutherford gradually regained his composure from his panic. Rather than dwell on the horror of the sudden disappearance of the handgun, he should be contemplating how to survive. Subtly nudging his companion with his elbow, he slowly raised both hands, revealing a submissive and timid smile. "Father, please remain calm. I truly had no intention of harming you. My earlier actions were rash, driven by impulse. However, do you not often say that as long as one is willing to repent, anyone can be forgiven? I'm already beginning to regret my impulsive behavior. I repent, Father, forgive me." Chapter 49. The wicked let them depart, and beseech them not to return, should their repentance be genuine. Such was the doctrine they upheld. All were deemed equal, and provided they sought redemption, even the most heinous of convicts could attain absolution through the Savior's grace. Yet, Chen Wuyong remained taciturn, his internal conflict etched upon his countenance for the bishop to discern. Rutherford slowly lowered his hand, his gesture eliciting no response from Chen Wuyong. A cunning smile played upon Rutherford's lips. A propitious moment. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry launched a sudden assault, his blade aimed at Chen Wuyong. Rutherford anticipated Chen Wuyong's evasion, poised to pounce upon him. His sights set on the firearm in Chen Wuyong's grasp. Bang! Bang! In a fleeting instant, gunshots reverberated like thunderclaps, igniting the night. Rutherford, having lunged towards Chen Wuyong, wore an expression of utter astonishment, seemingly incredulous that he would indeed discharge his weapon, 2 crimson orifices blossoming upon his chest. Chen Wuyong hastily retreated, widening the distance, and beheld Rutherford's heavy form collapsing to the ground. Jerry's knife had pierced his abdomen, Yet he remained undeterred, pressing the muzzle against Jerry's frame, his aim uncertain, and repeatedly squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The force of the bullets erupted from Jerry's back, scattering crimson blossoms, compelling Jerry to release his grip and stagger backward. Thud! Jerry plummeted backward, uniting with the motionless Rutherford, their mingled bloodstreams gradually spreading like a macabre bloom upon the earth. The bishop placed his hands upon the children's heads, urging the petrified youngsters to avert their gazes, while he himself silently observed Chen Wuyong, emitting a soundless sigh, perhaps due to the unfamiliar recoil or some other cause. Chen Wuyong employed his other hand to steady his trembling right, striving to regain composure. Foregoing the immediate extraction of the blade lodged in his abdomen, Chen Wuyong turned towards Madame Maggie, who still held Sister Alice captive. Her countenance, often adorned with a pitiable expression, now reflected only the astonishment engendered by this sudden upheaval, which morphed into panic and dread upon meeting Chen Wuyong's gaze. Madame Maggie abruptly exerted force, employing Sister Alice as a shield, and brandished a blade, secreted away who knows where, against Alice's cheek. "Stay back. Drop the gun, or I shall slay her." Madame Maggie's emotions teetered on the brink of hysteria, her facial expressions contorted, her strength ungovernable. Sister Alice's face flushed crimson, a harbinger of oxygen deprivation, as she feebly attempted to dislodge Madame Maggie's arm, the sharp edge of the blade carving a gash upon her cheek. Each of them bore knives and firearms. This was by no means a simple scheme to abduct a child and abscond. Observing the blade in Madame Maggie's grasp, Chen Wuyong found himself beyond surprise, only a sense of inevitability pervading him. "Puppet master," Chen Wuyong mentally intoned, "they harbor no remorse." Alice was the first to aid Winston. Maggie feared that Maggie and her daughter would not have enough food, and often took a share of her food and gave it to Maggie. But now it is Maggie who hurts Alice, and unhesitatingly uses Alice as a shield as a hostage. Madame Maggie's actions suddenly became extremely clear in front of his eyes, without any pitiful meaning, only calculation and probing to find out the situation within their church. Listening to Chen Wuyong's various thoughts, Lin Si almost blurted out, "Your brain is now clearer than ever." Fortunately, he suppressed his impulse and looked at the mess on the screen, and said lightly, "The wicked will not suddenly become good people." Witnessing Chen Wuyong merely raising his firearm and aiming it at her, Madame Maggie, dragging Sister Alice, began a tentative retreat, having already safely crossed the threshold. Once beyond Chen Wuyong's line of sight, she could secure her escape, abandoning Alice. Just then, Madame Maggie emitted a sudden cry of anguish. "Ah, you mongrel! Bitch!" She relinquished her grip on Alice's mouth, her palm lacerated, still bleeding. Capitalizing on her moment of release, Alice mustered her strength and broke free. Due to the distance and lacking confidence in his marksmanship, Chen Wuyong aimed at Madame Maggie's leg, uttering a hushed prayer, "May the prophet guide me." Bang! The projectile successfully struck Madame Maggie's right calf. She instantly faltered, emitting a cry of agony, as Alice successfully fled. Bang! The muzzle elevated. The second bullet impacted her chest. Perceiving that the point of impact had not deviated significantly, Chen Wuyong proceeded to repeatedly squeeze the trigger. Bang! Bang! One projectile pierced her abdomen, another embedding itself within her chest. Madame Maggie hemorrhaged profusely, collapsing face first onto the ground. Alice, in a state of panic, scurried into the room, halting before Chen Wuyong, yet refraining from any further action. It was Chen Wuyong who, upon ascertaining that Madame Maggie was indeed motionless, lowered his weapon and proactively enfolded the frail, slender sister into his embrace. "It is over, it is over." Chen Wuyong softly consoled the traumatized girl. Sister Alice finally succumbed, breaking into quiet sobs. For a moment, the room fell silent, save for the sounds of Alice's weeping and the incessant patter of rain. This tableau evoked a sense of tranquility within Lin Si, particularly as he beheld the three figures ultimately prostrate upon the ground. Lin Si emitted a slow exhalation. Fortunately, Chen Wuyong had ultimately awakened, discharging the initial shot, thereby seizing control of the entire situation. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to partially replace the hearts of 3 individuals, averting the tragedy of his first connection dying within their own church. Thus, the optimal course of action remained, with his assistance, for Chen Weiyong to act of his own volition. The benevolent priest ought to cultivate a heightened sense of vigilance towards others, discerning how to safeguard himself. Chapter 50. Connection exchange equals. The peril of this society surpassed his initial expectations. He had hitherto overlooked the reality that anyone in the contemporary world could draw a firearm at any moment. Now, that firearm had found its way into his own hands. Lin Si cast his gaze downward at the gun he held. It was his first encounter with such an object. Surprisingly lightweight. Perhaps due to modifications, he could not discern the model, but noted the sleek contours of the weapon. Predominantly black with exposed silver at the stock and muzzle, indicating its alterations. The notion of attempting to smuggle a firearm into prison was indeed a tantalizing prospect. Lin Si concluded, the intimidation factor of a handgun is lethal among ordinary individuals. Even someone like Chen Weiyong, who lacked offensive capabilities, could only yield and evade in its presence. He ejected the magazine to inspect it, finding 9 unspent rounds. The limited ammunition contributed to the gun's lightweight design. After securing the safety, he noticed a small clip on the side of the handgun, allowing it to be discreetly tucked behind his waist, concealed by his clothing. Once the firearm was secured, Lin Si began to mentally condition himself, striving to disregard its existence. Before Alice departed from the shed, the bishop gently caressed the girl's side where a crimson wound marred her face. My poor child. Beneath his hand, white luminescence emerged, and the injury healed instantaneously. The bishop then turned his attention to Chen Weiyong. First, attend to them. We must not frighten the children. Pausing, he lowered his eyelids again and softly reminded, do not neglect your own wound. Having said this, the bishop approached the children cowering in the corner. Chen Weiyong nodded, wincing as he removed the knife embedded in his abdomen, simultaneously employing his abilities to heal the gash, and while coughing, he dragged the bodies sprawled across the shed floor outside, laying them beside Lady Maggie. After closing the shed door, he pondered and fired a bullet into each of the 3 heads. They should be utterly lifeless now, Chen Weiyong reasoned cautiously. Raindrops pelted his body, yet Chen Weiyong remained unfazed. Suddenly, he noticed Rutherford's outstretched palm, recalling the earlier moment when the handgun in Rutherford's grasp had vanished into thin air. It seemed he had been holding something else, though he had not scrutinized it closely. Now, it was Uncle Chapter 51, the plan for counterattack rather than exchange. The term he had truly wished to employ was sacrifice. As a fortunate, awakened one who had received an oracle within the Mutual Aid Society, he had begun to touch upon the enigmatic realm. His understanding, albeit superficial, revealed a widely acknowledged notion within this mysterious world. During the awakening, one must offer a sacrifice to the divine, which, in essence, equates to an exchange. Prior to the act of sacrifice, one must first venerate the deity's statue, seeking divine approval. Only those who receive such acknowledgement, the individuals deemed valuable for the exchange, may acquire awakening abilities. Conversely, over 99% of those who fail to gain approval find their sacrificial offerings devoid of worth, resulting in failure. The words of Mr. Puppet had just affirmed this very notion, testing value and facilitating exchange. This was, in fact, a sacrificial rite. Chen Weiyong recalled tales of the dark historical period when deities still walked among mortals, a time when humanity coexisted with the divine in closer proximity and tighter bonds. Devotees could directly present their offerings to the gods to obtain their desires. Yet, due to the incomprehensibility of ancient texts from that era, such accounts were often dismissed as mere myths. However, after hearing Mr. Puppet's words, he could not help but believe that this legend held truth, and that Mr. Puppet might indeed be a being who had survived from that dark historical epoch, capable of connecting with others and accepting sacrifices. Could he truly be a covert deity? Or perhaps a being akin to the divine? It seemed more fitting to refer to Mr. Puppet as he. The deeper his thoughts delved, the more astonished and reverent Chen Weiyong became. Fortunately, he had sensed from the outset that Mr. Puppet's identity was extraordinary, and thanks to the bishop's reminder, he He had begun to vaguely grasp the connection between Mr. Puppet and the divine. Now, he was on the verge of uncovering substantial evidence to support his speculation. In an instant, Chen Weiyong lowered his head deeply, too intimidated to gaze around. Although Mr. Puppet had claimed he was not present, Chen Weiyong felt as though he were under the scrutiny of the neon lights and the city beyond, unable to meet their gaze. "I understand, sir." Lin Si remained astounded by Chen Weiyong's lengthy psychological analysis. Sacrifice? He had never considered guiding the notion of exchanging items toward the idea of sacrifice. Yet the explanation Chen Weiyong had conjured was indeed befitting of a high-status identity. Perhaps he could subtly direct future suggestions towards the theme of sacrifice. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Lin Si spoke. "It seems you have much to attend to today. Best to resolve your matters swiftly." He had already exceeded his mental capacity for the day, and the connection could sever at any moment. It was prudent to conserve his energy. He needed to remain in the dream space for as long as possible. Moreover, maintaining Mr. Puppet's air of mystery was crucial, and speaking less was the most effective means to preserve that enigma. Gazing at the three corpses before him, Chen Weiyong felt a twinge of embarrassment. The fact that he required Mr. Puppet's reminders and even his intervention for rescue was rather humiliating. "Please, do rest," Chen Weiyong urged. It was only after the echoes of Mr. Puppet's voice faded that he exhaled slowly, preparing to address the bodies on the ground. Naturally, Lin Si had not genuinely departed the connection space. He was now safe and had ample time to reflect on the events that had transpired in the confinement chamber. To avoid further scrutiny, he needed to guard his secrets closely, minimizing the risk of exposing them within the surveillance's view. Aside from surviving until the 7-day confinement concluded, he needed to prepare thoroughly for his next encounter with Thompson. He would not relent. Having slain so many, he had truly made an enemy. Lin Si vividly recalled the agonizing experience of waiting passively in the hall, anticipating his opponent's move. He did not wish to endure such a trial again. Instead, he would seek opportunity, taking initiative to crush Thompson and the remaining marauders in their cradle. To achieve this, a mere additional handgun would not suffice. He needed to hone his replacement abilities further. Lin Si had meticulously charted his plans, with practice now being paramount. The connection space served as an ideal training ground. The awakening ability could be practiced within a realm that only manifested during sleep. It seemed almost like a bug in the system. Placing the handgun at a distance, the entire space felt devoid of gravity, causing all items to float as if in outer space. He wondered if the connection space would undergo transformation as his powers grew. Utilizing shards to replace the handgun, he rested briefly before continuing the cycle of replacement. The sound of rain filtered through the screen, accompanied by the noise of vehicles on the street outside the church and the priest dragging corpses. Lin Si practiced repeatedly, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Ishmaida, District 11. Chen Weiyong rifled through the pockets of the three corpses, uncovering a used tissue. A half-pack of cigarettes laced with some illicit substances, keys, a child's death certificate, and a birth certificate. There was in Chapter 52, the blessing of the puppet master. The death certificate and the birth certificate both belonged to a girl named Diana. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the time on the birth certificate preceded that on the death certificate. Fortunately, she did not have a daughter in need of nurturing. Otherwise, the loss of a mother, regardless of her nature, would be an excruciating ordeal for the child. Chen Weiyong gathered the two certificates along with other items he had discovered, preparing to incinerate them later. First, however, he needed to remove the bodies. He had identified a location nearby, specifically designated for the cremation of vagrants. Initially, the rampant deaths of homeless individuals on the streets had gone unchecked, leading to an outbreak of disease. Thus, the organization had invested in personnel to periodically clear the bodies. Those discarded there would not be scrutinized by anyone. With no one around the crematory, Chen Weiyong discarded the three bodies into the pile, taking care to strip them of their clothing beforehand. Clothing, after all, is a symbol of one's identity. As he exited, he tossed the garments to a homeless man by the roadside. The man promptly nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Father. May the Prophet bless you." Chen Weiyong paused for a moment, then quickened his pace, approaching the man. "Have the children gone to bed? Bishop, you should rest early. I will take care of the rest. This was indeed the sentiment one might expect from a believer in mutual assistance. After a moment of silence, Chen Wuyong explained, "Bishop, I considered the future before taking their lives." Pausing again, he resolved to utter that heretical statement. "Bishop, malevolent thoughts cannot be extinguished. Death is the only remedy." During the conversation, Chen Wuyong contemplated how he would justify the presence of a handgun on his person if the bishop were to inquire. He understood that he must not mention the existence of the puppet master, as the entity might not appreciate being acknowledged by others. It was essential to ascertain its will first. Chen Wuyong reflected silently on his initial encounters with the puppet master, recalling the actions he had briefly mentioned to the bishop. After listening to his words, the bishop gazed at him intently for a while before averting his eyes to the now dense curtain of rain before them. His voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. "Father, has your faith wavered?" Chen Wuyong blinked, looking at the rain alongside the bishop. "Bishop, I still believe that goodwill persists." The bishop sighed, choosing not to press further, simply stating, "I must tend to that child tonight, the youngest one. He has a fever, and I need to treat him, or he will not survive the night." He referred to the infant swaddled nearby. The impact of his first act of murder lingered. After the initial wave of nausea, a profound fatigue washed over him. Clutching the handgun, he lay down, for the first time foregoing his customary bedtime prayer. Gazing at the ancient tome resting on his bedside, Chen Wuyong recalled the puppet master's assertion that it would only manifest when necessary. It had fulfilled every promise it made. The anxiety that had plagued him throughout the night gradually dissipated, and he closed his eyes, murmuring silently, "Bless the puppet master." Once Chen Wuyong succumbed to slumber, the screen before him faded into darkness. He ceased his practice, alleviating the throbbing in his mind. Such entertainment within the confines of a prison was a rare luxury. Uncertain if his next connection would still be within the Ashmita group's domain, he pondered whether there were any limitations on distance. Lin Si rubbed his temples, his mental energy once again depleted. He adjusted his mindset, preparing to exit the connection space. There were no open safes, no bloodstains on the ground, no researchers waiting for him, only a solitary prison uniform, washed and laid out in a corner, awaiting to dry. After a brief wait, he heard no sounds of the door opening. Now temporarily detached from the virtual consciousness, though uncertain when he might be silently pulled back in, he could rest assured, knowing that sleep would bring safety. Lin Si closed his eyes once more, turning inward, only to feel a sudden jab at his lower back. Startled, he reached behind him, discovering the handgun concealed beneath his prison garb. It seemed that neglect and unintentionality had proven Benet, Chapter 53. Why not just stay awake? A night of restful slumber. Although the passage of time remained elusive, one could glean a rough understanding of day and night through Chen Wuyong's sleep patterns. Having not entered the realm of dreams, upon awakening, his headache had completely dissipated, leaving him feeling invigorated. He pondered whether his abilities could be continually enhanced through practice or if there existed a cap. And if so, what conditions might allow him to transcend it? He needed to seek more information regarding his awakened powers. He retrieved a vial of nutrient solution from his bag and consumed it, the bland taste of the liquid beginning to grow tiresome. Lin Si reclined once more, awaiting the embrace of sleep. During this time, he could hear the intermittent footsteps and conversations in the corridor outside the confinement room, a stark contrast to the previous day's silence. He cleared his mind, striving to disregard those sounds and refrain from discerning the content of the spoken words. He was uncertain whether he was in the tangible world or had once again immersed himself in a virtual consciousness. The more he listened, the more his judgment became muddled. It was far better to remain oblivious to it all. Gradually, he felt his consciousness drifting, nearing slumber once again. At that moment, the door swung open. Beep, virtual consciousness, or reality? He shut his eyes once more, and the sound from the confinement room sharpened in his perception. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of boots on the floor grew louder, drawing near, those worn by the guards, until they halted beside his bed. Take him away to the laboratory, a foreign voice intoned. He then heard two more pairs of footsteps approach the bed, seizing his arms and hoisting him from the mattress. He kept his eyes shut, offering no resistance. like a lifeless body being dragged along. The laboratory. He must have once again fallen into a virtual consciousness. It was insidious, and the transition felt remarkably seamless. Lin Si endeavored to disregard their intentions, focusing solely on falling asleep. However, once he was being escorted away from the confinement room, this task became exceedingly difficult. Wait. The guard who had spoken suddenly gestured for those on either side to halt, nearly forgetting that the scientist had mentioned he would disconnect from the experiment as soon as he fell asleep, though the reason remained a mystery. Thus, to be cautious, Lin Si sensed his right sleeve being rolled up, followed by a sharp, needle-like pain in his arm. A liquid was being injected into his veins, and in mere seconds, his mind began to race, the drowsiness he had cultivated evaporating entirely. Moreover, he felt a surge of exhilaration, his focus heightened. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Si opened his eyes to see a syringe inserted into his arm, its contents fully administered. They must be administering a stimulant to keep him in a state of wakefulness. The unfamiliar guard met his gaze, withdrawing the needle and adjusting his cap. Rest assured, Connolly's product, no side effects. The needle is self-sterilizing, and its effects can last for 48 hours. The latter remark was directed at Lin Si. He fought to maintain his composure, recognizing that this exhilaration was merely the result of the drug's effects. Eliminating them would not resolve any issues. The guard stowed the empty syringe and continued to lead him deeper down the corridor. Those conducting experiments behind the scenes, had discovered that he would disconnect from virtual consciousness upon sleeping and devised a straightforward yet effective response. He began to question whether he truly was within virtual consciousness at this moment. Could it be that he remained in the real world? Had the experimental team uncovered his vulnerability to sleeping and decided to have the guards escort him directly while administering medication? However, given the authenticity of the virtual consciousness, it was possible that the experimental team had implemented program modifications to ensure the virtual scenarios aligned with real-world changes, further blurring the lines between reality and illusion for the subjects. Injecting him with drugs within virtual consciousness could be achieved with merely a string of code. He remained sufficiently alert, with the dreamlike realm providing a semblance of safety. If this was the case, ordinary inmates were merely grappling with madness, a minor concern in comparison. Lin Si ultimately relinquished the endeavor to distinguish between the virtual and the real. The continuous search for differences would only lead to a cyclical questioning. It would be more beneficial to find a way to quickly enter the dream realm. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, after navigating 2 corners, the guard halted before a wall. He raised his hand to the surface, and the once pristine white wall suddenly revealed an embedded electronic screen at the point of contact. A familiar mechanical voice echoed, "Identity verification successful." The wall, 3 men wide, receded by an inch, morphing into an electronic door that slid open, revealing a room bathed in white. This room had been concealed within the wall. Surely, the experimental team had also discovered the bug that allowed individuals to appear out of thin air and had devised a temporary solution to rectify it. Lin Si mused with a hint of sarcasm. This room must be what the guard referred to as the laboratory. Sparse in furnishings. Aside from tables and chairs along with basic necessities, the most striking feature was a wall of glass leading to an empty chamber. The 2 men he had encountered in virtual consciousness yesterday awaited their arrival. "Bring him in." One of them gestured towards the room behind the glass. The guard ushered him inside and exited, closing the door behind him. The space contained only a bed, and upon entry, the glass rendered the outside invisible from his perspective. It was one-way glass. No one entered to converse with him, but in an instant, he felt the room shift. The space contracted, a bathroom materialized, the bed shrank, and another bed appeared, occupied by a mushroom-headed figure clad in a patient gown, eerily staring at him. "Lin Si, it is now certain that I have entered virtual consciousness." Chapter 54. Enhancement. Lin Si reclined upon the hospital bed, indifferent to Mushroom Head's unwavering gaze. It was evident that the circumstances within the virtual consciousness would undergo significant changes today. 48 hours. He had every reason to believe that the experimental team would resort to the inhumane act of administering medication to him every 48 hours. He must devise a strategy to cope with this predicament. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he suddenly sat upright and turned to the bed adjacent to him, where Mushroom Head lay. "Ho Dang, I know a method that can expedite your growth," Lin Si declared, meeting Mushroom Head's wary eyes. Ho Dang regarded him with skepticism, bluntly stating, "I do not trust you. Of course, you do not trust me, for in your eyes, I am akin to a virus that would annihilate mushrooms." Lin Si responded, shrugging his shoulders and adopting a tone of regret. "Very well. I had hoped that we could coexist amicably as future roommates, and thus, I should share some information that may prove beneficial to you." Upon hearing this, although suspicion lingered in Ho Dang's eyes, a flicker of curiosity emerged. The expression on his fungal visage remained inscrutable, his thin-lipped mouth pressed tightly together. He diverted his gaze and casually remarked, "I need to rest now. Be cautious when using the restroom. I cannot enter the water. If you happen to fall into the bathtub, I shall be unable to assist you." Moreover, Ho Dang was one of the most familiar manifestations of mental illness to him. With that, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Before long, he indeed heard the sound of Ho Dang stealthily getting out of bed, followed by the creaking of the bathroom door and the sound of water running from the faucet. Knowing he could not enter the water, it was inevitable that Ho Dang would seek ways to remain submerged. Lin Si easily surmised what Ho Dang was currently engaged in. Now, for a brief moment, he would not be disturbed. Satisfied, Lin Si began to settle his thoughts. Achieving this under the influence of the medication was no simple feat. After a few attempts, he opened his eyes, realizing that sleep eluded him. Lin Si sighed silently. However, the realm he had named the dream space did not necessarily conform to the conventional notion of dreams. Was it truly only accessible through slumber? The effects of the medication rendered his thoughts unusually vibrant, compelling him to explore further. Perhaps it was merely that he had always entered this realm after falling asleep, leading him to believe it was a dream space. Yet, upon closer reflection, the essence of connecting to this space still consumed mental energy. It was only after awakening that he perceived the true connection amid the mist. To fall asleep essentially allowed one to enter a profound subconscious state, subsequently using mental energy to access the connecting space. Analyzing this notion further, it seemed feasible to enter the connecting space without the need for sleep, merely by quieting his consciousness to its deepest depths. Though the concept felt somewhat abstract and nebulous, it warranted exploration, especially since he had no other recourse. Lin Si decisively settled into a familiar routine, directing his focus into the darkness that lay beyond his closed eyelids. "Descend, descend," he continually whispered to himself. Initially, it proved quite challenging. His heightened nerves made him acutely aware of every sound around him. The water running in the bathroom remained incessant. Yet once he acclimated, allowing his scattered attention to concentrate solely on the darkness before him, the surrounding sounds gradually receded, and his body felt as though it were sinking. He recognized this sensation. Dr. Wen had previously administered hypnosis treatment, and he had experienced such feelings while entering a hypnotic state. Lin Si gained some clarity and began to employ a technique reminiscent of hypnosis. He envisioned the contours of the dream space, inching closer, watching as the mist began to reveal statues gradually coming into focus. As his consciousness sank deeper, he could still faintly hear the sound of the ward door opening. Footsteps transitioned from steady to hurried, as Dr. Wen shouted, "CPR, get him to expel the water." Why had he suddenly begun to drown? Did anyone know what had transpired? There was no heartbeat. Shao Si, Lin Si, what have you done? In the next instant, he felt solid ground beneath him, mist swirling around him. He had successfully entered the dream space. No, it was no longer appropriate to refer to it as the dream space. It was now the connecting space. Lin Si corrected himself internally. With the first trial successful, Lin Si felt a blend of relief and excitement. He gently waved his hand, allowing the mist to dance between his fingers, unable to suppress a smile. Reflecting on Dr. Wen's urgent cries for Ho Dang, he sighed regretfully. If only I had thought to use this method to eliminate Ho Dang in my youth, I could have spared myself the numerous near-death experiences at his hands. He took a moment to observe the statue of Chun Wuyong, noting that it seemed to react in real time to the current state of the connected entity. Lin Si's understanding of the connecting space deepened. He wondered what would transpire when all statues were connected. Would the mist dissipate? What would the complete visage of the street reveal? As he pondered idly, he pressed his hand against the statue. In that instant, enveloped by mist, he froze, hearing ethereal whispers resonating within the fog. The murmurs swirled around him, leaving his mind blank, as if he were adrift in a vast ocean. As the mist dissipated, a screen materialized before him, and the elusive whispers vanished. What were those voices? Why had they suddenly appeared? Lin Si pressed his temples, contemplating the changes within the mist, when he suddenly realized that his mental clarity had expanded and the fatigue from his overexertion had vanished. Experiencing this remarkable transformation, Lin Si began to suspect, upon voluntarily sinking into his subconscious, his mental energy had been enhanced. This elevation of mental power had simultaneously altered the connecting space. No, it was not a change. Rather, it was that previously he had been unable to hear these whispers concealed within the mist. And it was only after the enhancement of his mental energy that he could finally perceive them. The enhancement of mental energy was an unexpected boon, far surpassing the progress gained through repetitive practice. Lin Si could hardly contain his eagerness as he prepared to practice with a new vial of nutrient solution he had brought along with the remaining fragments. Chapter 55. The internal network of the Mutual Aid Society. He soon discovered that the frequency of his complete replacements had significantly increased. Yesterday, it had reached 15 times, and today it surged directly to 30. Moreover, he realized that he could now perform replacements without even looking at the items to be exchanged. This unexpected change took him by surprise. The shards positioned nearby, which he originally intended to replace using another empty tube, were suddenly replaced as he halted his action. Sensing a subtle shift, closing his eyes, the thought of the replacement materialized in his mind. When he reopened his eyes, he found the shards had already been transferred into his hand. A wave of joy surged within him as he comprehended the implications of this transformation. In facing those marauders, his previous necessity to maintain sight of the replacement object had led to many missed opportunities, resulting in unnecessary injuries. The ability to replace objects at will, irrespective of time or place, provided that he retained a clear memory of the item, would signify a monumental enhancement. Yes, it was all about marking. It was not merely about thinking of something to replace it. Rather, after marking an item, as long as he could vividly recall it and the mark remained intact, he could execute the replacement whenever he desired. Although utilizing a marked replacement consumed an exaggerated amount of mental energy, he reasoned that with his current capabilities, he could manage at most 5 replacements. After all, more formidable abilities typically required greater expenditure. After practicing the marked replacement twice more and confirming his sense of marking, he halted his exercises. Noticing the screen for the first time, he realized that Chen Wuyong seemed to be practicing as well. In the confessional booth, which had never seen a visitor, Chen Wuyong held a SMA Chapter 56. The path of awakening the internet connection within the church was rather poor, taking a while for the web page to load. The first thing that caught his eye was the phrase "the path of the prophet," which Chen Wuyong had previously mentioned, indicating that both he and the bishop belonged to this path. The records and the materials were exceedingly detailed. Path of the prophet, sacrificial offering, savior, prophet, sacrificial content. Life, success, and sacrifice may lead to multiple ailments. Awakening sacrificial method. Worship any statue of the Savior and undergo a 12-hour baptism at the statue's location. The sacrificial content is life. So, a failed sacrifice leads to immediate death? Is the healing ability related to the life sacrifice? The correlation is quite subtle, almost akin to an exchange. Moreover, the method of sacrifice was far simpler than I had anticipated. It turned out one need not worship a specific statue. As long as the method was known, it seemed anyone could attempt it. As Lin Si read, he quickly processed the information at the pace Chen Wuyong was scrolling through the screen. No wonder this information was classified as A-level. Chen Wuyong had once proudly mentioned that the Mutual Aid Society possessed its own path. Yet once the method for awakening sacrifices was leaked, the society lost its proprietary rights. The information within the mysterious realm appears to be far more restricted than I had expected. In an instant, Lin Si was struck by numerous thoughts. Chen Wuyong's fingers paused on the screen, finally locating the content he truly sought. First level, demon. Heals all damage caused by external factors. Requirements for advancement. Consume the freshest heart of FS 901. Quantity varies based on individual circumstances. Remember, the higher the mastery of the ability, the fewer hearts needed, and the lesser the side effects on the body. Image of FS 901. Second level, Statue of the Devil. Absorbs the pain of all living beings, including pain from injuries and psychological suffering. Subsequent level information is not accessible. How guarded they are even with their own members. Lin Si noted the warning that suddenly appeared on the materials. Despite understanding that the Mutual Aid Society was protecting its information, he couldn't help but mentally scoff. The naming of the levels in the Path of the Prophet is rather intriguing. Despite specializing in healing abilities, it is referred to as Demon and Statue of the Devil. Could it be that the surviving elder of the Mutual Aid Society had simply misremembered the names? Lin Si continued to scrutinize the accompanying image. He was taken aback to find that FS 901 appeared to be a grotesque creature. The image was exceedingly blurry, seemingly taken from a great distance. And despite repeated enlargements and attempts to clarify, only a rough outline could be discerned. A brown mass resembling a bear, yet topped with a sharp beak. And its eyes bore 5 compound orbs. Hiss! Lin Si inhaled sharply. The requirement for level advancement involves consuming the heart of this creature, perhaps more than one, with potential side effects. Advancing one's awakening ability is not merely a matter of constant practice. Practice seems more akin to striving to meet the requirements for advancement, with the crucial element being the heart of FS 901. This is entirely beyond my expectations. It is not difficult to imagine that if the Path of the Prophet has such requirements, my own past level advancement must surely entail similar necessities. However, I do not even know what my own path is, nor do I know the requirements for advancement, and being in prison, I have virtually no means to obtain the necessary items. I can only hope for an opportunity to exchange with Chen Wuyong in the future or seek a new connection. The multitude of unknowns and uncertainties was overwhelming, prompting Lin Si to slightly adjust his mindset. At present, he should focus on familiarizing himself with and enhancing the abilities of the first level. Chen Wuyong, upon seeing the requirements for advancement, appeared far less troubled. The bishop had mentioned that the church would provide the hearts of FS 901 free of charge to the awakened within the congregation. The bishop had remained at the first level, feeling he had yet to grasp the best understanding of first-level abilities, while also worrying that his body could not withstand the side effects. Since the bishop had no aspirations to ascend further, he felt that remaining at the first level sufficed. But now I have the desire to strive for improvement. The bishop mentioned submitting an application, and some have even waited in line for 3 years without receiving one, as exotic species are difficult to procure and require manpower to hunt. The church would undoubtedly prioritize those with higher talents or those within the main church. As a mere small priest in one of the poorest branches, my application could easily take longer than 3 years. The black market might offer a chance to purchase, but the opportunities are minuscule. It would require a significant sum of money. The more he thought, the more despairing it became. Chen Wuyong sighed again and again. Finally, with a heart full of hope, he murmured softly, "May Mr. Puppet bless me. I hope to either successfully apply or stumble upon the chance to acquire the heart of FS 901. Mr. Puppet, who heard this clearly, made Lin Si ponder. Having finally gained access to this information, I must not waste it. I should review the records of other paths to broaden my understanding. To my surprise, I can indeed see paths beyond that of the prophet. Perhaps I may discover my own awakening path." Lin Si focused intently on Chen Wuyong's finger gliding across the screen, feeling an involuntary anticipation rise within him. Below the path of the prophet were the paths of the awakened and the feathered ones, and the records for these 2 paths were relatively detailed. Path of the awakened, sacrificial offering. Buddha of creation, sacrificial content. Arms awakened individuals within the pure wisdom church exhibit physical characteristics of arm disabilities. Awakening sacrificial method, unknown. held by the pure wisdom church. First level, tranquil body, unknown. Requirements for advancement, unknown. Second level, diamond body. Abilities shift significantly from the first level, with a substantial increase in strength. Corresponding to the records of the Diamond Buddha in the classics of the pure wisdom church. Path of the Feathered Ones, sacrificial offering. Unknown, sacrificial content. Unknown, the Feathered Ones are exceptionally cunning, with no apparent external physical changes. Awakening sacrificial method. Unknown. Held by the Wu Wei Church. First level. Unknown. Suspected to be the abilities related to feng shui or divination in the classics of the Wu Wei Church. Requirements for advancement. Unknown. Second level. Unknown. As above. Currently unable to distinguish the order of the two abilities. How fittingly they align with my preconceived notions. Lin Si reflected thoughtfully as he read on. Chapter 57. The Path of the Magician. It is evident that both the Clear Wisdom Church and the Wu Wei Church are prominent institutions. Thus, the Mutual Aid Society's database is replete with a wealth of information. When discussing the feathered beings of the Wu Wei Church, the description subjectively employs the term cunning, indicating a decidedly strained relationship between the Mutual Aid Society and the Wu Wei Church, reflecting on the beliefs of the feathered beings. Centered around Wu Wei and the notion that all things are interconnected by cause and effect. It is not surprising that their ideologies clash with those of the Mutual Aid Society, leading to discord. Chen Wuyong, while perusing the pathways of the Wu Wei Church, felt a tinge of envy. The abilities of the feathered beings are indeed practical. It is said that many who successfully awaken through sacrifice have profited considerably by offering divinations and feng shui consultations to various groups. After indulging in his envy, Chen Wuyong continued to scroll through the information. Beyond the pathways associated with the two major churches, descriptions of other pathways were scant. There was a lack of clarity regarding the sacrificial subjects, the content of the sacrifices, and the methods employed. Some entries were merely brief notations, and others recorded only a name. Lin Si suspected that many pathways were undocumented. Chen Wuyong hastened his pace, merely skimming through the records. All documented pathways reached only the second tier, likely due to Chen Wuyong's insufficient access level. In the subsequent records, he encountered two pathways that piqued his interest. Path of the Barbarian, sacrificial subject. Life leader, sacrificial content. Linguistic ability, awakening sacrificial method. The individual buries themselves in the ground, leaving their head exposed for breathing. They must also incise their arms to allow blood to flow into the soil, connecting with the essence of a life leader, culminating the sacrifice after 24 hours. This method has been validated by a priest from the church who discovered it in the wilderness. Tier 1. Hunter. It is known that all awakeners of the barbarian path have succeeded through sacrifice in the wilderness. The abilities of this tier enhance visual acuity, including dynamic, static, near, and distant vision, aiding the awakener in becoming a sharpshooter. Enhancement requirement, unknown. Tier 2, Adventurer. Significantly, Chapter 58. The trap. He recalled Father Ricochet Woodlow, who had once preached in prison. He pondered whether the conditions mentioned by Father Woodlow for awakening and leaving the prison included becoming an awakened one through means other than the prophetic path. Perhaps he might someday have the opportunity to become a colleague of Father Chen Wuyong. Lin Si couldn't help but chuckle. For him, the mere prospect of a life filled with freedom, irrespective of the conditions, was profoundly satisfying. The two continued to translate the remaining half of the guide to cultivating alien flora. The afternoon unfolded in tranquil serenity, and the events of the previous night seemed to have left no impact on anyone. Indeed, he did not awaken in any peculiar laboratory glasshouse. The exhaustion from the depletion of his mental energy rendered him fatigued, and upon closing his eyes, he swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. For the next 5 days, Lin Si's existence in the isolation chamber was remarkably structured. Each day he awoke to a different scene, whether it be in the laboratory, in a newly assigned single-patient room, or at home, where his parents appeared as they did during family visitation days. The patient room, however, was the most frequently recurring setting. After he inadvertently led 2 fellow patients to their demise, the experimental team made adjustments, reconstructing the entire virtual consciousness using the data from 000041. The consequence of this action was that when confronted with an entirely new virtual consciousness scenario, he no longer experienced any emotional fluctuations. During this period, the experimental team also attempted to administer electric shocks, painful stimuli, and enhanced drug effects to prevent him from entering sleep. Yet he had now reached a state where he could access the connection space without the need for sleep. After viewing new scenes each day, he successfully settled his consciousness under various circumstances, entered the connection space to practice his abilities, and continued translating the guide to cultivating alien flora. By the 7th day, he could even remain in the connection space until the following morning, observing Father Chen Wuyong as he rose to wash up and commence his daily prayers. His mental acuity had once again increased, extending his connection time to nearly 24 hours, affording him a longer period of safety. Lin Si disconnected and reflected inwardly. The enhancement of his substitution abilities was evident. The frequency of ordinary substitutions had reached 35, while the marked substitutions had increased to 6. The higher he ascended, the more he sensed an escalation in resistance. Yet he remained uncertain of the upper limit of the first tier. He could only persist in honing his proficiency while exploring whether there were hidden methods for utilizing the abilities within the first tier. As the confinement period drew to a close, he resolved to initiate his counterattack upon leaving the isolation chamber. Lin Si felt a sense of calm as he recalled Thompson's silent farewell in the hall, and he disconnected. Upon opening his eyes in bed, he discovered a tall man standing by his bedside, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. The worst-case scenario had indeed materialized. The brim of the man's hat was pulled low, casting a shadow over his thick brows, which nearly obscured his eyelids. This solemn expression rendered him seemingly stern and serious. It was Officer Joel. You slept well. I made sure my entrance did not disturb you. Joel spoke in a low, resonant tone. Lin Si relaxed his tense frame. After encountering various unfamiliar faces over the past several days, the sight of someone familiar, even with Joel's consistently stern demeanor, felt unexpectedly warm and endearing. Quite well, indeed. I have always been fond of sleep. With no disturbances and nothing to occupy my time, I had little choice but to sleep, Lin Si replied. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Joel's gaze deepened, filled with unspoken significance as he scrutinized Lin Si for a moment before stepping back, shifting the subject. Prepare yourself. Your confinement period has ended. I will escort you out, as today happens to be the group celebration. The entirety of his confinement could be described as uneventful. Yet the mere prospect of finally leaving this tormenting place brought Lin Si considerable joy. There is nothing to pack. Let's go, he declared, swiftly grabbing a cloth bag from beside the bed and descending with alacrity. Officer Joel turned first, striding towards the open door. Lin Si followed closely behind, and as Joel passed through the doorway, the electronic door emitted a notification sound. Beep. His previously buoyant mood abruptly stifled, and he gradually slowed his pace until he came to a halt, scrutinizing Officer Joel, who stood outside the door. Why are you still standing inside? Do you not wish to leave? Joel turned to him, impatience etched upon his rugged brow. Perhaps he had reacted to the notification sound, yet a subtle unease began to permeate his thoughts. Lin Si resolved to confirm his suspicions. Officer, what is the current time? Joel opened a translucent panel in his hand and accurately reported October 17th, 30:03, 5 minutes past midnight. 000041. Do you have any further questions? De familiar format och time. Yet the time reported by Officer Joel fell amiss. Lin Si took a step back, warily stating, I apologize, officer, but I cannot accompany you. When he had been confined, it had indeed been the late night hours, and through his experience in the connection space with Father Chen Wuyong, he could ascertain that. After 7 days of confinement, he should be leaving at the same hour. Thus, Officer Joel would cite a seemingly reasonable time. If he were truly a prisoner who had spent the entire duration in jail, he would have long lost his concrete perception of time and would surely not sense any discrepancies. However, he had just concluded his connection, and the morning prayer at the church had only just commenced. How could time have abruptly leaped from dawn to midnight? The prison and the church's sub-branch were both located in the Ashmeter region, one of the 7 major groups. Alongside the wasteland, One group's territory could not possibly span an entire hemisphere. Officer Joel at the door was lying. More accurately, he was not in the real world, but within the realm of virtual consciousness. Chapter 59, Introspective Reflection and Reformation. A cunningly deceptive scene was set, and Lin Si found himself nearly ensnared within it. A prickling sense of apprehension coursed through him. "Are you not planning to leave the isolation chamber?" The guard, Joel, inquired incredulously, raising his voice slightly. To ignore, to refrain from seeing or questioning, was presently the safest course of action. In a hazy stupor, Lin Si succumbed to slumber, not into the connected space, but into a normal sleep. Although his body would rest in the connected space, he had recently spent an inordinate amount of time there, far exceeding his time in reality, resulting in a pervasive fatigue from sleeplessness. When he finally stirred awake, still somewhat dazed, he turned his head to behold a man clad in the familiar uniform of a guard standing by his bedside. Instantly alert, his gaze rose to meet the stern countenance of Guard Joel, who adjusted his cap's brim and regarded him with a peculiar scrutiny before speaking. "Gather your things. Your confinement period has ended. I shall escort you out, as today marks the Group S celebration." The exact same words echoed from the lips of this Guard Joel. Was this truly Joel, or merely a figment of a virtual consciousness? A shiver crept over his forearm. "Officer, wait a moment." Lin Si refrained from hastily rising, instead closing his eyes once more under the perplexed and impatient gaze of Guard Joel. The pursuit of a flaw in the system was overly cumbersome. After a brief rest, his mental acuity had been restored, allowing him to distinguish reality with a straightforward method. He delved into a meditative state, effortlessly entering the connected space and then promptly exiting, opening his eyes once more. As their gazes met, Guard Joel stood upright, tapping on a translucent panel. He retorted, "What are you waiting for? Do you need another nap?" Joel had not vanished, nor had the scene shifted. This iteration of Guard Joel was undeniably real. But was it mere coincidence that he spoke the same words? Regardless, having confirmed this, Lin Si sat up, offering Joel a warm smile. "I have rested sufficiently. Let us proceed. It is a pleasure to see you again, officer." Upon arriving at the familiar entrance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the experiment had not driven him to madness, its residual effects lingered subtly within his subconscious. Lin Si pinched his forehead, reassuring himself that once he departed the isolation chamber, he need not worry about virtual consciousness. "I shall adhere to the prison regulations. I will ensure that I am never discovered again." Guard Joel tapped on the panel, and the grand doors slowly parted. The cacophony of chatter flooded into the tranquil corridor. Today was the day of the group celebration. Lin Si stepped through the threshold, confidently making his way to the long table near the staircase. As he traversed the room, the previously animated conversations among the inmates gradually fell into silence. Numerous gazes trailed him, and the sweet aroma of pastries lifted his spirits. He remained focused, halting before a familiar spot. An elderly man, his white hair tied back, leisurely savored a piece of cake, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. His cane rested beside him, occupying more than enough space for a single person, while his usual seat was now occupied by an inmate sporting disheveled curls. The curly-haired inmate stared at him, wide-eyed, while the entire table, along with those at adjacent tables, rose to observe him. The once lively chatter in the hall transformed into hushed whispers and furtive exchanges. The bizarre atmosphere finally drew the elderly man's attention away from the cake's sweetness. Halting his movements as he raised a puzzled gaze, unable to suppress a smile, Lin Si politely inquired, "Pullman, do you have any empty seats beside you?" No sooner had he spoken than the nearby inmate sprang to his feet, squeezing aside. Suddenly, numerous vacant spots appeared on either side of Pullman Solomon. Yet Lin Si did not take a seat immediately, opting instead to patiently await. "Of course, please sit." Lin Si took a seat, placing his bag beside him. Without hesitation, he grabbed a new plastic fork from the center of the long table and took a bite. The dry inner layer and overly sweet cream prompted him to candidly remark, "It is indeed more palatable than nutrient solution." Setting down the fork, Lin Si scanned the array of pastries on the table with renewed interest. He soon noticed that as his gaze traversed each pastry's location, the corresponding inmates would instantly rise, as if his look carried a contagion that compelled them to keep their distance. Before long, the inmates across the long table had cleared out. The mood of selecting pastries had been disrupted, and he glanced towards the several long tables ahead, where inmates congregated, either standing or sitting, their faces painted with shock as they engaged in hushed conversations. Chapter 60. The group celebration day, he noticed Thompson, adorned with tattoos, seated amidst the crowd, surrounded by a few inmates who frequently glanced at Lin Si, leaning in to whisper in Thompson's ear. Last time, Thompson had not summoned all the marauders in the prison, for he could never have anticipated that 11 individuals would meet their demise at his hands. When their eyes inadvertently met, Thompson visibly stiffened. Lin Si unabashedly signaled his intent to retaliate, mimicking Thompson's farewell from 7 days prior, silently forming the words. Thompson's expression darkened. The inmates who had been seated reluctantly rose, vacating their spots. Thompson appeared somewhat irked, but ultimately said nothing, taking a seat alongside the marauders. The newly vacated spaces were quickly filled by other inmates, effectively obstructing Lin Si's line of sight. Thompson was afraid of me, afraid that the mysterious sorcery might unexpectedly cause his heart to cease beating. Lin Si analyzed Thompson's psyche. Thompson was merely a coward. Otherwise, he would not have willingly taken the blame and hidden away in prison. Pullman, having observed the exchange of glances between Lin Si and Thompson, scoffed before succumbing to curiosity. I too am intrigued. What did you experience in solitary confinement? And Pullman hesitated over his words, but Lin Si casually interjected, and you didn't die, nor did you go mad, correct? Indeed, I did not lose my sanity. I can see it, as can anyone. Your demeanor is perfectly normal, starkly contrasting with the other inmates in solitary, who either end up as corpses dragged out or descend into madness, ultimately resorting to suicide, Pullman articulated clearly. Lin Si organized his thoughts and succinctly explained the circumstances within the confinement chamber. Your previous hypothesis was accurate. There should be some apparatus hidden in the solitary cell, part of an experimental project that immerses inmates in a virtual consciousness, akin to a holographic virtual game, creating scenarios that evoke their deepest fears with remarkable realism. Pullman listened intently, his brow furrowing as he quickly grasped the reason behind the deaths and madness of those individuals. Fear could very well be a catalyst for some to perish or lose their minds. However, I believe that many others were unable to distinguish between virtual reality and the real world, mistaking injuries in reality for those in the virtual realm, culminating in actual death. Alternatively, they might have concluded that death was the most effective means of escaping the virtual consciousness. Yet upon leaving solitary confinement, they still believed themselves trapped within it, choosing self-destruction. In the first virtual scene I encountered, a woman appeared, presenting me with a list of inmates who participated in the experiment, which included your name, along with a video of you undergoing the experiment. She claimed that those who passed the test could leave the prison, and you were particularly eager to partake, even requesting a second round. It was quite terrifying to witness. Pullman shot him a sideways glance. No need to beat around the bush with me. Lin Si merely smiled in silence, displaying no embarrassment at being uncovered. Huh, Pullman scoffed, not genuinely angered. This experiment was indeed a clever manipulation of human psyche. It was unclear what they ultimately sought to achieve. Furthermore, the situation in this hall was likely under constant surveillance, or else they would not know to use me to instill distrust in you and disrupt your mental state. After a brief pause, Pullman stroked the top of his cane, analyzing the situation with clarity, narrowing his eyes as he asserted, "Moreover, I currently have no intention of leaving the prison, nor do I foresee any in the future. Entering the prison was my own choice, so rest assured, I have not deceived you. I know you're a good person." Lin Si evaded the probing on deceit, affirming instead, Pullman was the sole individual in the prison who reminded him and genuinely cared for his well-being. It dawned on Lin Si that before arriving at the prison, he had never conversed with Pullman, a realization that was both surprising and yet entirely expected. Pullman's silence was a form of pride, evident in the fact that no one dared approach him. Surviving such an experiment is truly extraordinary. You possess remarkable strength, Pullman concluded with certainty. I merely maintain a steadfast mindset, aided by the connection to the spatial realm, Lin Si mentally added, having consumed less than half of his cake. Pullman could no longer stomach the dessert he had previously deemed satisfactory, pushing it aside. He recalled Lin Si's earlier exchange with Thompson and inquired, "What do you intend to do about Thompson and those marauders? What do you mean by what to do?" Lin Si replied with a hint of amusement. "I've come to understand that you are not someone easily manipulated. You wish to strike back, do you not? What is your plan?" Pullman stated bluntly. The cacophony of inmate chatter quieted. Silence enveloped the hall as all inmates awaited the conclusion of the music. The familiar mechanical voice resonated. After enduring 130 years of trials and tribulations, weathering natural disasters and man-made calamities, the Ash Meter Group stands resilient. Let us gather together to celebrate the group's 130th anniversary. Chapter 61. The dislike for rain, the mechanical voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, delivered celebratory announcements in a peculiar cadence that felt oddly disconcerting. One by one, the doors to the various rooms swung open. The inmates in the lobby could hardly contain their agitation, their faces alight with excitement. Their anticipation for the festivities surpassed that of the previous family visitation day. Lin Si curiously shifted his gaze, but alas, being seated towards the back, he could not discern the contents of the rooms this time. The organization had prepared a plethora of celebratory activities for everyone, with each room offering a selection for individual preference. Moreover, today marked a special occasion with the opening of outdoor recreation pathways. The Ashmida Group's 130th anniversary celebration had arrived. Let us all join in the revelry. Outdoor pathways? It seemed today was a genuine opportunity for liberation, compounded by the allure of a lottery. No wonder the inmates were so exhilarated. Lin Si realized this as the broadcast concluded, turning to his companion Pullman with an invitation. "Shall we take a look? It has been ages since I felt the warmth of sunlight upon my skin. What is there to appreciate in this gloomy weather?" Pullman retorted, yet he tightened the loosened legs of his trousers and, leaning on his cane, rose to his feet. Observing the world solely through a screen could never compare to experiencing it firsthand. Lin Si assisted Pullman, aiding him over the bench. This way, Pullman slightly raised his chin, indicating the direction of the grand entrance. The electronic doors began to part slowly. Most of the guards ventured inside, leaving a few stationed at each room's entrance to prevent any untoward incidents. As the festivities commenced, the inmates mostly rose to their feet, laughter and chatter reverberating through the lobby. Some chose to enter the various rooms to partake in activities, while many, like Lin Si and Pullman, made their way towards the electronic doors. Navigating through the throng, Pullman and Lin Si passed by a room, and Lin Si stole a glance inside. Balloons and streamers adorned the space, where translucent screens displayed a myriad of games. The sight invoked memories of internet cafes from the world beyond. The inmates clustered together, eager to be the first to pass through the electronic doors, their jovial banter momentarily quieting as they noticed Lin Si and Pullman approaching. Surprisingly, the inmates displayed no inclination to yield. Instead, they subtly created a path for the two, allowing Lin Si and Pullman to pass through first into the electronic doors. The corridor was lined with guards, meticulously managing the scene and directing the inmates to turn into the right corridor, thereby eliminating any chance of a clandestine escape. Last year, an inmate had attempted a breakout during the festive day, but was captured by the guards and confined to isolation, never to emerge again. Pullman casually recounted amusing anecdotes from the festival days at the faming Sea prison. Lin Si was taken aback by the mention of the word breakout, a topic seldom broached within the prison walls. Since his arrival, he had not glimpsed a single window. The entire faming Sea prison resembled an impenetrable fortress, and indeed, outdoor recreation was the only opportunity to contact the outside world. He had been sentenced to life and had no desire to perish within the confines of the prison. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, he had considered escape. At this juncture, Pullman cautioned him, stating that in this prison, thoughts of escape were futile. While Ashmida could tolerate the illicit dealings prevalent in the lower tiers of the prison and could afford affluent inmates the luxuries akin to a high-end hotel, The establishment of a prison city would not permit the disgrace of a breakout scandal. Consequently, security measures were decidedly stringent. I have never heard of an inmate successfully escaping from the prison city, Pullman added. Should such an incident occur, other groups would lose faith in Ashmida, jeopardizing one of their primary revenue streams. As Lin Si continued along with the inmates, he responded casually, I harbor no thoughts of escape. I am diligently studying the Savior's journey. Although his progress had stagnated recently due to unforeseen circumstances, he remained optimistic that as long as one was not serving a life sentence, numerous avenues to depart the prison still existed. Mutual aid, perhaps? Ah, for you, their conditions indeed present a viable avenue, Pullman remarked with significant undertones. Just as Lin Si was about to inquire if Pullman knew of any other similar means of leaving the prison, a cheer erupted from the crowd ahead, prompting them to quicken their pace. Both halted their conversation, their gazes drawn to a once blank wall that had unexpectedly opened into a grand door. The concealed entrance within the wall mirrored what he had envisioned in his virtual consciousness. Astonishingly, the reality unfolded in a similar manner. Lin Si furrowed his brow, sensing the resurgence of his virtual awareness aftereffects. Yet his attention was swiftly captured by the scene beyond the door. A vast expanse of lawn stretched forth, lacking the vibrant green of spring or summer, yet the persistent drizzle infused the space with a refreshing quality. As Lin Si and Pullman stepped through the threshold, they felt the unique softness of the grass beneath their feet. A gentle rain kissed their faces, and none thought to seek shelter. The scent of the grass, mingled with the rain, filled their nostrils, while outside lay a spacious activity area, dotted with sand pits presumably used for guard training. Surrounding the activity area were towering walls, their tops adorned with barbed wire and electrified fencing. In the distance, dense clusters of high-rise buildings twinkled under the night sky, their lights resembling a constellation. A holographic advertisement showcased an impossibly beautiful woman promoting a domestic robot, drawing the attention of many inmates captivated by the urban ambience. The prison itself, a square two-story structure, revealed windows on this side. Illuminated lights above provided brightness to the activity area. I still detest the rain, Pullman muttered, leaning on his cane and commencing a leisurely stroll. Many inmates who entered the activity area meandered along the perimeter walls, finding solace in the rare opportunity to engage in leisurely strolls within a space that connected them to the outside world. I share your sentiment, yet the chance to be rained upon is scarce. Thus, it becomes a precious experience, Lin Si remarked, catching up with Pullman while tilting his head to gaze at the somber sky, allowing the raindrops to cascade over his face. Pullman cautioned him, precious as it may be, that does not mean you should receive the rain upon your face. The acidity of the rainfall in the city has been on the rise in recent years. Take care of your eyes. Chapter 62. They're not human. I nearly forgot that this is rainwater in a highly polluted cyber world. Lin Si raised his hand to wipe the rain from his eyelids and lowered his head, just in time to meet Thompson's gaze, who was sitting with a group of prisoners not far away. Upon noticing Lin Si looking over, Thompson immediately turned his head, feigning a conversation with the prisoner beside him. After wandering around with Pullman for a couple of laps, the elderly man, who had been exhibiting strength and independence, was the first to wave his hand, saying, "All right, I can't go on any longer. I need a rest." Pullman found a nearby patch of ground to sit down, placing his cane beside him before pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. The grass was damp from the rain, but Lin Si didn't mind and sat down next to him. At that moment, a group of prisoners sitting nearby suddenly raised their voices, hurling obscenities at another prisoner standing in front of them, gesturing for him to leave. "Get lost. Don't bother us. You're crazy. I think you've had too few stabilizers and gone mad. Your friend's disappearance is none of our business. Why don't you go find Thompson or Eden and ask them if they drag your friend off somewhere to kill him? His body should still be undiscovered." After this, the group erupted into loud laughter. Lin Si glanced over and saw the mocked prisoner, with a messy head of curly hair, thick glasses, and pale skin devoid of any color. He was not angry or embarrassed, merely waving his hands in increasing agitation. No. I'm telling the truth. Junichiro has vanished. Haven't you seen him?" Already impatient, someone stood up and shoved the curly-haired prisoner a few times, bellowing, "Can't you understand, get lost? Do you want to die?" With a thud, the frail, curly-haired prisoner fell to the ground, his glasses flying off his face. In a panic, he scrambled on the ground, searching for his glasses, crawling awkwardly, which elicited more laughter from the earlier group of prisoners as others joined in to watch the spectacle. Lin Si lowered his gaze, observing the thick-framed glasses not far from his feet, raising an eyebrow. In the lengthy course of the experiments, did the hidden experimental team truly utilize the imprisoned prisoners for their studies? Might they covertly select prisoners to take away? After all, the connections between ordinary prisoners are scarce. No one would notice if a nondescript prisoner went missing. Pullman beside him showed no intention of speaking. Mr. Solomon remained as aloof as ever. It seemed I alone must play the role of the good person. Lin Si sighed inwardly and smiled, saying, "Your glasses are over here." As soon as the words left his mouth, the curly-haired prisoner turned towards the sound, squinting his eyes without focus. Simultaneously, the laughing prisoners fell silent. The curly-haired prisoner, oblivious to the sudden change around him, crawled over, finally grasping his glasses and hurriedly putting them on. His expression was one of joy and gratitude as he looked up. "Thank you so much. Good thing you reminded me, or else." It's you." Realizing who stood before him, his tone shifted to one of surprise, curiosity, and fear. "You know me?" Lin Si inquired. The curly-haired prisoner, still squatting on the ground, huddled his shoulders. "Of course. You. You are the one who killed 11 marauders, the only one to emerge alive from the isolation room, making Thompson wary and rumored to possess sorcery, prisoner 000041. So I have acquired such a lengthy prefix." Lin Si had no interest in further conversation and directly asked, "You mentioned your friend, Junichiro." "His name is Junichiro. He used to live in the Misaka group area, sharing the same skin color as you." The curly-haired prisoner interjected immediately. "All right, Junichiro. Junichiro has disappeared. How do you know he is missing? Perhaps he was merely delayed by something? Like those people said, maybe he provoked someone he shouldn't have?" Lin Si posed his questions. The disheveled prisoner momentarily forgot his curiosity and fear, with urgency taking precedence as no one paid him any heed. As the first person to inquire seriously, Lin Si prompted him to divulge everything. "Because we had an agreement. If Junichiro truly angered someone, there must be a timeline for them to act, right? When we first entered the hall, the guards were watching. They definitely wouldn't act then. But since then, Junichiro has not shown up. This indeed absolves the prison's little factions for blame." Lin Si nodded in affirmation of the earlier statement. "It is indeed possible he was taken away by the guards." The curly-haired prisoner anxiously tugged at his hair. "But aside from the guards, what other reasons could there be? I can't think of anything." He dropped his hands, still unwilling to give up, asking, "You really haven't seen him? He is not tall. His face is completely burned, always covered with a white protective cloth. His features are quite distinctive. In the cell, no preemptive warnings would be issued for any actions taken. This was something he genuinely didn't know. A subtle premonition confirmed itself at that moment. The disappearance of this Junichiro was undoubtedly far from simple. Lin Si felt a stir in his heart and regretfully replied, "I'm sorry. I haven't seen the person you mentioned. However, you could directly ask the guards about Junichiro's whereabouts. I believe that if they know, they would not conceal it." The timid prisoner immediately shook his head. "No, I can't. I can't ask them." "Why not?" "Well, the guards uphold the prison's rules. I believe that as long as you don't violate those rules, they wouldn't be difficult to converse with." This was Lin Si's genuine sentiment. Because they... The curly-haired prisoner's expression shifted, pausing as he cautiously glanced in the direction of the door, where the guards congregated, perpetually monitoring the activities in the yard. He leaned in closer, speaking quickly and softly. "They are not human." Chapter 63. Ghost Stories. A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, sent a slight chill down Lin Si's back. Even Pullman, who had previously shown no interest in the matters concerning Junichiro, couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at the curly-haired inmate. Why was that? What were they? Lin Si adjusted his posture, feeling it necessary to seek further clarification, and directed his gaze towards the entrance. Two guards stood together, smoking and chatting casually, their hats removed, Their stance is relaxed and unperturbed. Everything appeared to be in order. I suspect they are not alive. Ghosts. Have you ever heard ghost stories? In an era dominated by advanced technology, alongside the existence of a mysterious world, the notion of monsters seems far more plausible than the emergence of spirits. Lin Si adopted an attentive expression, shivering slightly under the light drizzle of the night. The curly-haired inmate lowered his voice and began to recount his ghost story. Sometimes, guards would actually seek assistance from inmates for various tasks, offering small rewards such as daily necessities, food, or cigarettes. As long as the rules were not severely breached, they were quite generous. Pullman finally spoke after the curly-haired inmate had begun. There are indeed such opportunities, but they generally do not pertain to inmates from gang backgrounds. The curly-haired inmate nodded in agreement, affirming Pullman's words. That is indeed the case. I used to work as an accountant in a club under the Misaka Group. Although most industries now rely on AI for bookkeeping, the value of human effort cannot be overlooked. After all, not every transaction is recorded in monetary terms, nor does every transaction make it to the books. This was the reason for my incarceration. Last year, they asked me to assist with the accounts, a report that had to be submitted annually to Ashmida. Because of my ability to cook the books, the guards took a liking to me. Lin Si quickly grasped the straightforward cause and effect of the situation. He also noted that Pullman showed no surprise, evidently well acquainted with the sordid affairs of prison life. As he listened intently to the curly-haired inmate's narrative, the curly-haired inmate tightened his prison garb, his lips pale, raindrops dotting his glasses, his voice somewhat muffled. I was brought to a private office where a guard instructed me on the accounting tasks, telling me not to leave the office. After sitting beside me for a while, he left. I sat in that empty office for quite some time, and eventually I needed to use the restroom. Thinking it was just a short distance to the bathroom, I wouldn't stray far, so I left the office. However, upon reaching the corridor, I discovered that all the guard from the other offices had vanished. Pullman frowned and interjected. They might have had some work to attend to, perhaps a meeting. This alone does not constitute a ghost story. There's not even a surprising twist. Of course, I had similar thoughts once I composed myself. The curly-haired inmate remarked, removing his glasses to wipe them before putting them back on. He dabbed the rainwater from his lips, his expression still tense. The first bug I encountered within my virtual consciousness was during my escape through the corridor, where guards suddenly appear before and behind me, devoid of any reasonable footsteps, akin to NPCs that had just refreshed. Could it be that the entire prison is a product of virtual consciousness? Lin Si abruptly halted his wandering thoughts. The aftermath of his previous experiences was resurfacing, leading him to involuntarily associate things with virtual consciousness. A chill crept over him. What are you thinking? Pullman, noticing his peculiar expression, questioned with a hint of curiosity, before realizing, do you suspect that everything here is a virtual experience? Well, individuals within a virtual consciousness do resemble ghosts in a sense. They lack physical form, can appear at any moment, and vanish just as swiftly. Virtual consciousness? How did you come to consider that? Yet, it remains a possibility. However, maintaining a virtual consciousness server that accommodates such a multitude of individuals is an enormous expenditure. Ashmida would not engage in such a losing venture just to confine a few inmates. After careful contemplation, Pullman addressed Lin Si earnestly. I too find the likelihood of virtual consciousness rather slim. I maintain good relations with inmates involved in smuggling operations within the prison. They remain in contact with the outside world, unlike those who merely exist within a virtual environment. He reined in his emotions, offering a wry smile as he rubbed his brow, nodding. You know, the aftermath is not so easily dispelled. I simply momentarily digressed. It's all right. I enter the connection space daily, and upon exiting, there are no changes in my surroundings. Thus, the prison cannot be a vast virtual consciousness landscape. He merely found himself momentarily reflecting on virtual consciousness. The curly-haired inmate, perplexed by this brief interlude, paid it little mind, focusing instead on the ghost story he encountered a year prior. I hid in the office, listening intently for a long while, ensuring I was not imagining things. Then I opened the door, wishing to confirm, to take a look. Yet, the moment I pulled the door open, the voices vanished without a trace. It was silent, too silent. I stepped outside, only to find that all the guards in the other offices had disappeared. Just as I opened the door, they vanished again. I was terrified. This was undoubtedly a haunting. Chapter 64. Madness. What happened next? Did they discover your presence? In the distance, the holographic screens of the city flickered with vibrant lights, casting bizarre hues upon the curly-haired inmate's glasses. He shook his head, then nodded. His suspicions and fears were not unfounded. Lin Si nodded in understanding. What happened next? Did you notice anything unusual about the guards? Nothing. The curly-haired inmate replied honestly, shaking his head. He looked at Lin Si and Pullman with a mix of anxiety and hope, yearning for their affirmation. However, both remained silent for a moment. In truth, a single incident could not substantiate the curly-haired inmate's claims of haunting. Lin Si analyzed meticulously. It was possible that a spatial anomaly had occurred. After all, the existence of hidden doors within the walls was plausible, and it was entirely reasonable for the entire building to conceal a spatial shifting device. Alternatively, the curly-haired inmate might have been influenced by some energy while in the work building, perhaps from the device hidden in the confinement room. The likelihood of these explanations surpassed that of a haunting. Ask them. The curly-haired inmate grew increasingly anxious, biting his thumb incessantly, his face a canvas of turmoil and hesitation. Lin Si rose, offering a final reassurance to the curly-haired inmate's trepidation, saying meaningfully, "I will accompany you. You ought to feel more at ease now. After all, it is rumored that I possess mysterious sorcery, making me quite adept at dealing with spirits, is it not? You will accompany me? That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. You are truly a good person. Rumors are utterly unreliable. Not a single soul would believe me." The frail man, his face gaunt and hair disheveled, was moved to the brink of tears. "Am I a good person?" Lin Si scoffed inwardly, yet his smile remained unchanged as he watched the curly-haired inmate hastily rise to his feet. With Pullman, who was also curious about the unfolding events, the three approached one of the guards standing near the entrance. The curly-haired inmate strode directly towards the freckled-faced officer. Officer Jasper, the curly-haired inmate, mustered his courage to speak, but he dared not meet the guard's gaze, instead retreating slightly behind Lin Si. We have a few inquiries for you. Officer Jasper." It was evident that the curly-haired inmate was somewhat familiar with this guard, having approached him directly, likely because Officer Jasper was responsible for the floor where both the curly-haired inmate and Junichiro were located, similar to how Officer Joel oversaw Lin Si and Pullman's area. However, Officer Joel appeared to wield greater authority. The guard who had taken the curly-haired inmate for accounting must be this very one. Lin Si observed the guard with subtle scrutiny. Officer Jasper did not focus on the curly-haired inmate, but rather furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Si for a moment before shifting his attention to the curly-haired inmate. Relaxing his facial muscles, he revealed a warm and friendly smile. 001782. It has been quite some time since you last approached me. What do you wish to inquire about? In contrast to the stern Officer Joel, Officer Jasper exuded a more congenial demeanor. The golden locks, peeking from under his hat, accentuated the curiosity reflected in his emerald green eyes. He stroked his chin and remarked, "Are the whereabouts of the inmates unclear? Do not worry. I will check the records to ascertain the situation." With that, Officer Jasper nodded to the trio and turned to enter the door, seeking out Officer Joel and exchanging a few words. Joel then tapped on a translucent panel. Lin Si spread his hands and chuckled lightly. "See, just a simple inquiry. Nothing complicated. Furthermore, Officer Jasper is quite amiable and shows sufficient concern for the inmates." Although there was a subtle sense of intentionality in Officer Jasper's concern, yet a facade of goodwill can also be considered a form of diligence, Lin Si mused internally. However, they are not human. It's best to limit interactions with them, for one never knows when disaster might strike. The curly-haired inmate muttered uneasily. "Sigh. 001782. There's no need to worry. 000093 experienced a sudden illness, and after contacting his family, they applied for medical parole. Thus, he has temporarily left the prison." As Officer Jasper concluded, the curly-haired inmate, who had been murmuring nervously, suddenly gasped in shock. Officer Jasper flinched, instinctively placing a hand on his waist, frowning as he asked, 001782, what is the matter? Are you all right? Lin Si turned to see the curly-haired inmate's face contorted in exaggerated terror, staggering backward, emitting short, strange cries of panic. His expression was one of extreme horror, and upon meeting Lin Si's gaze, he suddenly shouted, Junichiro has long been without parents, let alone any relatives. Family? He is lying. He is lying. Before he could finish, the curly-haired inmate collapsed to the ground, scrambling to his feet in disarray, blood trickling from his forehead, his glasses falling aside without a care. It's all a lie. All of it. They are not human. They are spirits. Junichiro is dead. He must have been killed by them. Chapter 65. Focus on key individuals. The curly-haired inmate clamored as he dashed away, fervently proclaiming his discoveries throughout the activity area. Alas, poor 001782. Rather than Pullman, it was Jasper, the guard, who had relaxed his vigilance and shifted his posture, revealing that I had misjudged his condition. He was utterly unhinged. Under control? Lin Si caught the key phrase from Jasper's words and inquired with curiosity, did he exhibit symptoms of instability before? Indeed. Most inmates experience alterations in their mental state after prolonged confinement in our prison. 001782 has shown signs of instability for approximately a year. I recall it distinctly, as his dosage of stabilizers has escalated to 5 doses each time. Jasper, quite loquacious, did not hesitate to engage in normal conversation with the inmates. 5 doses, an undeniably excessive quantity, and the clever timing of a year. Lin Si thought of Junichiro's disappearance and continued to probe. Is it true that inmate 000093 was released for medical reasons? Certainly not, Jasper admitted, adjusting the brim of his cap with a hint of regret for his deceit, acknowledging, it was merely a benevolent lie. Inmate 000093 succumbed to a severe illness 6 months ago. He had long suffered from a grave genetic disorder. However, 001782's memory appears to have faltered. It seems that following this assessment, his dosage will need to be increased once more. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Jasper nodded towards the 2 inmates and turned to join a colleague nearby. Unlike his earlier deception, there was no hint of disarray in his dialogue with them. Yet he understood that mental illness does not equate to a lack of intelligence. Rather, it manifests as a different perception of reality. When not in the throes of their affliction, they could articulate the most logically sound and innovative scientific theories. Were all the ramblings of the curly-haired inmate mere delusions born from madness? And all that he had experienced while keeping accounts, according to the timeline Jasper provided, fell precisely around the onset of his affliction, making it impossible to discern truth from hallucination. The true quandary of the matter had shifted from the vanished Junichiro to the curly-haired inmate himself. How difficult it is to distinguish reality from illusion. Lin Si subtly shook his head, observing as the curly-haired inmate approached a group of inmates seated together, gesticulating animatedly before being impatiently shooed away. The inmates who had been sitting beside them erupted in laughter once more. Madman. I knew he had lost his mind long ago. My cell is not far from his, and sometimes I can hear him yelling for hours on end. Haunted? Ha ha ha. Could it be that he has frightened himself into madness? That may indeed be the visage we will adopt when the stabilizers can no longer suppress the mental anguish wrought by solitude, Pullman remarked quietly. Perhaps before we spiral into insanity, we will meet our demise through unforeseen accidents. Tell me, whom do you believe is lying? 001782 or Officer Jasper? Pullman, clearly having overheard the inmates' discussions, earnestly inquired. Lin Si matched Pullman's pace, deliberately slowing down to accommodate the elder's leisurely gait, and responded candidly, at present, I cannot discern. The entire affair feels exceedingly peculiar, especially since 001782 is genuinely unhinged, making it all the more difficult to judge. Are you concerned that the guards might be clandestinely abducting inmates for experiments, then simply marking them as deceased, knowing that no one would question the veracity of their claims? Save for a lunatic who screams of hauntings? Pullman Sui Chapter 66. The magician, the bathroom was devoid of any presence, allowing the warm water to cascade over his body as he closed his eyes, mentally revisiting the entire plan. During his confinement, the plan had taken shape. It merely required adaptability and vigilance to evade the guard's watchful eyes, ensuring he remained uninvolved. The day of the celebration was an unexpected delight. The prisoners were more scattered than usual, no longer congregating solely in the hall. The guard's attention would be diverted, as there were numerous areas demanding their energy to maintain order. The water invigorated him, and by the time he finished his cleansing ritual, Lin Si emerged from the bathroom, composed and tranquil, pondering the whereabouts of his associates. He had made a conscious effort to memorize the distinct features of the marauders. Recognizing their faces at a glance was no simple task. Fortunately, their striking attributes, be it vibrant hair or extensive tattoos, facilitated his identification process. Bang! Oh dear! From atop a table, a prisoner twisted a party popper, and amidst the jubilant cheers, confetti soared into the air. Lin Si slightly turned to avoid the throng of prisoners clamoring for the popper, traversing the aisle between the long tables, casually plucking a stray ribbon that had settled on his shoulder while discreetly discerning the faces lost in rare merriment. Thompson was absent from the hall. He was likely in one of the activity rooms. He spotted 5 marauders occupying a corner of the table, engaged in some amusement, laughter erupting intermittently. Finding an unoccupied seat, Lin Si selected a piece of roasted chicken, placing it upon his empty plate. In addition to the 5 distinctly identifiable marauders, he also noticed big-headed Luther. Clad in a filthy prison uniform bearing a footprint, he appeared even thinner than before, his elongated neck accentuating his disproportionately large head as he slouched, smiling obsequiously at others. To Lin Si's surprise, big-headed Luther was not mingling with the marauders. Before him sat a man with a bushy brown beard, his bald head gleaming slightly in the hall's light as he listened intently to Luther, nodding occasionally. Who was this bald-headed man? He had not been seen near Thompson, and he certainly did not belong to the marauders' clique. Lin Si observed the scene with intrigue. Curiously, big-headed Luther had not been seen in Thompson's company all day. Had he distanced himself from the marauders? It seemed that the instigator who had entangled himself with them had not fared well over the past week. Was this bearded bald man the next ally Luther sought? Lin Si's curiosity shifted predominantly towards the bushy bearded man. Bang, bang, bang. The party poppers continued to explode, confetti fluttering around. What on earth? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the corner where the 5 marauders were seated. The rooster-headed one leapt to his feet, rushing to the other side to inspect something in the hands of a prisoner bearing a snake tattoo on his left arm, while the other 3 also crowded around. At that moment, Lin Si could see clearly that a haphazard array of playing cards lay scattered on the table, their origin unknown, whether obtained from an activity or existing stock. The rooster-headed one clutched a card, scrutinizing the poker held by the snake-tattooed prisoner. Are you kidding me? When did you take the card from my hand? Or do you possess an identical deck hidden away? The rooster-headed one's eyes widened in disbelief as he curiously rolled up the snake-tattooed prisoner's sleeve, even lifting his uniform for a meticulous examination. The snake-tattooed prisoner grinned with pride. This is a magical technique. Secrets cannot be so easily unveiled. The other 3 expressed their ignorance as well. The rooster-headed one, now visibly intrigued, exclaimed, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to possess such a skill. What else can you do? Come, let's try again." The others eagerly echoed their desire to participate. Magic? Lin Si methodically sliced into the roasted chicken on his plate, his mind racing. Not long ago, he had discovered he might belong to the magician's echelon, and now, witnessing 5 marauders performing magic was quite the coincidence. Adaptability thrived in moments such as these. He chewed a few pieces of meat, swallowing them despite the dryness and lackluster seasoning. Yet the taste of meat was unmistakable. Lin Si indulged in a couple more bites, while simultaneously monitoring the unfolding magic performance. The snake-tattooed prisoner interlaced his fingers, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Before joining the marauders, I was a street performer. Nowadays, many magicians rely on high-tech props. My traditional skills have become less lucrative. How about this? I have a signature trick I shall demonstrate. The rooster-headed one volunteered to assist, insisting, I want to sit beside you. I'm going to see if there truly are no flaws. The snake-tattooed prisoner, brimming with confidence, accepted without hesitation, while the other three gathered closely behind to observe his every movement. All right, my hands are here. Can you see clearly? I'm holding nothing. The snake-tattooed prisoner brought his palms together, opened them, and turned his hands to showcase the backs. Checking between his fingers before placing them on the table, palms closed. The four marauders leaned in attentively, the rooster-headed one urging, What happens next? With a mysterious smile. The snake-tattooed prisoner replied, I assure you. One of the marauders at the back quipped, You didn't use this trick to swindle your customers, did you? Another remarked, If this truly works, that's quite impressive. They all nodded in agreement. The snake-tattooed prisoner pointed to the pocket on the rooster-headed one's prison uniform. There is something in there. I ascend there? The rooster-headed one nodded. The snake-tattooed prisoner made a gesture of grasping something from the air toward his pocket, then gently placed his palm over the closed hands resting on the table, instructing, Now, think of the item in your pocket and blow gently onto my hand. The sequence of actions captivated the attention of the four, as three pairs of eyes fixated on the rooster-headed one, who drew a deep breath before lowering his head to blow softly towards the snake-tattooed prisoner's cupped hands. Now, the snake-tattooed prisoner's fingers twitched, his voice faltering, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the rooster-headed Chapter 67. The performance continues after savoring the final morsel of chicken. Lin Si delicately extracted a napkin from the box on the table to wipe his mouth. His gaze fell upon the man with the snake tattoo, whose trembling hand flung two eyeballs into the air. The rooster-headed man, clutching the gory sockets that had once housed his eyes, continued to scream in agony. Following a chaotic flail, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in torment. The four individuals present were in a state of disarray, while the other inmates stood up, their curiosity piqued. What had transpired? It appeared as if a magic trick had taken place, resulting in the conjuring of a man's eyeballs into someone's hand. Could one truly produce eyeballs? Was it real? Of course, it was not a mere conjuring of eyeballs. Lin Si pushed aside the used napkin and empty plate, contentedly observing the spectacle he had orchestrated. The essence of magic lies in diverting attention, while the snake-tattooed man was preoccupied with prompting the rooster-headed individual to exhale. He deftly drew the attention of the onlookers to his hands. In that fleeting moment, he skillfully pilfered an item from the rooster-headed man's pocket, concealing it between his fingers. Through a series of gestures, he managed to hide the object within his palm, ultimately revealing the persistence of his trick. He had spotted the snake-tattooed man's vulnerability and seized the opportunity to execute the switch. Although the surprise element was absent, the astonishment registered on the faces of the audience indicated that this performance far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary magician. And this was merely the opening act. Lin Si reveled in the moment, half mocking, half amused by the unfolding drama. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, another inmate was twisting the party popper, lost in the euphoria of celebration, oblivious to the gruesome scene in the corner. The nearby guards sensed something amiss and cast their glances toward the commotion. However, the sound of the popper drowned out the rooster-headed man's increasingly faint cries. Cascading ribbons obscured their view, offering a temporary reprieve from detection. The snake-tattooed man crouched down, prying open the rooster-headed man's hands that had been shielding his face, revealing two gaping, bloodied sockets and a visage smeared with crimson. He gasped in horror, urgently calling out, Hurry! Call the guards! Get him some coagulants. If he bleeds at Chapter 68, run fast. When did he arrive in the hall? Confusion washed over, swiftly followed by realization, astonishment, and an overwhelming sense of dread. He was here. The suspicious figure was right here. Whether it was the gaze or the earlier incident of self-destruction, it was undoubtedly his doing. He had come to exact revenge on us. He intended to eliminate us all. Those who heard the voice of the serpent-tattooed inmate included only the two marauders beside him and several other inmates, along with Lin Si, who was attempting to distance himself from the chaos. The serpent-tattooed inmate stood up, panic-stricken, and began to retreat. Run. I must inform Thompson. 00004-1 has no intention of letting this matter rest. He absolutely does not want us to live. Before he could finish his sentence, the serpent-tattooed inmate had already turned in haste and dashed towards the second activity room on the left. One of the guards, crouched beside a corpse, furrowed his brow at the sudden movement of the inmate and called out in confusion. "Hey, which inmate is that? Why are you running? Stop!" The guard's voice failed to halt the serpent-tattooed inmate, and with a click of his tongue, the guard stood up, brandished his baton, and strode towards him. "I said stop. Are you deaf? If you don't halt immediately, I have the authority to punish you for disobeying a guard's reasonable orders." As he approached, the guard warned the inmate, perturbed by the sudden outburst of strange emotions from him. The guard jogged, finally catching up to the serpent-tattooed inmate at the door of the activity room. With one hand raising his baton and the other gripping the inmate's shoulder, he began, "I told you not to." Before he could finish, as his hand touched the inmate's shoulder, the latter let out a pained grunt, convulsed twice, and fell face down to the ground. Thud! The sound echoed, not with the jubilance of fireworks, but with the ominous herald of death. "I did nothing. I merely touched his shoulder. I didn't even raise my baton." A nearby inmate, reveling in the misfortune, muttered a little too loudly, "You were the only one who touched him. Who else could it be, officer?" The other inmates quickly joined in, mocking, "The guard has killed someone. Oh dear, how terrifying. Just for disobeying an order, they directly kill an inmate?" Silence. A senior guard reprimanded. Although the inmates had no clarity on what transpired with the serpent-tattooed inmate, their rare opportunity to mock the guards was too enticing to resist. After the authoritative guard's admonition, they quieted down. The senior guard, accompanied by several other guards, approached to examine the serpent-tattooed inmate's body. The body lay face down, shocking the inmates in the activity room, who gathered in curious astonishment, necessitating the guard's efforts to maintain order. Later, we'll take it to Pullman, sitting on the grass, enjoying the night view, and nibbling on some fruit should be quite a pleasant experience. Except for the rain being a vexing issue, he thought, casually grabbing a few napkins before rising, stepping around the long table to join the other inmates in observing the scene at the activity room's entrance. His gaze lingered more on the guard's batons. Unlike the batons he was familiar with, these were a deep blue-black, adorned with two slender crystalline strands embedded within, leaving him to wonder about their purpose. They must be high-tech. Just as Lin Si entertained this thought, he spotted Thompson squeezing through the crowd of inmates. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, Thompson's first reaction was shock, quickly followed by an expression of fear rather than sorrow. He raised his terrified gaze, searching for something, and ultimately locked eyes with Lin Si, who was standing with a plate and observing the commotion. Thompson trembled violently and then noticed the other two corpses in the hall. Indeed, the roguish inmate had ultimately succumbed to blood loss without waiting for the hemostatic agent. He intends to kill all of us remaining. A clear realization flooded his mind, panic surging, leaving him incapable of rational thought. Two other inmates saw Thompson and rushed to his side, explaining everything that had just transpired. However, Thompson, struggling to control his trembling body, barely registered their words, continuously backing away to avoid Lin Si's gaze. "What happened here?" Guard Joel entered the chapter 69. "Officer, I'm just here to say hello." Thompson slipped into the activity room, completely evading Lin Si's gaze. As the body was dragged away, the onlooking inmates and the guards maintaining order gradually dispersed. He blended in among the inmates, ensuring he appeared inconspicuous as he entered the activity room where Thompson was. Some inmates resumed their games, while others debated how one could possibly splatter brain matter, and a few became aware of Lin Si, retreating with a mix of confusion and apprehension, distancing themselves from him or outright leaving the activity room. Holding a carefully selected platter of fruit snacks, he leisurely surveyed the room filled with shooting games, racing simulators, and basketball activities, among others. Naturally, these games were all conducted via gaming consoles, allowing inmates to sit at the machines and don helmets to experience a remarkably realistic physics engine, striving for high scores to earn lottery chances, with firecrackers being the favorite prize. However, while the inmates' interest in the activities remained undiminished, The volunteers were visibly shaken by the recent events, huddling together, clearly wishing to escape the confines of the prison. It was a rare opportunity for entertainment. I too yearned to partake. Lin Si's gaze lingered over the helmets for a moment longer before drifting to the corner. There, Thompson stood with 2 other scavengers who had taken refuge, along with 6 others already present in the activity room, making a total of 9. After the brutal clash a week prior, the toll of 11 deaths weighed heavily, noticeably shrinking the scavengers group. Not to mention, one had departed from the scavengers to find a new ally, the stout-headed Luther. Lin Si assessed the grim expressions on their faces with a sense of calm. Thompson, visibly anxious, began to pace, but suddenly he seemed to sense something, halting abruptly, stiffly turning his neck to lock eyes with Lin Si. Their gazes collided like tangible forces, rendering Thompson nearly immobile, his throat emitting heavy gasps as he yearned to move, but could only watch helplessly as the seemingly frail, yet imposing figure of 000041 approached. The sound of his shoe striking the ground resonated ominously in Thompson's ears. Lin Si raised his hand and snapped his fingers near Thompson's ear. The abrupt sound jolted Thompson awake, cold sweat seeping from his skin as he realized he was trembling uncontrollably. Lin Si clearly observed the contraction of Thompson's pupils, filled with overwhelming fear. Recognizing his fear was precisely the effect Lin Si desired. A sardonic smile crept onto his face as he raised his hand, pausing deliberately before it settled on Thompson's shoulder. Thompson's body trembled violently before freezing like a statue. Just then, a deep voice interrupted from behind. 000041. What are you doing? The other inmates in the activity room had instinctively parted as Lin Si approached Thompson, fully aware of the tension between 000041 and the scavengers, eager to avoid entanglement. The space they created allowed him to see the guard, Joel, standing at the doorway, his long brows furrowed, having returned unnoticed. Officer, I'm merely here to say a brief hello. At the moment, Lin Si lifted his hand from Thompson's shoulder. A singular thought consumed Thompson's mind. 000041 had undoubtedly intended to harm him. It was Joel's timely arrival that saved his life. This realization brought a wave of relief to Thompson. He suddenly felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. No longer concerned about the curious glances from those around him, he met the gaze of Joel, who stood above him, emotionless. Cold sweat drenched his back as he recognized that now was not the time to act against Lin Si. Lin Si, unfazed, regarded Thompson, who had openly displayed his cowardice, and then cast his gaze over the other scavengers. I find these gaming activities quite intriguing. Participating in them doesn't contravene any rules, does it? Officer, I mentioned I've turned over a new leaf. Let us hope so. 000041. He then strode away confidently. Lin Si refrained from pursuing him, well aware that Joel would be watching closely in the lobby. After completing a game and achieving a high score, he opted not for the firecracker, but instead selected a small whale-shaped keychain, no larger than half a hand, before exiting the activity room. Upon entering the activity area, he found Pullman and sat beside him, offering the platter. I brought you some food. I've tasted it. It's quite decent. Lin Si shielded the platter from the rain while presenting the small keychain, smiling as he said, I also tried my hand at the shooting game for the first time. I thought you might like this as a decorative piece for your cane. Pullman picked up a strawberry, examining it but not eating it, instead posing a seemingly unrelated question. I noticed most guards headed to the lobby. What happened? 3 inmates died, all accidental. One even fell and, tragically, splattered his brain matter. Lin Si recounted with an air of fascination. That is indeed peculiar. Pullman regarded him thoughtfully, accepting the whale keychain without pursuing the odd topic further, instead commenting, You must realize this keychain isn't quite suited to me, is it? Observing Pullman's weathered yet strikingly handsome face, Lin Si replied without hesitation, Sometimes. One must embrace a touch of contrast, don't you think? Pullman caressed the soft surface of the keychain with his calloused fingers, not rejecting it. I have never seen a fish. They say the oceans are devoid of them now. Perhaps keeping a fish-like keychain is not such a bad idea. Lin Si smiled as he watched Pullman tuck the whale keychain away, finally bringing the strawberry to his lips. Chapter 70. The conclusion of the performance, after finishing a plate of fruit snacks and sitting for a while, the celebratory day drew to a close. Lin Si's inspection and collection process proceeded exceedingly smoothly. Meanwhile, his fellow group member, the large-headed Luther, after receiving his stabilizer, voluntarily handed it over to him with a fearful yet obsequious smile, before promptly turning and jogging away. Indeed, Luther was a master of navigating circumstances. Lin Si gazed at the additional stabilizer in his hand and chuckled silently. He was not one to be polite. While waiting in line, he exchanged the emotional stabilizers received by each of the marauders. The quantity of stabilizers steadily rose to 12. Beyond the intent to exploit the mental state of the marauders, he discovered that emotional stabilizers could assist him in more readily entering a profound state of consciousness. In essence, emotional stabilizers could serve as an aid during the practice of ability utilization, accelerating his mental fortitude. As the cell door closed behind him, Lin Si inhaled deeply, surveying the familiar and secure room. Compared to the isolation chamber, the cell felt akin to a five-star hotel, liberating him from the torment of waking to question whether he faced reality or a virtual consciousness. He muttered under his breath, settling down to relax for a moment. After checking that 7 new nutritional fluids had been issued in the drawer, he retrieved an emotional stabilizer, hesitated not, and consumed it in one swift motion. The stabilizer commenced its effect in his brain, allowing him to swiftly enter a focused state and attentively perceive the marks he had previously left. Being his first attempt on a person, albeit from a not-so-great distance, he sought to enhance his probability of success, hence the choice to utilize the emotional stabilizer for assistance. Fortunately, time was not wasted. He successfully sensed the existence of the marks. He could even discern that some marks were closer, while others were slightly more distant. 1, 2, 3, 6, the very limit of the marks he could currently use, coinciding with the number of marauders he had marked in the activity room. Lin Si felt a sense of realization. With but a mere thought, he could complete the exchange at any moment. Timing is paramount in magic. Previously in Hall, he had seized a moment when the audience's attention was diverted by other matters. There existed another kind of timing, one where the magical effect manifests just as the audience believes the trick has failed or concluded, a surprise moment that allows the performance to reach a perfect crescendo at its most exhilarating peak. The performance was not yet over. Lin Si mused emotionlessly. On the second floor, having just concluded the celebration, the inmates were to brace themselves for 7 days of solitude. Their spirits inevitably dampened, their pace slowed, whether intentionally or not. The guards responsible for the second floor grew impatient, urging, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? You two at the front. Why are you holding hands? Are you courting or making private deals?" At last, the inmates hastened into their cells. Suddenly, an inmate sporting a nose ring inattentively collided with one who had abruptly halted ahead. Unexpectedly, the front inmate turned rigidly, his face an unnatural pallor, muscles contorted in agony. He opened his mouth but uttered not a word. Only blood poured forth, a hushed gasp echoed through the corridor. Crimson rivulets gushed from the precise laceration at the nape of his neck, the severed head tracing a macabre path, akin to a morbid confetti display in a final, grotesque celebration. The inmates instinctively recoiled, frozen in a tableau of horror and fascination. 00041. Jasper, Thompson's dying whisper broke the silence, his gaze sweeping across the scene. "You cannot indict a phantom," Warden Joel declared, his composure unyielding, the spectacle merely etching deeper furrows upon his brow. He surveyed the chaotic corridor. At Joel's command, the guards moved with practiced efficiency, extracting the cadavers, retrieving the severed heads, and meticulously examining the cells. Joel nodded, poised to speak when a crimson-eyed inmate, being ushered into his cell, vehemently protested, "I refuse to enter. I am certain to perish, to suffer the same fate as Thompson, Jack, a sudden, unexpected dismemberment. I implore you, I desire to live." Joel turned his attention to the spectacle. Jasper promptly approached. He is loath to enter the cell. He was closely associated with Thompson and his cohort. "Warden, you are aware they all hail from the Marauders faction. Witnessing their demise, He fears a similar fate awaits him within the confines of his cell. 2 other inmates echoed his sentiments, their terror palpable, each convinced that entering their cells would lead to their decapitation. The guard gestured for Jasper to observe the other side, where 2 inmates, their spirits broken, stood ashen-faced, their countenances marked by profound grief. The red-eyed inmate, overhearing their discourse, pleaded with Jasper, his voice a mere whisper of desperation. "I beseech you. I truly do not wish to die." At that moment, Joel approached, his expression stern. Inmates are mandated to remain within their cells during the designated hours, irrespective of the circumstances. Upon hearing these words, the last vestige of color drained from the red-eyed inmate's face. The guards, in unison, forced the 3 recalcitrant inmates into their cells, securing the doors behind them. Jasper's gaze remained fixed on the cell doors until, after an extended period without incident, he turned to Joel, cautiously broaching the subject. In their current state, even without the intervention of an unseen blade, the mere isolation within their cells is sufficient to drive them to their own demise through sheer terror. Our responsibility lies in the administration of the entire penitentiary. Whether inmates succumb to their fears is not within our purview, Officer Jasper, Joel emphasized, dismissing the matter and departing along the corridor cleared by the guards. Observing Joel's retreating figure, Jasper shrugged, nonchalantly retorting, "Indeed." As he prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of inmate 001782, pressed against the wall. His face slick with perspiration, his body trembling uncontrollably. 001782's lips quivered. Initially, Jasper assumed it was from the cold, but upon closer inspection, he realized 001782 was muttering incessantly. Drawing closer, he could discern the faint words, "Haunted, it's haunted again, death." Jasper cast a pitying glance at the quivering inmate. Poor 001782. After a brief pause, Jasper thrust his hands into his pockets, hummed a tune, and sauntered away. Lin Si ascertained that, following the spatial transposition, all 6 marks had vanished. They're all deceased. Lin Si was unequivocal in his assessment. His sole regret was his inability to witness the culmination of his inaugural performance firsthand. 6 individuals, 6 marks. The remaining 3, impervious to marking, did not concern him. The encounter with the hydrocephalic Luther had illuminated the lack of cohesion among the marauders. Annihilation transcends mere physical destruction. Psychological torment is a formidable weapon. Coupled with the prison's inherent design, which suppresses the inmate's mental fortitude, the confluence of factors would inevitably break the unmarred trio. His objective was clear: to dismantle the marauders within the prison's walls. Lin Si exhaled slowly. Executing 6 spatial transpositions in rapid succession had nearly depleted his mental reserves, and the effects of the mood stabilizer had waned. Fortunately, all had transpired successfully. Lin Si closed his eyes to replenish his mental energy before retrieving the items from his satchel, inflating the air pillow, and, after a cursory tidying, succumbing to exhaustion. Another 7 days confined within the cell commenced. Lin Si maintained an unwavering state of elation, initiating the first day by leveraging his spatial connection to assist Chen Wuyong in finalizing the annotated compendium of alien flora. The ancient tome contained descriptions of several plants for which no modern counterparts could be found. This necessitated extensive research and unforeseen expenditures of Chen Wuyong's funds as he sought analogous alien flora, ultimately to no avail. He could only surmise that these plants had vanished into the annals of history. Chen Wuyong collated the documents and uploaded them to the frequently visited VIS website. All that remained was to await approval, after which the annotated compendium would be accessible to individuals worldwide. The completion of the translation filled Chen Wuyong with both relief and pride, tempered by a lingering concern. He wondered if the inhabitants of the wastelands possessed the means to access communication devices, as they were the ones most in need of the knowledge contained within the compendium, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable to them. "Father, you need only exert your utmost effort. You need not fret over every detail," Lin Si offered sagely. Chen Wuyong humbly accepted the puppet master's counsel. In the ensuing days, Lin Si curtailed his interactions with Chen Wuyong. dedicating more time to honing his abilities and perusing salvation pilgrimage. He discovered that participating in the church's morning prayers through the spatial connection significantly enhanced his comprehension of salvation pilgrimage. The bishop was an adept storyteller and a devout adherent to the tenets of the faith. Chapter 72. The learning progress of Chen Weiyong. Chen Weiyong greatly benefited from the bishop's narration. As the story of the Savior's journey progressed into its mid-stages, the Savior had developed a large tribe where everyone lived in harmony and began to ascend the heights of technology. Under the Savior's guidance, the people commenced creating various high-tech inventions, leading to rapid technological advancement. The Savior guided them in constructing cities, and a nascent form of capital began to emerge. Yet, the populace still enjoyed a relatively affluent life, with minimal distinctions among individuals, akin to a less extreme utopia. Upon reaching this point in the narrative, Lin Si had come to grasp the essence of the Savior's journey. The arrival of the Savior heralded all development, as he was the architect of this new world. The first half of the narrative evoked within him a sensation akin to reading a rural romance novel, where the protagonist wielded a golden finger, possessing omniscience about both the past and the future. Anyone who chose to believe in the Savior could attain a good life, while those who doubted would gradually encounter misfortune, eventually meeting a tragic end. It seemed overly idealized. How could a world so entirely governed and exploited by capital be conceived by such a benevolent Savior? Lin Si merely made a small quip, fully aware that a religious classic would not be crafted with logic and narrative coherence in mind, but rather to propagate its doctrines. The church continued its operations as usual, seemingly unaffected by the events of that night. However, the quantity of food distributed daily by the church was gradually diminishing, and Chen Weiyong began to fret over his financial situation, gaining a profound understanding of a truth. In contemporary society, even acts of charity necessitate a certain level of capital, rather than merely relying on a benevolent heart. Lin Si contemplated subtly suggesting that Chen Weiyong could monetize his healing abilities. But upon witnessing Chen Weiyong discreetly healing an elderly man who had fallen without charging any fee, he abandoned the idea. For the priest, healing others was a fulfillment of his doctrine, not a means to profit. As Lin Si deepened his understanding of the doctrine of the Mutual Aid Society, he found it easier to comprehend some of Chen Weiyong's actions. In District 11, within the church, Chen Weiyong sat in the confessional, having just seen off a rare visitor, a homeless man seeking absolution. The man had, out of desperation from hunger, robbed a drunken individual and, tragically, had accidentally killed him. Upon discovering a family photograph on the victim's personal communicator, the homeless man was filled with remorse and sought forgiveness in the confessional. Logically, Chen Weiyong should have fulfilled his priestly duties by assuring the man that it was permissible to err, that his regret signified the awakening of his innate goodness, and that mistakes could be forgiven as long as he endeavored to perform good deeds henceforth, for the Savior would grant him protection. Yet, upon noticing that the homeless man was wearing the coat he had carelessly discarded after transporting the bodies of Madame Magi and her companions, Chen Weiyong felt no inclination toward forgiveness. He could not recall the appearance of the man at that time, but confronted with the face of deep regret before him, he spoke almost coldly. "You must confess and accept the rightful punishment, then seek to compensate the victim's family, rather than expecting a hollow forgiveness that serves only to ease your own conscience." Chen Weiyong recognized his words were inappropriate, yet he remained silent as he watched the irate homeless man leave. He sat alone in the confessional for a moment. He did not regret his statements, despite their apparent contradiction to doctrine. With a wry smile, he shook his head, adjusting his emotions and diverting his thoughts from whether the bishop would seek another discussion with him. Stepping outside the confessional, he lingered at the window, observing the figures hurrying past in the rain, making a concerted effort to keep sorrow at bay. It was then he noticed a man and a woman standing at the entrance of the Pioneer Group's specialty store across the street. Ordinarily, he would not pay attention to passers-by, but following recent events, his vigilance had heightened. Drawing upon the experiences imparted by the puppeteer, Chen Weiyong quickly identified the suspicious behavior of the man and woman. They appeared to be intending to enter the store, yet had not crossed the threshold. For two-thirds of the minute, their gazes were fixed upon the church rather than the specialty store, displaying a greater interest in the church while maintaining a distance. Their scrutinizing glances starkly contrasted with those of other pedestrians. These three observations were sufficient to cast doubt upon the identities and intentions of the man and woman in Chun Woo-young's mind. "I am pleased to see you exhibit such vigilance." A deep, gentle voice, laced with a subtle smile, suddenly resonated in his ears. Without needing time to react, Chun Woo-young recognized the voice, placing a hand upon his chest, and inwardly rejoiced while expressing his reverence. Puppeteer. In the past 2 days, during the puppeteer's absence, Chun Woo-young had taken the initiative to study the appropriate gestures for bowing in his presence. The customary greeting within the mutual aid society would not suffice. As it pertained to the savior, the puppeteer, while a being worthy of reverence, did not necessarily wish to receive homage in the same manner. Thus, he settled upon this simple gesture of placing a hand on his chest, a sign of respect applicable in many contexts. Although he was uncertain why the puppeteer had appeared less frequently of late, perhaps he required more time of rest, a flurry of thoughts raced through Chun Woo-young's mind, only to be promptly suppressed. Chapter 73. Old friends feigning ignorance to Chun Woo-young's tedious ramblings. Lin Si's attention drifted to a man and a woman across the street. The man bore a mechanical mask obscuring the lower half of his face, clad in a forest green windbreaker, revealing a portion of a tattoo at his neck. The woman, with a darker complexion, wore form-fitting leather attire that accentuated her tall figure and slender waist. Her short hair lay close to her scalp, and her long legs nearly matched the man's height. Their scrutiny of the church was unabashed and audacious. Indeed, one should be wary of old acquaintances visiting the church of late. Lin Si emphasized the term old acquaintances, ensuring the priest understood he was not referring to a well-meaning friend. The only action taken by Chun Woo-young that could provoke trouble was the assassination of Madame Maggie and her 2 accomplices. He had thwarted the Velotis gang's plans and eliminated gang members. It was only a matter of time before the disappearance of the 3 gang members would implicate the church. Though slightly delayed from what he had anticipated, the peculiar pair across the street had revealed their true identities as scouts sent by Velotis. No one would consider such surveillance to be benevolent. Upon receiving the warning, Chun Woo-young quickly realized the gravity of the situation, shutting the window and turning to lean against the frame. The screen focused on the ground, where colorful light filtered through stained glass, rendering the image motionless for a considerable time. Would the innocent and benevolent priest be alarmed by the potential retaliation from the gang? Lin Si observed the emptiness in Chun Woo-young's heart, harboring a sense of unease. Just as he contemplated speaking, the screen flickered slightly, revealing Chun Woo-young's hand as he brandished a black-handled pistol, skillfully removing the magazine for inspection. A fully loaded magazine, and I still have a spare. 2 new magazines, and Boss Fan charged me 500 coins, with a discount of 100 coins. However, I exchanged that pure silver necklace awarded by the church upon awakening. Gold and silver are luxuries, and had I not been utterly out of savings, I would never have parted with a necklace for 2 magazines. Chun Woo-young tenderly caressed the bullet's gleaming surface, feeling bittersweet yet devoid of regret, merely lamenting that Boss Fan had undoubtedly profited significantly from him. The priest had actually resorted to purchasing new magazines on the black market. This must have occurred when I was disconnected. Otherwise, I would surely recall witnessing the priest in the black market. Lin Si's unease began to dissipate. Yes, I can handle this. If they come knocking, conversation will not resolve the issue. I must assert my strength to protect myself, the bishop, and Alice. Subsequently, Chun Woo-young expressed his apologies to Mr. Puppet in his mind. Sir, please excuse my absence. I need to inspect the surrounding security measures. After learning from past lessons, Chun Woo-young had installed alarms within the church. While he would not alert the Joint Defense Department, at least a shrill alarm would sound if anyone attempted to scale the walls under the cover of night. Do as you wish. Watching the screen as Chun Woo-young moved about, Lin Si felt a sense of pride in the priest's transformation. But his thoughts extended beyond Chun Woo-young's own. If a gang truly sought vengeance, relying solely on a single firearm would be utterly insufficient. Just imagine, Chun Woo-young surrounded by a dozen individuals, each wielding a firearm. How could the priest possibly turn the tide with but a cheap pistol? Yet concurrently, a gang possessing the capability to obliterate a mere trio must be cautious enough to send scouts rather than directly confront them. What could they be wary of? What might they wish to negotiate? Unexpectedly, the greatest challenge in serving as a golden finger for another lay in ensuring the host's safety. Lin Si mused, half in jest and half in resignation. Over the past 7 days, he had not discovered any new methods for utilizing his transmutation abilities. The ordinary transmutation count had increased by 5, reaching a total of 40. However, the mark transmutation count remained capped at 6, though his proficiency had improved and the duration of the marks had lengthened. It seemed he had reached a bottleneck. He wondered whether he had merely grazed the pinnacle of the first tier, or if it was merely a temporary plateau. Regardless, it was imperative to seek out more information regarding the magician's path and the requirements for ascension, preparing for what lay ahead. Troubled by the myriad challenges awaiting him, Lin Si continued to observe Chun Weiyong as he checked the security and practiced drawing his weapon, disengaging the safety, and pulling the trigger, all without ammunition, of course. He took the opportunity to hone his own abilities, and as his mental energy began to wane, Lin Si prepared to sever the connection when he suddenly heard faint, distant whispers in his ear. He halted his intention to disconnect, straining to discern the whispers. During his initial attempt to actively enter the connection space, he had heard these murmurs in the mist, but the fleeting moment had not allowed for careful listening. Now, for reasons unknown, the whispers had returned, and he assured himself they bore no negative implications, resembling a person's low, self-directed prayers. The signal was weak and intermittent. No matter how hard he tried, he could not piece together the fragmented tones into coherent words or sentences. Must I wait until my mental prowess reaches a certain threshold to comprehend the content of these whispers? Lin Si pondered with a sense of disappointment. Yet, from whence did these whispers originate? The mysterious mist? The enigmatic energy composing the connection space? Or the statue? The statue. Yes, the statue. A not-so-distant and mysterious hypothesis could be verified now. Chapter 74. The bleeding statue before him stood a statue of a priest, one hand pressed against its chest, head bowed slightly, and elongated figure standing tall, the only one in the street that was no longer merely a stone effigy. The soft murmurs had not faded. On the contrary, they had drawn closer. Although the specific content remained indistinct, it was no longer distant. It genuinely seemed possible that the sounds emanated from the statue. Finding the right direction invigorated Lin Si for a moment, prompting him to discern the whispers more carefully as he ventured deeper down the street. As the statue occupied much of the street's space, he inevitably brushed against its arms, shoulders, and robes while weaving through. Some of the statues he touched remained unresponsive, like pure stone, while others shattered into fine sand instantly. As he pressed on, the mist thickened, and the whispers grew nearer. Suddenly, a strange sound akin to stepping on water reached his ears, causing him to halt, take a step back, and lower his gaze. Through the haze, he could faintly discern a trickle of blood flowing very slowly, almost stagnant, moving upwards along its path, with numerous statues ahead. The blood served as a guide, and following its flow, he continued forward. After encountering several statues that crumbled into sand, he finally beheld the source of the blood. A statue. A bleeding statue? Lin Si paused, scrutinizing the statue before him. Like the others, it was crafted from dark stone, frail in form, and despite being draped in 3 ill-fitting, oversized coats, it appeared merely as a small mass kneeling on the ground. The entire statue was riddled with fine cracks, from which the blood seeped slowly, in small amounts, yet incessantly. He could not tell how long it had been flowing. Leaning closer to the statue, Lin Si indeed heard the clear whispers emanating from it. Curiously, although the voice was nearby, it felt as though it were filtered through some barrier that rendered the content unintelligible. Did one need to establish a connection to discern the meaning? Lin Si pondered, contemplating for a moment before cautiously placing his hand on the statue's shoulder. He was concerned that even a slight increase in pressure might shatter the already fragile statue. He had intended to open another screen to observe the outside world, but During his journey, he discovered that the prerequisites for connection extended beyond ample mental energy. Other conditions for connection were also required, and not every statue could be successfully linked. Fortunately, the statue was sturdier than anticipated. Upon contact, it transformed seamlessly into a cloud of mist that enveloped him instantaneously. Was a connection only successful when the statue's counterpart had some form of need? Given the statue's dire condition, it was evident that the other party's situation was far from optimistic. Yet, when he had just connected with Chun Wuyong, the priest had lived a life filled with happiness and faith, devoid of any greater needs or suffering. As Lin Si felt the familiar sensation of descent within the mist, he simultaneously analyzed the conditions for connection. At that moment, a female voice, slightly hoarse and imbued with profound fatigue and despair, reached his ears. Whether a savior, an immortal, a Buddha, or some malevolent deity, if you can hear my prayers, please save my mother. I am willing to pay any price. This perfectly aligned with the whispers he had been hearing. What he now heard was the very content of the whispers that had previously eluded him. Lin Si opened his eyes to find the familiar space of connection before him. Though the display on the screen no longer depicted the old yet clean church lounge, but rather a room with iron walls. At first glance, it was challenging to recognize the space as a room, but he noticed a single bed with signs of someone having slept on the relatively clean bedding. The iron walls were plastered with posters, attempting to insulate against the cold metallic ambience. Several cabinets cluttered the narrow space, their doors ajar, revealing fragments of scrap metal within. The perspective focused on a slightly lower table. On the table stood a mirror, its edges rusted, with a half-burnt candle casting light onto the face reflected in the glass. A face devoid of expression, slightly youthful. At 15 or 16 years of age, her straight white hair was carelessly tied back, with bangs reminiscent of a dog as chewing, exposing a pair of pale green eyes that appeared tired. Her delicate features bore a few freckles. The girl stared into the mirror, and as the flame flickered for a moment, she emotionally concluded, prayers are indeed the most futile of endeavors. Then, in one breath, she blew out the candle, covered the mirror, opened a drawer, and discarded both candle and mirror within, rising in one fluid motion. Watching the girl abandon her prayer without a second thought, Lin Si felt a twinge of amusement in his heart. Setting aside the existence of deities, with such a lack of reverence, uttering every name, including that of malevolent beings, the only entities she could hope to attract would surely be the wicked ones. Lin Si observed as the scene shifted within the room. Refraining from speaking, he truly desired an additional screen for observation, but he had no intention of hastily establishing a communicative connection with another person. Connecting with Chun Wuyong had not been part of his plan. His immediate priority was to seize the opportunity to establish a persona for communication, aiming to utilize the connection space to gain more information about the current world and assert control. Now, he felt no urgency. He had ample time to observe and understand before deciding whether to engage with the subject of connection. The scene transitioned to the only iron door that lacked posters, where a gloved hand pulled it open and the view slightly shifted upward. Dominating the frame was a landscape of yellow sand, dust swirling in the air, beside which stood a container draped with fabric curtains. A few meters away, a road cut through the sand, extending into the distance, where a half-collapsed abandoned building loomed. The sound of machinery reverberated throughout the scene. In the farthest part of the frame, towering glass buildings became faintly visible, their neon lights flickering, bordered by black walls shielding against the encroaching sand. Chapter 75. A shift in the screen in stark contrast to the dazzling scenery of the city. The living conditions here were far more dismal. Lin Si almost instantly deduced that the girl was in a desolate wasteland. Indeed, a different landscape unfolded before him as they transitioned from Ashmida to the barren expanse. It was easy to surmise the vastness of the wasteland, as all he could see was an endless stretch of yellow sand. The glimpse of a city corner that appeared was not necessarily Ashmida. It could very well belong to a distant region. Lin Si took a deep breath, as if sensing the taste of swirling sand and dust in the air. As the screen shifted, the girl closed the door behind her, emerging from a shipping container. She lifted her hand to her face, but due to the perspective, Lin Si could not discern her action. Approaching a nearby container, the screen trembled slightly, allowing the distinct sound of her footsteps on the gravel to resonate. She did not enter the container but stood at a distance, speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. "Mom, I'm going out." The muffled quality of her voice led Lin Si to believe that she had pulled up a mask. The adjacent containers served as home for the mother and daughter. The mother was ill, which perhaps prompted the girl to engage in her peculiar prayers. Observing the stillness of the container adorned with a curtain, Lin Si noted that after the girl spoke, she waited for a mere 2 seconds before nonchalantly moving to the side of the container, where an old motorcycle was parked. The vehicle's weathered body and mismatched parts suggested a hasty modification. Lin Si mentally critiqued the shabby motorcycle, relieved that the modifications were successful, as the engine roared to life when the girl mounted it. As she rode away from the container along the road, Lin Si found himself intrigued by the scenery on the screen. However, due to the desolate location chosen by the girl and her mother, the surrounding view remained starkly barren, dominated by yellow sand. Growing weary of the monotonous landscape, Lin Si began to contemplate the screen before him. If he could switch the visuals at will, it would simplify matters greatly, much like changing channels on a television. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the screen flickered black for an instant, only to illuminate once more, revealing a warm and beautiful church courtyard where a priest appeared troubled by a pot of flowers resembling fluttering butterflies. The screen could indeed change according to his thoughts, a realization that momentarily stunned him. If he could switch the imagery, perhaps he might divide the screen into 2 sections, each displaying different visuals for simultaneous observation. He concentrated on this idea, and to his delight, the screen split into 2, expanding to its original size while adjusting its angle to lean slightly towards him. However, only one section lit up, showcasing the girl still riding her motorcycle, while the other remained dark. Attempting to project Chen Wuyong's main perspective onto the vacant section, he was suddenly pierced by a sharp pain in his mind, as if his mental energy were being swiftly drained. He quickly abandoned the thought, realizing that maintaining 2 simultaneous connections would deplete his already dwindling mental strength far too rapidly. Lin Si swiftly grasped the implications of this realization. The successful experimentation of the day was already ample, and he would not allow disappointment to overshadow his progress. He then endeavored to transform the entire space into something more akin to a room, envisioning an additional sofa for greater comfort while watching the screen. Yet, these attempts bore no fruit. The only aspect he could manipulate at will was the screen itself. After observing the relentless yellow sand for a while longer, a fog began to creep into the connected space. Festivities are days of relaxation and relief, yet they are also the most prone to unexpected events. After disconnecting, Lin Si sank into a deep slumber, resting his head against an air pillow. He awoke to the voice of Officer Joel calling out names. Feeling rather pleasant, and even offering a nod and a smile to Joel, which prompted the officer, with his bushy eyebrows, to glance back at him twice. As he lined up behind Officer Joel, he had already devised the smile he would display to the haughty elder, Pullman, when his cell door opened. Pullman's cell remained cluttered with various personal items, clearly indicating that his life in prison was far more comfortable than Lin Si's. The elderly man emerged, having rolled up his trousers and leaning on a cane. Lin Si immediately noticed a small plush whale dangling from the cane's grip, recalling Pullman's previous remark that such trinkets did not suit his demeanor. Raising an eyebrow in amusement, Lin Si's smile broadened, though he refrained from letting out a laugh. Following the routine, as they descended to the 3rd floor, the previously quiet line erupted with hushed whispers. Many of the inmates entering the line began to murmur amongst themselves, occasionally mentioning the number 000041. "What have you done?" "Nothing at all." "Silence." Officer Joel bellowed, restoring order. Once they reached the hall, the inmates could finally speak freely, and the atmosphere grew lively. Just as Lin Si prepared to head towards his familiar long table seat, Pullman unexpectedly halted a passing inmate by gripping his shoulder, inquiring, "What were you all discussing just now?" Lin Si paused momentarily, joining Pullman in scrutinizing the inmate who had been sharing a laugh with a companion, awaiting an answer. Chapter 76. Healing Day. As he ran, His head seemed to fall off. An incredulous inmate interjected. Really? How terrifying to have your head drop off while running. I was on the second floor, and indeed, 2 members of a raider gang died mysteriously, but that's just too absurd. The inmate called by Pullman immediately insisted. I swear what I said is true. Half of the inmates on the 3rd floor witnessed it. You can ask around. Nearly everyone is talking about it. The inmate raised his gaze and pointed out the location of the protagonist of the tale. Lin Si followed the direction of the inmate's finger. A pallid-faced inmate, with hollow cheeks and red eyes, was clutching his arms around his chest, trembling as he surveyed the crowd. The moment anyone approached him, he would scream and clutch his head tightly, as if fearing it would suddenly drop to the ground. It certainly appeared that something was amiss. Another inmate sincerely remarked, "Is it truly that bizarre? Is it not a human act? It just so happens that all the incidents involve that gang of raiders. TSK. They are a significant force in our prison." The inmate seemed to recall something, his shoulders involuntarily shrinking as his gaze wandered. He hesitantly stammered, "Anyway, I heard Thompson scream a couple of times before he died. Many people heard it, not just me." Thompson said it was 00041 who killed them all. 00041. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned toward the individual involved, present at the scene. Lin Si offered a helpless smile. "I'm unaware of what transpired, nor do I know if Thompson was driven mad out of fear to utter such words, as I'd already been in my cell at that time." The 2 inmates shared a tacit understanding, chuckling awkwardly and nodding in agreement. Indeed, Thompson must have been spouting nonsense. "The guard thinks so too." "Huh. How could it possibly be you? You weren't even present." It's truly amusing. Eradicating the root of the problem was, without a doubt, the most prudent course of action, Pullman remarked with a slight nod. He slowly approached the long table, remaining non-committal, merely stating, whether one possesses such ability is inconsequential. What matters is that the outcome aligns with your desires. The outcome I wish to achieve. Lin Si gazed toward the red-eyed raider, now restrained by the guards, uncertain of his destination. The surrounding inmates cast furtive glances at him, quickly averting their eyes when his gaze swept over them. Their fear began to burgeon within their hearts. With the raider's power dismantled, 00041 had become a prisoner no one dared to provoke lightly. The colorful ribbons and balloons in the hall had been cleared away, restoring the usual cold monotony. Nichols appeared significantly more stable, although in addition to stability, there was a hint of vacuity. He submitted to the guard's instructions, taking a seat at an empty spot, his reactions to the surrounding environment notably sluggish. He was all too familiar with this state. In the past, patients in the psychiatric hospital exhibiting unstable emotions, such as severe mania, would be forcibly medicated. After taking the medication, they would not become joyful, but rather experience emotional numbness, akin to Nichols's current condition. However, the medications in this world evidently possessed a remarkable efficacy in swiftly stabilizing the emotions of one who had already lost their sanity. Soon, an announcement echoed through the air. A mechanical female voice began to broadcast, as everyone diligently reforms, acknowledges their mistakes, and strives to become a better person. The organization has not overlooked your physical and mental well-being. Welcome to Healing Day. During this event, professional medical staff equipped with medical devices will be available for examinations. You may choose rooms based on your physical condition for checkups. While ensuring your physical health, do not neglect your mental health. Professional psychologists, AI, therapy, and confessions with priests are available for your selection. Please do not disturb the medical staff or damage the medical equipment. We encourage everyone to earnestly participate in Healing Day. Ding! Several doors swung open simultaneously. Lin Si listened with keen interest. The fact that Healing Day included priests from the Mutual Aid Society was rather surprising. However, to be fair, priests might be more suited for physical healing, truly a painless remedy. Of course, the Mutual Aid Society would unlikely dispatch their scarce, awakened individuals to the prison. Lin Si did not expect the prison to be equipped with examination devices, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never thought Healing Day would genuinely entail healing." The prison seems quite earnest in its preparations. Pullman rose, looking down upon him, snorting derisively. "Earnest? Of course they're earnest. This is a cost that must be paid. Chapter 77. Health examination. The inmate, unable to leave the confines of the prison, suffered from severe ailment. Lin Si's gaze shifted downward, resting upon Pullman's vacant left leg. The trousers were clean and neatly rolled up to the thigh, indicating the elderly man's meticulous care for his amputated limb. Before Lin Si could don an appropriate expression, Pullman chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Do you think I'm speaking about myself? I lack the funds to offer bribes to the group and the prison guards. Their medical equipment is indeed commendable, ensuring I receive a complimentary leg examination at least once every 2 months. Should any issues arise, I can enlist the help of a younger associate involved in prison smuggling to procure the necessary medications. The young man will take a cut, but he won't extort me by doubling the prices." Pullman provided a candid assessment. The extra funds were sufficient to ensure that all parties in this small collaboration received a fair share of profit. "I may never be suited to be a capitalist. I cannot conceive of such lucrative methods," Lin Si remarked, half in jest, as he rose to his feet and inquired with genuine concern. "I can accompany you for the examination. If you require assistance with a cane, I believe I am quite capable. Additionally, I would like to observe the examination procedures. Perhaps there are aspects that pique my interest." Pullman did not decline, straightening his back and suggesting, "Perhaps you could undergo a mental health evaluation. They possess specialized instruments, and it seems your mental state has not been optimal during your weekly assessments. A more thorough examination might reveal the underlying issues." Having undergone numerous evaluations during his hospital stay, Pullman had not experienced the mild manic-depressive symptoms since escaping that perilous environment. He subtly shook his head. Not present. Chapter 78. Apology. Lin Si raised his gaze in confusion, inquiring about the duration of the inspection process. Pullman, noticing the mechanical claw's movements, momentarily shared his bewilderment and furrowed his brow, stating, "The full-body examinations I have witnessed typically involve pressing down on the crown of the head for an instantaneous scan, usually completed within a second or two." Lin Si glanced toward the doctor behind the screen. The doctor, without raising his head, adjusted his stance, shifting his weight to the other leg, and spoke in a languid tone. "I am merely a physician, responsible for pressing the switch and reading the report. Your inquiries should be directed to the mechanical engineer." Such a strictly compartmentalized work ethic. Lin Si refrained from pursuing further answers, a vague worry gnawing at him. Could it be that the mechanical claw mandated a more thorough examination due to the significant issues lurking within his body? At that moment, he felt a constricting sensation in his arm. Lowering his gaze, he observed the white mechanical claw visibly tightening its grip, prompting a sense of unease. Earlier, during Pullman's examination, the claw's movements had been gentle, but given the current degree of pressure, he should have cried out in pain if not for some misperception of discomfort. Before he could question the validity of Conley Group's instruments, the mechanical claw suddenly released him, simultaneously announcing, "Examination complete. The doctor can interpret your report. Wishing you good health." Aside from slightly low blood pressure, everything else appeared normal, and there were no issues with the mechanical prosthetics, thus no further specialized checks were necessary. The doctor summarized the report's findings and suggested, "If you desire a more detailed examination, such as the specific data on your internal organs." "No need." Lin Si promptly declined, rising to his feet and exchanging a glance with Pullman as they exited the room together. Low blood pressure was merely a trivial concern. He recalled a night spent vigilantly awake in the hospital, wary of a lunatic, only to find himself with low blood pressure during the subsequent morning examination, which swiftly returned to normal. He was in good health, and it seemed that 00041 had not required any sacrifices affecting his well-being. With his lingering anxieties alleviated, Lin Si's already pleasant mood was further uplifted. Aside from the apparent issues with the equipment they had brought, the examination had yielded satisfactory results. Upon stepping out of the room, Lin Si offered his assessment based on personal experience. Pullman nodded, a smirk gracing one side of his mouth. That is about the extent of its utility. Casting a glance around, Pullman's gaze settled on a particular spot, and he suddenly remarked, "I'm going to have a word with a young fellow." "All right." Lin Si politely refrained from questioning Pullman's intentions. He watched as the older man approached the center of a long table and paused behind a slender, pale man with red hair, styled into dreadlocks. Was this a clandestine transaction? Lin Si remained in place, awaiting Pullman while curiously observing the red-haired man. Could this be the young fellow Pullman had mentioned, who was rumored to engage in smuggling operations within a prison? He meticulously memorized the appearance of the red-haired man, thinking that he might one day need to acquire items through smuggling, despite currently being penniless. Pullman rested his hands on his cane, remaining silent, merely tapping the cane against the ground with a bit more force. The man by his side dismissed those around him, allowing Pullman to sit down, and their conversation commenced. Unable to hear the dialogue, Lin Si found himself growing a bit bored. His gaze began to wander, observing the other inmates. Most were, as usual, cherishing their scarce moments of social interaction and trade. Before long, his attention was captured by a familiar face among the prisoners. It was big-headed Luther. This former marauder had now aligned himself with another. During Lin Si's counterattack plan, Luther had escaped marking, death, or madness, fortunate enough to have survived until now, though he appeared significantly more haggard than when they first met. At this moment, for reasons unknown, big-headed Luther found himself ensnared by the grasp of the raider Nicholas, whose eyes glowed red. The effects of the drugs within Nicholas seemed to have worn off, as a look of taut terror resurfaced on his face. He clutched Luther's arm, muttering something. Luther, both disdainful and fearful, struggled to extricate his arm while scanning his surroundings, suddenly locking eyes with Lin Si. Nicholas, with his crimson eyes, also caught sight of him, recoiling sharply and retreating into a crouch, attempting to conceal himself. Had big-headed Luther's searching gaze been directed toward him? Lin Si was taken aback, intrigued as he observed Luther hastening toward him. Luther quickly regained his balance, panting heavily from his hurried approach, reaching into his pocket, pausing for a moment, then leaning closer, positioning himself to shield from the guard's line of sight, and producing an item from his pocket. 5 gold teeth and a thick silver chain. Luther presented these items before Lin Si with both hands, donning a sycophantic smile, bowing slightly, and cautiously began. 000041. I am at a loss for how to address you appropriately. Ahem. I wish to say that I have been reflecting on my past actions toward you. Eden has reminded me that when one has erred, one ought to express the most sincere apologies and make amends. I am unsure of your needs, so I have brought forth all my savings to convey my contrition. I should not have assumed you were a thief, taking advantage of your kindness and forbearance. We are both unfortunate souls oppressed by the organization. It is only recently that I have come to understand this truth. Luther emphasized his final point. Eden? The name rang a bell. Lin Si quickly searched his memory for a corresponding name. It was one that stood alongside Thompson at that time, evidently a leader of another faction within a prison. So this was Luther's new ally. Lin Si realized, simultaneously catching sight of a bald man with a bushy beard seated at the long table, gazing intently at him. Chapter 79, Criminal Record Eden. Lin Si matched the name with a face that seemed somewhat incongruous. He nodded in greeting. Under the oppressive silence, Luther's smile gradually faltered, his gaze wandering, his legs fidgeting, and his arms shifting restlessly. At that moment, Luther recalled something, making a concerted effort to adjust his stiff features, forcing a smile that barely concealed his contrived expression as he exclaimed, I almost forgot about something important. I made a foolish mistake back then, when I apologized to you. I shouldn't have overlooked this matter. An important matter? Lin Si furrowed his brow, searching his memory for events that might correlate with Luther's words, only to see Luther bend his knee and lower his body. Thud! Without hesitation, Luther knelt before him. The sizable motion drew the attention of nearby inmates. A chorus of jeers and snickers, far from benevolent, ensued. Luther's action prompted Lin Si to swiftly retrieve a corresponding memory. Kneeling in prison was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Yet, Luther appeared unaffected by the subtle mockery surrounding him, raising a face filled with fear and earnestness as he pleaded, I ask for your forgiveness for my past actions. I truly do not wish to die. Luther had been the one who initially claimed to possess sorcery, so there was no doubt in his mind regarding the identity of those responsible for the consecutive deaths among Thompson's group. Lin Si, however, did not experience significant emotional upheaval at Luther's kneeling. He was more of an observer. Luther was a notably shrewd individual, having sought a new ally immediately after the misfortune that befell the marauders, severing ties with them. Simultaneously, he was indeed timid when 11 individuals besieged him. He lacked the courage even to discreetly stab himself. I'm not a maniac who delights in killing. Lin Si quickly organized his thoughts, allowing a smile to surface as he took the gold tooth and silver necklace from Luther's hands. Speaking in a relaxed tone, I cannot dictate your fate, but I shall accept your apology gift. Moreover, if you do not rise, Officer Joel might misunderstand my actions as a violation of prison regulations. This was truly a luxury item, albeit one whose origin was unknown, perhaps pried from someone's mouth. Holding the first earnings he had garnered upon entering this world, Lin Si offered Luther a smile that was relatively sincere. He rubbed his hands together, eager to say something more. Just then, a warm, resonant male voice interrupted Luther's train of thought. Lin Si turned to see a priest clad in a satin robe, his gray hair neatly tied back, golden earrings accentuating his light golden eyes, and a gentle smile gracing his face, observing him intently. Father Rick Woodrow? Lin Si exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence! The very priest who had engaged him during prayer day had come to participate in healing day. Father Rick walked over, his hands enveloped within the ample sleeves of his robe, smiling as he approached. I'm delighted that you remember me. 000041. I have finally found you. I apologize for continually addressing you by your number, as you only introduced yourself in that manner. Although I am now aware of your name, I feel compelled to respect your wishes. At that time, I was uncertain whether this world 000041 was also Lin Si. Lin Si noted a crucial point in Father Rick's words. You know my name. Indeed, I reviewed your file. I am aware of your interest in studying our church's doctrines, and I have a favorable impression of you, hence my decision to familiarize myself with your basic information beforehand. Father Rick stated candidly. This is also why I appeared here before the next prayer day. The church issued directives regarding participation in this task, and I volunteered to come. It seemed there were no such things as mere coincidences in this world. Lin Si discerned a deeper meaning in Father Rick's words. Is there an issue with my file? If Father Rick had not discovered something significant in the file, he would not have voluntarily applied for a task that seemed to serve no purpose. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lin Si's inquiry, Father Rick's light, golden eyes revealed a confusion surpassing Lin Si's own, as he scrutinized him thoughtfully for a moment before gently shaking his head. I am somewhat perplexed by your inquisitive response. Perhaps allowing you to see this file will aid our forthcoming conversation. Father Rick withdrew a metallic hand glimmering with a silver sheen from the depths of his sleeve, holding a printed document. Due to restrictions on electronic devices, he had taken the liberty of printing the file on paper. Observing Father Rick's demeanor, Lin Si lowered his gaze in curiosity as he accepted the printed paper. Turning the paper to inspect it, he first caught sight of the photograph in the upper right corner. It was the prison ID photo he had seen each time he received his emotional stabilizers, confirming that this was indeed a document retrieved from the prison system. He suppressed the myriad thoughts threatening to surface and scrutinized the file before him. Number 000041 aim, Lin Si, 18, place of birth, Lower District Pioneer Group. Zone 9, activity record, born in Pioneer Group territory, later moved to Ashmeda Group territory with my mother. Criminal record, 1 June 4th, 3003, killed a male, dismembered. In this chapter 80, re-evaluation from June to early September in the year 3003, the frequency of criminal activities escalated alarmingly, with half of the printed pages dedicated to cataloging these offenses. A cursory count revealed that the death toll had already surpassed 20. The final entry chronicled the judgment against 000041. Staring at the last line of the verdict, Lin Si stood frozen. 000041 was not a petty thief who had merely fallen into the clutches of the law for a year or two. Rather, he was a serial killer responsible for more than 20 heinous murders within a mere 3 months. In a world where the death penalty had been abolished, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, forever confined within the prison walls. The peculiar reactions of his parents during visitation days were now elucidated, along with their unspoken hesitations. How could such a brutal murder be bullied by other inmates, due to his perceived weakness. Did the other prisoners truly believe that 00041 was merely incarcerated for pilfering from the organization? And in the end, 00041 succumbed to mental collapse, opting for a sacrificial awakening, a choice that had almost no chance of success, akin to self-destruction. Everything felt imbued with an unsettling dissonance. Yet, the reality of his mental breakdown and criminal record was indisputable. A chilling sense of cognitive dissonance surged within Lin Si, stirring tumultuous emotions that gradually tightened his grip. Bang! Bang! The intense emotional upheaval instinctively propelled him into a state of focus. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and attempted to disengage from his concentrated state, though his expression remained grave. At that moment, Father Lickok spoke in his characteristically gentle tone. To verify the authenticity of these criminal records, I must inform you that, to my knowledge, when the organization seeks to incarcerate an individual, they are not above fabricating false charges against an innocent person. However, I have indeed uncovered these cases within Districts 3, 5, and 9, areas where official employees of the organization reside and where the acts of murder and dismemberment were perpetrated. You are even referred to as the executioner. A psychological analyst has stated that during your initial killings, your methods were unrefined. Your early offenses were mere practice. Subsequently, you became increasingly adept, selecting your targets with greater precision. Almost exclusively employees of the Chapter 81. Eden, the remaining half of the Savior journey, seems destined to serve merely as a means to pass the time. Lin Si displayed a look of regret, having already organized his thoughts. I believe the spirit of mutual assistance remains unchanged, and I hope to have further opportunities to learn more from your guidance as a savior. Father Lickok smiled with appreciation, extending a mechanical hand. Does that sound like an attempt to justify a serial killer's actions? Is this an instinctive response of a priest aiding a sinner in confession? Lin Si extended his own hand, grasping the cold, smooth mechanical palm of Father Lickok. Thank you, Father. By the way, this file, I accidentally tore a corner. I sincerely apologize. Lin Si revealed the small tear on the printed paper, gazing at Father Lickok with genuine remorse. The gray-haired priest waved it off nonchalantly. No need to worry. This file belongs to you. Keep it. As he met Father Lickok's gaze, Pullman approached, casually glancing at the printed paper in the priest's hand. Is there something the father needs to discuss with you? Have you made further progress in your plans to leave prison through the mutual assistance program? There is no further progress to be made. I have been disqualified from the very fundamental conditions. The father merely came to inform me of this. Pullman paused, his azure eyes momentarily bewildered, not immediately grasping Lin Si's words. Because of this, I did not expect the father to investigate my file so soon. Lin Si calmly handed over the printed paper. Pullman glanced at him, then lowered his gaze to accept the file, rapidly scanning it from top to bottom. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, his pace slowing, his expression tightening until it transformed into a look of realization, even raising an eyebrow. It turns out you're not a thief. What I mean is, the you of the past did resemble a thief. But now it seems that the identity of an executioner suits you far better. In truth, the real executioner was 00041 at that time. Lin Si folded the file and tucked it into the pocket of his prison uniform, expressing helplessness. It seems there will be no exceptions. The mutual assistance program will not be my way out. Pullman offered no comment on his actions, turning back towards the long table from whence he came, advising, perhaps I should introduce you to my younger brother, Bill. You will surely find him useful, especially once you have some savings. Savings? Those apologies from the big-headed Luther? Lin Si walked alongside Pullman. Indeed, there is nothing that escapes your keen observation. I may be aging, but my eyesight remains sharp, whether in discerning people or situations, Pullman declared with casual pride. Mr. Solomon, are you familiar with a person named Eden? Eden? Of course, I am well acquainted. Pullman was momentarily halted by two boisterous inmates, blocking his path, causing him to pause. The raiders are a force born from gangs, while Eden is entirely different from them. The two inmates, alerted by others, quickly stepped aside upon seeing Lin Si, allowing him to continue forward. While he half turned to glance at the elder, entirely different. It seems your assessment of Eden is considerably more favorable than that of the raiders. Pullman walked steadily along the cleared path, nodding. Eden entered prison earlier than I did. He bears the sentence of life imprisonment and was already quite influential at that time. Life imprisonment? Lin Si found it hard not to connect this to the criminal record within the file. He was also a serial killer? No, he only killed one person. Pullman replied with a sardonic smile, the son of a high-ranking member of the Ashmita group. This truly is an unexpected yet entirely plausible reason for life imprisonment. Lin Si mused. It is not difficult to envision the story behind it. Pullman's brief explanation corroborated this. His young daughter and wife were brutally harmed, and he chose to exact revenge alone. He is a pitiable figure, much like us. Pullman continued to elaborate on Eden's situation. He is regarded as a force within the prison, yet his methods differ from the gang-like behavior of the raiders. Those who choose to follow him are inmates who, like him, were sent to prison for reasons that did not warrant severe sentences. Eden believes they are all wronged individuals who should unite and support one another. Eden possesses considerable charisma, yet he has never oppressed other inmates nor resorted to violence for the sake of pride, which distinguishes him from Thompson. As his thoughts wandered, the white-haired elder seemed to perceive Lin Si's contemplations, shifting the conversation. He sent Luther to apologize to you, likely to convey a desire for peaceful coexistence. After all, your recent impressions on others have been somewhat chaotic and frightening, and he wishes to shield his men from any adverse effects. Lin Si did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to locate the bearded, bald-headed Eden. Apart from him, there were no other inmates surrounding Eden, and those seated nearby were engrossed in their own tasks. It was challenging to associate him with a leader of a prison faction. In this regard, Eden is indeed different from Thompson. Chapter 82. The definitive troublemaker when one has yet to truly understand another. First impressions are often misleading. I have never been one to instigate trouble. Lin Si shook his head with a smile, conveying his thoughts. Especially now, having come to terms with the grim reality of facing life imprisonment. He recognized the necessity of dedicating substantial time to enhance his own strength while contemplating the most prudent decisions, resolutely wishing to avoid any further entanglements in troublesome matters. Madness indeed conveys a somewhat skewed impression. In truth, you have remained remarkably composed. Your keen eyes reveal much, whether observing situations or individuals. Since Eden also desires a peaceful coexistence, I certainly have no intention of disrupting this rare tranquility. Lin Si observed Pullman deftly extracting a cigarette and breaking off a segment to chew, shaking his head in quiet envy of the elder's indulgent habits within the prison confines. Approximately half an hour later, he noticed the guards, who had grown rather lax due to the day's unusual calm, suddenly gathering together. Guard Joel stood before his colleagues, articulating something, then singled out a few guards, instructing the others to disperse before leading the selected few out through the main door. What has transpired? Lin Si slightly tilted his body towards Pullman, instinctively seeking the elder's insight in the face of the bewildering situation. Pullman cast a glance and replied with a shake of his head. I do not know. Why the sudden interest in the guard's movements? Acquiring more knowledge is never detrimental. Naturally, I am also pondering the possibility of an escape. Lin Si supplemented in his thoughts, momentarily startled by Pullman's astuteness. Fortunately, his curiosity was soon satisfied. The commotion caused by the guards ushering someone into the hall was not insignificant, gradually capturing the attention of the inmates present. 19 individuals clad in prison attire, each grasping a uniform cloth bag akin to the one used by his mother during visitation days to deliver items to inmate 00041. One among them bore 2 long, neat wounds beneath his eyes, exposing the crimson flesh beneath the skin, evidently the result of recently forcibly removing something that had been implanted. It was easily surmised that the extracted object was metallic machinery, a procedure all inmates undergo upon entering the prison. The guard's sudden departure was, in fact, to escort 19 newly incarcerated inmates. Lin Si realized, feeling a peculiar sense of becoming one of the prison's veterans. Pullman was also observing the newcomers being reprimanded by Guard Joel. However, the true old-timer recognized more. 19 individuals have recently perished and immediately, 19 new inmates arrive. Does this mean the organization has an overwhelming number of criminals to detain, with others waiting in line for space? The moment an empty cell arises, it is promptly filled. 19 individuals, exactly the number of deceased marauders. Surely the prison administration ought to express gratitude for my assistance in alleviating a significant portion of their operational burden. Lin Si mused wryly. Guard Joel was a man of few words, devoid of superfluous chatter. His admonishment lasted less than half a minute before signaling the new arrivals to disperse. Nearly everyone in the hall observed them, each harboring their own thoughts. Once the guards departed, most inmates sought out empty seats, retrieving personal belongings from their cloth bags, choosing to remain silent and comply upon entering this new environment. However, 7 inmates gravitated together, exchanging a few jovial remarks before proceeding to the nearest long table. Do they know each other? Lin Si was somewhat surprised. Moreover, they appeared quite familiar. The likelihood of 7 acquainted individuals committing crimes and being assigned to the same prison seemed rather slim. Pullman also took note of the 7 individuals with their arms draped over one another, frowning slightly. It appears so. When the marauders were imprisoned, to my knowledge, the maximum number that entered simultaneously was 2. They formed a certain faction intermittently, with individuals departing and newcomers arriving. 7 is rather excessive. They committed a crime together and did not shift blame upon capture. This does not align with the typical behavior of gangs, who most adeptly designate a scapegoat when multiple individuals are involved in wrongdoing. Yet, they seem to have the demeanor of gang members. Lin Si interjected, echoing Pullman's unspoken thoughts. The plethora of tattoos, particularly an elaborate abstract design of a woman embracing herself on the backs of their hands, is a distinct hallmark of gang affiliation. This insight he had gleaned from Chen Wuyong, who had utilized tattoo patterns to identify members of the Robotic gang. Have you seen the tattoo symbols on their hands? Lin Si inquired. Pullman shook his head. I have not. Perhaps they are not from the Ashmita region. At that moment, the 7 congregated at the central position of the farthest long table, led by the inmate Lin Si had previously noted, the one with the visible flesh wounds, muscular build, and a sharply cropped hairstyle. The formidable inmate lowered his gaze and uttered something. In response, an inmate who had been seated stood up, matching the imposing figure in height. Along Chapter 83, Supply Channels Upon Entering Prison, most inmates tend to adopt a compliant demeanor, as their behavior significantly influences their standing within this microcosm of society. The case of inmate 000041 serves as a quintessential example of someone who quickly found themselves at the bottom of the social hierarchy. In stark contrast, the 7 new arrivals boldly asserted their defiance from their very first day, signaling that they were not to be trifled with, and even instigating trouble. Lin Si observed the prison guard, Joel, reprimanding a particularly imposing inmate, nodding in agreement with Pullman's assessment. A dangerous individual, akin to a lunatic who might wield a knife on a whim. Fortunately, no fatalities occurred. Only injuries ensued from conflicts, which meant that the inmates faced relatively mild repercussions, at least avoiding confinement in solitary. At that moment, another inmate, marked with a tattoo on the back of his hand, leaned in close to Lin Si and murmured something. As Lin Si turned slightly to ascertain whether he was the subject of the inmate's gaze, the formidable figure had already shifted his attention and rejoined his companions. Did he just look at you? Pullman had also noticed the scrutiny, affirming it was not merely a figment of Lin Si's imagination. Perhaps my notoriety has grown? Pullman nodded gravely. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. If these individuals were not intent on maintaining a low profile, they would certainly familiarize themselves with the more prominent figures within the prison. Fortunately, there are numerous ways to steer clear of unwanted attention. Lin Si reiterated his desire to remain uninvolved in any troublesome affairs. As the day drew to a close without further incidents from the newly arrived group, a red-haired inmate, Bill, whom Pullman referred to as a small-time smuggler, approached and whispered in Pullman's ear, Mr. Solomon, we have goods available. Are you interested? Pullman looked up in surprise. Now? Yes. Now, Bill affirmed with a nod, his hair adorned with plastic ornaments swaying as he moved. Pullman, naturally, would not decline, of course. I will wait for you in the room at the far right. Bill flashed a broad smile, and before departing, cast a glance at Lin Si, extending a rather clumsy salute. Wow, I'm Bill. If you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Watching Bill's lively departure, Lin Si could not suppress his curiosity. Is it possible to purchase items from Bill and receive them the same day? Generally, that is not the case. It depends on the supply chain Bill has chosen this time. Along with a bit of luck, Pullman clarified, remaining seated as he observed Bill enter the room at the far end. He then provided a succinct overview of Bill's business model. Although he claimed to have two supply channels, they shared a commonality. The items must pass through the hands of the guards to enter the prison. The distinction lay in the method. One approach involved Bill contacting his friends outside through the guards, who would procure the items and then have the guards deliver them into the prison. The alternative method involved the guards purchasing items directly and handing them over to Bill. The price variations between these two methods were negligible. The difference hinged on whether the guards sought to keep a larger share of the profits or were willing to share with others. If the latter approach was employed, there was a possibility of immediate availability, particularly if a guard had previously bought in bulk for a discount and was ready to sell when the inmates expressed need. Is it commonplace for guards to partake in smuggling within the prison? This is, in fact, a typical occurrence. The act of guarding while stealing is a lucrative method in any realm. Yet, the monopolization of smuggling channels by the guards raises questions. Is it merely their avarice at play? The stringent enforcement of certain regulations within the prison undoubtedly contributes to this situation. Lin Si could not help but glance at the stern-faced guard Joel, stationed at the side of the hall, and inquired, do all guards engage in this business? Certainly not. Only those possessing significant authority can navigate the more profitable routes. Pullman remarked with a light chuckle, noticing Lin Si's gaze. Don't speculate too much. Joel is likely the most rule-abiding guard in this prison. He is the warden, yet I have never received contraband from him. Compared to the rampant smuggling operations, Officer Joel indeed represented a refreshing anomaly. Lin Si joined in the laughter. I'm relieved that my impression of Officer Joel remains unblemished. After Bill had been in the room for a while, Pullman finally rose to complete the transaction. Despite the guards' involvement in prison smuggling, the inmates still needed to maintain a facade of adherence to the established rules. Lin Si found the irony of the situation rather amusing. After a period of waiting, rather than seeing Pullman and Bill emerge from the room, Lin Si noticed the inmate with bloodshot eyes entering the same room after wandering through several others with a companion. Surely, nothing untoward will occur. Lin Si furrowed his brow, his impression of this new fellow inmate far from favorable, particularly after that inexplicable glance earlier. Remaining composed, he noticed that several inmates and guards had turned their attention toward him. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, pausing before the door of the last room. Chapter 84. Pullman, the door was ajar, and he raised his hand to push it open. A loud crash echoed as a heavy object struck the metallic surface. The sound captured his attention, and his gaze immediately fell upon an armchair that had been thrown to the ground. Are you out of your mind? Red-haired Bill shouted in furious disbelief. As his eyes moved upward, Lin Si noticed a hand still gripping the leg of a chair, followed by a muscular arm. The sleeve rolled up, the shoulder tense with exertion, revealing a bloodstain beneath the man's eye. The newcomer, labeled 000229, had certainly made a dramatic entrance today. Standing opposite 000229 was Pullman. Pullman raised his hand to wipe his forehead, revealing bright red blood. The liquid flowed from his hair, trickling down his forehead and staining his brows, dropping steadily to the ground. Red-haired Bill stood behind the elderly man, anxiously inquiring, Are you all right, Solomon? I have a fresh supply of coagulants. Damn it, Rabbit Dog. Bill's latter remark was directed at both men, 000229 and his companion. 000229 smirked, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, and with a light scoff, he said, Old man, I merely asked for what you have in your possession. Is that not polite? I had no choice but to resort to force after your refusal. Given your age and that you are a cripple, I suggest you take it easy. I was recently punished by the guards and have no desire to be penalized again on my very first day in prison. So let's keep this civil. Hand over the item, and we shall vacate this room, shall we? Red-haired Bill pushed 0000229, saying, "Hey, do you understand the rules? That belongs to Solomon. It cannot simply be taken away by your mere word." The room was devoid of anyone apart from the four inmates, with a transparent examination chamber positioned to one side. Yet no sign of a doctor. Lin Si glanced towards a tightly shut small door. Had the doctor hidden away, anticipating trouble? However, the whereabouts of the doctor was not the pressing concern at hand. Having grasped the situation, Lin Si observed 0000229 gripping red-haired Bill's outstretched hand, while the hand still clutching the chair leg began to stir. He spoke up, "Pullman, are you all right?" 0000229 paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Si noted the man's eyes were of a remarkably pale hue. Brown, yet nearly white, they bore an intimidating intensity when focused on another. This could not be normal. The mechanical implant beneath his eye likely correlated with his peculiar gaze. Lin Si realized that the man was scrutinizing him in return, his examination devoid of emotion and purely analytical. Pullman, having noticed Lin Si's presence, appeared somewhat startled by his visit amidst the chaos. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "I'm fine. Just wait a moment. This will be resolved shortly, and you need not involve yourself." Was this a hint for me to refrain from intervening? Initially prepared to adopt a focused demeanor, Lin Si hesitated, glancing at the elderly man's hand gripping the cane. At that moment, a companion of 0000229, with hair standing on end like a porcupine, spat and cursed, "Old cripple, what are you pretending for?" As his words fell, he raised his foot to kick Pullman's cane. Pullman, still focused on Lin Si, was caught off guard by the porcupine-headed inmate's action, losing his balance as he leaned forward, attempting to grab the assailant's neck. The Port Chapter 85, common ground the strength displayed was indeed somewhat extraordinary. After all, it was merely a plastic cane. Lin Si felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Outside the door, the prison guard, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, casting a scrutinizing glance at the four individuals within the room, ultimately directing his inquiry at Lin Si, who stood at the threshold. "What are you doing?" Having already become the prime suspect, Lin Si shrugged innocently, genuinely having caused no harm to anyone. The red-haired Bill, displaying remarkable composure, raised his hands and declared loudly, "Officer, nothing has happened." Pullman, the one who had initiated the altercation, remained calm, shifting the cane away from the two individuals, 0000229 and the porcupine head. With his chin slightly elevated, the blood staining half of his face did not mar his demeanor as he spoke, rather sternly. "They attempted to bully an old cripple. The injury on my head was inflicted by them." He refrained from mentioning why 0000229 and the porcupine head now lay on the ground. The guard, looking skeptically at the three who were desperately feigning innocence, was about to inquire further when a rich voice resonated from behind. "Officer, I can attest to this. I just witnessed those two new inmates strike Mr. Solomon with a chair. They behaved like rabid dogs, provoking others incessantly since their arrival. In a prison, it was indeed rare for someone to voluntarily speak in defense of an inmate with whom they had no close ties." Lin Si turned in surprise, spotting the bald, bearded Eden standing, having just delivered his testimony, and then flashing Lin Si a broad smile. Ruth, with his large head, nestled behind Eden, also offered a cautious and somewhat sycophantic grin. Following Eden's declaration, a number of inmates chimed in to corroborate his account, particularly when it came to portraying Pullman as a pitiable old cripple. Lin Si noticed that one inmate, failing to contain his expression, revealed a comical incredulity at the absurdity of the situation before hastily averting his gaze. The seasoned inmates in the prison had undoubtedly witnessed Pullman's prowess in the past. This was precisely why no one dared to underestimate a crippled elder. Lin Si empathized with the inability of some inmates to restrain their expressions. He had finally come to recognize Eden's influence. Those speaking up were not seated with him, but were scattered across the nearest two long tables, numbering perhaps a dozen. This stood in stark contrast to the tightly knit group of raiders. Eden appeared to be a congenial figure, yet one whose cunning should not be underestimated. Lin Si mentally sketched an outline of this prominent leader among the prison factions. Nearby, Jasper, the guard, approached briskly, his golden curls peeking from beneath his cap. With a serious expression, he inquired, "What has transpired?" The guard succinctly explained the situation, and upon hearing it, Jasper nodded decisively, responding, "All right, officer." The guard promptly acknowledged. Jasper then cast a fleeting glance at the porcupine head's contorted right hand as he walked away, a slight smirk tugging at his lips, yet he did not linger. Hastening towards the distant guard, Joel. Once the matter was adjudicated, the guards proceeded swiftly. They instructed Lin Si and the other two to vacate the room while they began cleaning the bloodstains from the floor and assisted 0229 and the Porcupine Chapter 86, Monopolization of the Awakened. Indeed, he suspected that Pullman might be one of the awakened. Individuals possessing extraordinary abilities in this realm may have undergone bodily modifications, though he was uncertain about the advancements in such technologies. Thus, it is conceivable that he is among the rare awakened. Yet, he never anticipated that Pullman would so casually acknowledge it. Lin Si suppressed the intriguing emotions within, seated himself beside Pullman, and gazed at him more intently. He was utterly astonished to discover that an awakened had been in his proximity all along. When Pullman, unable to withstand Lin Si's unwavering stare, finally turned to him, Lin Si chuckled and said, "You discern my identity as an awakened and chose to cooperate with my act. I hadn't expected such serendipity." In previous instances of using his abilities to kill, Pullman had unequivocally indicated that he was aware of Lin Si's actions. However, everyone in the prison shared a similar belief. He assumed that Pullman, like the others, merely thought he was dabbling in some form of sorcery. Little did he know that Pullman had actually perceived his usage of awakened abilities. It is prudent to keep one's identity concealed, for I occupy the role of an observer lurking in the shadows. Hence you had no opportunity to uncover the capabilities I deliberately withheld. Pullman rarely offered such reassuring words. Moreover, my knowledge of the awakened and the enigmatic world is quite limited. Not masquerading as a mysterious and powerful puppet master, Lin Si replied candidly. Without a doubt, Pullman is trustworthy. My attempts to glean information regarding the mysterious world have been painstakingly slow, barely scratching the surface. And should a reliable senior awakened be willing to share insights about this realm and their kind, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous blessing. Pullman gestured with open palms, saying, "May I borrow a tissue once more? Thank you. It is entirely normal to be unfamiliar with the mysterious world. Well, my awakening occurred nearly 30 years ago, yet I cannot claim to possess extensive knowledge about it." "Why?" Lin Si inquired, placing the tissue in Pullman's palm with curiosity. Pullman glanced at him and explained, "Because the mysterious world is an exceedingly insular domain. From what I gather, the awakened possess a complete understanding of their pathways, primarily through various churches, which meticulously conceal any information they possess from ordinary individuals within their ranks. Even the awakened are stratified, occupying different levels and positions, each privy to distinct tiers of knowledge regarding the mysterious world. As for outsiders, they are entirely excluded. Furthermore, I have never intentionally sought contact with other awakened. Prior to my imprisonment, I was occupied with gang-related affairs, rendering me a mere layman on the threshold of this enigmatic realm. Certainly, I am more than willing to share and exchange knowledge about the mysterious world with other awakened, which is at the very least my first step into this domain." Pullman's description of the insularity resonated with Lin Si, as he had already observed this phenomenon in Chen Wuyong. As an awakened affiliated with a mutual aid society, Chen Wuyong only learned of his pathway's subsequent information when he was on the verge of ascending to the second tier, and even then, he could only glimpse the third tier. This only deepened Lin Si's impression of the mysterious world as being exceedingly closed off. "And what of your understanding of the awakened?" Lin Si inquired, his curiosity unabated. As the hemostatic agent took effect, Pullman's wound ceased to bleed beneath his hair, and he meticulously wiped the blood from his face. "Over the years, I have encountered many individuals, including numerous awakened, and due to the accumulation of age, I would say my understanding is fairly decent." He paused, suddenly regarding Lin Si with an odd expression, questioning from your inquiry. "It seems you have no knowledge of the awakened? How did you come to learn of the sacrificial awakening method?" "A serendipitous discovery," Lin Si replied, methodically articulating his thoughts. Having prepared to throw questions back at him unexpectedly, I stumbled upon a method to attain special abilities while browsing the internet, initially dismissing it as mere fiction. But after experiencing disillusionment, I thought to give it a try, and to my astonishment, it truly succeeded. One might say it was an unexpected delight. Compared to the fact that he had been unaware of his own awakening, the story of discovering the sacrificial awakening method online seemed far more credible. And now it was impossible to verify. Lin Si wondered what narrative Pullman concocted upon hearing the words disillusionment. Pullman merely exhibited an understanding demeanor and stated, "So that is how it is. This is not merely an unexpected delight, but rather a stroke of fate. I have long heard that the internet is rife with information, both true and false. Some individuals, after encountering certain circumstances, have posted methods of sacrificial awakening online, hoping that someone might come across it and help validate its authenticity. Such methods, however, typically lead to the demise of those seeking the existence of the mysterious world, only to end up as news articles online. You are quite bold, which is why many criminals deem you a madman." Lin Si was taken aback by the revelation that this was a common occurrence. He hoped that 000041 did not acquire the sacrificial awakening method through such unreliable means. Internally, he remained unperturbed, though he wore a smile of feigned enlightenment. Pullman paused and continued, "Such information is often truncated, omitting details about the sacrificial content and corresponding pathways. Thus, you remain unaware of the nature of your awakening pathway." "As of now, I have only identified a possible pathway." Lin Si shook his head. "I did encounter an awakened who possessed abilities akin to yours, capable of severing a person's arm at will. However, it seems you prefer to extract organs that can deliver instant fatality. This was over a decade ago. He sought an exotic corpse, wandering the black market. My subordinates had him in their sights, but fortunately, I intervened in time to avert a conflict. Otherwise, he would not have merely severed the arms of a few of my men. Exotic creatures inhabit only the wastelands. Our organization has eradicated these beasts that survived from a dark historical period and ventured into the wastelands, for ordinary people would not wish to encounter such beings." His pursuit of an exotic corpse was exceedingly peculiar. Even though we only shared 2 meals afterward, he never disclosed his reasons for seeking such a corpse, leaving an impression on me. To sever at will. It could indeed be a replacement ability. Lin Si was astonished that Pullman would suddenly provide him with such intriguing information. The search for exotic beings implied that the individual was an awakened seeking to ascend in tier, though it remained unclear which tier he belonged to and precisely what part of the exotic being was needed. It also surprised him that Pullman, having awakened nearly 30 years ago, was unaware of the connection between tier ascension and exotic beings. The insularity of the mysterious world was once again evident. This did not imply that every awakened Pullman had encountered was stingy in sharing methods for tier ascension. It was more likely that most of the awakened he had met were scattered individuals like himself, lacking knowledge about subsequent ascension methods, destined to remain at the first tier for life. The monopolization of the various churches would thus become even more entrenched. Another peculiar point was that the organization, being the most formidable power in this world, must possess awakened individuals within its ranks, and they surely have various means to acquire tier ascension methods and recognize the necessity of exotic beings' existence. How could they possibly eradicate them completely? Of course, this peculiarity might stem from Pullman's limited understanding of the information. After carefully digesting Pullman's words, Lin Si, both anxious and eager, posed the most crucial question. Did he ever reveal the nature of his pathway? The intercom in the hall crackled to life, announcing the end of healing day. Pullman nodded in acknowledgement of the mechanical female voice's intonation. This is one of the few pieces of information he divulged. He is an awakened of the magician's pathway. Chapter 87. The magician's path, it was akin to fortuitously inserting an unknown key into the correct lock. A single stroke of luck. The doubts that plagued him were the very essence of the magician's path, and the information provided by Pullman had elevated this path to the throne of truth. Lin Si did not conceal his excitement and yearned to continue his inquiries. However, Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the announcement over the intercom, as the prison guards began to call for roll call. Lin Si was compelled to temporarily suppress the multitude of questions surging within him. Under the guidance of Guard Joel, they lined up to enter the work building. Lin Si stood before the screen with practiced ease, allowing the green light to sweep over him. The results quickly materialized. ID 000041. Name Lin Si. Mental state abnormal. Dosage of stabilizers issued. Had there been an increase compared to before? Yet, he felt his mental state to be exceptionally good, akin to receiving alarming medical diagnoses in a hospital. Lin Si paid little heed to the altered results. For stabilizers? Perhaps it was time to take his mental state seriously, Pullman remarked, observing Lin Si pocketing the stabilizers with a candid reminder. I shall, Lin Si obediently responded, then swiftly resumed the interrupted topic. Upon careful consideration, I believe I may indeed be on the magician's path. Did that awakened individual divulge any information pertaining to his abilities? Pullman shook his head. Very little. He merely performed a few minor tricks for me. Cards, coins, placing them in one spot only for them to reappear in his hand. You know, those street magic acts. I even entertained the notion that the magician's path was a name he fabricated based on his personal interests. It seemed Pullman harbored a less than favorable impression of this magician-like, awakened individual. The magician's path was undoubtedly real, and the records from a mutual aid society could be considered among the most authoritative in the realm of the mysterious. Lin Si subtly suggested. The name magician does indeed align quite closely with the abilities he displayed. Perhaps, Pullman conceded, not dwelling on the matter. Aside from that, there is something else I recollect. It is quite likely he was in search of an exotic corpse. Noticing Guard Joel stepping aside for a smoke, Pullman produced a fresh pack of cigarettes he had recently acquired from a red-haired individual, broke one into 4 pieces, and continued. I suspect that his quest for an exotic corpse may be tied to his abilities and the path itself. After all, one does not simply decide to seek out exotic corpses. I have heard of some upper-class individuals who indulge in the consumption of exotic delicacies out of curiosity, but neither he nor I possess the demeanor of those affluent types, so it is unlikely he sought ingredients. Coupled with his status as an awakened individual, I have a lingering sense that something peculiar is afoot. Could it possibly relate to an enhancement of abilities? Lin Si purposely posed a question, refraining from directly mentioning the notion of ascending tiers to avoid making his intentions too apparent. Those upper-class individuals who consume exotic creatures might not be driven by mere curiosity. Perhaps they are awakened themselves. That is a possibility Pullman did not dispute, instead reflecting thoughtfully when I first undertook the sacrificial awakening. I was only aware that it might grant me special abilities. I had no knowledge of the tier classifications. I was merely at the lowest first tier. It was only later, through an encounter with another awakened individual, that I learned of the existence of intermediate and advanced tiers. Yet, I have struggled to discover the means for enhancing my designated path. Over the years, I felt my abilities had reached their zenith, but I could never find a breakthrough. It always felt as though something was missing. Most awakened individuals I have encountered remain at the first tier, all seeking methods of advancement. Exotic creatures. It was challenging to connect the enhancement of an awakened individual's abilities with exotic beings purely through imagination, as they were fearsome monstrosities, while we were merely human. Pullman's brow remained furrowed, even as he absent-mindedly held the cigarette without chewing. Pullman's words corroborated Lin Si's earlier conjecture. He casually inquired, what exotic being was that magician seeking? Pullman's forehead relaxed as he chuckled. My memory isn't exceptional, but since it was the only time I encountered someone searching for exotic corpses in the black market, I do recall he was looking for the corpse of the F805. F805. He silently noted the designation of the exotic being. It was unclear what criteria defined these designations. The FS 901 that Chen Wuyong sought and the FA805 mentioned by Pullman seemed to follow a certain pattern. He had no knowledge of the appearance of FA805, nor which part was essential for tier enhancement, but at least he had made significant progress. He now had a clear direction. The first step was to ascertain what FA805 resembled. Another question that could be addressed immediately. Was that magician also a first-tier awakened individual? Since becoming acquainted with Pullman, he had come to view him as a teacher who would answer any query, allowing Lin Si to express doubts without excessive concern. Indeed, at least according to his own claims, he was also a first-tier awakened individual. Pullman emphasized that this was the magician's own assertion, not concealing his distrust of the individual. An awakened individual seeking exotic corpses in the black market was likely devoid of any supporting power, having inadvertently learned scattered knowledge about tier enhancement. His probability of being at the first tier was exceedingly high. With a sense of clarity, Lin Si watched another group of prisoners enter the inspection room. Lowering his voice further, "How did you acquire the method for sacrificial awakening? Surely, it wasn't something you stumbled upon online like I did?" Pullman shook his head. "Certainly not. At that time, I was merely a lowly member of a gang. During a gang conflict, I killed a minor leader from the opposing faction and unexpectedly discovered a note hidden in his safe. I had assumed it would contain account security codes or valuables. But to my surprise, it detailed a method for sacrificial awakening. Unfortunately, the note did not record any subsequent tier enhancements. It sounds no more reliable than my own experience." Lin Si remarked without reservation. "No, I distinctly knew the names of the paths, the tiers, and the sacrificial contents. I deemed it feasible enough that it wouldn't cost me my life, which is why I decided to go through with the sacrifice." Pullman chuckled. Chapter 88. The peculiar Lin Si exhibited a curious expression. Before he could inquire, Pullman began to elaborate. "I awakened through the night path, and during the awakening sacrificial ritual, one must don a suit of armor, akin to that worn by the noble knights of the Conley group in films. The note even thoughtfully suggested sourcing a genuine knight's armor or crafting a suitable imitation. Then, one must pierce it with 18 swords to complete the sacrifice. Failure to do so results in death beneath the blades, while success costs one a leg." "A leg?" Lin Si's gaze fell to Pullman's amputated limb. "Indeed, that is how I lost mine," Pullman replied, glancing down at his empty left leg. Lin Si candidly remarked, "To impale oneself with 18 swords hardly seems a method with a high probability of survival." In a world where technology flourished, advanced medical care could indeed mitigate many of the injuries associated with such sacrifices, significantly enhancing survival rates. Lin Si realized that if such sacrificial methods were employed in his original world, the mortality rate would likely be far graver. The night path, whose first tier corresponds to an enhancement of strength, was now clearer to Lin Si. "The first tier is called warrior, which has greatly aided me in my life, as it aligns perfectly with my living conditions," Pullman added. Having absorbed a wealth of foundational knowledge regarding awakeners, Lin Si mused, "I wonder what the capabilities of higher tiers will entail." "We are unlikely to witness that," Pullman responded nonchalantly. "It is said that larger churches still have awakeners at the mid-level, corresponding to the 4th to 6th tiers. However, high-tier awakeners may not even exist within the great churches. Legends speak of many high-tier awakeners during the dark historical period. Yet not only has that era faded into history, but records of awakening paths have also been severed. The highest tier awakener I have encountered was a second-tier witch." "Which?" Lin Si echoed, the unfamiliar term. Pullman, unreserved in his knowledge, replied, "That is the name of the tier as conveyed by that lady. She did not disclose the specific path to which she belonged." The names of tiers seem closely linked to their abilities. Does a witch possess genuine sorcery? Yet, one cannot conclude definitively, as Chun Weiyong's first tier in the prophet path possesses healing abilities, yet is ironically named the exact opposite, demon. Lin Si pondered, allowing his thoughts to wander. "Well, that is all I can recall for now. After so many years in prison, I have nearly forgotten about awakeners," Pullman chuckled. "If you wish to learn more about the magician path, I could reach out to a few former acquaintances to see if they have deeper insights." Lin Si paused, then beamed with gratitude. "If that is the case, it would be splendid. I truly appreciate your help, Mr. Solomon. It is only natural to care for those close to us, and besides, I have done nothing significant." Pullman's lips curled into a smile. "That depends on the perspective. For you, seeing you at my doorstep was unexpected," Pullman remarked, grinding his tobacco into fine shreds. It seemed Pullman held a rather misguided impression of me. Lin Si chose not to elaborate further. While waiting, Pullman requested a visit to the bathroom from the guard Joel. Lin Si leaned against the wall, observing the prisoners as they shuffled in and out of the inspection room. Noticing 000229 and the one with the spiky hair in the line, led by guard Jasper. The spiky-haired individual, cradling his distorted right hand, froze upon spotting Lin Si, then quickly glanced around for Pullman. Not seeing him, he visibly relaxed and hurried into the inspection room. 000229's gaze, however, remained fixed on Lin Si. As the primary instigator in 2 prior conflicts, 000229 had been penalized twice and was prohibited from receiving stabilizing agents. This 000229 is rather peculiar. Lin Si furrowed his brow. Initially, 000229 had noticed him in the hall, and now, during the conflict, and even now, the attention remains squarely on Lin Si. While at first, one might attribute this fixation to Lin Si's recent notoriety within the prison, it now felt unsettling. The real clash had occurred between Pullman and 000229. Yet 000229's focus rarely lingered on Pullman. Even prior to Lin Si's substitution of a chair from which 000229 had been seated, the latter's interest had not wavered. The spiky-haired individual exhibited a typical reaction. Yet in 000229's eyes, Pullman was conspicuously absent from his consideration. 000229's obsession with Lin Si transcended mere attention towards a prominent figure. I must remain vigilant concerning 000229. Caution is paramount, Lin Si resolved, heightening his wariness towards 000229. Chapter 89. The clever student, is your head all right? Lin Si inquired with concern. The efficacy of the hemostatic agent was indeed remarkable, yet the fact remained that Pullman had sustained a blow to the head from a chair. His strength might be formidable, but it did not necessarily imply a significant enhancement to his physical resilience. He could very well be grappling with the aftereffects of a concussion. As anticipated, Pullman shook his head and replied, "A bit of a concussion. A few days of rest should suffice." Pullman was a seasoned gang member, well-versed in the art of brawling and the experience of injury. Lin Si chose not to elaborate further. Upon entering his cell, numbered 000041, he was suddenly greeted by the low, sonorous voice of Officer Joel from behind. "You performed well today. I hope you can maintain this standard in the future." What was this? A clear distinction between praise and punishment? He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and activated the cell's light, illuminated by the soft blue glow of the number plaque. He was now brimming with energy and could seize the opportunity to check on Father Chen Wuyong's situation. He wondered if the safety measures for the father were effective, whether those affiliated with Varotis were merely observing or had already established that the father was an easy target and had come looking for trouble. Lin Si lay on the ground, using the air as a pillow, closing his eyes to let his thoughts quieten. He no longer required much contemplation to adeptly enter a deep subconscious state. He conjured an image of a street shrouded in dense fog, allowing his consciousness to sink deeper. The familiar and reassuring sensation of descent enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself on a street adorned with statues. Locating the statue of Chen Wuyong, the father maintained an elegant and enigmatic posture, showing no signs of distress. This indicated that the father was at least safe for the moment. Feeling somewhat reassured, Lin Si decided to incorporate an additional item into his routine, venturing further down the street to find the statue of his second connection. The little girl's statue was notably smaller than the others surrounding it, yet the dried blood on it captured one's attention profoundly. He reached out to touch the statue, and as the dense fog enveloped his body, he swiftly entered the connection space. The screen belonging to the girl was pitch black. He waited for a moment, but the dark screen showed no signs of change. What was the girl doing? Was she resting or sleeping? Lin Si had no intention of continuing to stare at a black screen. With a thought, the scene shifted. Light filtered through stained glass onto a wooden table, instantly bringing tranquility to his spirit. Though indifferent to the mutual aid society, he cherished the serene atmosphere of this humble branch church. Outside, faint shouts of protest could be heard. Resist genetic modification. All malformed children born as a result of genetic alteration deserve medical compensation. Please join our resistance movement. Before long, Gunfire, screams, and reprimands erupted, only to quickly fade into silence. The scene shifted to Chen Wuyong, who directed his gaze towards the source of the noise. However, a wooden board obstructed his view, and aside from the warning posted on the board, he could discern nothing of the happenings on the street. Protests and resistance movements seldom yield results, yet the effort to claim rightful power remains moving. Let us hope no one was injured in the commotion. Chen Wuyong pondered, feeling both melancholy and concern. Alice was keeping watch outside. If anyone suffered serious injuries and could not receive timely medical attention, she would undoubtedly bring them in, alleviating his worries. Still unable to pass the review, Chen Wuyong examined the back end of the VIS website. It was merely a notice of rejection due to the review not being passed. The notice cited the most significant reason for rejection: unable to verify the authenticity and accuracy of the translations regarding the dark historical period. Chen Wuyong was greatly troubled. Must I trouble Mr. Puppet to create a dictionary of the dark historical period's texts? That is simply unrealistic. How can I ask him to undertake such a task? Moreover, even with a dictionary, they could still claim the authenticity and accuracy cannot be verified, requiring the endorsement of a highly authoritative historian. Perhaps I am overthinking this. The translation cannot possibly be published on an authoritative site, thus betraying Mr. Puppet's trust. Do not blame yourself. It may find a more suitable place. Mr. Puppet. Chen Wuyong felt a spark of joy and promptly pressed his hand to his chest, bowing in respect to the unseen figure of Mr. Puppet. He did not overlook what Mr. Puppet had just said. His melancholic mood lifted somewhat, and his thoughts began to flow anew as he eagerly inquired, "Sir, do you mean? My mind is dull. I beseech you to elucidate further." Of course, I refer to places that do not require review for publication. It would be best to downplay the translation aspect, thereby avoiding the issue of verifying translation authenticity. However, he could not express it so bluntly. To maintain the mysterious and powerful image of Mr. Puppet, Lin Si chose his words with care. "Father, you should not be ensnared by the issue of publication. Have you forgotten that your initial desire in translating was merely to allow those in need to see it?" "Indeed, I nearly forgot." Chen Wuyong reflected. "I initially aimed for authoritative websites to disseminate the translations far and wide, almost losing sight of my original intention. As long as it is placed before those who can utilize the translated content and those who need it, I believe the impact will gradually expand." Lin Si gently encouraged. "You could even avoid emphasizing the translation aspect. Simply include the original author's name, along with those listed in the acknowledgments. Once the content recorded in the book has a genuine effect, they will naturally express their gratitude. Similar to the long tail effect described in my original world." Lin Si mused inwardly. Chen Wuyong appeared contemplative, a multitude of ideas emerging in his mind. "Perhaps I could directly share the content on our internal forum. The priests are eager to experiment and strive to do as much good as possible. Or I could send it to a few priests preparing for their pilgrimage to the wasteland, allowing them to apply it in practice directly. This could facilitate the immediate dissemination of knowledge to the wasteland." Chen Wuyong's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. His worries dissipated, replaced with a sense of vast clarity. "I understand now, Mr. Puppet. Thank you for your guidance." Chapter 90. 5 marks. Fortunately, the priest had always been an astute and perceptive student, Lin Si thought with relief. Just then, Sister Alice hurriedly rushed in, knocking on the door of the confessional. "Father, someone has come to confess." Alice, unable to wait for Chen Wuyong to open the door, peered through the small window, revealing a pair of anxious, worried, and fearful emerald green eyes. "What is it? If someone wishes to confess, just let them in," Chen Wuyong replied, quickly turning off the screen to avoid being caught slacking off by the little nun. He then displayed a gentle, albeit puzzled, smile and half-jokingly remarked, "Although our confessional might only welcome a devout penitent once every 6 months, it seems rather frequent to have someone wishing to confess today. Surely, this does not evoke feelings of tension or fear in you?" Sister Alice shook her head vigorously. Swallowing hard, she said, "No, it's not that. It's their tattoos." Before Alice could finish her sentence, several individuals walked down the aisle between the long benches in the church, heading toward the confessional. "Hey, Noon, why are you running so fast?" It's my first time in a church, and I almost couldn't find my way to the confessional," said a young man with two silver metallic stripes beneath his eyes, chewing gum and smiling at Alice, who stood at the door of the confessional. Meanwhile, Lin Si noticed the young man's exposed tattoo on his arm, a complex, wilting flower. The other individuals also bore similar tattoos on their arms, hands, and necks. Lin Si's previously relaxed demeanor began to dissipate. That tattoo was all too familiar. Valorost. Chen Weiyong murmured the name of the gang associated with the tattoo, his hand instinctively resting on his waist. Lin Si could hear Chen Weiyong's internal mantra. "I must remain calm. I must remain calm." He then turned to Alice, whose pale face reflected her fear, and spoke soothingly. "Sister Alice, do not worry." Alice looked at him with concern, biting her lip hesitantly. Chen Weiyong nodded and added, "Let us check on the bishop as well. If it is not necessary, please do not come forward." His greatest fear was for the safety of the little nun and the bishop. In this small branch church, they had indeed gathered the elderly, the sick, and the frail. Lin Si couldn't help but silently sigh for Chen Weiyong, the only one among them who could be considered a young adult. Moreover, this young adult had sacrificed his own health. Using his abilities left him in a fit of painful coughing for half the day. The young man's gaze lingered on the nun's retreating figure, and he clicked his tongue in disappointment, saying, "Why did she leave? I wanted to chat a bit more." The others around him chuckled maliciously. Lin Si heard Chen Weiyong's internal struggle to maintain his composure. "I must not get angry, I must not get angry." The only one who did not laugh was the man at the front, wearing a hat and a mechanical mask that obscured the lower half of his face. Only his wrinkled eyes revealed his age. He spoke in a raspy, excessively deep voice. "Glenn, she's just a little girl. I do not wish to hear such foolishness from you again." The young man Glenn shrank back, and the others immediately fell silent. Chen Weiyong remained quiet, silently assessing the Valorost gang members while internally speculating about their intentions. Lin Si also observed the approaching figures through the screen. Among them were the man and woman he had previously seen secretly observing the church from across the street. They had deliberately concealed their tattoos before, but now they were fully visible. What had they observed? Did they conclude that there was no one in the church who could threaten their safety, prompting their direct visit? Moreover, they had chosen to come during the daytime. Although, in this world, day and night did not influence a person's propensity to commit crimes. The sunlight usually led to a significant reduction in the frequency of malevolent acts among humans. Their entrance without immediately resorting to violence at least indicated that Valorost was temporarily disinterested in eliminating Chen Weiyong, meaning the priest was still safe. Lin Si counted the number of individuals, 5. The man and woman who had previously scouted the area, Glenn with his two metallic stripes, a tall, slender man hiding his hands in the long sleeves of his shirt, and the man at the front wearing the mechanical mask. Bang, bang, instantly entering a state of focus. He listened to the sound of his heartbeat, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily on each individual. After all, in this connected space, he had expended considerable time and mental energy to successfully mark all 5 individuals. He could distinctly feel his mental energy being drained by half. If he were to activate 5 marks simultaneously, his mental energy would likely be nearly depleted. Lin Si assessed his capabilities. However, a regular exchange required him to confirm each item individually. Even at the fastest pace, dealing with 5 people would still result in a time lag. Yet, during his last encounter with the marks while eliminating intruders, he discovered that the marking exchange could be triggered simultaneously, provided he had previously identified the corresponding number of items for exchange. This was all to ensure that in case of any unexpected events, he could swiftly eliminate all threats and guarantee the priest's safety. This golden finger of an elder was indeed quite considerate. Lin Si sighed internally. At this moment, the 5 members of Valorost reached the door of the confessional, and Chen Weiyong finally spoke the first words to them. Only one person may enter the confessional at a time. Confession is a communication with the Savior. As the earthly representative of the Savior, the priest may remain inside the confessional, but the rest of you should keep a safe distance. As soon as Chen Weiyong's words fell, Lin Si couldn't help but mentally praise clever. Chapter 91. a city abounding in perils, utilizing the regulations of the confessional, limiting the number of individuals permitted within, and facing only one person at a time, provided a considerable sense of security for Chen Wuyong. The apprehension regarding the time discrepancy was alleviated, allowing him to conserve a substantial portion of his mental energy by employing all his sigils in a singular moment, thus enabling a methodical resolution to each issue. However, this was contingent upon their genuine adherence to the rules, a concern that lingered in Chen Wuyong's mind. He discreetly wiped the perspiration from his palms on the fabric of his robe, his grip on the gun remaining firm as he took deep breaths to steady himself. He could not display any signs of fear. Should he falter, they would undoubtedly perceive him as an easy target. Do not fear, he reassured himself. Mr. Puppet is still present. Nothing will go awry. Mr. Puppet, Lin Si, what a burdensome trust to bear. After a brief yet suffocating silence, the man at the forefront, adorned with a mechanical mask, raised his hand and gestured for the others to sit aside. Success. Chen Wuyong silently cheered within. His right fingers, having been tense for an extended duration, suddenly relaxed and twitched, which he hastily concealed with his other hand beneath his sleeve. Lin Si's gaze lingered momentarily on a young man named Green, whose eyes bore a striking resemblance to those of Subject 000229. However, while one pair was intact, equipped with metallic rods, the other was marred, having been forcibly dismantled during incarceration, leaving behind only raw, bloodied remnants. Green's eyes were a pale gold, subtle in hue, lacking the immediate, oppressive intensity that characterized 00229's gaze. May Mr. Puppet protect us. The man at the forefront had already stepped into the confessional, separated by a wooden window that barred the view between them. Chen Wuyong sat on one side, able to glimpse the situation through the ornate patterns of the window. Calmly, he drew his firearm, resting it on his lap and obscuring it with his robe, rendering it nearly undetectable to the individual on the opposite side. Please close the door. Thank you, Chen Wuyong said with composure. The man complied, shutting the door and isolating the remaining 4 individuals outside. With a creaking sound, the man took his seat, the aged chair protesting under his weight. He removed his hat, revealing a mane of black and white curls, deep-set eyes, and a bronze complexion. He placed his hands on either side of the slightly protruding areas of the mechanical mask, which separated into 2 segments, opening from the top and bottom. A faint hissing sound signaled the release of air. Through the intricate gaps, Lin Si was astonished to discover that the mask was directly affixed to the man's facial bones. Once opened, it revealed metal embedded within flesh, seemingly supporting the bones and muscles, allowing the lower half of the man's face to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Spencer Modema. The man introduced himself courteously, the movement of the metal within his flesh noticeable as he spoke. How shall I address you, Father? There is no need for you to reveal your identity during confession. Simply know that I am a priest. The one truly listening to your confession is, in fact, the Savior. Spencer Modema? Chen Wuyong repeated silently, confirming his lack of familiarity with the name and the STA, Chapter 92. Threat Spencer's gaze momentarily faltered as he scrutinized the partially revealed profile through the gap. Father, you seem somewhat different from what I had come to understand, Spencer mused, leaning back thoughtfully in his chair. I once knew a priest who saved my life, which has fostered a favorable impression of your organization in my heart, leading me to believe you are a genuinely benevolent faith. Favorable impression of the organization? Lin Si sensed a subtle nuance in Spencer's choice of words. Although he had previously perceived a certain respect or trepidation held by the authorities towards the organization upon seeing the man and woman arriving to assess the situation, Spencer's remarks could hardly substantiate that speculation. They felt more like a casual expression of politeness. Oh, Father Chen, though I am uncertain how we abruptly shifted to this topic, I find it intriguing, Chen Wuyong responded, following Spencer's train of thought. Was he a priest from our branch before the schism? Not from District 10. I originally resided in District 13, Spencer replied, shaking his head. District 13. Chen Wuyong's mind quickly rummaged through his recollections of that area, far more impoverished than District 10. He sensed that Spencer's character might not be as malevolent as he had previously imagined. It was Spencer who had rebuked Green for his disparaging thoughts about Alice. Unable to suppress his nod, he remarked, "To do good and save lives is an imperative of our faith. He must have been an exceptionally virtuous priest." "Indeed, that is how I perceive it," Spencer agreed, suddenly breaking into a low chuckle, emerging from his nostalgic reverie. "Alas, there was a time when I was pursued by adversaries, and, in a desperate bid for safety, I took refuge in his church. Others were gunned down by those chasing me, and I used his body to shield myself from several bullets, successfully eliminating those fools. He was incredibly kind and never blamed me in the end. Yet, even after I ascended to the position of second in command in Valotis, the quiet hours of the night often find me lamenting my actions of using his body as a shield. I have long desired to seek absolution. Father, can I receive the Lord's forgiveness?" A man with a flicker of conscience, albeit not excessively so, Lin Si reflected on Spencer. Spencer, he is actually the second in command of Valotis? His personal appearance here implies that Winston, Maggie, and the others intend to exploit the information gathered from the child, which surely signifies a grave matter. The trouble the priest has attracted is far more significant than anticipated. Chen Wuyong also grasped this notion. Choosing to remain silent in response to Spencer's dilemma, he braced himself for the impending discussion. After so much groundwork, they were finally approaching the crux of the matter. Chen Wuyong's typically gentle voice bore no trace of emotion. Some transgressions are irreparable, especially when inflicted upon an entirely different individual. Iamaware. I merely wish to ease the torment of my nightly regrets. Spencer nodded, his tone soft, akin to that of a caregiver soothing a wayward child. Suddenly he paused, leaning in closer to the wooden window that separated them, his mechanical mask nearly pressing against the glass. With a peculiar smile, he declared, "Father Chun, I do not wish to dwell on where those three worthless souls met their demise. I prioritize the end result. However, this does not imply that others in Valotis will not seek answers. To my knowledge, Rutherford has garnered the favor of a friend of mine. As long as you can assist me in completing what they failed to accomplish, all prior transgressions can be disregarded. I will conceal the deaths of those three fools and ensure that no one from Valotis will trouble you again." A blatant threat. Chen Wuyong, his body taut with tension, concealed himself in the shadows, striving to maintain his composure as he replied, "I do not comprehend what you are implying." "Father, let us be candid. I have already laid my intentions bare," Spencer interjected, dismissing Chen Wuyong's words with a wave of his hand, his body leaning back slightly in impatience. "What I require from you is quite simple. To enter a prison where an event necessitating participation from clergymen is about to unfold. It is not easy to gain entry into that facility, and your identity is perfectly suited. FO Chapter 93. Pray for me, murder?" Chen Wuyong's hand gradually tightened, as he felt he had just heard the most absurd joke in existence. He let out a slight scoff and vehemently rejected, "Mr. Spencer Mortimer, I am a priest, not a hired killer under your command. I will not take the life of an individual completely unrelated to me for the sake of my own safety." Spencer raised his chin slightly, his eyelids drooping as he looked down at him with an air of superiority. He displayed no signs of agitation in response to Chen Wuyong's refusal, returning to his calm and affable tone. "Father, do not be agitated. I do not intend to tarnish your reputation. This is merely a transaction, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Do you understand? You may take your time to consider it. Everything has already been arranged." Spencer activated his personal communicator on his wrist. The device was a sleek black screen, detachable from its band, projecting an eye-catching hologram with a smooth, tactile feedback, clearly of a higher quality than Chen Wuyong's own communicator. "You see, all the information is here. Baihu Prison will hold a prayer day event in 5 days, designed to help inmates discover their personal spiritual beliefs and fully reform themselves. The prison has specifically arranged this event. We have good relations with the guards there, and your identification is entirely legitimate. You just need to submit it, and we can guarantee your acceptance." Spencer flipped through the documents, adjusting the hologram for Chen Wuyong to view. Baihu Prison? Indeed, it was not the faming Si prison he was in. Yet they both hosted a prayer day, a reflection of the immense influence of religion in this world. Lin Si analyzed with some regret. Valotis focused on the prison smuggling trade, and Faming Sea Prison was notorious for its corrupt guards. Perhaps they also had solid connections with the guards there? Chen Wuyong was far from Lin Si, who pondered over which prison Spencer referred to. He decisively interrupted Spencer's monologue. No, I have made myself very clear. I absolutely refuse to do such a thing. Spencer's fingers paused on hologram, and he peered at him through the hollow gaps. Father Chen Wuyong, a friendly reminder. My expression beneath this mask is rather displeased. I believe you have yet to comprehend the gravity of your situation. This is not a matter of willingness. With a single command from me, the old man and the child in the backyard will perish. Do you truly believe this is a negotiation? Chen Wuyong was taken aback, almost immediately standing up, intending to head to the backyard. He had only seen 5 individuals enter through the front door, neglecting the fact that the other party could easily arrange for additional individuals to sneak into the backyard and seize the bishop and Alice. Was the alarm system ineffective? He dared not gamble on whether Spencer was deceiving him or had indeed taken control of the bishop and Alice, threatening their lives at any moment. Click! The familiar sound froze Chen Wuyong's steps, and he turned to see the dark muzzle of a gun pointed directly at him. Spencer leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand, observing Chen Wuyong's tense expression with a relaxed smile. Father, where do you think you are going? Our conversation is far from over. If you walk out now, I cannot guarantee how many lives will be lost in the backyard. Chen Wuyong stood rigidly, ultimately not daring to push open the thin door before him. Anger, confusion, and hatred surged within him. Why? Why do such wicked individuals, who harm the pure and good, continue to live safely while threatening the innocent with a gun? Lin Si was acutely aware of Chen Wuyong's tumultuous thoughts. Poor priest, he thought sympathetically, while maintaining focus on Spencer. He could easily swap out Spencer's handgun in an instant and bring the man's heart to a halt. Yet he hesitated, pondering new concerns. What if there were indeed members of the Velotis gang already infiltrating the backyard? Should he eliminate them all? Spencer was Velotis's second-in-command. Afterward, Chen Wuyong would face unrelenting retribution from the gang. He could not guarantee Chen Wuyong's safety at all times, and moreover, one could never be too careful. He could not afford to overlook anyone. I have indeed underestimated Spencer's position and the significance of the woman Velotis seeks, as well as the number and influence of a major gang. Lin Si reflected on his oversight. This was due to his lack of exposure to gangs in his original world, where he had only encountered fragmented groups within prisons. However, in this world, gangs operated without restrictions, evolving into significant powers within the lower strata. Murder is a straightforward and effective method, but when faced with complex issues, one cannot simply resort to killing. Lin Si quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Thus, what he first needed to assist Chen Wuyong with was intimidation. To intimidate Spencer, creating the possibility for subsequent actions. At that moment, Spencer's patience began to wane amidst Chen Wuyong's silence, and he tapped the window frame with the gun's muzzle. Knock, knock, knock. Of course, murder is not difficult. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over Chen Wuyong. The gun in his hand could not alter the situation, and it seemed he could only make a choice. Mr. Spencer Mortimer, individuals like you will inevitably face retribution. Retribution? What retribution? Are you cursing me, father? Spencer chuckled softly. Chen Wuyong's fingers trembled slightly, not out of fear, but due to the intense emotional upheaval within him. Spencer raised the gun barrel slightly. I once feared retribution too, especially after taking the life of that priest who saved me. Yet I have lived through these years unscathed. And then I came to understand. At this point, Spencer wore a proud smile. You believe in universal redemption. Retribution has never existed, and the Savior has forgiven me. Indeed, the Savior has forgiven you. Chen Wuyong retorted with a sardonic smile, lifting his arm slightly. Just then, he suddenly heard a deep, gentle voice, one that instinctively brought a sense of comfort. Pray, Father. As if a hand extended when one is on the verge of drowning in deep water, as if a force from below lifts one up when falling into an abyss. Chen Wuyong's almost stalled thoughts coalesced anew. He slowly straightened his back, lowered his eyes to gaze upon Spencer, even forgetting that Mr. Puppet could hear his inner voice. And with contained anger and anticipation, he directly opened his mouth to say, I beseech you. Spencer paused, a look of bewilderment appearing in his eyes. Chun Woo-young continued. Let Spencer Mortimer suffer a visceral pain for the contemptuous mockery of the virtuous, in his words. Hearing this, Spencer realized that Chun Woo-young was not speaking to him and frowned slightly. Chun Woo-young's tone became strained. Let Spencer Mortimer suffer the same painful retribution for harming the innocent. As Chun Woo-young's words fell, Spencer shifted uncomfortably, understanding that Chun Woo-young was praying to the divine. He looked at the standing priest with surprise, then relaxed his brow. Just as he opened his mouth to let out a chuckle, the sound abruptly changed, morphing into a pained groan. Ugh! When Spencer opened his mouth, it caused his entire mechanical mask to split in the middle, revealing the flesh and metal embedded within. Chun Woo-young thought he was hallucinating, as he saw Spencer's mechanical mask separate from his skin and flesh from the very top. Thud! The next moment, Chun Woo-young knew he was not hallucinating. The entire mechanical mask, along with the lower half of Spencer's face, fell from his face onto the table, revealing the cleanly stripped facial bones with no metal residue, and the red flesh with clearly defined muscle striations. The entire mandible fell with the mask, leaving Spencer's lower face a bloody void. Visceral pain for his words. The prayer he had uttered not long ago flashed through Chun Woo-young's mind. Agah! Spencer groaned in agony. Chun Woo-young could see Spencer instinctively trying to speak, but only causing the empty muscles to twitch. Spencer's pupils contracted in terror as he tremblingly raised his hand, wanting to touch his chin. However, as soon as his hand was raised, his forearm fell off. Thud! Thud! 2 consecutive sounds echoed as the other hand, still holding the gun, also fell to the ground. Spencer tried to stand, perhaps terrified, losing his balance and falling to the ground, the chair falling on top of him. Bang! Ugh! Ugh! Spencer emitted a series of unintelligible sounds of pain and terror. The hands stained with the blood of the innocent are deprived. The corresponding prayer flashed through Chun Woo-young's mind. He watched Spencer writhe on the ground in agony, his body gradually stained with blood, feeling no sympathy, but rather a growing sense of relief. Thank you, Mr. Puppet. I am willing to offer everything I have promised. I am merely using the ethereal yet fearsome curse to intimidate Spencer, while simultaneously exploiting your psychology, making you even more devoutly believe in Mr. Puppet. For the first time, Lin Si felt a slight pang of guilt after achieving his goal. However, the guilt quickly dissipated. He delightfully savored his perfect performance of improvisation once again, as well as the fear in Spencer's eyes towards Chun Woo-young. Chun Woo-young earnestly pondered what he could offer to Mr. Puppet besides his life, while not forgetting to pull the safety catch, push open the wooden window in between, meet Spencer's gaze, and raise his gun. Letting Spencer die is not in the current plan. Lin Si hurriedly spoke in a deliberately lowered voice. Father, sometimes keeping a person alive temporarily can be more useful than letting him die immediately. Chun Woo-young paused his finger on the trigger and asked in his mind with puzzlement, Mr. Puppet, what do you mean? Just then, the commotion inside the confessional booth attracted the attention of the 4 people outside. Spencer? Green, whose eyes were now implanted with metal, asked with a raised voice in puzzlement. The only response was Spencer's gurgling sound from the blood entering his throat. Realizing something was wrong, Green put away the frivolous smile on his face, immediately got up, drew his gun, and strode towards the confessional booth. Something's wrong. The other 3 immediately followed. Green effortlessly pushed open the door of the confessional booth, which was not locked. However, it was suddenly blocked by a heavy object halfway through, and he smelled a strong smell of blood. Sensing something, he lowered his gaze and saw the monster lying on the ground. Only the upper half of the face was intact. The lower half of the face seemed to be sunken into the brain, a bloody mess. Green was taken aback, and it was not until he saw the familiar hair and eyes that he recognized the monster lying on the ground in disbelief. Spencer. Green immediately called the woman behind him to inject Spencer with a hemostatic agent, then raised his gun and pointed it directly at Chun Woo-young. What the hell did you do? Spencer was dragged out of the confessional booth. Green completely pushed the door open, strode into the confessional booth, grabbed Chun Woo-young's collar, and pressed the gun against his temple. Spencer gave you a chance. If you ask me, you should have been shot. Green gritted his teeth. At the same time, Spencer, who had just regained a little strength, suddenly made a vague cry. Ugh. Ugh. Chen Weiyong also saw Spencer's reaction and suddenly realized what Mr. Puppet meant. Spencer cannot die yet. His death will attract more attention for Valrodis. To eliminate the threat from Spencer, besides killing him, you can also make him fear and be afraid. I almost acted rashly, which would have implicated the bishop and Alice. Fortunately, Mr. Puppet reminded me. Chen Weiyong felt a burst of fear, calmed himself down, his mind raced. And then he tried to curl the corners of his mouth into a smile and said in a gentle tone, "Don't be agitated. Spencer is simply receiving the retribution he deserves. It's not that I did anything, but that his presence has manifested." Chapter 95. Enveloped in mist, Green was momentarily taken aback. Yet he managed to grasp a singular word, retribution. In disbelief, he scoffed, "I knew there was something amiss with your religious minds. How could you genuinely believe in the existence of deities?" However, Spencer emitted a series of indistinct yet fervent cries from his throat, interrupting Green's attempt to continue speaking. A woman, who had administered 2 vials of hemostatic agent to Spencer, understood his struggle as he shifted his gaze toward the personal communicator that had fallen to the ground. She promptly picked it up, wiped the blood from its surface, and affixed it to the left side of Spencer's neck. At that moment, Spencer's throat muscles contracted, and the sounds he produced transformed from garbled noises into a deep, mechanical voice. Green. Wow! Lin Si marveled internally, observing the small screen on Spencer's neck, which was vastly superior to Chen Weiyong's personal communicator. The device, merely affixed to his neck, could flawlessly convey a person's words, akin to a perfectly integrated mechanical mouth, serving as a compact mechanical prosthetic readily available for use. The screen adhered to Spencer's neck, glowed with a flickering green light. Although the mechanical tone could not accurately convey emotion, everyone could discern the urgency in Spencer's enunciation. "Release him. Let the priest go. Do not disrespect the priest. No, he has done nothing to me. Release him." Lin Si comprehended Spencer's sentiments well. He was frightened by the prayers uttered by Chen Weiyong and the manifestation of divine retribution. Ordinary individuals seldom encounter the true realm of the mysterious, while some may believe in its existence. Akin to those in his original world who trusted in metaphysics without ever truly engaging with it. In this highly cloistered world of mystique, most common folk remain oblivious to the existence of awakened beings, a phenomenon he had discerned through observing the inmates in prison alongside Chen Weiyong's daily life. Moreover, the manifestation of deities and the arrival of retribution were unfathomable. Unconsciously, the priest had assisted him in executing a splendid performance. Spencer, fearing the resurgence of retribution, dared not allow Green to harm Chen Weiyong. Lin Si watched with satisfaction as Green's expression shifted to one of confusion, bewilderment, and hesitation. Green opened his mouth, about to inquire further, when he suddenly noticed the mechanical mask that had fallen into the pool of blood. The mask was connected to a complete jawline, unmarred by any injuries, appearing as if it had naturally shed, along with those 2 impeccably smooth, severed arms. The priest held only a substandard pistol. He had not heard the sound of gunfire, and how could a mere handgun inflict such wounds? Could it be that what this priest spoke of was true? A chill surged from the soles of Green's feet, and he began to perceive an eerie undertone in Chen Weiyong's gentle smile. His hand trembled, and he involuntarily released Chen Weiyong. Noticing Green's actions, the personal communicator affixed to Spencer's neck emitted a long sigh of relief. Maintaining a wary gaze upon Chen Weiyong, it instructed Green, "Come here, retreat to my side, and collect the items from the ground." They had grown fearful. Chen Weiyong, realizing he was no longer at a disadvantage, silently exhaled a breath of relief. He straightened his disheveled collar and, standing tall, addressed the 5 individuals outside the door. Spencer signaled for those on either side to assist him. "By the way," Chen Weiyong suddenly interjected, "I trust you understand that what you have done will not go unpunished. May the prophet bless you." As his words settled, Spencer's body trembled violently, and the screen on the communicator flickered. "Go, go." The lanky man with hands still hidden within his sleeves, and the man displaying half of a tattoo on his neck supported Spencer on either side, nearly lifting him entirely. Green cradled Spencer's bloodied remnants as the woman lagged behind. hastily guiding Spencer through the rows of long benches and out through the stained glass door adorned with the image of the Virgin Mary. Upon exiting the hall, Green could not restrain himself from asking Spencer, "What on earth transpired?" Spencer voiced his suspicions. "I suspect Rutherford and the others met their demise at his hands. Damn it, we have all been deceived by him. So, do we still need to find him? What about your plan?" Spencer's silence stretched for a good 10 seconds before he finally replied, "All right." Green realized that Spencer was wary of the priest. What he had said was not necessarily bound to happen immediately, and he wisely refrained from exposing the truth. The church's exterior was unassuming, its glass spire inconspicuous among the towering buildings, and the Virgin's image on the door, shrouded by a veil, appeared less sacred and pristine, instead exuding an unsettling aura. Contemplating the figure of the priest in the black robe, a singular term surfaced in Green's mind: sinister. "Ah, Mr. Puppet, I am grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I shudder to think what I might have faced." Chun Weong pressed his hand to his chest, reflecting inwardly. Chapter 96. What do you offer? Before Chun Weong could utter a word, he was abruptly roused as he stood up, slapped his forehead, flung open the confessional door, and scurried towards the backyard. It was only upon pushing open the door to the shed and finding the bishop and Alice comfortably engaged with the children that he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Alice, taken aback by Chun Woo-young's sudden entrance, immediately rose and approached him, her concern palpable as she inquired, "How are you, father? Are you all right?" "All is well. They have departed." It was merely an ordinary confession, nothing to worry about, Chun Woo-young replied with a reassuring smile, shaking his head. Observing that Chun Woo-young bore no injuries apart from a slightly disheveled collar, Alice remained somewhat skeptical of his assurances. After exchanging a few words with the bishop regarding the children's situation and urging Alice to stay and assist, Chun Woo-young smiled and closed the door behind him. Standing silently before the door for a few moments, Chun Woo-young turned and inspected the alarm system by the wall, discovering that the small black box was functioning normally. It had neither been tampered with nor breached. Spencer had merely been toying with me. It was a threat, but he had not acted against the bishop and Alice immediately. Chun Woo-young pieced this together, affirming the reliability of the alarm system. Returning to the confessional, Chun Woo-young retrieved a semi-automatic mop and began to cleanse the bloodstains from the floor. Lin Si provided an accurate answer. "Not for the time being." "Not for the time being?" Chun Woo-young paused in his mopping. "My father, you are still underestimating the situation," Lin Si remarked with a smile. "The allure of profit and the ignorance of human greed often overshadow most fears." "Profit?" Chun Woo-young seized upon the keyword in the puppet master's discourse, humbly seeking clarification. "I do not fully grasp your meaning. Please elucidate." As a figure of authority, the puppet master could not speak plainly. Lin Si took a moment to organize his thoughts and, with a meaningful tone, pointed out the flaw in Spencer's words. He mentioned a friend who has high hopes for Rutherford. He stated that if I agree to his terms, he will cover up the matter of Rutherford's trio's demise. If he were truly a friend, how could he hide such a truth from the other? Ah, merely a verbal friend. As emotions cooled and cognitive faculties sharpened, Chun Woo-young began to contemplate the aspects he had previously overlooked. Spencer, a shrewd and self-serving second-in-command of the gang, had concealed the truth regarding Rutherford's death, surely for his own benefit. Am I to conclude that he and that so-called friend were never on good terms? Although I am not well versed in this matter, I have heard that internal conflicts within gangs are not uncommon. Perhaps they are indeed vying for something from that female convict. Spencer seized the opportunity presented by Rutherford's death, and I became the most suitable candidate due to my clerical status and my undeniable connection to the deaths of Rutherford's trio. To him, I am an ideal pawn, one he can exploit with minimal cost. Should he find no better alternative and the situation grows increasingly urgent, he may indeed seek me out again, albeit not through direct conversation. He might first target the bishop and Alice, or perhaps even find comfort in approaching me indirectly. I'm not safe. Puppet Master, is my conjecture accurate? After a week's delay in contacting Chun Woo-young, Spencer certainly had his own entanglements to manage. Lin Si added silently in his mind, I am not an omniscient deity. All is mere conjecture, and I cannot offer you certainties. He fell silent for a few seconds before speaking with a gentle smile. Anything is possible, Father. You now possess an opportunity to seize the initiative. Instilling fear in Spencer was merely the initial step. To extricate himself from the clutches of a lotus, the father must now capitalize on this opportunity to strike back. Chun Wuyong felt a jolt of realization, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he gazed at the bloodstains that had seeped into the floorboards, contemplating, I understand. Puppet Master. I shall seek a means to neutralize this threat. If I must rely solely on the Puppet Master for guidance, and cannot offer anything in return, I fear that one day, the Puppet Master may cease to appear. Chun Wuyong, filled with shame, hastily interrupted his own thoughts. Having listened intently to the Puppet Master, he recalled a prior question he had neglected to ask. I have indeed pondered this matter carefully. Lin Si replied with a seemingly casual tone, a faint smile gracing his lips, a compendium, a complete catalog of all modern aberrations. In exchange for an F805 catalog, I require an entire compendium. An aberration catalog? Chun Wuyong was surprised. He had not anticipated such a straightforward request from the Puppet Master. This is exceedingly simple. However, he quickly remembered, the Puppet Master does not belong to our era. He has survived from a dark historical period, likely enduring a prolonged slumber, perhaps even still resting intermittently. He must have missed many changes in the world. The last time he witnessed, numerous anomalous flora had vanished into the annals of history or undergone transformations, and he surely yearns to observe whether aberrations have similarly evolved. The prolonged slumber must have imposed certain limitations on his powers, preventing him from directly engaging with many matters. Moreover, the Puppet Master surely considered that I am incapable of supplying anything more useful, hence he proposed a request within my capacity. Chun Wuyong, filled with both shame and gratitude, pressed a hand to his chest and declared, I shall comply with your will. But how shall I deliver the compendium to you? Actually, you may simply activate your personal communicator now, search for the aberration catalog, and allow me to peruse it to my heart's content. Lin Si remarked with a quirk of his lips. After a moment of silence, as Chun Wuyong began to feel a tinge of anxiety, Lin Si finally spoke softly. Chapter 97. Are you searching for the city of prisons? Recite my name and offer your gifts. Chun Wuyong silently noted the words. The seemingly simple description, delivered in an utterly calm tone, resonated profoundly in his ears, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. He understood all too well what the puppeteer was implying. Sacrifice. Earlier, when the puppeteer intervened to rescue him from Rutherford's gunpoint, he had mentioned an exchange. At that moment, Chun Wuyong had suspected that the puppeteer could indeed accept offerings from devotees like the deities of the dark historical periods described in legend. Now, his suspicions had been confirmed. Fortunately, he had a penchant for reading mythological tales and had anticipated this notion. Chun Wuyong felt both fortunate and awed, cautiously inquiring, I understand. During the ritual, while reciting your name, are there any critical points I should heed? I fear I may err and fail to convey my offering to you. Of course, avoid the time when I am involved in prison activities and when I am not in the connection space. Lin Si mused for a moment. With an increase in his mental prowess, he could spend most of the day within the connection space, but for safety's sake, the daylight in the outside world coincided perfectly with his sleeping hours in the cell. This timing was ideal for Chun Wuyong to make his offerings. The puppeteer only needed to consider when he would be asleep, while Chun Wuyong had much more to contemplate. It was said that the sacrificial ritual must be thoroughly complete to be effective, requiring precise timing, location, environmental conditions, and the ceremonial setup to communicate with the spirit, perhaps even necessitating the preparation of a couple of exotic heads. The puppeteer's sacrificial ritual was surprisingly simple. Was it merely the correct timing that sufficed? Was it because he was closer to the earth, enabling a seamless connection to the prayers of his devotees? Avoiding the onset of nightfall, could there be some hidden significance behind this? Was he a being more in harmony with the sun? The materials accessible to him were still far too limited. Among the deities of major religions, the creator Buddha, the immortals of the Wu Wei Church, and the savior of the Mutual Aid Society all lacked a definitive affinity for the sun or night. He was a more enigmatic entity. As Chun Wuyong's thoughts swirled, he pressed his hand against his chest and declared, I shall abide by your will. With a sigh of relief, the puppeteer must have departed. After all, he no longer faced any life-threatening peril and did not require constant oversight. Chen Wuyong allowed himself a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head to adjust his emotions before returning to his tasks, meticulously cleaning the blood from the floor. He then lit the favorite incense candles of Alice, attempting to mask the lingering scent of blood. Opening all the windows to let in fresh air, Chen Wuyong surveyed the darkened floor, now stained by blood. Feeling a sense of despair, a mere mop would not suffice to clean it, and he lacked the funds to replace the flooring. However, if he kept the lights dim and the atmosphere subdued, anyone entering would likely not notice. With the flooring situation temporarily managed, Chen Wuyong turned his attention to the sacrificial ritual, promptly activating his personal communicator. After rebooting it twice, he successfully accessed the VIS website Chapter 98, the Prison Directory 1. Baspec Prison, established at the junction closest to the wasteland in the prison city, it collaborates extensively with the civilian collective. The prison boasts cultivable land and greenhouses, where inmates are required to cultivate newly developed seed plants and raise animals, achieving self-sufficiency while serving as free labor for the civilian collective's experiments. 2. Kunli Prison. This facility houses the most notorious outlaws, with recruitment drives for prison guards conducted every 6 months, alongside reports of extreme, cannibalistic behavior among inmates. 101. Baihu Prison. One of the few mixed-gender prisons, it is the most luxurious of its kind, located in Ashmida District 11 and collaborates with multiple conglomerates. The prison cells are tiered, allowing inmates to pay a fee for upgrades. It features an autonomous dining hall and beauty services. Aside from the restriction of freedom, life within Baihu Prison bears little difference from that of the outside world. Chen Wuyong's gaze lingered on the brief passage regarding Baihu Prison, rereading it several times. Life within the prison appears far superior to that of most lower-class individuals. With a sigh, he reined in his extraneous emotions and focused on the implications of the concise text. Baihu Prison evidently serves as a favorable environment for those convicted of minor offenses, particularly the wealthy, who might use incarceration as a means to evade accountability, as well as gang members temporarily taking the fall while awaiting bail. The female inmate that Spencer was concerned about belonged to another gang, suggesting a situation more akin to the latter. Previously, he and the bishop had merely visited the back doors of nearby prisons to receive newborns, without delving into the internal circumstances of these facilities. However, he had heard that the conditions in Baihu Prison were remarkably favorable. The information provided in this dossier was rather rudimentary, lacking details he was unfamiliar with. It was likely that the intricate particulars of prison life were deemed inappropriate for public dissemination online, as this could incite more inmates to seek external assistance for escape. Chen Wuyong quickly perused further, opening 2 additional documents. Unfortunately, the descriptions of Baihu Prison remained terse, with little variation in content. It seemed that to obtain comprehensive details about Baihu Prison, he would need to consult professionals, such as Boss Fan, from whom he had witnessed clients procuring smuggling information about specific prisons. Perhaps negotiating with Boss Fan might yield not only information about the rival gang, but also data on the female inmate. With this thought in mind, Chen Wuyong reluctantly closed the unhelpful documents he had acquired for 3 credits, preparing to head to the black market. He had examined the material with great diligence, far more than the priest, who had fixated solely on 4 keywords related to Baihu Prison. Yet in the 3 documents, he had not encountered the name of the prison he hoped to find, Faming Si Prison. He felt a moment of confusion. Could it be that Faming Si Prison was classified under a more stringent confidentiality level, unfit for even a brief online introduction? However, a prison is not a diminutive structure that can easily be concealed, and during the celebration day as release, it was apparent that Faming Si Prison was situated within the city, making it unlikely to remain hidden. A prison visible to all yet devoid of a name, and thus unsearchable, would surely arouse greater curiosity. Of course, it was also possible that the priest had scrolled too quickly through the directory, causing him to overlook the name of Faming Si Prison. Yet, he could not ask Chen Wuyong to slow down, allowing him to search more thoroughly for the name. Lin Si pinched the bridge of his nose, consciously choosing not to dwell on this conundrum. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a shift in his thoughts. The markings on Spencer S. group had vanished. This was not a consequence of the passage of time, for when marking the marauders within the prison, the effects lingered longer, and he could still distinctly perceive the markings. This was a result of distance. Lin Si attentively examined the changes in the markings. It was fascinating that, within the connecting space, both ordinary exchanges and markings consumed more mental energy than in the real world. Yet after marking, his perception of the markings felt immediate, as if he had genuinely marked an object from Chun Wuyong's location, rather than from an indeterminate distance away. Within the prison, the inmates, regardless of their movements, remained within a certain range, simultaneously within the enduring scope of the markings. However, outside was different. Once the marked individual distanced themselves beyond a certain threshold, the mark could no longer be sustained. He could experiment to ascertain the extent of the marking's range while also exploring whether practice might enhance its duration. After adding new exercises to his regimen, Chun Wuyong finished preparing to depart. Following previous hasty visits to the black market, during which he had drawn unwanted attention, he initially intended to change his attire. However, upon opening his wardrobe, he discovered that his scant collection of garments consisted solely of free church-issued undergarments, robes, and cloaks. Ultimately, he settled for a mask instead. After informing Alice, he stepped into the cityscape illuminated by the evening lights, making his way toward Narcissa Street. I could traverse the next intersection to board the hover train. Chun Wuyong calculated carefully, knowing that this transportation, produced by the Pioneer Collective, was quite affordable and within his financial means. Previously, he had boarded at the station on this corner for 2 credits, but traveling to the next intersection, less than a kilometer away, would incur a lower fare, requiring only 1 credit. During this trip to the black market, he needed to negotiate with Boss Fan, ensuring that the funds provided by the bishop were not squandered. Since the bishop had discovered the absence of funds in his account, he had silently transferred 3,000 credits to Chun Wuyong's account. As Chun Wuyong walked, he mentally computed expenses, occasionally greeted by passing believers. May the Savior bless you. May the Prophet bless you. Nightfall descended swiftly, and the neon lights fully illuminated the prison city. To reach the next intersection, the most direct route necessitated passing through the site where he had once disposed of a homeless man's body. Glancing at the flickering advertisement lights nearby, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately ventured into the puddle-laden alley. The sensation of revisiting old haunts was indeed peculiar. Chun Wuyong mused silently. Just then, he noticed a very chapter 99. Genetic modification is the devil's deception. The clothes adorning the vagabond were pilfered from Rutherford and carelessly tossed to another drifter. This man, clad in ill-fitting garments, had only days prior confessed his sins in the confessional, admitting to the robbery and murder of an ordinary man with a family. Chun Wuyong held a faint recollection of the vagabond's visage. The incessant rain had rendered the details hazy. Yet the man had somehow procured a cap to shield himself from the downpour. Now, the guilt-ridden face that had once graced the confessional was replaced by a countenance filled with malice, cunning, and murderous intent, fixated on the silhouette of a passing woman. The woman, draped in a light trench coat, her long hair rigidly tied back, clutched a bag in one hand while her other ear was adorned with a headset. She ambled along, voicing her grievances about work without awareness of the unassuming vagabond rising silently behind her, a rusted wrench in hand. In that instant, Chun Wuyong's heart raced, and he called out without hesitation, "Madam." The woman, engrossed in her conversation, faltered momentarily, her steps halting. Simultaneously, the vagabond who had been trailing her also paused. "Father?" she inquired, perplexed but unafraid of the sudden interjection from a member of the Mutual Aid Society. "Is there something you need?" Drawing closer, Chun Wuyong offered a smile, which only deepened her confusion. Sensing something odd about the priest before her, she courteously replied, "God bless you," before slightly sidestepping and continuing on her way. Emerging from the narrow alley, she found herself enveloped by the bustling sounds of the street. The cacophony of engines and lively chatter gradually slowing her pace until she came to a halt. As the rain intensified, the flickering neon lights illuminated Chun Wuyong's dark attire, casting shadows that obscured much of his form. Before him stood the stooped vagabond, cloaked in neon light, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile. Was he seeking alms from the priest? A fleeting thought crossed the woman's mind. In the alley, the vagabond concealed the wrench behind him and remarked, "Father, what a coincidence to see you again. After leaving the confessional, I have reflected deeply." "Have you truly reflected?" Chen Wuyong interjected, countering the man's statement. Momentarily thrown off by the interruption, the vagabond hesitated, finally noting the absence of emotion in the priest's typically gentle, forgiving eyes. "Of course, I have reflected," he stammered, his gaze evasive. "I did not file a complaint against you. I merely spoke in anger. I am sincerely repentant." Chen Wuyong scrutinized him, maintaining the priestly decorum. "Sir, please tell me, what were you intending to do to that lady?" "Do? I was not going to do anything," the vagabond vehemently denied, again hiding the wrench behind him. Disappointed, Chen Wuyong shook his head. "Sir, you have not repented at all." A flicker of guilt crossed the vagabond's face, but soon he tightened his grip on the wrench, dark thoughts swelling within him. He merely required a meal. In this city, death lurked in every corner. He had done nothing wrong. Interrupted by this insufferable priest, the vagabond lowered his hand, his smile twisting into something sinister as he prepared to speak. Click! The cold muzzle of a gun pressed against the vagabond's forehead, freezing his expression and draining each chapter 100. Leisure massage parlor Chen Wuyong briskly navigated through the bustling crowd, ascending the escalator while raising his gaze to behold the intricate visual tapestry of suspended tracks weaving through the city's skyline on the connected screen. The escalator led directly to the station's entrance, where several parallel turnstiles ensured that passengers could enter and exit without the need for queuing. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" inquired a robotic entity devoid of emotional fluctuations. It swiftly detected a young girl unaccompanied by an adult and approached her with a fluidity that belied any mechanical stiffness. "Hello, little one. Where are your parents?" Before the robot could pose further questions, a woman rushed over, scooping up the child and hastily descending the escalator. The robot proceeded to offer assistance to others who appeared to require help. However, Lin Si lost sight of its movements as Chen Wuyong's focus shifted toward the interior of the turnstile. This was Lin Si's first encounter with the robots in this contemporary world. Surely this was a service robot stationed at the entrance to assist passersby. But did all robots in this world conform to such a design? There must be a rationale behind this aesthetic. Was it an attempt to create a stark distinction between humans and machines? Yet the design seemed excessively extreme. Lin Si pondered doubtfully. However, his understanding of the robotics industry was scant, particularly within a technologically advanced society, leading him only to superficial conclusions. Ding! The familiar prompt tone reminiscent of a confinement room triggered a wave of discomfort, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. But he quickly regained his composure. All AI operated on the same system, hence the identical prompt sound. Much like the medical scanning devices he had experienced during his healing days, likely a product of the designer's negligence. The lingering effects of the confinement room were still too severe, lingering long after the experience. Lin Si felt a mix of resignation and bitter amusement. A familiar mechanical voice announced, "Security check complete." The turnstile opened, and Chen Wuyong glanced at the deduction on his account before hastily entering the station. All passengers were subjected to facial recognition scans, with fees directly deducted from their accounts. Without a proper account, one would be ineligible to use public transport. Lin Si observed as the scene advanced, halting at the platform where the semi-transparent train doors opened, revealing the interior of the hovering train. Chen Wuyong stood at one side of the carriage, his gaze directed downward. The translucent train, suspended mid-air, showcased a dazzling panorama of illuminated landscapes, obscuring the darkness and alleys teeming with vagrants beneath a veil of neon lights. Indeed, if not for the erratic graffiti marring the vehicle's exterior, the view would have been utterly idyllic. The speed of the hovering train was, in truth, rather moderate. The passengers aboard were a motley crew, tattooed punks adorned with piercings, alongside weary office workers clad in suits. This was a mode of transportation accessible to all, devoid of barriers. The speed of the train was something everyone had adapted to, eliciting no complaints. Only Lin Si, the outsider standing in the connecting space, soon lost interest in the initial novelty, finding himself bored as he watched the fleeting images on the screen. During this time, He engaged in some minor exercises while switching television channels to observe the status of his second connection. Unfortunately, the girl's connection remained shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the train arrived at its destination. Chen Wuyong disembarked and passed through the turnstile. The station on Narcissus Street lacked escalators, necessitating a walk down to the street level. Even the service robot at the entrance appeared less pristine than the one he had previously seen. Its visage was marred by a hastily drawn clown smile, yet the robot remained oblivious to its comical appearance, diligently inquiring after anyone who might need assistance. Chen Wuyong remained tense, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes directed at him due to his attire. However, the mask he wore allowed him to quickly acclimate to and disregard those stares as he hastened along the route etched in his memory, arriving at a massage parlor. The establishment was adorned with a ubiquitous neon sign, Leisure Massage Parlor. Chen Wuyong pushed open the door, stepping into the dimly lit interior, awash in sultry red hues. Simple curtains separated the massage tables, and the air was thick with swirling smoke, accompanied by the low murmurs of laughter from both men and women. He endeavored to maintain a steady gaze, traversing the outer hall until he reached the reception desk situated at the back. Clearing his throat, he spoke. "I'm looking for Boss Fan." A red-haired woman, her eyes accentuated with crimson eyeliner and holding a slender smoking pipe, glanced up at him, her lips parting slightly as she exhaled a plume of white smoke. "Please come in, Father," she invited, her last two words deliberately lowered in pitch and elongated, leaving an intoxicating resonance. With a stiff neck, Chen Wuyong hastily stepped through the adjacent small door, finally feeling the weight of her gaze lift from him. Exhaling softly, he closed the door behind him, allowing himself a moment of relief. Chapter 101. Spencer's worthlessness. The door did not lead to a massage room. A lantern encased in glass floated beneath the ceiling, casting shimmering reflections, while soft, melancholic music isolated the space from the laughter in the outer hall. Various green plants adorned half of the wall. A muscular man, bare from the waist up, lay sprawled on a sofa, while a woman in a short skirt sat beside him, diligently tattooing the only unmarked area of skin on his back. Chen Wuyong's sudden entrance prompted the man on the sofa to lift his eyelids and regard him with curiosity. Simultaneously, a man standing behind the bar, directly facing the sofa, raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, "Father, why are you wearing a mask today?" The mask seemed to serve no real purpose in concealing his identity, as anyone who had seen him could recognize him immediately. Chen Wuyong awkwardly raised a hand to adjust the mask and explained, "I heard on the news that the air quality has been deteriorating lately, so I wear a mask when I go out to protect my respiratory system. Is that so?" The man merely inquired, nodding as he continued to shake a silver cocktail shaker in his hand. "Please, have a seat. Let me finish preparing this drink first." Chen Wuyong removed his mask and sat down at the bar. "All right, Boss Fan, I'm in no rush." "Boss Fan?" Chen Wuyong thought, recognizing him as the black market dealer who sold guns to priests and traded information. Lin Si scrutinized the seemingly inconspicuous man before him. He had dark skin, curly brown hair, and brown eyes, with prominent brow bones and full lips. His face bore distinct wrinkles, indicating he was around 40, and he was not tall, revealing a right hand missing both the middle and index fingers. The more unremarkable the appearance, the more suited it was for conducting business that required secrecy, Lin Si mused. Boss Fan smiled as he opened the shaker. "Oh, Father, I could pick up on your hints." He produced 2 glasses and poured the contents of the shaker into them, sliding one towards Chen Wuyong. "How much for this drink?" Chen Wuyong cautiously asked before reaching for the glass. Boss Fan chuckled lightly. "It's on the house. I'll treat you to a drink. Now, tell me, what do you wish to purchase this time? Are you looking to upgrade the quality of your firearm, or perhaps stock up on more ammunition? Recently, I acquired a batch of modified magazines, each containing 18 rounds, priced at only 1,000 coins. The previous magazines held 10 rounds for 800 coins, so the price increase for the 18-round magazines is quite enticing." Suppressing his excitement, Chen Wuyong did not forget the most crucial matter. "Actually, Boss Fan, I came today to purchase some information." "Information?" Boss Fan raised his glass, momentarily surprised, before quickly reverting to a business demeanor. "What kind of information are you seeking?" As you know, different types of information come at different prices. It depends on the value of the intel. Chun Wuyong nodded and stated in one breath, I understand. I'm looking for information on the prison. Specifically Baihu prison, not the kind you can find online, but more internal intelligence. Additionally, I want information about the Varotis gang, specifically concerning Spencer Motima and any rival gangs that may have conflicts with Varotis. That's about it for now. That doesn't sound like the kind of information one would expect from a priest. Boss Chapter 102. Valuable prison information. Chen Wuyong expressed his understanding and gestured for Boss Fan to continue. As for Valotis, those minor gang organizations surely do not measure up. Valotis is, after all, a well-known smuggling gang within the Ashmida Group's territory. Most gangs of similar scale do not specialize in prison smuggling, except for one, whose operations almost entirely overlap with Valotis. The rivalry between the two gangs has persisted for several years. The Butcher Gang. Interestingly, I recently received news that a core member of the Butcher was sent to prison, and coincidentally, it was White Lake Prison. Lin Si, who had been intently watching the screen, couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Chen Wuyong. This Boss Fan truly excels in the intelligence business, demonstrating a keen sense for the interrelations of information. In Boss Fan's presence, the priest appeared as innocent as a blank slate. Chen Wuyong, however, had memorized Mr. Puppet's lesson on feigning ignorance. Oh, a core member sent to prison? What a coincidence. Is there a connection to Valotis? I'm not quite sure, Boss Fan shrugged, explaining. The information I sell is largely general intelligence, not involving event correlations. Delving into such specifics could expose me to retaliation or threats, so you need not worry. I've heard of the Butcher Gang. Their emblem is a mechanical arm. All formal members of the gang must replace their arms with mechanical ones. Must replace? Even if their arms are perfectly fine? Lin Si pondered, concluding that tattoos might indeed be the most benign gang insignia. He was curious whether the cost of such replacements was borne by the individual or reimbursed by the gang, deepening his understanding of the gang landscape in this world. It seemed the priest had interests beyond the Savior's journey. Boss Fan jestingly remarked, then generously continued, As for the Butcher, I have no further intelligence to share. Considering the breadth of your inquiry, I want to charge you for these 20 points. Chen Wuyong couldn't suppress a chuckle. Boss Fan is truly a man of his word. 20 points would suffice for several meals. It was no trifling sum. Having concluded the 2 bits of intelligence that barely reached triple digits, Boss Fan finished the last sip of wine in his glass. Lastly, regarding White Lake Prison, let me guess. The information you found online predominantly concerns Chapter 103. A harsh existence Spencer had mentioned that they had a means to ensure their entry into the day of prayer, allowing them to approach the female inmates of the Butcher Gang. Chun Wuyong's vigilance was immediately heightened as he feigned a natural refusal, saying, Becoming a priest for the prison's day of prayer? I have no such intentions, and I fear I lack the time. My schedule at the church is quite full. Such a pity, Boss Fan shrugged indifferently. Typically, any business that allows entry into White Lake Prison can yield a handsome commission. Is there really a commission to be earned? Chen Wuyong was astonished by the extensive reach of the black market. The female inmates appeared to be the only apparent breakthrough at present, and he indeed harbored the thought of making contact with them. However, the timing of the day of prayer was too sensitive. Spencer had alluded to it, and Boss Fan had similarly brought it up, making it difficult for him not to suspect a trap. It was better to contemplate a bit more than to think not at all. He needed to learn to be cautious and to grow. Chen Wuyong did not forget to reflect constantly. If he were to enter White Lake Prison, he must select a safer time, evading Spencer's gaze. Switching to another screen, he was unexpectedly greeted with the sight of a girl, her perspective no longer shrouded in darkness. The somber hues had lightened considerably, now tinged with a hint of blue, and a distant glimmer flickered momentarily. Was this the sky? And a modest star Lin Si belatedly realized. In the city where the priest resided, the sky had only left him with a somber and dim impression, the starlight obscured beneath the glaring neon. So this is the night sky above the wasteland. Lin Si couldn't help but admire the scene on the screen for a moment longer. During his confinement in the hospital, he had seldom seen the night sky, and to think that his first detailed observation of it in another world would be through the screen of a connection. as Lin Si silently chuckled to himself. The image on the screen abruptly shifted downward, sweeping past distant city walls, towering cranes resembling colossal monsters, and the toppled remnants of abandoned buildings, finally settling on a mound of refuse before him. In the connection space, the girl's inner thoughts resonated. It seems I am still alive. Had the darkness on the screen been a result of her previous unconsciousness? Was she finally awakening now? Lin Si swiftly pieced together what the girl had experienced during the dark interval of the screen. The image trembled momentarily as the girl struggled to rise. After standing still for a while to alleviate her dizziness, she turned to observe a large cloth bag on the ground, beside which lay a rusted mechanical arm. This mechanical arm was unlike any prosthetic Lin Si had encountered. It was an exoskeleton designed to attach to a natural arm. Clearly, this was a piece of refuse the girl had salvaged from the recent mound. With caution, the girl extended the mechanical arm forward, pressing down on a protrusion on its inner side, causing a steel needle to shoot out from the arm's exterior, piercing the ground with such force that it sank halfway in, indicating considerable power, enough to penetrate a person's bone. Once she confirmed that the arm contained no leftover needles or weapons, the girl sighed in relief. Most of the valuable components from this arm have been stripped away. Only 2 residual needles remain, along with some unspent paralyzing agent. She raised her arm to inspect it. A steel needle had pierced her left forearm, blood saturating it, but thankfully the bleeding had ceased. She attempted to move her fingers. As soon as her index finger lifted slightly, it began to tremble uncontrollably, rendering her unable to make further movements, prompting her to give up. Lowering her arm, the girl opened the cloth bag and discarded the mechanical arm within, not forgetting to extract the steel needle embedded in the ground and toss it in as well. The contents of the large bag were finally revealed on the screen, and Lin Si confirmed with a few glances that it was filled to the brim with refuse evidently sourced from the same mound as the mechanical arm. There were dirty nutrient liquids, countless mechanical parts whose original forms were indiscernible, a half box of syringes bearing a triangular insignia, and a faceless robotic head. After meticulously inspecting the bag's contents, the girl tightened the bag's drawstring, dragging it with one hand as she slowly made her way towards the distant road. There was no sign of life nearby, indicating the remoteness of her chosen location. Was she surviving by scavenging refuse? Lin Si was taken aback for a moment, only to find it entirely plausible. In the desolate wasteland, where a mere 15 or 16-year-old girl resided in a container home with a sick mother, scavenging refuse was undoubtedly a relatively viable means of survival. Moreover, the refuse she had collected appeared to possess greater value than mere plastic bottles and old cardboard. Lin Si watched as the girl approached a motorcycle parked by the roadside, placing the bag on the rear seat. She secured it using elastic cords with one hand before mounting the vehicle and veering onto the road. Riding with one hand while still in a post-unconscious state, Lin Si silently applauded her bravery. The girl, aware that her current condition rendered her vulnerable to accidents, reduced her speed. Fortunately, the junkyard was not far from the container where she lived. She safely parked the motorcycle, disembarked, and dragged the bag filled with refuse to the front of the container draped with a cloth curtain. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a hoarse voice. After rummaging through her clothing pockets, she produced 2 seemingly clean nutrient liquids, placing them on the ground before the curtain, then dragging the large bag into the adjacent container. With a creaking sound, the iron door closed behind her, piercing the night with its harshness. The girl finally released the bag and approached the table, lowering the retractable lamp to illuminate her arm. Opening a drawer, she retrieved a strip of cloth to bite down on, using a small knife to reopen the wound where the steel needle had penetrated. Detaching the flesh that had adhered to the needle, binding the rope around her left hand, she pressed her foot against the other end. Grasped Chapter 104. The suffering of all beings, there is little regard for hygiene or disinfection. Whatever is available is utilized. Yet even the hemostatic agents found within prisons are absent here. The living conditions in the wilderness are indeed deplorable. Lin Si harbored scant sympathy, merely reflecting with an objective calm. At that moment, mist enveloped the connection space, and his mental energy dwindled to its lowest. Lin Si did not resist. He allowed the fog to envelop him as he descended from the connection space. Time passed silently. remaining in a cell devoid of temperature and light changes. One indeed loses their sense of time. With a swish, Lin Si opened his eyes and sat up. The soft rustle of his prison garb against the floor breaking the stillness. After consuming a vial of nutrient solution, he felt his mental energy replenished and seized a moment to close his eyes and swiftly re-enter the connection space. Unable to march in Wuyong, he found it futile to mark random passers-by, as he could not ascertain the distance required for the mark to dissipate. Thus, Alice, who was just about to leave with a clear route, became his subject of experimentation. Of course, marking her did not mean he would actually replace her heart. After calculating Alice's departure time, he ended the connection prematurely, allowing his mental energy to recover without consuming much time before reconnecting. In the cycle of depleting and replenishing his mental energy, although no significant enhancement was observed, the speed of recovery was noticeably accelerated. Simultaneously, the number of successful markings had increased to 7. However, all other improvements had stagnated, and Lin Si vaguely sensed he was on the verge of a threshold that, once crossed, would enable further advancement. During the past few days, he observed the life of his second connection subject more closely. Her physical condition was quite good, and with a stroke of fortune, she had not contracted tetanus, nor had her wounds become inflamed. His primary connection target remained Father Chen Wuyong. After successfully offering the alien species compendium to Mr. Puppet, the priest wholeheartedly dedicated himself to the counterattack plan. In addition to gathering substantial information on Baihu prison, he also made a connection through a forum with a priest who frequently visited the prison to pray for a certain inmate named in the announcements. This kind-hearted and generous priest introduced Chen Wuyong to an opportunity to pray for another inmate within Baihu prison. The time was set for tomorrow. Remarkably, this was an unexpected discovery. Immediately after marking Alice, upon exiting the connection space, Lin Si realized he had lost the ability to perceive the mark and promptly re-entered the connection space. The connection to Chen Wuyong seemed to have anchored a point. The existence and specifics of the marks were calculated based on this anchor point. However, while the effects of the connection space were exaggerated, they also imposed limitations upon him. After departing from the connection space, these exaggerated effects dissipated. This could also stem from his current level of ability and mental energy, which were insufficient to fully exploit the potential of the connection space, hence the sense of limitation. Father, we should no longer distribute food to them for free. Not everyone possesses a conscience, and we cannot afford to feed ourselves, stated Lin Si. Alice, you must not entertain such thoughts. We are adhering to the principles of our hearts and cannot allow the malice of others to sway us. Father Chen earnestly advised the young nun. 1,000 meters the mark on Alice remained, indicating that the mark's sustained distance was indeed 1,000 meters, sufficient for use within the prison. Lin Si confirmed the approximate range and erased the mark on Alice. The young nun lowered her head, uncertain if she had absorbed Father Chen's words. As night deepened, Lin Si took the initiative to sever the connection. After a brief respite, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps outside the cell. With a tap, 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 Lin Si stood, ruffled his hair, and watched as the cell door opened automatically. The ever-serious guard, Joel, with his brows furrowed, called out names without glancing up. 000041. Lin Si had already positioned himself beside Joel before he finished speaking. Joel cast a glance at him, then turned and walked down the corridor, stopping in front of the next cell. According to the usual order, he was the first to be called, followed by Pullman directly across the way. Yet just moments ago, Joel had overlooked Pullman entirely, jumping straight to the next inmate. Chapter 105. Human Rights Day. Under normal circumstances, Officer Joel would not commit such a fundamental error, especially with the list displayed on his translucent panel. Officer Joel tapped the screen, opened the cell door before him, and then raised his gaze towards Lin Si, stating 000041. No speaking during the lineup. What about your rules? The inmates filed out of their cells, glancing at the two silent figures before them. One inmate stole a look at Officer Joel, then quickly shifted his gaze to Lin Si, immediately lowering his head and shrinking his shoulders, pretending to be invisible as he shuffled in a line behind Officer Joel. Ultimately, It was Lin Si who broke the silence with a slight smile. "I apologize. I was momentarily impatient and forgot the rules." Clearly, provoking the rules in front of Officer Joel was not a prudent choice. Officer Joel merely nodded slightly, watching Lin Si fall into line, and continued down the corridor, calling out names from each cell. The number of inmates in the lineup increased, and silence reigned. The door to Pullman's cell stood firmly shut, devoid of any sound from within. It was evident that Officer Joel was well aware of Pullman's circumstances. Otherwise, he would not have bypassed Pullman's name in the roll call. Lin Si suppressed his growing curiosity momentarily as the procession of inmates felt interminably long. Finally entering the hall, as the inmates began to converse, Lin Si meticulously scanned each face in the room. There was no sign of Pullman. Lin Si contemplated a dreadful possibility. What if Pullman had encountered an unfortunate incident during the past 7 days and had been taken to solitary confinement? That was certainly not a place from which one could emerge easily and safely. Rather than waiting idly, Lin Si sought out Officer Joel. Speaking was prohibited during the lineup, but this was free time. He glanced around but found no trace of Officer Joel. Where could he have suddenly disappeared to at such a moment? Lin Si furrowed his brow in confusion. At that moment, he spotted Officer Jasper, his golden hair catching the light, leaning against the wall with a hat in hand, a smile gracing his face as he engaged in casual conversation with another officer. Perhaps inquiring with Jasper could yield some answers. Lin Si threaded his way through the crowd of inmates, approaching Officer Jasper. Previously, when the deranged, curly-haired inmate 001782 sought his friend Junichiro, Jasper had been more than willing to clarify their doubts, though Lin Si always felt Jasper's smile bore the mask of insincerity. As he drew nearer, Jasper seemed to sense his approach, shifting his gaze to meet Lin Si's. Ending his conversation with the other officer, he beamed. 000041. "Looking for me?" "Officer Jasper, I have something I wish to inquire about," Lin Si replied, glancing at the unfamiliar officer beside Jasper. The sun-kissed man donned his hat, asking, "What is it?" This was, of course, a matter permissible within the confines of the rules. Jasper, uncharacteristically serious, retracted his smile. 000173, let me think. Pullman Solomon? Now that's a figure of notable repute. The next moment, Jasper spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "However, I apologize, 000041. But 000173 is not an inmate under my jurisdiction. I'm not familiar with the situation. You might want to consult Officer Joel. He oversees your floor and manages the inmates' overall coordination. When I cannot recall specific details about the inmates, I refer to Joel." Lin Si certainly remembered this, though it merely served as a ruse to placate the curly-haired inmate 001782. "Officer Joel is not present. I've been unable to locate him," Lin Si explained. Jasper glanced around as if confirming something, then remarked, "Perhaps he has been called away for some urgent matter." Afterward, he turned to the officer beside him, who also admitted, "I'm not aware of Joel's whereabouts." Jasper offered a suggestion. Lin Si understood that he could glean no further insights from Jasper. He politely expressed his gratitude and turned towards the nearest long table. His thoughts, however, remained preoccupied with Pullman. What had befallen the elder? "Welcome, everyone, to Human Rights Day." The hall fell silent, save for the mechanical voice of the announcement system. Lin Si took his usual seat, but beside him lay an empty space where the familiar elder should have been. The mechanical voice continued, "During Human Rights Day, everyone is entitled to all rights within the established rules. Each individual possesses the right to present a human rights request. Please, everyone, enjoy today as Human Rights Day." Ding! The doors to the rooms swung open as per tradition. "Present a human rights request?" Lin Si pondered the precise meaning of this phrase while the majority of inmates in the hall erupted in cheers, eager to enter the rooms and voice their requests. The officers had already taken their positions, calling out for the inmates to line up and maintain order. With no immediate human rights request beyond escaping the prison, Lin Si rose, bypassing the lively room entrances and headed directly towards Officer Joel, who stood by the main door, a vantage point from which he could observe the happenings within the hall. During the broadcast, he had instantly zeroed in on Officer Joel emerging from one of the rooms. Chapter 106. Medical leave outside the prison. Officer Joel stood still as Lin Si greeted him politely. The prison guard, Joel, was brushing off the dust from his uniform when he met Lin Si's gaze and slightly raised his chin, saying, "I hear for Jasper that you're looking for me?" "Indeed." Lin Si nodded in acknowledgement and, getting straight to the point, inquired, "During the roll call, I asked you about inmate number 000173, Pullman Solomon. You skip his name today because he has faced some punishment and is not in his cell, correct?" Joel paused for a moment before emphasizing, "Officer Jasper said that this inquiry falls within the permissible range of the rules. I should have spoken during the roll call, but now, I believe my question does not violate any regulations." With a sidelong glance, Officer Joel replied, "Of course, is an inquiry within the allowable range. As for inmate no. 000173, I remember clearly that 2 days ago, due to the worsening condition of his broken leg, he applied for medical leave and is currently not in prison." Lin Si struggled to contain his astonishment. Worsening? Medical leave? The last time I checked on Pullman during the healing day, his leg was stable. Yet suddenly, within 5 days, it has deteriorated to the extent that even the medication he prepared cannot manage it, prompting a request for medical leave? How is that possible? The phrase medical leave evoked memories of Junichiro, whom the curly-haired inmate desperately sought, and Jasper's deceitful assurances that led to the curly-haired inmate's madness. Could these two situations be inherently linked? Having previously harbored suspicions regarding Junichiro's disappearance, coupled with Boss Fan's mention of a hidden prison and the coincidence of Pullman's sudden medical leave, Lin Si's doubts deepened. Noticing Lin Si's surprise, Officer Joel asked, "Is there any other question?" There were indeed many questions, but certainly not answers to be gleaned from a prison guard. Lin Si composed himself, shaking his head. "No more questions." Joel nodded, wrapping up the conversation decisively as he glanced at the translucent panel in his hand, occasionally tapping on it. Without a courteous farewell, Lin Si turned away, slowing his pace to search for answers. Few inmates remained at the long table in the hall. Most had surged toward the rooms on either side, crowding to enter. Beyond speculation and doubt, there were no further direct clues regarding Pullman's whereabouts. However, the curly-haired inmate, number 001782, might yield some insights into the circumstances surrounding the medical leave. A quick scan revealed no sight of the curly-haired inmate. Unexpectedly, Lin Si locked eyes with a spiky-haired inmate. The spiky-haired inmate flinched, quickly lowering his head and retreating behind another person. Standing nearby was inmate number 000229, whose facial wounds had faded considerably, accompanied by several other fellow prisoners, all queuing outside a room. No. 000229 merely cast a glance in Lin Si's direction before withdrawing his gaze, hands tucked into his pockets as he continued chatting with his companions. They appeared more subdued, undoubtedly influenced by Pullman's disciplinary measures. The thought of Pullman weighed heavily on Lin Si's heart. The elder's situation must not be favorable. Like Junichiro, once someone disappears, they vanish forever. At that moment, the red-haired Joel noticed him and suddenly raised a hand high. No 000041. Hey! The red-haired Joel hurriedly skirted around the long table towards him. Lin Si stepped aside, waiting for the red-haired Joel to approach. Looking for me? Their acquaintance was limited, and he had not procured any contraband from the red-haired Joel. Actually, I am looking for Mr. Solomon. I have a pack of cigarettes for him, but I haven't seen him. So I thought to ask you, considering your close relationship with Mr. Solomon. The red-haired Joel gestured with his hand, indicating that he had something valuable hidden in his pocket. Close relationship. Before his crossing over, he had never heard anyone speak of such a bond with him. Yet Lin Si chose not to contest it. He scrutinized the expression on the red-haired Joel's face, confirming that the inquiry was genuinely sincere, before responding, "Pullman is missing." Missing? The unexpected term caused the red-haired Joel's eyes to widen in shock. In prison. Missing? His voice quivered from the overwhelming surprise. Lin Si elaborated. "Missing is merely my definition of Pullman's current predicament. To be more precise, during roll call today, Officer Joel skipped Pullman's name. When I inquired about Pullman's whereabouts, he told me that Pullman's leg condition had worsened, prompting a request for medical leave." Before Lin Si could finish, the red-haired Joel abruptly gestured for silence, stepping aside and beckoning Lin Si to follow. confident that the guards could not overhear them. He leaned in and whispered urgently, "It's fake. It must be fake. I know Pullman's leg condition. It has never worsened. He is particularly cautious about his leg, and he has the means. In short, deterioration is impossible. Moreover, even if he were to die in prison, Pullman would never apply for medical leave. Something must have happened to Mr. Solomon. The guards are lying." Thus, Lin Si's earlier suspicions were further corroborated. He seized upon another critical point in the red-haired Joel's words, asking, "Why are you so certain that Pullman would rather die in prison?" Pullman had indeed expressed a desire to remain in prison, as entering it had been his own choice. Chapter 107. The legendary figure Lin Si merely cast a glance at the red-haired Joel, prompting Joel to elaborate further. Ascardo, he was originally the second in command of Ascardo. It's worth noting that while he is termed as such, anyone with even a modicum of understanding about Ascardo knows that Solomon is the one truly holding the reins. From a rather obscure gang, they expanded into a global enterprise. Prior to my incarceration, I had heard tales of Solomon single-handedly eliminating a significant faction and seizing control of a transportation route. If Solomon were genuinely disinterested in power, he would not have settled for being a mere second in command, leaving the intricate dynamics of gang leadership to others, namely Ascardo's leader. Ascardo, another unfamiliar name in the realm of gangs, yet it oddly resembles a name from a certain fantasy film, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Lin Si had previously only known that Pullman was a pivotal figure within a large gang, but it turned out that Pullman was, in fact, a legendary figure. Lin Si had found the appropriate term. As a warrior who had traversed the first tier, Pullman indeed possessed the strength to overpower the average individual. One could only speculate about Pullman's proficiency with firearms. The tales Joel had heard were likely not mere embellishments. Indeed, a figure of absolute legend. Among us who navigate the underworld, Joel tossed his dirty dreadlocks aside. However, I am unaware of the internal happenings within Ascardo. The most widely circulated narrative suggests that the leader of Ascardo grew discontent with Solomon's overwhelming influence within the gang and subsequently took action against Pullman. Alas, a legendary figure. Who would have thought I would witness him in prison? The narrative seemed coherent enough at first glance. Yet, Lin Si felt that certain subtle logical inconsistencies lingered. For instance, if Pullman's influence within Ascardo was indeed so formidable, coupled with his extraordinary awakened abilities, why did he merely flee instead of decisively confronting the then leader and reclaiming control? Rather than surrendering, he could have sought refuge in another faction's territory or even the wilderness, where he could start anew and evade pursuit. Lin Si collected his thoughts. It appears Pullman has no desire to leave prison. He posed a question. Have you noticed any peculiar occurrences surrounding Pullman lately? Or perhaps something unusual? He suspected that Pullman could not have been chosen for medical parole without reason. There must have been a trigger, a cause, leading to Pullman's disappearance. No, does getting particularly close to you count? After all, the Pullman I used to see was a lone wolf, Joel pondered. That indeed qualifies as an unusual occurrence. Lin Si contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. But I do not believe I possess such influence. And prior to Pullman, other inmates had experienced similar situations. He briefly recounted his encounter with inmate 001782. Thus, there must have been multiple such incidents within the prison. Only, we have been overlooking them. Oh heavens, this is terrifying. I had never considered whether there was anything amiss behind the sudden disappearances of inmates. I was merely concerned with whether they had purchased anything from me and if their debts were settled. Upon learning about the events surrounding the curly-haired inmate, Pullman had also remarked on similar lines. At that time, he had expressed that no one knew whose turn it would be for such unforeseen events to strike next. Back then, they had never anticipated that Pullman would become the next victim. A myriad of thoughts surged through Lin Si's mind as he momentarily quelled his emotions and inquired, "Have you seen 001782? I wish to extract more information from him." Previously, when Lin Si recounted 001782's quest for Junichiro, Joel had successfully matched 001782's face with a memory. He scanned the surroundings and shook his head. "No, I haven't seen him today. Hasn't he gone even crazier? I hope nothing has happened to him." Lin Si fell silent for a few seconds before affirmatively stating, "That would be a rather dreadful possibility." Joel scratched his head incessantly before suddenly suggesting, "I think we should talk to Eden about this." Eden? Lin Si was taken aback by Joel's unexpected mention of this prominent figure within the prison. Joel snapped his fingers and raised a finger beside his head, as if adding an exclamation mark to his thought. Eden has always shown concern for the inmates, especially those who appear to be struggling. Inmates seeking to align themselves with him might have caught his attention regarding those who have vanished. Those labeled by the guards as receiving medical parole or having died unexpectedly. Perhaps he knows something. That indeed presented a possibility. When one possesses ample knowledge about the inmates, they are naturally more attuned to any discrepancies. Lin Si immediately pinpointed Eden's location. Given that there were few inmates still seated in the hall, the bald man with a bushy beard was quite conspicuous. A smattering of inmates sat around him, not crowding him, but occasionally exchanging a few words before returning to their own affairs, with him serving as the most evident focal point. Lin Si traversed the long table, followed closely by Joel, and halted behind the bearded man. The other inmates paused their activities, interrupting their conversations to glance at Lin Si. Eden, sensing their presence, raised his gaze from the book and turned his head, revealing a surprised smile. 000041. Looking for me? Chapter 108. I deeply regret this. I have a few inquiries to make, Lin Si stated with the requisite politeness, his gaze resting upon the book in Eden's hands. I wonder if it is a convenient time for you. Certainly. I will be pleased to address your questions, Eden replied, closing the book and turning to face Lin Si directly. He attempted to engage in small talk to lighten the atmosphere. Are you not planning to participate in Human Rights Day? Every individual is granted a rare opportunity to voice their human rights needs. Joel, with his crimson hair, scoffed from the back seat, crossing his legs. The so-called human rights demands are excessively constrained. If someone wishes to make a call, they might as well voice it. Otherwise, the other requests are merely for towels or to watch a mildly risque holographic film. It's an utter waste of time. You will be better off purchasing from me, where quality and price are impeccable. You have not joined the fray either, Eden remarked with a smile. Initially, I had no interest, but after hearing your comments, I find myself somewhat intrigued, particularly regarding the free towels. Lin Si, showing no inclination for idle chatter, merely raised the corners of his mouth in polite acknowledgement before stating directly, Eden, Pullman has gone missing. The guards claim he requested medical parole due to a leg injury. Eden, who had previously worn a smile, furrowed his brow and attentively regarded Lin Si, silently urging him to continue. However, both Joel and I suspect foul play. Pullman's leg injury had not worsened, and he would not voluntarily seek to leave prison. The guards are lying. Lin Si paused, carefully choosing his words before continuing. Previously, a similar incident occurred with another inmate. I do not believe it to be mere coincidence, leading me to suspect that the guards are concealing something, and it is they who have transferred Pull Chapter 109. The scientist Eden leaned slightly back against the edge of the long table, curiosity evident in his tone as he inquired, "Why? After hearing my analysis, why would you arrive at a conclusion that is entirely contrary to mine? Moreover, you seem so certain. I can tell you are serious, not merely attempting to refute me." Lin Si succinctly replied with 2 words, intuition. After a moment of contemplation, he elaborated, given that a small experimental chamber has already been established in the prison and the entire facility is essentially conducting temporal experiments, I do not believe the organization would squander resources, manpower, and land to construct another experimental site externally. They would not imprison us, the test subjects, in a separate location. Test subjects and laboratories typically coexist in the same realm. It is merely that you have yet to discover the true location. I have noticed that you consistently use the word almost in every sentence. Deep down, you understand that you have not thoroughly searched every corner of the office building, and there are bound to be oversights, correct? Eden furrowed his brow momentarily before shaking his head with a smile. It seems that intuition is indeed the most fitting term to explain your reasoning. The logical foundation is too fragile to stand on its own. This must also include what Boss Fan mentioned about the secret prison and the experiences within the confinement chamber. Lin Si mused internally while continuing. Additionally, there was the inmate I mentioned who had undergone a similar ordeal. He recounted a particular experience. He briefly narrated the tale of inmate 001782, whose encounter in the office building seemed almost spectral. Ultimately, he shared his conjecture that this haunting was unrelated. Rather, it resembled a chance encounter during the overlapping of two dimensions. Are you suggesting, Eden pondered, raising both hands, stacking them together before separating them parallelly, this way? Perhaps. But it could also be vertical or involve rotation and intertwining. Without further information, I cannot ascertain, Lin Si responded with meticulous precision. Eden re-stacked his hands, placing them on his lap, his bright brown eyes scrutinizing Lin Si with keen interest. That is quite an impressive notion. Few can maintain such a scientific mindset when confronted with matters tinged with the uncanny. He playfully queried, "Are you a staunch adherent of scientism?" "I have experience traversing dimensions and have become an awakened one." "A scientism advocate?" Lin Si replied with unfeigned confidence, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, a large-headed inmate, Luther, squeezed through the line of prisoners, hurriedly approaching Eden. He cast a wary glance at Lin Si, offering a polite nod as a greeting before leaning in to whisper something in Eden's ear. Once Luther concluded his statement, the previously serene and relaxed Eden's expression grew somber as he turned his gaze back to Lin Si. "I sincerely hope your conjectures are correct. One of my friends also failed to appear today. Vanished inexplicably." Friend was Eden's term for the inmates who followed him. Lin Si had previously noted Eden's choice of words and turned his inquiry toward the large-headed Luther. Upon receiving Eden's nod of approval, Luther began to speak. The others seated at the long table had already set aside their tasks, engrossed in the dialogue between Lin Si and Eden. Upon hearing Luther's words, they exchanged glances, confirming they had not seen Kits that day. The usually silent, red-haired Joel could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Doesn't this sound almost identical to the story told by 001782? Eden's expression darkened, a hint of ire coloring his gentle gaze. "These beasts of the organization. Another individual has also vanished?" Although not necessarily on the same day. Lin Si immediately inquired, like the confinement chamber, controlling the frequency of experiments. Yet now we have two inmates disappearing in quick succession. There must be a reason behind it. Lin Si rubbed his temples, an overwhelming number of questions flooding his mind. Yet he could not find a thread to connect them all. "Do you inquire about this because you have uncovered some clue?" Eden asked earnestly. "None," Lin Si replied, lowering his hand, feeling that something was amiss. Eden nodded. "There are too many anomalies within this prison. My suggestion is to refrain from overthinking and focus on the immediate issues at hand." After the disappearance of Eden's associate, he evidently grew more proactive regarding the missing inmates. This was advantageous for Lin Si, regardless of whether Eden acted out of genuine concern or to uphold his facade. He was compelled to invest effort into the matter of the vanished prisoners, allowing Lin Si to leverage Eden's influence. Lin Si candidly stated, "Then I must trouble you, Mr. Eden, to assist me in locating inmate 001782. We urgently need him to be alive and capable of articulating coherent sentences." Human Rights Day was still ongoing. As faces of inmates flickered before him, Lin Si finally spotted red-haired Joel and several of Eden's subordinates emerging from a distant room. Just as he finished speaking, Joel hurried over, followed by another inmate who brought someone with him, pushing in between Lin Si and Eden. The disheveled, unkempt curls had not seen grooming in some time, and thick black-rimmed glasses obscured much of the inmate's face. Hunched over with shoulders drawn in, the frail inmate squatted on the ground, cradling his head. Without needing to confirm his identity, Lin Si recognized him immediately. It was the deranged inmate 001782. Joel, hands on his hips, remarked, "This fellow was incredibly difficult to find. We asked everywhere, searched high and low, and ultimately discovered him hiding in a cupboard in that room. Are the guard blind? They didn't notice an inmate crammed inside a cabinet?" Chapter 110. I heard him nearby. Prison guards glanced over, their expressions wary, hands resting on their belts. Eden subtly gestured for them to sit down, urging them not to adopt a menacing posture that might lead the guards to believe we were conspiring to bully someone. There have been times when others have bullies openly, and they did nothing then, muttered the red-haired Joel, pouting, yet he obediently took a seat beside Lin Si. The other inmates, at Eden's behest, settled into nearby empty spots. The arrangement was deliberate. Though seemingly scattered, it effectively monitored all possible escape routes for the curly-haired inmate. 001782. Eden leaned slightly forward, his voice low and serious. You need not be afraid. We harbor no ill intentions, merely some inquiries. Eden's amiable appearance and soothing voice were far more suited to placating the disturbed than Lin Si's demeanor. Lin Si remained silent, keenly observing the curly-haired inmate's reactions. The frail prisoner, clutching his head, cautiously raised his eyes, peering through the gaps in his arms, and trembled as he asked, "Are you human or ghost?" Lin Si noticed Joel subtly nodding towards the curly-haired inmate, then pointing to his temple, mimicking a really insane gesture. Eden was momentarily taken aback, but maintained his smile, responding, "We are certainly human. We sought you out to inform you that 2 friends of ours have recently vanished from prison, much like your friend, Junichiro, who encountered a nearly identical situation. You are not mad. What you're fixated on is indeed real. We need you to regain your clarity and reflect on the clues you've discovered to aid us in locating our friends, as well as yours." Eden's intention to awaken a madman to logical discourse was peculiar. Lin Si shot him a strange glance, realizing Eden's lack of experience in conversing with the disturbed. As anticipated, the curly-haired inmate, sensing no malice, cautiously lowered his hands, staring intently at Eden for a while before suddenly leaning in, lowering his voice, and urgently, fearfully asking, "Have you also encountered ghosts?" Eden was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth agape in surprise. The curly-haired inmate nodded to himself, as if confirming something, speaking nervously. "I sensed it. You all carry that scent. You have indeed encountered ghosts, yet you remain unaware. You know nothing. Now, only a few have vanished, and you feel something amiss, but you still do not comprehend what you are facing. They're ghosts. They will devour everyone." The deliberately hushed, yet frenzied tone imbued the atmosphere with an unsettling eeriness. Joel stared in shock, then quickly rubbed his goosebumps, jumping up suddenly. "What nonsense are you spouting? There are no ghosts here. This is a scientific society." He glanced around fearfully, raising his voice, then hastily sat down closer to Lin Si. Eden adjusted his posture uncomfortably, clearing his throat to ask, 001782, "Do you truly understand what I'm saying?" The curly-haired inmate fixed his gaze on Eden's glasses, the blood vessels in his eyes prominent, and ominously retorted, "Do you comprehend my words?" Seeing Eden's speechless expression, it was evident that the conversation was faltering. Lin Si leaned slightly forward, hands resting on his knees, and spoke, "I can understand you." The curly-haired inmate, who had been making eye contact with Eden, visibly trembled, turning to Lin Si, his face gradually lighting up with excitement. "It's you. I remember you. You're the one who helped me, the one with the sorcery 000041. At least you remember that." Lin Si accepted the rumors of his sorcery with calmness, nodding. "I know we have encountered ghosts, and I have conceived a ritual to locate the missing individuals, one that requires your assistance." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those around him turned peculiar. Joel cautiously pointed to his own head, silently mouthing, "Is he also insane?" Eden quickly raised a hand, signaling for silence, scrutinizing Lin Si with confusion before observing the curly-haired inmate's reaction and opting for temporary silence. Lin Si focused his attention entirely on conversing with 001782. Engaging with someone disturbed was far more taxing than with an ordinary person, yet he possessed ample experience in this regard. The curly-haired inmate, bewildered, pointed to himself, "Me? I can assist with such a ritual?" A familiar sensation surged within Lin Si. He smiled subtly, lowering his voice mysteriously, "Trust me, I am well versed in such mystical occurrences. Can you truly claim to understand them better than I?" The curly-haired inmate promptly shook his head, stating, "A madman is not a fool. As long as one adheres to their logic, fluent communication is entirely possible." Lin Si smiled indeed. Pray tell, what do you require of me? Do you need to use my blood? Or perhaps my hair? The curly-haired inmate's eyes lit up, eagerly inquiring. Lin Si retracted his hands, straightened up, and shook his head. No, first I need to ascertain something. Regarding Junichiro, have you ever lied? The guard Jasper had mentioned that Junichiro had succumbed to illness 6 months prior, precisely when the curly-haired inmate had fallen ill. He needed to determine whether the inmate had genuinely distorted his memories or simply refused to confront the truth, while also confirming whether Jasper had lied in this matter. Leet? The curly-haired inmate hesitated, his gaze flickering momentarily before shaking his head vigorously. No, I did not lie. An intriguing reaction. Lin Si Chapter 111. Disappearance beneath the eyelids. Did it harm Junichiro? Lin Si vaguely realized that the issue concerning the curly-haired criminal was not as simple as distorted memories or selective amnesia. Maintaining a calm demeanor without revealing excessive emotion, Lin Si smiled steadily, skillfully weaving a comforting narrative. You know, here with me, you need not harbor unnecessary fears or worries. Yes, you. No one can take you away. Eden cast a peculiar glance at Lin Si before focusing on the curly-haired criminal's reactions and expressions, initially engulfed in terror. The curly-haired criminal gradually raised his gaze to meet Lin Si's, the fear in his eyes transforming into hesitation and regret. As if having made a resolute decision, tears welled up in his eyes, rendering his vision blurry as he cried out, "It was I who harmed Junichiro. In fact, I was called in for a second time. Just 3 days after the first session. I remember the timing clearly. I was terrified, truly terrified, yet I dared not refuse the guard's request. As you know, opposing the guards in prison guarantees a dire outcome. So I involved Junichiro, and the guards agreed to my proposal, showing no objection to adding another person. Eden handed the curly-haired criminal a tissue. And then, did you encounter the same incident? Thank you, he replied politely, wiping his eyes. No, of course not. I invited Junichiro because I was too frightened to go to the work building alone, yet I had no intention of putting him in danger. I had shared with him the alarming discovery I made, and together we decided to feign ignorance, adhering to the guard's arrangements, ensuring we would not leave that office. As long as we stayed put, nothing should go awry. But clearly, an accident still occurred. Lin Si patiently listened as the curly-haired criminal sobbed for a moment before asking, "When did the accident happen?" Sniffling, the curly-haired criminal's emotions surged once more, just as we completed our task and were preparing to leave. I turned my head for a brief moment and suddenly realized Junichiro was gone. Just a second ago, he was sharing a joke with me, one that was hardly amusing, but in the next instant, he vanished right before my eyes. Can you imagine? Can you believe it? No. It's only natural that you wouldn't believe it, for even I could scarcely accept what I was experiencing. The guard arrived, and I informed him about Junichiro's disappearance. The curly-haired criminal took a deep breath, a frantic fear returning to his expression as he leaned closer to Lin Si, lowering his voice. Guess what he said? He said, what he did not see was outside his jurisdiction. Someone disappeared in the prison, and that was their attitude? Eden's beard twitched as he remarked. Such is the nature of the guards. When one begins to doubt reality, they are most susceptible to mental distress. The experiments in solitary confinement follow the same logic. This was also a topic doctor when discussed with him during his time in the hospital. Lin Si allowed a trace of sympathy to color his expression. You must trust your own eyes and then allow logic to guide your judgment. Indeed, it was only at first that I did not trust myself. The curly-haired criminal nodded, a sense of kinship evident in his demeanor. Fortunately, I eventually found clarity, confirming from other inmates that Junichiro had indeed existed and subsequently vanished without a trace. I know he truly disappeared in the work building, and the guards are undoubtedly involved. They are the phantoms of this prison, aware of everything while stealthily devouring us, concealing their tracks under seemingly reasonable pretexts. The curly-haired criminal clutched Lin Si's clothing, whispering urgently, his voice barely audible, fading into silent lip movements. After he finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped them for a while. Lin Si broke the quiet. Do you still remember the exact location of that office? The precise location. The curly-haired criminal inquired with curiosity and anticipation. Are we to hold a ceremony there? I believe it is best not to discuss such matters too explicitly here, Lin Si replied, deftly employing the language of mysticism while glancing towards the nearby guard. The curly-haired criminal immediately understood. I see, rest assured, I am skilled at keeping secrets. The location of that office, I certainly remember and could never forget. It is where we collect the emotional stabilizers. We proceed deep inside, take a left turn, and continue onward. After about 4 or 5 rooms, we will find a room labeled Office 1028. That is the place, Office 1028. 1028. Lin Si nodded, making a mental note. Eden vaguely perceived Lin Si's intention. You wish to investigate that office? Indeed, Lin Si affirmed. Time is indeed a pressing concern. However, the longer we delay, the more perilous the situation becomes. I wonder if we could enter the work building before collecting the emotional stabilizers. We would have ample time. What do you think, Eden? Someone capable of contacting inmates, external relatives, possesses resources and abilities that far surpass those of other inmates, likely presenting a means to facilitate his early entry into the work building. Chapter 112. The art of persuasion aside from severe injuries or extreme emotional instability. Individuals could also be escorted into the work building by the guards. However, this would require a certain price and would be conducted under the watchful eyes of the guards, who would promptly remove them from the premises once the situation was managed. These options served as necessary contingencies. Eden gazed at him for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Very well, for Pullman and Keats, I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success. The willingness to attempt was sufficient. Indeed, leveraging the influence of others proved far superior to facing challenges alone. Lin Si nodded in satisfaction. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Eden. It is my duty, Eden replied with a nod. In the center, a curly-haired inmate, glancing from one to the other, hesitantly raised his hand and timidly spoke. I have something to say. Their gazes turned to him simultaneously. The curly-haired inmate swallowed nervously. I feel as if those ghosts have been watching me all along. I've revealed this greatest secret, and I fear they may take action against me. Is there any way to ensure my safety? His final statement was directed at Lin Si with a glimmer of hope. The red-haired Joel, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but mutter. I thought he was starting to act somewhat normal, but it turns out he is still insane. If the guard wanted to do something to him, they could have made him disappear without a trace long ago. Yet, Lin Si, contemplating the curly-haired inmate's plea, nodded thoughtfully. Of course, you are a key player. I must ensure your safety. In the last room, half of Human Rights Day had passed, leaving only a few inmates waiting to voice their demands. The room was now largely vacant. Standing before a large cabinet, Lin Si assessed the situation and remarked, the place you selected is quite good. It is indeed the safest spot for you, isn't it? Upon receiving affirmation from 000041, the curly-haired inmate's eyes lit up as he opened the cabinet door, eager to hide inside. I knew this place would be good. I will continue to hide. The cabinet was divided into 2 tiers, stocked with clean towels, while 2 adjacent cabinets contained daily necessities. The curly-haired inmate chose the lower section of the larger cabinet. The selection was sound, yet the approach was misguided. What should the correct method be? Lin Si pointed to the cabinet. Hiding inside is of no use. You merely need to press against the cabinet, standing outside, to receive protection. Standing outside the cabinet? The curly-haired inmate hesitated, filled with doubt. Lin Si spoke with unwavering conviction. Do you not trust me? Some forms of protection may seem tangible, but are, in truth, illusory. It is the intangible safeguards that truly provide security. The curly-haired inmate appeared contemplative, then suddenly enlightened. I understand now. As the curly-haired inmate closed the cabinet door and leaned against it, trying to press his back firmly against the door, red-haired Joel couldn't help but facepalm and scoff. What on earth has he understood? Seemingly oblivious to Joel's sarcasm, Lin Si continued to guide the curly-haired inmate's movements, aiding him in maximizing contact with the cabinet. Once the curly-haired inmate was properly positioned, Lin Si signaled for the others to leave the room. As 000041 stepped out, Eden, who had been quietly observing, suddenly articulated Lin Si's number with deliberate enunciation. his tone tinged with curiosity. "I've just realized you differ somewhat from what I had heard and imagined. Not quite the murderous lunatic," Lin Si casually teased, hands buried in his pockets, absent-mindedly squeezing an empty nutrient tube. Without denying this notion, Eden continued. Lin Si halted, turning to face him. "I simply excel at empathy. It seems that rumors truly cannot encapsulate a person's authentic nature." Eden nodded in agreement, not wishing to engage in further futile exchanges with the bearded man. Lin Si redirected the conversation. "Now, let us discuss how I might gain early access to the work building." Eden instructed a few individuals to take their seats, to avoid drawing too much attention in the lobby, then nodded. "It will be somewhat challenging and will require a significant expenditure of money and resources. But for the sake of our friend, it is all worth it. I will speak with the guard I know well. Do not doubt me. While I despise factions and loathe guards, I am not inflexible. In this prison, to ensure my friends do not suffer, I must maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with the guards." Lin Si promptly interjected. "That suffices. If we commence immediately, I believe we can secure ample time." Possessing time and the privilege of movement was his utmost necessity. As for the guards, he could adapt to the ever-watchful circumstances. Eden was a man of action. He agreed, incurring some additional costs, allowing him to escort 2 individuals into the work building. Chapter 113. I must practice some new techniques. Eden had already considered the personnel arrangements. He beckoned Luther, the big-headed one, to step forward and said, "You will enter with 00041. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Prioritize your safety above all." Luther's lips trembled, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Yet he ultimately steeled himself and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I will find Kitz and rescue him." Eden's strategy was astute. Given the past grievances between himself and Luther, it was unlikely they would work harmoniously together. Nevertheless, Luther could effectively monitor my movements. Simultaneously, this served as a test for Luther. His earlier anxiety and worry had dissipated, replaced by a hesitant reluctance, leading to a reluctant agreement that he could not refuse. The transformation of his expression was quite intriguing. Lin Si interjected, "When do we enter the work building?" Eden glanced at Lin Si and nodded. Patience is key. The more anxious one becomes, the more prone to mistakes they are. "I understand. I am merely concerned for Pullman's safety." Lin Si exhaled slowly, his words sincere. "It seems your relationship is indeed quite strong. I find it hard to believe. I thought both of you were rather unapproachable individuals." "Clearly, my judgment of character leaves much to be desired," Eden remarked self-deprecatingly. "The circumstances surrounding the concealed space remain uncertain. Even if a method of entry is discovered, a smooth exit is not guaranteed. You must ensure a safe retreat, such as marking the area outside and then directly exchanging individuals." This notion had recently crossed his mind. He had never attempted to exchange a complete person before, as he typically regarded his ability to exchange as a means of lethal intent, having only ever swapped portions of individuals. Consequently, he viewed a person as a composition of various disparate parts. The successful execution of an exchange necessitated a shift in his subconscious perception, requiring him to perceive a person as a cohesive whole. Bang! Bang! He instantly entered a state of focus. In less than a second, he could transition into it, a testament to his continual practice. Observing the red-haired Joel, who was casually peddling contraband to Eden, he repeatedly reinforced in his mind, "He is a whole, a complete entity." Just as the notion of exchange began to surface in his thoughts, he sensed something amiss and abruptly interrupted himself, disengaging from his focused state. The red-haired Joel shifted uncomfortably, muttering, "Why do I suddenly feel like I've been bitten by a few mosquitoes?" "No matter. Let us continue discussing the price of cigarettes. As long as you purchase from me regularly, I assure you, the discounts will satisfy you." That was not a mosquito bite. Had I not aborted the exchange, you would have been torn asunder. Lin Si silently apologized to the red-haired Joel. Transforming subconscious concepts was a formidable challenge that required extensive practice. Yet he could not cavalierly use another's life as a testing ground. "Alas, I remain bound by my principles." Lin Si sighed inwardly, refraining from glancing at the few criminals before him. While unable to practice the exchange of an entire person, He could continuously suggest to himself that individuals are unified wholes. After countless mental affirmations of this concept, a prison guard, whose eyes bulged slightly as a result of prolonged glasses wear, approached. "Which two inmates?" the guard asked, adjusting his hat, his expression inscrutable. Eden patted big-headed Luther on the back, prompting him to stand. Lin Si also rose instinctively. The guard's gaze settled on Lin Si, frowning. "You did not mention that one of the inmates is 000041. Webster, Eden interjected promptly, rising to place a hand on guard Webster's shoulder, leaning slightly and smiling. "We have already made a deal. You cannot suddenly break the agreement. Breaching trust will incur consequences." The guard stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth, slightly turning away to let Eden's hand fall from his shoulder. "I will require an additional 10%. "Very well," Eden replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The guard turned, leaving behind a terse command. "Follow closely, do not speak." Lin Si had already aligned his pace with the guards, while big-headed Luther nodded earnestly, patting his waist before jogging to keep closer to Lin Si's side. Upon seeing the ajar door and the absence of guards nearby, Lin Si realized that guard Webster's timing was indeed purposeful. However, he remained uncertain of the guard's intentions that led to the door being left open at that moment. Fortunately, no inmates attempted to sneak into the work building during this interval. Under Webster's guidance, he and big-headed Luther successfully entered the work building. Human Rights Day should soon conclude, providing more time than I had anticipated. Yet still not enough to last an hour. Lin Si mentally calculated the time. He needed to act swiftly. Once in the corridor, guard Webster did not rush deeper inside, but turned around, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, his gaze scrutinizing both individuals before landing on Lin Si. "I warn you, although I have agreed to bring you into the work building, I will not assist you with whatever troubles you may have caused, nor will I bear any responsibility." Though he referred to you in plural, it sounded more directed at me. Just as Lin Si prepared to respond, big-headed Luther interjected enthusiastically. "Understood, understood. We are fully aware of the rules. You need not worry. We will not implicate you." Guard Webster grunted in acknowledgement, tapping the cigarette pack with his fingers, extracting one and placing it between his lips before turning to proceed further inside. They traversed the now familiar corridor and rooms. Unlike before, there were no other criminals present, nor were there guards in the corridor or in the offices with open doors. The corridor was eerily quiet. "Officer," big-headed Luther rubbed his arms, still affected by the stories told by the curly-haired inmate. "What exactly are you all doing? Why is there no one in the building?" Chapter 114. Office 1028. Big-headed Luther pressed his lips together. He felt more apprehensive about speaking to Lin Si than he did about the prison guard. He could only inch closer to Lin Si, seeking solace. They passed the room where stabilizers were dispensed and approached the public restroom. According to the description given by the curly-haired inmate, they were to turn left and then count 4 or 5 rooms inward to find the room marked as Office 1028. After taking just a few steps, they indeed spotted the corner. At that moment, the guard Webster suddenly halted, turning to say, "I need to use the restroom." Pausing, he added with a note of warning, "You may go to your intended destination, but do not rummage through the things in the office, and certainly do not steal." "Of course, we would never disturb your belongings," big-headed Luther hastily assured him. As they entered the left corridor, the layout and doors mirrored those of the previous corridor. Big-headed Luther scrutinized the electronic signs on the doors. 3091, 1702, 6102. The electronic signs here were unlike those in the previous corridor. They were entirely numerical and appeared devoid of any discernible pattern. Such an anomaly without clues could be noted, but dwelling on it would only muddle his thoughts. He continued walking forward. Indeed, after passing 5 rooms, he spotted the electronic sign for Office 1028. The door was ajar, and in a hushed voice, big-headed Luther asked, "Should we go in?" As his words faded, Lin Si had already raised his hand to push the door open, glancing around before stepping inside. Big-headed Luther was taken aback for a moment, but quickly followed in Lin Si's footsteps. At first glance, the office appeared no different from the others. Several desks were joined together, adorned with water cups, potted plants, ashtrays, and scattered documents. However, The translucent screen projected on the desk reminded him that this was still an office belonging to the cyber world. The office was empty. Lin Si ventured further in, scanning the items on the desk, while also taking note of the floor and the cabinets standing against the wall. Seeing that Lin Si was unharmed, big-headed Luther's courage gradually grew. He approached the nearest desk, completely disregarding Webster's earlier warning, and curiously examined the documents laid out before him. A report on facility damage? How could there be so much damage in our prison every day? Big-headed Luther casually flipped through a couple of pages, noting that the mental state detection device had been reported damaged twice. I know that device has never been replaced. Even a scratch I accidentally left on it is still there. TSK, a single reimbursement claimed $5,000. When it comes to making money and embezzling, it seems the group's own people are the real experts. Lin Si also took a glance inside the cabinet. It contained only tea, cigarettes, and several brick-sized charging adapters. With the charging adapters in this world all this size, Lin Si found it quite surprising. During his time in the connecting space, he had seen Father Chun Weong charging a shabby little watch. The charging port was a smooth metal plate affixed to the wall, requiring just a minute or two to charge a personal communicator when pressed against it. This charging adapter was a first for him. It must be used for charging some large device. Lin Si closed the cabinet door, confirming that there was nothing he sought. This interwoven space surely would not harbor anything as simple as a hidden door behind the cabinet. That would be too easy and devoid of any potential for spatial overlap. Where could it be? Lin Si pondered thoughtfully. In the curly-haired inmate's words, Junichiro's disappearance seemed to trigger some mechanism abruptly. Perhaps it was time? Perhaps it was location? Or maybe it required a combination of both. If the triggering condition relies on time, that could pose a problem. He could not ascertain the moment of Junichiro's disappearance, nor could he guarantee a seamless entry into the work building at the same time. Hopefully, it wasn't that unfortunate. The triggering key might only pertain to location. Lin Si scanned the office once more. He had generally checked everything. Was there anywhere he had overlooked? Not on the desk. He crouched down, meticulously examining beneath the desk and the obscured floor around the table legs. After inspecting one side, he moved to the opposite side to crouch down again. Finally, he spotted something blue wedged tightly between two table legs. Lowering his body further, he reached out and retrieved the object. In his palm lay a small, blue whale plush keychain, its threadbare stitching exposed. It was the whale keychain he had gifted to Pullman, which Pullman had subsequently hung on his cane. He wondered if it had been accidentally dropped, or if Pullman had deliberately discarded it. Lin Si closed his hand around the keychain and glanced back at the narrow gap between the table legs. This must be the spot. Yet, he was unsure of the precise triggering mechanism. Junichiro vanished in an instant. The triggering method could not be complex. He extended his other hand, carefully feeling around the table legs and the surrounding floor. The ground was a white, hard surface, reminiscent of tiles, yet when pressed, it felt more akin to a novel metallic material, seemingly unremarkable. Suddenly, he pressed against a small patch that felt entirely different from the adjacent hard surface, causing him to pause momentarily. Meanwhile, big-headed Luther, noticing Lin Si meticulously examining the office, grew bolder as he discreetly leafed through most of the open documents on the table. He then turned his attention to the translucent panel atop the desk. As soon as his fingers brushed the panel, it illuminated, accompanied by a mechanical female voice. The Fa Ming C Prison Voice Guide is at your service. Current time, 5:36, indoor temperature, 23 degrees Celsius, pleasantly comfortable. A gentle reminder, a blockage has occurred at the passageway, and personnel have been dispatched for repairs. Please ensure the safety of the prison to prevent inmate riots. At that moment, footsteps echoed at the door. Webster, emerging from the restroom, barked, "What are you doing?" Big-headed Luther instinctively turned his head, seeking Lin Si's assistance. "I didn't take anything, I just accidentally touched. 00041 can. He was just here." Big-headed Luther's voice faltered, his expression shifting to one of shock as he stared blankly at the empty space behind him. Chapter 115. The Day of Human Rights is coming to an end. Officer Webster, the prison guard, strode in and closed the translucent panel before turning to inquire in a low voice, Who is here? I did not see anyone else. Luther, the big-headed man, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief as he glanced around. Just moments ago, 000041 was right here, just a short distance from me. Officer, you must know that the three of us entered together, and then you went to the restroom while 000041 and I arrived at the office first. But in just a few seconds, he suddenly vanished into thin air. Officer Webster's expression remained unchanged as he responded, I did not witness anyone disappearing. I only saw you violating the rules by carelessly handling the items on the desk. The guard adhered to the principle that if it was unseen, it had not occurred. Luther attempted to plead further. No, officer, what I mean is, I did not wish to hear your excuses. Officer Webster interrupted brusquely. You broke the rules first. Now, please leave. Our transaction ends here. With that, he unceremoniously ushered Luther out. Just a moment ago, they had been sharing a joke that was far from amusing, and now, in an instant, he had vanished right before Luther's eyes. A shiver ran down his spine. The events that had just transpired felt like a nightmare replaying itself. After being forcefully pushed by Officer Webster, Luther dared not resist and exited the building alongside the guard. Upon stepping outside, Luther immediately spotted Eden and her companions seated on a bench near the entrance. The bulging-eyed guard, after exiting, no longer paid attention to Luther's whereabouts and walked over to join two other guards. One of them said something that made Officer Webster's expression relax, followed by laughter. Why are you the only one who came out? Where is 000041? Joel, the red-haired man, kept glancing back T chapter 116. Fortunate encounter in a familiar corridor. Yet, the bright illumination faded, replaced by dim light, with flickering bulbs that suggested an unsettling transition into a realm of horror. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed from the far end of the corridor. Judging by the location, it seemed to emanate from the public restroom at the corridor's terminus. There had been no such dripping previously. Was the faucet in the restroom malfunctioning? Lin Si listened intently for a moment, confirming that besides the dripping, there were no other sounds in the corridor. Upon entering, he felt as if he had stepped into the very narrative described by the curly-haired convict, transitioning abruptly from one world to another, separated only by a door. Glancing around, Lin Si proceeded towards the sound of dripping, retracing his steps. He pondered whether this place would exhibit any alterations, or where the laboratory might be situated. Thus, he resolved to revisit the locations he had traversed to discern any changes. Clarifying his thoughts, Lin Si quickened his pace while remaining observant of his surroundings. The office doors were mostly ajar, the numerical plates on them mirroring the spatial design above, and there were no signs of activity within the offices, resembling model rooms. As he reached a corner, Lin Si sensed something and raised his gaze, spotting a square on the ceiling radiating the same blue glow as in Office 1028. Another one here? Lin Si was taken aback. Perhaps due to its proximity to the wall, it went unnoticed unless someone intentionally sought it out, and ordinarily, passers-by would not step on it. Of course, should someone inadvertently tread upon it, they would vanish into the prison like Junichiro, having no impact on the guards. However, since contact would lead to entry into the next spatial layer, the fact that the positions of these squares remained unchanged during the design process, merely covered up, implied that their locations were immovable. Lin Si mused, pondering the significance of these squares. What would happen if I were to replace them directly? A sudden idea sprang to mind, but he quickly suppressed it. This was a tangible space, not conjured by some mystical force, but sustained by scientific technology. He could not ensure that the entire structure would not collapse, potentially leading to the demise of himself and others within this space, such as Pullman. What I need to do first is ascertain Pullman's whereabouts. Standing at the corner, Lin Si observed the state of both corridors. The corridor he had traversed had grown darker. Only a couple of spots on the ceiling retained faint illumination, failing to penetrate the depths of the corridor, which was shrouded in darkness. The visible area bore no distinction from the upper space, yet the deeper darkness elicited a sense of foreboding. This hardly resembled a laboratory. Lin Si refrained from advancing recklessly. A laboratory should be bright and pristine. Moreover, Ashmedai's experiments within the prison were conducted in collaboration with affluent groups, which would not allow for a laboratory that fell below standard specifications. Even in his virtual consciousness within the confinement room, the laboratory had appeared bright and immaculate. Lin Si could not help but internally scoff. Furthermore, he had yet to observe anything that deviated from the upper space. Is this truly a laboratory? Doubt crept into Lin Si's mind, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Drip, drip. At that moment, the persistent sound of dripping seemed to amplify in his ears. Lin Si turned his head towards the nearby restroom. Changes had been occurring all along, merely overlooked by him. The dripping sound from the restroom. While in the upper space, the restroom had not been damaged. Officer Webster had even entered midway. A flash of insight illuminated Lin Si's mind, prompting a speculation. The timing of Officer Webster's restroom visit was rather opportune. It seemed curious that he would divert so much time away from monitoring them. Was it a matter of urgency, or was there something more significant he needed to attend to? Did the guards possess additional methods to navigate between the two spaces? Lin Si cautiously approached the restroom door, peering through the ajar entrance. The sound of dripping was close. However, from his vantage point, he could see that the row of sinks appeared intact. The restroom's lighting, although significantly dimmed, was still within acceptable limits compared to the oppressive darkness of the corridor. Lin Si prudently pushed the door open. Creak! The door emitted a grating sound at its hinges, a change absent in the upper space. Scanning the area, Lin Si quickly focused on the left side of the restroom. No longer a subtle alteration easily overlooked, the left side, which had previously been partitioned into public showers, had transformed into a half-open grand door in the lower space. The screen lock on the door glowed with a cold, technological bluish light, and the sound of dripping resonated from within. Were all the doors ajar due to some urgency faced by the people here? Nonetheless, this presented a favorable opportunity for me. Lin Si first confirmed that there were no other sounds beyond the dripping before cautiously moving closer. The only illumination seeping in was the faint light from the restroom. Gradually, he pushed the door ajar. Revealed was a modest space. The first thing Lin Si noticed, and the only notable feature, was a massive pipe opening positioned centrally against the back wall. Its metallic exterior was wide enough for 2 Indie Chapter 117. A bit too bold, Lin Si raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose. Although the light made it difficult to see clearly, he was already intimately familiar with the scent. It was blood. Drip, drip. Unable to suppress the urge, he lifted his head once more, gazing into the seemingly endless tunnel, contemplating the most dreadful possibility. All the missing individuals, including Pullman, were at the other end of the tunnel, with the dripping blood emanating from them. I cannot see what lies at the other end of the pipe, nor can I reach it, let alone rescue Pullman. Lin Si realized that he was confronted with the most significant dilemma before him. He instinctively recoiled, avoiding the pooling blood. As he stared upwards, the deeper darkness only intensified his confusion. How could it be so high? To what extent does it extend? During the festivities, he had observed the complete structure of the work building, which was a square 2-story edifice. The height of a 2-story building, when looked up at, should not obscure the view of its terminus. However, I am unaware of the exact position of this lower space, so the actual depth may differ from the height of the 2 stories. Coupled with the light limiting my vision, the darkness might subconsciously lead me to perceive the tunnel as deeper than its actual length. Lin Si did not overlook any potential factors that could influence his perception. Seeing no further clarity within the tunnel, Lin Si withdrew and scrutinized the space behind the door. If the vanished prisoners were transported to the other end of the pipe, by what means were they moved? Pondering this question, he circled around the tunnel entrance, carefully examining both sides. Based on his recent experience entering the tunnel, it was certain that there were no weight-triggered mechanisms within. The tunnel walls were exceedingly smooth and intact. Yet, after witnessing the design in the cell where the source of light was indiscernible, he understood all too well that the presence of mechanisms could not be determined solely by surface marks. Any concealed transport mechanisms would likely be manually operated. The design in the prison is predominantly mechanical and semi-automated, controlled by a single individual. Lin Si recalled the translucent panel that the guard, Joel, always held. Indeed, in the faming C prison, aside from being the head guard, the group's trust in him was evidently greater than that of the other guards. That translucent panel had never been seen in the hands of any other guard. After re-examining the area, no new discoveries emerged. A vague sense of unease lingered in Lin Si's mind. Was the purpose of this door merely to block access to the tunnel entrance? It seems rather superfluous. The lock on the door was clearly designed for the guards to have the authority to unlock it, with the only barrier being the prisoners. Yet, prisoners would generally not voluntarily come here. Of course, if it were not for Pullman's disappearance, I would not have expended such effort to uncover the secrets of Faming Sea prison. For the guards, a prisoner arriving here would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, this door was likely not intended to thwart external prisoners, but rather to prevent prisoners from exiting from within. Lin Si mused doubtfully. However, would one leap down from the tunnel? He glanced at the pool of blood accumulating at the tunnel's mouth, doubting whether anyone would dare to jump down from the other end of the tunnel, risking severe injury or worse, resulting in an even larger pool of blood. Therefore, if a prisoner were to appear in this confined space, the possibility of traversing through the tunnel seemed minimal. Could there be another hidden space? Upon discovering the lower space, Lin Si inevitably entertained such associations. Standing before the clean wall, his attention gradually shifted to it, and memories from his virtual consciousness began to surface involuntarily. That was on the second day in the solitary confinement cell. He had successfully escaped from his first virtual consciousness, and, on the following day, encountered the design targeting him. In the virtual realm, the guards captured him and administered a stimulant to prevent him from sleeping, forcibly taking him to the laboratory for yet another experimental procedure. While en route to the laboratory, 2 guards halted him in front of a wall, then opened an electronic door embedded within it, revealing a hidden laboratory behind. Although the events occurring in the virtual consciousness may not necessarily be true, Lin Si raised his hand, tentatively pressing against the wall. No response. The wall remained just a wall. Unfazed by a single failure, he cautiously brushed his palm across more areas of the wall. Just like the scene in the virtual consciousness, a mechanical female voice resonated, but with a different pronouncement. Identity verification failed. In the next moment, the electronic screen darkened, and the wall resumed its normal appearance. Indeed, there was an electronic door concealed within the wall. Am I truly in the real world right now? This thought sent chills down Lin Si's spine. The after effects of solitary confinement were still manifesting. To ensure he would not be suspected of a mental breakdown due to the virtual reality, Lin Si immediately sat down against the wall, immersing himself into his subconscious, swiftly entering and exiting the connecting space. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the same location with no alterations. It seemed that many situations in the virtual consciousness were based on real designs, although there were often suspicions of unreasonable elements added to disguise bugs. Lin Si let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Now it was confirmed that a room was hidden behind the wall, yet he had no immediate means to open the electronic door. Identity verification would require a guard to unlock it. Lin Si rubbed his forehead in frustration. He had no way to summon a guard at the moment. Moreover, discovering the electronic door concealed within the wall bolstered his confidence in Pullman's survival. A hidden room adjacent to the tunnel was likely intended for storing prisoners, awaiting the next convenient transport through the pipe. Though it felt akin to treating prisoners as commodities, the group indeed did not regard the inmates of Faming Sea prison with the same respect afforded to those possessing human rights. Today is still Human Rights Day. Lin Si smirked wryly. Could this be a bit too audacious? He rapidly contemplated the feasibility of this approach. Uncertain if the principle of what cannot be seen has not occurred would still apply to the guards themselves. Remaining here would yield no further developments. Lin Si turned and walked out. At that moment, the rhythmic and rapid sound of heavy footsteps echoed from not far down the corridor, growing increasingly closer. Chapter 118. No matter what, unable to escape the sound of footsteps, a mere echo of the prison guard's boots striking the ground was unmistakably discernible to Lin Si, prompting an immediate cessation of his movements. It was beyond doubt that a guard was present in the lower level, perhaps by some stroke of fortune. He had yet to encounter a single guard on his journey thus far. However, with this sudden appearance, Lin Si could not afford to ponder long. He treaded softly towards the door, making his way to an open restroom stall. The emergence of a guard nearby likely indicated an intention to access the pipes or enter the room he had just discovered. He could not risk a direct confrontation with the guard. Carefully, Lin Si slipped into the stall, ensuring he melded into the shadows. Indeed, the guard's footsteps grew ever closer to the restroom. As they approached the door, the sound paused momentarily. With a creak, the restroom door swung wide, the aged hinges protesting. Soon after, the footsteps resumed, this time at a markedly slower pace, as if the guard were leisurely surveying the area. The thought of observation sent a jolt of tension through Lin Si. The footsteps halted once more, perilously close to his stall. Although they did not stop directly outside, they were near enough, contrary to Lin Si's expectation that the guard would proceed into the room housing the pipe entrance. Could it be that this guard had simply come to relieve himself? Lin Si mused, albeit with a hint of skepticism. For who would approach a restroom door in haste only to slow down upon seeing the stalls? The sudden stillness felt utterly amiss. Drawing a quiet breath, he honed his focus, peering through the half-open stall door. At that moment, a cold male voice pierced the silence. "Stop hiding. I know you are here." There was a pause, as if the guard awaited a response. The restroom echoed only with the sound of dripping water, and with no reply forthcoming, the guard continued. "The electronic lock has recorded a failure. Given the time it took me to arrive, you had no chance to leave without my noticing." Before Lin Si could gather his thoughts, a hand gripped the stall door and yanked it open with force. Creaking, the door revealed a familiar visage. Golden curls framed an unnaturally pale face, freckled cheeks, and piercing green eyes that regarded him with icy precision. Lin Si, who had intended to activate his ability upon recognizing the guard, found himself momentarily stunned, uttering, "Officer Jasper? What brought Officer Jasper to this place?" Logically, he should be in the upper levels lobby, preparing to escort inmates to receive their emotional stabilizers after Human Rights Day concluded. Yet, he had not particularly noted Jasper's presence in the lobby. The golden-haired guard furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Si for a prolonged moment before speaking in a flat tone. 00041. "You should not be here," though the voice should have felt familiar. Its emotionless delivery rendered it strangely foreign. Lin Si realized this was precisely why he had failed to recognize Jasper's voice through the door earlier. The absence of a smile, replaced by a demeanor suggestive of inherent aloofness, evoked an unsettling sensation within him. Had the gravity of the situation stripped Jasper of his usual sunny disposition? Or was his cheerful facade merely a facade? Lin Si recalled sensing a lack of sincerity in Jasper's smile during their first encounter. Was this a glimpse of the guard's true nature? Lin Si adopted a look of innocent bewilderment, exclaiming, "I have no idea why I am here. I was merely walking, and then it felt as if I fell into this peculiar place." Upon hearing this, Jasper's mouth twitched in a stiff, almost painful attempt at a smile, one that only served to amplify the mockery. "Oh, 00041, Jasper said, drawing his sidearm and aiming it at Lin Si's forehead. Inmates cannot lie to guards. Why was he so quick to ascertain that Lin Si was being deceitful? As this question swirled in his mind, Lin Si raised his hands in surrender. "Officer Jasper, I believe you must be misunderstanding the situation." Simultaneously, his mind raced to connect the dots. It had nothing to do with surveillance. Otherwise, guards would have apprehended him by now, rather than waiting for him to discover the hidden door in the wall before investigating. Oddly enough, despite the advanced technology of their society, Faming Prison had almost no surveillance at all. In that moment of realization, a click echoed. Jasper disengaged the safety of his weapon, coldly declaring, "Whatever happens, you cannot leave." At that instant, a fleeting thought crossed Lin Si's mind. An earlier hesitancy transformed into resolute decision-making. A soft thud resounded as Lin Si relinquished his grip, allowing his still-beating heart to fall to the floor. In his other hand was the very gun that had belonged to Jasper moments ago. To ensure that Jasper's body would not react, potentially causing the trigger to be pulled, Lin Si had not only exchanged Jasper's heart, but also seized the firearm for himself. This was an unavoidable choice. He pondered the consequences of taking a guard's life. Yet he could not bear the thought of dying at that moment. With a resigned sigh, he regarded the weighty gun in his grasp. Suddenly, something struck him as amiss. After the heart had been removed, why had there been no sound of Jasper's body collapsing? Raising his gaze slowly, Lin Si observed blood trickling from Jasper's lips as he curiously examined the empty nutrient vial in his hand, blinking in confusion. What did you just do? Like magic? Chapter 119. Two arms. Lin Si's pupils contracted. Despite the complete removal of his heart, the prison guard Jasper had not perished. Drip, drip. As Jasper spoke, blood gushed forth, cascading onto the floor. Oblivious to the carnage, he felt no pain, earnestly pursuing his query. Is it magic? Can magic truly achieve such wonders? Thud. Instinctively recoiling, Lin Si felt an eerie chill creep up his spine. Bang, bang. His body tilted back slightly, the accelerated rhythm of his heart echoing in his ears. Lin Si fixed his gaze upon Jasper and, without hesitation, unleashed his displacement ability. Brain, remaining viscera, limbs. Jasper faltered, his head tilting in confusion as blood erupted from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. Before Lin Si's very eyes, Jasper was deconstructed. His limbs vanished into thin air. His center of gravity lost, causing him to topple to the left. Thud, thud, thud. As Jasper collapsed, his golden curls became saturated with blood. Lin Si cast a pile of bloodied organs beside Jasper's prone form. Observing Jasper's prolonged stillness, Lin Si cautiously nudged his head with a foot, revealing his face. Ugh! Jasper's face, smeared with blood that obscured his freckles, emitted a guttural sound from his throat, causing Lin Si to swiftly retreat. The blood had only filled his throat. Jasper's attempt to speak resulted in a muffled, drowning sound. Jasper blinked, his verdant eyes still focused, locking onto Lin Si. Jasper was not dead. Lin Si's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Medical science defined death as brain death. Yet, despite having displaced Jasper's brain, he still lingered, albeit weakened. Lin Si recalled the inmate's words regarding ghosts and began to question the very nature of the prison guards. What exactly are you? Overcoming his initial shock and fear, Lin Si regained an unusual composure. Resisting the urge to waste a bullet, he stared into Jasper's eyes, holstered his pistol, and grasped the golden-haired head with both hands. Lifting it to a certain height, he ensured Jasper's back was slightly elevated before slamming the head down with savage force. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Incessantly, without pause, Lin Si raised and smashed Jasper's head until the back of it became a gruesome pulp of flesh, bone fragments, and blood. Only then did he cease his assault. Observing that the light in Jasper's emerald eyes had finally extinguished, devoid of focus, no longer moving. He should be dead now, with his brain utterly obliterated. Lin Si's breathing grew heavy from the exertion, but he felt a slight sense of relief. However, the bizarre tenacity of Jasper's near immortality left him unnerved. I still need to be more cautious. Just smashing his head doesn't feel like enough. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Si spotted the partition door. He seized Jasper's neck, rose to his feet, and dragged the corpse over, having completed all the subsequent procedures. Ensuring that Jasper would not suddenly blink and inquire if he was performing magic, Lin Si approached the sink. The absence of further footsteps indicated that, at least for the moment, no more guards would be coming to investigate. Still, he couldn't linger here. Lin Si methodically organized his subsequent plans, placing his hands on the sink as he slowly lifted his gaze. The mirror reflected his current appearance. His black hair had grown long, nearly obscuring his eyes, disheveled and stained with blood. His face was a disaster zone, splattered with droplets of blood, even making his dark circles less noticeable. Turning on the faucet, Lin Si leaned over and rinsed away the blood that had splattered onto him. Guard Jasper had, in a way, been a godsend, appearing just as he needed a guard for identity verification. To ensure success, he had even taken both of Jasper's arms, unsure if the electronic screen would differentiate between the left and right. He first pressed a right hand against the wall. The electronic screen illuminated, and a mechanical female voice announced, "Identity verification failed." Lin Si was taken aback. He switched to the other hand and tried again. To his surprise, the same message echoed, "Identity verification failed." Why is it still failing? Lin Si questioned, staring at the two arms belonging to Jasper. Did Jasper not have clearance to open the door? Was Jasper's clearance too low, or was the clearance required to open this door too high? Do I need to bring Joel's arm to open this door? Would a room used to hold prisoners require a clearance level only accessible to the warden? It seemed illogical. Lin Si discarded the useless arms, realizing he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Jasper's appearance has cost me valuable time. Human Rights Day should be nearing its end. I must leave now. Moreover, 2 failed identity verifications will surely attract other guards to investigate. Having killed a guard, he needed to assess the aftermath and the reactions of the other guards to determine his next course of action. Casting one last glance at the now dormant electronic screen on the wall, Lin Si carefully registered the marks he had left beforehand, the thought of displacement forming in his mind. If it weren't for testing the electronic door, I could have displaced myself as soon as I heard footsteps. I didn't expect the identity verification to fail in the end. The next moment, Lin Si vanished from the restroom, leaving behind only a lingering sigh of regret. As Lin Si predicted, 2 more guards arrived shortly after. However, Lin Si was no longer there to witness the scene that greeted them as they entered the restroom, leaving them stunned into silence. "My God, Jasper!" one of the guards exclaimed in disbelief. Blood had seeped to the restroom entrance. Following the trail of blood, they could see internal organs scattered haphazardly amidst the crimson pool, and a guard pinned to the door. The partition door had been smashed, a wooden stake piercing the golden-haired guard's chest. The guard's body leaned forward, head bowed as if in devout prayer, revealing the caved-in back of his skull. Blood had darkened his uniform, dripping continuously from the exposed thighs. Chapter 120. Can you vouch for him? Jasper has met his untimely demise. It is imperative to notify the higher authorities. The alarmed prison guard was the first to speak. Another guard solemnly nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must inform them. Let's first lay Jasper to rest, my poor colleague." At Amidst prison, in the main hall, the announcement began. The time for Human Rights Day has concluded. All inmates are to proceed in an orderly fashion to the medical office under the supervision of the guards to collect their emotional stabilizers for the coming week. Any form of fighting, destruction of communal property, or assault on guards and staff is strictly prohibited. The guards approached the long table and commenced the roll call. Unlike previous occasions, the number of guards was halved, necessitating 1 guard to oversee 2 lines of inmates. It seems so. I inadvertently stumbled upon a panel in their office and heard an audio guide announcing something about blocked pipes in the prison and that personnel were dispatched for repairs. They might be preoccupied with that, mused the red-haired Joel. Joel chuckled at the absurdity, envisioning guards engaged in plumbing work. However, his amusement waned, and he fell silent, lazily rising when his number was called. The roll call proceeded. 000817, 0000039, 001462, 000041. Guard Joel glanced up, noticing Lin Si was absent, and called out again, 000041. The inmates turned their heads, whispering among themselves, with some having previously noted Lin Si and Eden's presence together. Casting glances towards Eden's direction, unable to contain his frown any longer, Guard Joel surveyed the hall and inquired, "Has anyone seen 000041? Just as red-haired Joel prepared to speak, he caught sight of Eden and others sitting quietly, causing him to retract his words and fold his arms across his chest. According to regulations, any inmate who disappears without cause after the roll call is treated as deceased or missing, thereby being removed from the prison records and their residential files in the communal area erased. The erasure of residential files equates to the revocation of citizenship within the community, relegating one to the status of a savage akin to the indigenous people of the wasteland. This is undoubtedly a dire predicament. Ultimately, red-haired Joel could no longer restrain himself. He raised his hand and declared, "Officer 000041 did not vanish without reason. He was delayed by certain matters." Instantly, all eyes converged on red-haired Joel. Guard Joel halted his actions, his thick brows knitting together as he earnestly asked, "What matters delayed him? Can you vouch for him, assuring us he will return before the roll call concludes?" Nearby, Eden observed red-haired Joel's lowered gaze and subtly shook his head in resignation. As guard Joel prepared to amend the record for 000041 upon seeing red-haired Joel's silence, Eden stood and proposed, "Officer, since the roll call is still ongoing, why not wait until it concludes before reaching a conclusion on this matter?" Guard Joel regarded him with a steady gaze for 2 seconds. At that moment, another guard approached briskly, whispering 2 sentences to Joel, whose stern demeanor grew increasingly serious. He swiped across the panel, seemingly verifying something. Eden keenly observed their interaction and speculated, has the matter of 000041 entering the secret laboratory been discovered? Soon, Guard Joel waved off the approaching guard and turned back to Eden, resuming their discussion. The regulations are indeed as stated. Suddenly, Guard Joel cracked a thin smile that lacked any warmth. Listening to their exchange, red-haired Joel leaned in and whispered, "It seems we share the same suspicion." Eden offered a sympathetic smile. "Most likely, our options for him are limited." Red-haired Joel remained silent in response. The roll call continued as normal. In addition to managing his designated line, Guard Joel was also responsible for another. After completing the original list of inmate numbers, he began on a second. 000372, 001782, 001782. Guard Joel's expression turned grave as he raised his gaze. "Can someone explain why 001782 is absent?" "Officer." Eden was the first to rise, showcasing an apologetic smile. "I am quite familiar with the situation of 001782. I almost forgot. He is still hiding in room 9 at the very end. Once you close the door, he should be unable to exit."